Hi guys, myself C. Abhishek Bansal. I am from Mumbai. I take law and audit for both inter and final. And here I am today with the revision series. Okay, power pack revision series for your upcoming CA intermediate exam. Okay, so first let's analyze what has come in the exam, what is coming in the exam, what is the reason why people are not getting cleared in audit paper CA intermediate group 2. Okay, let's have an interactive session. Okay, you can talk to me. I mean, you can drop in a message in case if you don't understand any point. Okay, if you have any specific query, so please be free. Okay, drop in a message. So I have not understood this, I have this query, how to go about it. Okay, so first let's see what is happening in audit paper. So if you see the audit paper, the previous attempt paper was too difficult. Trust me, it was difficult. But over the years, it was not that difficult. But okay, the last attempt was difficult. But yeah, we assume that in the future, it will not be difficult. So we should be prepared for the worst. How do we prepare? It depends upon how do you do analysis. If you see this analysis, the team will be sharing. I will be sharing this video with them. Okay, in the group, so that you can download it. It's a free PDF. It gives you a descriptive idea that which chapter is important. Screen is blurry. Screen is blurry. Okay. One second. From my end, it is showing perfect. Harshita, can you just check? Is it blurry or is it clear? It's blurry. Okay. One second. How about now? Is it good now? Is it good now? Okay. Now, so this is my, I have done the analysis from May 24 till the last attempt. Okay. Now let's discuss one by one. Okay. Hi Monish, we have just started the session. So if you see the big chapters, okay, chapter number 2 comes for 11 marks. Just concentrate on chapter number 2, 3, 4, 5, chapter number 8 and chapter number 11. Chapter number 8 and chapter number 11. Chapter number 8 and chapter number 11. So 2, 3, 4, 5, chapter number 8 and chapter number 11. If I add up all, 11 plus 10, 21, plus 11, 32, 32 plus 18, 40, 40 plus 8, 48, 48 plus 7 will give you 55. So this 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 11 gives you around 50, 60 marks ka content. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is just descriptive. I have not done the analysis of MCQ. This is just the descriptive part. Okay. Now, let's move on to September 24. Again, 11 plus 11 plus 10, 22 plus 10, 32, 32 plus 15, 47, 47 plus 7 will give you 54, 54 plus 8 will give you, this is 8, 62 marks. Okay. Now, Jan 25, 10 plus 14 plus 10, which is 24, 24, 34, 34 plus 8 will give you 42, 42 plus 9 will give you 51, 51 plus 8 will give you 59, approx 60 marks. Move on to September, May 25, 15 plus 10, 25, 25 plus 13, 38, 38 plus 4, 42, 42 plus 8, 50, 50 plus 8, 58, again 58 marks. Chapter number 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 and chapter number 8. September 25, 10, 20, 29 plus 8, 37, 37 plus 8 will give you 45, 45 plus 14, 14 marks guys, 14 marks, 59. Again, we move on to Jan 26, 9 plus 9 will give you 18, 18 plus 14 will give you 32 plus 4, 36, 36 plus 9 will give you 45, 45 plus 8 will give you 53. So 53 marks. So 50 to 60 marks is just this chapter, and this is just descriptive guys. I'm not done the, MCQ has an analysis, separate sheet is there, but this is just descriptive. So from this, what do we conclude? Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 8, Chapter 11. These 6 chapters are very, very, very important. Okay. If I have done MCQ analysis also, I'll share this both the sheet PDF with you. Now I'm just concentrating on those chapters. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 and 11. The chapter का name 11 is wrong. It is from the final CA. It is basically ethics वाला chapter. Huh? 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 11. So 2 mark, 2 mark, 2 mark, 4 mark. Here it is 6 marks. Here it is 4 mark. Jan 25. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 0, 11 again. MCQ mein it is also coming. May 25. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 11. So again, oh my god. 10 plus 8, 18 plus 2, 20, 22, 22 marks. September 25. Again 2, 3, 4, oh, 12 marks. 4. This is 0, this is 0. Jan 26. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 and 11. So every attempt there is a MCQ that's ranging from 15 to 20 to 22 marks, and descriptive is approximately coming for 50 to 60 marks. So if I do add up both, okay, 60 marks approx is your descriptive, around 15-20 marks is your MCQ, 80 marks come from this 6 chapters. So our target is to do this 6 chapters very thoroughly. Okay, this PDF the team will be sharing very soon with you. Okay, you can connect with me over Telegram, over Instagram, over YouTube. Okay, you will have all the access to the PDFs, the free notes, the revision sessions. Okay, are you getting what I'm trying to say? And I definitely want to see you in CA final. Will you come soon, guys? Please write in the chat. Yeah. So I'll meet you in CA final very soon. Okay, it's been 15 years for me to be a chartered accountant. I cleared way back in 2011. We are in 26 right now. It's been close to 15 years. The journey is very beautiful. Every effort is justified. The only thing is, don't do what everybody is doing. Be little different. Stick to ICA material, ICA module, ISM. Okay, what we say in Chennai, ISM. ISM is hot favorite. Just do past paper ka trend. ISM and past papers if you do, this attempt ka RTP and this attempt ka MTP if you do, trust me, you will definitely clear. Okay. So understanding with the part of this importance, we are doing the important chapters first. So first I'll be teaching you chapter number 4, which is audit evidence chapter. So generally people forget, people don't do this chapter. It's very lengthy. There are around 8 or 9 standards in this. We're going to do audit evidence chapter. I'll be teaching you from my handwritten notes. That PDF also I'll be share with the team so that they forward it to you. Okay, in case if you don't get it, you can message me over Instagram, Telegram, or my YouTube. That's why I've not got the PDF. I will send there. Okay, I'll send you the team also, but you can connect with me over Instagram, Telegram. I'll send you PDF there also. Okay. Shall we start, guys? Are you guys ready for the journey? Okay. So only this week there will be little change in the timing because I've got some commitments. Okay, on Wednesday and Friday, so the class could be rescheduled. I'll just discuss the timetable with the team. Okay, so that it doesn't clashes with your other subjects. Okay, because I think you the timetable says Monday, Wednesday, Friday for audit, correct? So Wednesday and Friday I may not be able to take. I'll discuss with the team and I will update you. Okay, when is my class happening? So few instructions: do not remain absent. Okay, be attentive, be live. Okay, if you don't understand any point, please ask me in the chat. Okay, sir, I have not understood. Please get it clear. Okay, after every session, I'll be giving you some homework. Our target is to finish one chapter one day. Okay, in the gap day, whenever there's a gap, okay, you have to solve the questions from module. Few questions I'll be solving in the class itself. Okay, so that you understand how to think, how to present the answers. The questions are very, very, very easy. Okay, and towards the end, what we're gonna do is we will write one paper, 100 marks ka paper. Okay, that we'll discuss later on during the class. Okay, let's start. So these are my handwritten notes. Okay, because the time is less, you don't have to write these notes right now. Reason being, the time is too less now. Okay, so you can just take the PDF. Okay, study from this PDF, or if you have a printer at home, or somebody can get a printout for you, you can remove the printout and study from it. Okay, so chapter number 4 is generally the lengthiest chapter the entire syllabus mein, plus it is the most important chapter because it definitely comes in the exam. You will find around 3 to 4 questions either in descriptive or in MCQ. What we're going to do is we will solve May 26 ka paper in the class itself. Okay, we study the concept, then we jump onto the May 26 paper and let's evaluate, okay, whether you are getting the answers or not getting the answer. Okay, even if it's wrong, it's absolutely okay because I'm not here to give you a degree. I'm here to assist you in getting the degree. Okay, so let's start. Okay, you can take all God ka name, whoever you follow. Okay, or if you don't follow any God, you can thanks to universe, and let's have a promise to ourselves that this attempt we have to clear. Okay, now let's start. The chapter name is audit evidence. If you have some notes with you, you can open that, or else you can see on the screen. The chapter name is audit evidence. Okay, now when you talk about audit evidence chapter, you will be having a lot of standards on auditing here. So basically it is a series of 500. So you'll have essay 500, you will have essay 501, you will have essay 505, you will have essay 510, then 520, 530, 550 and 610. These are the 8 standards which are given in the module ISM of ICI. 8 standards are there. Okay, let's do one by one. So first we start with essay 500. So what I'll do is I'll teach you essay 500 first, then I'll give you time to read so that you can read it closely from the notes. Okay, essay 500 first talks about what? It talks about your audit evidence. It talks about, guys, your audit evidence. The name of the essay is essay 500 audit evidence. So what is evidence? As an auditor, when you go to the client place, you have to do the audit, correct? So you went to the client place, you told them, show me the books of accounts. So he will show the tally. You saw one entry, purchases. Purchases 5 lakh rupees. Now you tell me, in the tally, in the ledger, you see purchases 5 lakh rupees. So entry to they have passed 5 lakh rupees. I need to check, right, that 5 lakh of purchases is correct or not. Now you use your brain and tell me, what will you ask from the client? What will you ask from the client? For purchases 5 lakh. What document, what paper you will ask from the client? Can you write in the chat? What will you be asking from him? Anything will you be asking? Very good, Mulish. Invoice. I'll be asking invoice, a copy. Very good. Okay. Now, when you ask about invoice, obviously there's an entry of 5 lakhs. That means they must have either paid, or it will be like purchases to, let us assume purchases to Monish. If it is purchases to Monish, that means Monish say they have purchased on what? Purchase, the entry is purchases to Monish. If the entry is purchased to Monish, that means they have purchased on, very good Harshita, it is purchased on credit. Correct? If it says purchases to bank, that means it is a cash purchase, that means they must have made the payment. Boss, if they have made the payment, what is the paper, what is the document you will check? What document you will check? Tell me. If the payment is made. Very good, Harshita, we will check the bank statement. Shri Krishna, I want you also to be interactive in the class, okay? Please write, okay? Even if it's wrong, it's okay. So, bank statement you will verify. So, that invoice, that bank statement becomes what? It becomes your audit evidence. What it becomes? It becomes your audit evidence. It becomes your audit evidence. So, basically, audit evidence is what? It is the information when you collect while doing the audit. So, that is documents. Okay. Now, imagine they have made a payment to let us assume chartered accountant. So you must have heard in your tax paper that you need to deduct TDS. Whether TDS is deducted, after deducting it has to be deposited also with the income tax department, correct? So TDS is deducted, TDS is deposited. You will check the challan, you will check the bank statement. But whether the amount is right or not, you can ask them also. Can you tell me in English, asking them, asking the client, asking the management, what is the term we used? What you can do? I am saying I will ask the client, I will ask the accounts department, I will ask the management. No, Monish is correct, it is inquiry. Confirmation is they have to confirm the facts. I am asking them whether you have paid the tax or not. Oh, you deducted TDS, Anna. So I am asking them in English is called what? Inquiry. So I asked them, they gave me an answer. That answer is also my what? Evidence. It is also my evidence. So if you see the definition, what does audit evidence mean? Sir, audit evidence is what? It is the information. It is the information used by the auditor in arriving at the conclusion on which the auditor's opinion is based. So I am getting all the information, I am getting all the documents, and I am saying, oh wow, what a company, what a beautiful company it is. If everything is correct, I will give a clean opinion to them, correct? Unmodified opinion, unqualified opinion. So I am giving unmodified opinion. Why? Because I have come to a conclusion. How I have come to the conclusion? Because of the information I collected. That information in English is called what? Audit evidence. And I am saying, okay, sir, this company is like full kuppai. Kuppai, correct? Kuppai in Tamil is what? I know little trash. Very good. I know little Tamil also. Yeah. In Kannada it is called as kassa. In English it is called as waste, garbage. Now, if I am saying that a company is waste, sir, company is kuppai, okay, company is kassa, okay. How are you saying, sir? Are sir, I went to the client place, I told them you give me the purchase file. They are not giving me purchase records. Sir, they are not showing me bank statement also. So I have not got any information. Oh, whatever information I have got, oh, they have done fraud, sir, they have done fraud here. So because of that information, I have come to a conclusion that the company is bad, it's a trash, okay, it's kassa, it's kupai. So that information is called as audit evidence. What it is called as? It is called as audit evidence. Understood the definition? So audit evidence is the information used by the auditor in arriving at the conclusion on which the auditor's opinion is based. Number 2, it will include both the information contained in accounting records like purchases and all, underlying the financial statements and other information. It includes both the information contained in accounting records underlying the financial statements. I saw the financial statement purchases I will go and check the ledger I saw something is in credit, something is in cash. So for cash I will check bank statement, credit I will take confirmation from the parties, right? So that is one. Number 2, other information. Other information means basically I am asking the management, sir, have you done this, have you not done this? So that is also what? Your audit evidence. Sir, accounting records includes what all? It includes whatever you guys have said. It includes invoices. It includes contracts. It includes general and subsidiary ledger, journal entries, and other adjustment in the FS. Records such as worksheets and spreadsheets, Excel ka record. So this is just a definition. Sir, what does audit evidence means? Okay. Ideally, they will not ask a direct question here. It may be used in some of the other answer. Okay. This is audit evidence. First question. The name of the essay, audit evidence. Number of the essay, essay 500. So you have to write like this: as per essay 500, audit evidence means then 1, 2, 3 points. Cool. That's question number 1. So let me just first teach you, then I'll give you 5-7 minutes time. I will scroll the screen, you read from the screen. Okay. Number 2. Sir, what are the types of audit evidence? What it says, what are the types of audit evidence? So types of audit evidence depends upon the nature and depends upon the source. Depends upon the nature and depends upon the source. So nature means their quality, their quantitative, their quality basically. How have you got it? Okay. Source, from where have you got it? Now, sir, it could be visual. This is basically nature. Huh? This is source. Now, depends upon the nature. So, nature basically means when I went to the client place, I asked them, and they gave me an answer. I asked them, they gave me an answer, guys. This is which type of audit evidence? Can you identify from this 5? This is which type of audit evidence? Can you identify from this? Very good, Sri Krishna. Very good, Monish. This is what, sir? Oral evidence. This is what? Oral evidence. Sir, I got one paper. I asked them, have you, you must have done purchases now. Acha, give me that invoice. That invoice is which evidence? That invoice is, sir, documentary evidence. It is a documentary evidence. It is a documentary evidence. Oh, I went and they were doing stock counting. I saw them doing stock counting. I saw them. It is which evidence? Visual evidence. It is what? Visual. So, it depends upon the nature. It could be visual, it could be oral, it could be documentary. If I have to ask you, out of these 3, which is the most reliable audit evidence? Like as an auditor, you will believe. Which one is most reliable? Reliable. No, Harshita, you're wrong here. Reliable is documentary proof. Documentary is the most reliable audit evidence. Documentary is the most reliable audit evidence. See, sometimes your eyes also may go wrong. Correct? I saw a person putting a knife in somebody's stomach. The position was like this. I saw this. But the reality CCTV showed that somebody already had murdered him. He was trying to remove the knife. I saw his hand on the knife and the knife is in the stomach of the person. So I am saying that, okay, he is the culprit, he is the murderer. No. But CCTV showed, okay, murder had happened already. The person was trying to remove. So visual can also be wrong. The most important reliable audit evidence is always documentary. What it is documentary. Clear? Source. It could be internal, it could be external. Okay. Always remember. Okay. Always remember. When we say okay, boss, evidence depends upon the source, that is internal and external. You have to see where the invoice is, where the document is generated, where the evidence is generated. If it is generated within the organization, it is called as internal audit evidence. It is called as what? Internal audit evidence. If it is generated outside the organization, it is called as external audit evidence. See, people think, acha, from where we are getting? No. From where it is generated, it depends upon that. For example, sales invoice and vouchers. It is obviously you will get it from the client only. But where it is generated, who designed, who makes sales invoice and vouchers? Who makes sales invoice and vouchers, guys? Management. Company only, na, client only. So it is generated within the entity, it is internal evidence. Sir, external evidence. If I have to ask you, sir, give me purchase vouchers. purchase bills, purchase invoices. Who will give me? Management only will give me. But who makes that purchase invoice? Does management makes or outsider makes? Who designs that purchase vouchers or purchase invoices? Who designs it? Management या outsider? Correct. Outsider, the seller. Correct. Correct, correct. So always you have to see where it is generated. Sir, sales invoice, payment vouchers is an internal evidence. Purchase invoice, bank statements, confirmation, it is an external evidence. Now can you judge and tell me out of these two, which is more reliable? Out of these two, which is more reliable? Very good. External is reliable. External is reliable. Internal can also be reliable. Internal can also be reliable if my ICS is efficient. My internal control is efficient. Okay. All right. External can also be, sorry, internal can also be reliable if my ICS, internal control system, is efficient. Okay, it will come in the next point. It says, what are the generalization about the reliability of audit evidence? So generally this come in the exam, it has come twice. Okay. See, audit evidence is more reliable if it is obtained externally. Out of internal, external, external reliable. Evidence obtained internally will also be reliable if my ICS is efficient. What is ICS? Internal control system. Sir, evidence obtained in documentary form, written form, is more reliable than orally. Is more reliable than orally. Evidence obtained in documentary writing wala is more reliable than oral. Evidence obtained in original form is more reliable than obtained as photocopies. So original versus photocopies, original is more reliable. Now you tell me, evidence obtained by the articles, you went and collected the evidence, and evidence obtained by the boss, if I go and collect, which is more reliable? Article wala ya boss wala? Which is more reliable? Article or boss? Boss, obviously boss. So evidence obtained directly by the auditor, like boss going and collecting it, is more reliable than obtained indirectly. So this is an exam question. It has come a lot of times. What are the generalization about the reliability of evidence? So out of internal, external reliable. Internal can also be reliable if internal control system is efficient. Out of oral and written, written is more reliable. Out of original photocopies, original is more reliable. Evidence obtained directly by the auditor is more reliable as compared to obtained indirectly. You can definitely write the answer in your own words. You have to write the answers in the point form. Okay, leave one line after every point, so it gives you a better presentation. See, it looks very neat. Like this answer you have to write in the exam. You can write in your own words. Absolutely, it is fine. Okay. Sir, explain psi. Question number 4. Explain psi. Achha, I have given a reference of the module. This is refer 1.3, page number 4.6 module. So there's some little explanation. You can read it later on. As such, with this, your answers are not getting impacted. Wherever answers are getting impacted, that will do it from the module itself. Okay. But I have done the reference of from the ICI module only. Okay. ISM. Then, question number 4. Sir, what does psi means? Psi is basically sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Sir, what does sufficiency means? Sufficiency. So, sufficiency means the quantity of audit evidence. Sufficiency means quantity of audit evidence. Like, this food is enough or not? Quantity. 1 kg biryani is enough or not? That is basically quantity. Sufficient or not? Correct? Appropriateness means the quality of audit evidence. Appropriateness means what? Quality of audit evidence. So, sir, sufficiency is the quantity of audit evidence. Appropriateness is the quality of audit evidence. Okay, psi. So, here also refer page number 4.11. Point is 1.51. You just have to read. Some content is there. It is not impacting your answer. Question number 5. Now this is important. Explain the factors. So wherever it is important, I have written IMP. Explain the factors explain the factors affecting auditor's judgment as to the sufficiency of audit evidence. Explain the factors affecting auditor's judgment as to the sufficiency of audit evidence. Now see, it says sufficiency. Sufficiency means what? Quantity. Sir, what are the factors which affect auditor judgment regarding the evidence is sufficient or not? What are the factors? It can come in MCQ also, it can come in descriptive also. The code is Mrs. C. What will you say? Mrs. C. M. Materiality, risk of material misstatement, size and characteristics of the population. The factors about Mrs. C. Use the common sense. If an item is material, material means important, significant. For example, have you heard about Joy Lucas? Joy Lucas, the jeweler from South, or Malabar Golds. Have you heard about that company? Correct? Now, I am auditing Joy Lucas ya Malabar, the Malabar Gold wala company. I am also auditing, let us assume, Tupperware. Tupperware is basically a plastic bottle, plastic tiffin wala company. Okay. Now, both have inventories. Malabar Gold also have inventory, Joy Lucas also have inventory, and the Tupperware also have inventory. Now, you tell me the inventory will be more important, more significant, more material where? In Joy Lucas and Malabar or Tupperware? In the jeweler wala client it will be more important, or in the plastic manufacturing wala client it will be more important? It will be more important where? In Joy Lucas? No, Joy Lucas, right? Value, high value item. High value item. Inventory mein bottle is like 20 rupees. But nothing comes of 20 rupees in a gold client, correct? Sri Krishna understood? I know inventory is important both, but out of, if you have to compare these two, Joy Lucas and Tupperware, obviously Joy Lucas will have a more value. So now you tell me, you will collect more evidence in the gold wala client or manufacturing wala client? In gold, correct? So how did you decide it? Sir, materiality. If an item is important, if an item is significant, if an item is material, obviously you will collect more evidence. So what is the question? Explain the factors affecting auditor ka judgment regarding the sufficiency of audit evidence. So whether the evidence is sufficient or not, it will depend upon the materiality. If an item is immaterial, for example, petty cash, the tea vendor ka bill is there, tea vendor, tea vendor bill, irrelevant it is, right? So you will not collect more evidence for that. But if it's a gold ka business, inventory is important, I will collect more evidence. R. Risk of material misstatement. Sir, if an item is risky, like cash, you will go and do 100% checking. Physical verification of assets, 100% checking. Purchase invoice, sales invoice, I can do on sample also, correct? So their item is not that risky. So if it is more risky, you will collect more evidence. If it is material, you will collect more evidence. If it is more risky, you will collect more evidence. Size and characteristics of the population. Imagine in one ledger, there are only 10 items. 10 items. For example, or not 10, 12. Rent expenses. Now you tell me rent expenses may, obviously there could be only one entry. Rent is paid only monthly, correct? So there can be only 12 entries in a year in the ledger of rent. But if you go and check purchases, sales, there are a lot of entries. Now you tell me, you will collect more evidence for rent or you will collect more entries for purchase sales? You will collect more evidence for rent or you will collect more evidence for purchase sales? Obviously purchase sale. Why? Sir, because size and the characteristics of the population. Okay. So the headings are what? Mrs. C. Materiality, risk of material misstatement, size and characteristics of the population. In the module, this is important. Okay. In the module at 1.5 point, I'll show you on page number 4.13, they have given the explanation. How you have to write? If an item is material to the financial statements, the auditor will collect more evidence and vice versa. If an item is more risk of material if an item contains more risk of material misstatement, the auditor will collect more and more evidence and vice versa. If the size and the character of the population is high, the auditor will collect more and more evidence and vice versa. I'll just show you that. Now see. So this is 1.5.3. Page number is 4.13. If you see the notes also, it's here same. 4.13, 1.5.3. It may be defined as the significance of class of transaction, account balance and disclosures. Less evidence would be required in case the assertions are less material to the users of FS. But on the other hand, if the assertions are more material to the user of FS, more evidence would be required. So you can just have to mark from here till here, okay? Less evidence if it is less material. More evidence if it is more material. R. Less evidence would be required in case the assertions have a low risk of material misstatement, but if the assertions have high risk of material misstatement, more evidence would be required. Size and characteristics. Now, less evidence would be required in case of a smaller, more homogeneous population. Homogeneous means same, like rent expenses, 12 entries, that's it. But on the other hand, in case of larger heterogeneous population, purchase sales you are not doing from one party, you are doing from number of parties. So, more evidence would be required. Homogeneous means same, heterogeneous means different. Done? Headings are important, just one line you have to explain this. Everybody clear on this, how I have mapped from the module? Okay. So all the headings we have written, and whatever have to be marked, whatever have to be read from the module, we have mapped it in the notes. So I'll share this PDF with you. Then explain audit procedures for obtaining audit evidence. Explain audit procedure for obtaining audit evidence. So audit procedure 2, basically one is RAP. RAP is what? Risk assessment procedure. So when you go and do for the first time, it is called as RAP, risk assessment procedure. When you go and do the again, it is called as FAP. FAP means what? Further audit procedure. Further audit procedure you have to do in TOC. TOC is what? Test of control. Basically you are checking internal control system. And you will do substantive procedure. You will do substantive procedure. Here it is basically TOD, test of details. So test of details is basically your accounting system, Tally, Excel and all those. And you can do analytical procedure also. In test of details we do vouching and we do verification. Vouching is done of transaction, verification is done of balances. Transaction basically means P&L item. Verification basically means balance sheet items. Okay. So guys, this is the procedure for obtaining audit evidence. Procedure for obtaining audit evidence. Not an exam question. Now, question number 7. What are the techniques or methods to obtain audit evidence? See, don't get confused. If they are asking procedure, which they have not asked, but you should know procedure basically means RAP and FAP. RAP and FAP. Risk assessment procedure, FAP, further audit procedure. When you go and do the first time checking, it is called as RAP. You are not satisfied, you go and do the procedure again, it is called as FAP. First time RAP, again it is FAP. If they are asking you what are the methods and techniques to obtain evidence, like you are performing procedure, but how would you collect the evidence? To perform the procedure, you require techniques. The techniques are what? ORA, ICAI. What are the techniques, guys? ORA, ICAI. ORA, ICAI. Sir, O, observation. O is what? Observation. You go and observe. Re-performance, recalculation. Re-performance, recalculation. You have done once. You are not satisfied. You go and do it again. Re-performance. You calculated once, like depreciation ka calculation, provisions ka calculation. I, inspection. Inspection is always of paper, books of accounts. C, external confirmation. Confirmation, you take it from the debtor, creditor, bankers. A, analytical procedures, means you are comparing current year ka sales versus last year ka sales. This quarter ka purchases versus last quarter ka purchases. You are not getting anything, you go and ask them. It is called as inquiry. Sir, what are the techniques? The code is ORA, ICAI. O, observation. Re-performance, recalculation. I, inspection. C, confirmation. A, analytical review. I, inquiry. Let's do once more. ORA, ICAI. O, observation. Re-performance, recalculation. I, inspection. C, external confirmation. A, analytical review. I, inquiry. The code is ORA, ICAI. Okay. Then, sir, what does inquiry means? So out of 5 techniques, the descriptive answer is only on inquiry. In the module also it is only on inquiry. Sir, inquiry consists of asking question, seeking information. From whom? Knowledgeable person, both financial as well as non-financial. How many purchases you have made? What sales you have made? It is a financial information because you see this in FS. FS means financial statements. Anything which is coming in the financial statement, it is called as financial information. Anything which is not coming in financial statement, it is called as non-financial information. As an auditor, I can ask both financial data also, non-financial data also. I gave you an example of financial data: purchase, sales, salary, inventory, assets, cash bank. All those are financial data. Can you give an example of any non-financial information which you will like to ask from the management? Non-financial information which you will like to ask from the management. Anything? Monish, Harshita. Very good, Monish. About internal control. Very good. About internal control. Correct. Number of employees working in the company. Any agreement, any contract, lease agreement, landlord ka some agreement is there, rental agreement is there. All those are non-financial information. Correct. So you ask them. From whom you can ask? So you can ask within the entity also. You can ask outside the entity also. Sir, within the entity basically means from employees, management, directors, CEO, CFO, all those. Can you give me an example of outside the entity from whom you can ask? From whom you can ask? Very good. You can ask from lessor, debtor, creditor, banker. Correct, correct. So always remember, information could be financial, non-financial, within the entity, outside the entity. It could be formal, it could be informal, it could be oral, it could be writing, it could be anything. Inquiry is used extensively. It is used throughout the audit process in addition to other audit procedure. So this also can come as an MCQ. Inquiry is not the only audit procedure. It is not the only audit technique. It is used extensively throughout the audit in addition to other audit procedures. It is one of the audit procedures. Inquiries may range from formal to informal, written to oral. It could be formal, informal, written, oral. Now, you have asked, obviously they have given an answer. So, evaluating responses to inquiry is an important part of the inquiry process. It is an integral part of the inquiry process. So, you have asked, the answer has come. Whether the answer is right, wrong, correct, incorrect, you have to judge that. Responses to inquiry may provide the auditor with what? With the information not previously possessed or with some supportive, means corroborative audit evidence. I was not having any information. I asked them, they answered me. With that answer, I got the information. So it gives me what? It gives me information which I was not having, or with corroborative means supportive audit evidence. So this is a short note on inquiry. Guys, till now any doubt? Till now any doubt, guys? All good? Harshita, Shri Krishna. Okay, great. Next question, 3 more questions and this essay gets over. Explain audit trail and its advantages. So audit trail is basically like series of events which are connected to each other. Like when we say कि company has made a sales, company has made a sale. Of, let us assume, one item which is costing, let us assume, 5 lakh rupees. They have made sales of 5 lakh. But this 5 lakh is not directly 5 lakh. First, they must have gathered raw materials, correct? Let us assume 10,000 rupees. Then they have sent it to production department. They added their cost plus profit, let us assume 2 lakh rupees. Then went to, let us assume, packaging department. They added their 50,000, 80,000 rupees, let us assume. Okay. Then they went to distribution department. They added their margin, let us assume 30,000 rupees. Then they went up to sales department. Then it became 5 lakh. So this 5 lakh became by following this series of event. Correct? So if I am an auditor, I can check from raw material to sales, that is from left to right I can check, or what I can do, I can check from right to left. Either from raw material to sales I can go, or from sales to raw material I can go. It is called audit trail. It's a series of event. Anything which is connected in a chain, it is called as trail. It is called what? Audit trail. Like for example, at home, if you are at home right now, you must be having a file or a document wherein all your mark sheet, right from nursery, like junior KG, LKG, upper KG, first standard, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, then 11th, 12th, then BCom first year, second year, third year, then foundation. All your mark sheet would be arranged, right? What it is? It is a trail. It is a trail. Everything is in series. It is in order. It is called what? Trail. So if you imagine if some of your cousins or some of your relatives ask, okay, acha, show me your mark sheet. I want to see out of my case how much you have scored in school days. So he can check from BCom to LKG, upper KG, correct? Or he can check from LKG to BCom. Either way he can go, correct? It is called as audit trail. So this is the answer for audit trail. And what are the advantages? An audit trail is a documented flow of transactions series. It is used to investigate how a source document was translated into an account, and from there it was inserted into FS of an entity. Like you have made a purchase of 10,000 rupees. That purchase, say you did an entry, purchases to creditors. Then from there it went to FS. So it is in the total of purchases, it is in the total of creditors. But how it has reached, that you have to check from the previous steps. It is called as audit trail. Sir, what are the advantages? It is used, it came in May 24 paper, May 24 or September 24, audit trail. It is used as evidence to establish authentication and integrity of the transaction. It helps in maintaining the records of system and user activity. It is a step-by-step record by which accounting, the trade details or other information can be traced to their sources. It is used to verify and track many types of transaction, including accounting and financial transaction. Audit trail can help. This audit trail can help in fixing responsibilities, rebuilding events, and in thorough analysis of the problem areas. And through analysis of the problem areas. These are 5 advantages. You can study 3-4. Disadvantages. So obviously checking everything involve cost. It is too expensive, right? Plus it will take a lot of time also. So audit trail involve cost. The cost is not only in terms of system expenditure, but also in terms of time involved in analyzing the data available by audit trail. So cost and time is the disadvantage. 5 advantage meaning 1 page ka answer. See, I have written 1 line below each other. You have to leave 1 line and present the answer in this way. 4 mark, 5 mark answer. Then next to answers it says, what are the factors which affects the NTE of the audit procedures? Where information to be used as evidence has been prepared using the work of management expert. The line is, what are the factors which affects the NTE? NTE means nature, time and extent of audit procedures where information to be used as evidence has been prepared using the work of management expert. Now, expert basically means a lawyer. He could be an actuary, a valuer, okay, engineer, a painter. Other than accounts and audit, if somebody is good at, he is called as an expert. When an auditor appoints an expert, he is called as auditor's expert. But when management is appointing that expert, it is called as what? Management expert. Now imagine there was a legal case going on. So company says the contingent liability, the legal case is 25 lakh rupees. Contingent liability is 25 lakh rupees. You tell me as an auditor, should you directly trust that amount? Contingent liability 25 lakh rupees? No. Logically no, correct? You will be asking questions with them. How you got 25 lakh rupees? So they told, sir, we are to into business. We have appointed a lawyer. He did some time pass, he did some checking and he said that contingent liability 25 lakh rupees. Who said? Lawyer said. Lawyer is other than accounts and audit expert. Who appointed that lawyer? Management appointed that lawyer. So that lawyer becomes whose expert? Management ka expert. Now lawyer is saying 25 lakh rupees. Now you tell me, now can you directly trust that lawyer? Now can you directly trust that lawyer? Tell me. No, 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 Harshita, no. Always remember, if you are a boy, if she says I love you, if you're a girl, if he says I love you, do not trust directly. No, no, no. We will go in deep checking. How can you trust somebody like that? No. You have to check. You have to perform procedure. Now see the question. It says, what are the factors which affects the audit procedure where the information to be used as evidence is prepared by management expert? So the code is page number 1. Oh, it is in first. Oh, it is in first chapter 1.28. Refer cards me 1.10.1. Okay, it could be here also. I'll just show from here. Now see, when information to be used as evidence has been prepared using the work of management expert, the nature, timing and extent of audit procedure may be affected by such matter. For example, nature and complexity of the matter. For example, crypto ka some valuation was there. I do not know how to value crypto. Only an expert know, obviously. So the nature and the complexity of the matter to which the management expert relates. Number 2, the ROM in the matter, risk of material misstatement in the matter, the availability of alternative sources of evidence. See, I have to evaluate, agreed, but whether is anything comparable to me. He is saying this is the amount. Okay, I can't trust him blindly. I have to check, I have to compare. So some alternate sources available or not. The nature, scope and objective of management's experts work. What is he checking? Is he competent or enough or not? Whether management expert is employed by the entity or is a party engaged by it to provide relevant services. Means whether he is in-house expert or he is appointed, he is a third party. Like for example, in-house lawyer. That means he is doing job in the company. Obviously, he will be favoring company only. Or there is an independent lawyer, a lawyer ka form. I need to check that. The extent to which management can exercise control or influence over the work of management expert. Whether management is influencing the expert ka work or not. See, if they are influencing, obviously I can't trust him. Whether management expert is subject to technical performance standards or the professional industry requirements. Whether he is brainy or not, whether he is using competence or not. Then the nature and extent of controls any within the entity over management's expert work. Any internal control system is there for the work what the expert is evaluating. Then the knowledge and the experience of management ka expert field and the previous experience of the work of that expert. If I know him, I would trust more. If I do not know him, I would not trust him, right? So there are so many reasons, 6 reasons you have to study, 6 reasons. Okay. Last answer. In case if you get confused, it is just on page number 4.32 above this point, What are the factors to be considered by the auditor when relying on the work of management expert? Now I am relying on his work. What I will consider? So 1.13 page is 4.32. Relying on the work of management expert. This also came in exam. If the entity has employed or engaged expert, the auditor may rely on the work of experts provided he is satisfied that PSI is obtained with reasonable assurance to form an opinion on the FS. PSI means sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Now what you have to check? You have to check CUA, C-U-A. What you have to check, guys? You have to check CUA, C-U-A. Evaluate the competence, capability and objective of that expert. If he is a lawyer who has studied from some good LLB school, okay, from some B school, obviously my reliance would be more. If just a BCom graduate, my reliability would be more. obtain the understanding of the work of that expert. How have you calculated the evidence? How have you gathered the evidence? Sir, what is your calculation? Okay. फिर A, evaluate the appropriateness of the expert work as the evidence for the relevant assertion. Whether the work is appropriate or not, you have to evaluate it. So you have to check QA. C, competence, capability, objectivity. U, obtain the understanding of the work of the expert, how he has got that work. A, evaluate the appropriateness of that expert work as evidence for the relevant assertion. The code is QA, CUA. So this question also important. So question number 11 important, guys, and question number this one 8 important, audit trail wala answer, and question number 5 important. 5, 8, 11. Have you understood essay 500? Any doubt? Any doubt, guys? Cool. Let me just see May 26 what it has come in the exam. Okay, sampling came, that is 530. One more question came on sampling only. 2 questions came on sampling. Okay. Now let's move on to next essay 501. So let's do this two together, then you read both. Okay. 501, audit evidence, specific consideration for selected item. What it is? Specific consideration for selected items. Audit evidence, specific consideration for selected items. 1 second. Sir, 500 was also audit evidence. 501 is also audit evidence. But what is the name here? 501 में audit evidence, specific consideration for selected items. How many items are there? 3 items. What are the 3 items? Inventory, litigation and claims, segment information. What are the 3 items? Inventory, litigation and claims, segment information. Only 3 items are there. General audit evidence is written in essay 500. 3 items का evidence 501 में it is written. Inventory, litigation and segment information. Sir, what do we check here? This essay is not on inventory, this essay is not on litigation, this essay is not on segment information. This essay is on how you collect audit evidence for inventory, litigation and segment. So what is the objective of the auditor? To obtain SI. SI means, sir, sufficient appropriate audit evidence for inventory, for litigation and for segment. So inventory में what assertions are we checking? Inventory में we check existence and condition. Means inventory is there and it is working, it is proper. Litigation claim में what do we check? Completeness. All the legal cases का accounting treatment has happened either in the P&L or either in the notes like contingent liability. Segment information में what do we check? So presentation and disclosure is done as per applicable FRF. FRF, guys, basically means financial reporting framework. Financial reporting framework. What it is? It is financial reporting framework. To obtain SI, what it is? Inventory में what do we check? Existence and condition. Litigation claim में what do we check? Completeness. Segment में what do we check? Presentation and disclosure. Okay, that is the objective. It can come in MCQ also. Inventory, existence, condition, litigation, completeness, segment information, presentation and disclosure. Now one by one, 3 answers are there. First one, inventory. Inventory. Sir, How as an auditor you will obtain evidence for inventory? Very simple. When the inventory is material to the FS, the auditor shall obtain SI, that is sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding the existence and condition of inventory by how? Attendance at physical inventory count. Attendance at physical inventory counting you have to go and attend unless impracticable to. What will you do? You went to the client place, you will evaluate management ka instruction, you will evaluate whatever management is counting and procedure for recording and controlling the inventory. Number 2, observe the performance of management ka count procedure. Oh, how you are counting, show me how you are counting, I'll check that. Inspect the inventory, you will them yourself open the inventory ka boxes and perform test counts. Guys, test count basically means sample. P, perform audit procedures over the entity ka final inventory records to determine whether they accurately actually reflect the actual inventory count results. Perform audit procedure over the entity ka final inventory records to determine whether they accurately reflect the actual inventory count results. So management has counted the inventory, you also have counted the inventory. What is the record showing? Balance sheet mein they are showing, for example 5 lakh rupees ka inventory, 30 units are there, 30 units. So 30 management has got, you also have got 30, you will just do the reconciliation basically. So this is the main procedure for inventory. Now there are 4 independent situations they have given. First one, inventory is counted, inventory counting is conducted at a date other than balance sheet date. Now see, for example, generally in India, on what date do we count inventory? Anybody, any idea? On what date do we count inventory? March 31st March. So I went to my mom, give me blessings. I am going for inventory counting. But what happened? I started suffering from diarrhea, constipation, loose motion. So now I can't go on 31st March. But in the entire country, you count on balance sheet date only. Now what do we do? So then you will go on after you have taken some medicine. When you get well, okay, you go and do the inventory counting. Maybe like 4th April, correct? So I am counting, I as an auditor counting on 4th April. Management counted on 31st March, correct? Management will not wait for me. But 1, 2, 3, 4 May, this 3-4 days May, some movement must have happened, correct? So what do you do? So the auditor should perform audit procedures to obtain audit evidence about whether changes in inventory between the count date and the date of FS are properly recorded. So count date 4th April, date of FS 31st March. So whatever transaction must have happened, they must have sold, they must have purchased something. So inventory ka record must have undergone change. What will you do? You will perform audit procedure to obtain evidence. Clear? Number 2, auditor is unable to obtain inventory count. 31st March ko I was leaving from my house, and at the same time heavy flood happened in my place, heavy rainfall. Now to I can't go. Management ka factory is somewhere out, they have started counting, but I can't reach, I can't swim na, I don't know swimming. What do you do? Sir, after 3-4 days when the water has gone, rains have stopped, you will go and do the inventory counting. You went on 5th April. Management counted on 31st March. Almost same answer. Sir, the auditor should make or observe some physical counts on an alternative date and perform audit procedure on intervening transaction to assess whether the changes in inventory between the date of physical count and period and date are correctly recorded. Physical count means when you counted, and period means 31st March ka management ka counting. The auditor should verify what all the procedures adopted, the treatment given in the inventory records for the discrepancies noticed during the physical count. Okay? Third, attendance at physical inventory count is impracticable. This is the best example. You must have heard about the war between Iran and US, correct? My client ka factory is in Iran. Guys, you are my article. You tell me, will you go and do the inventory counting at Iran? Outstation audit, fully sponsored trip, flight travel, unlimited food, biryani and all. Yeah, tell me. Harshita, Shri Krishna, will you go and do the audit? Physical inventory count? No. You will go alone. but you will come with 4 people on the shoulder. Correct? What situation? So it is completely impracticable. So you can't count only. So what do? You perform some alternative audit procedure. Like what could be alternative? You can take confirmation from some, if somebody is available there. So you'll perform some alternative audit procedure to obtain SI regarding the existence and condition of inventory. Sir, but their war is going on. Everybody is busy in that gun, throwing bomb at each other, sir. Nobody is giving confirmation. I called them, sir. But sir, they were interested in fighting only, sir. If it is not possible to do so, what will you do? You will modify the opinion. Guys, what will you do? You will modify the opinion as per SA 705. You will modify the opinion as per SA 705. What is modification? I'll be teaching in the next session. Maybe next or next to next. Okay, just remember, modify the opinion. In your layman's language, in English, what does modify means? Layman's language. Change, right? But in audit may change, modify means no change. It basically means you are giving an opinion. So basically we have unmodified opinion, modified opinion. Modify may we have qualified, adverse, disclaimer. So either you are giving qualified opinion or adverse or disclaimer. Now how to decide that we will be doing in an audit report chapter. That will be my second chapter after this chapter. Okay. So always remember here, when I say modify the opinion, it does not mean change the opinion. It means any opinion other than clean opinion. What will you say? Any opinion other than clean opinion. If it is not possible to do so, you will what do? You will modify the opinion. Modify the opinion does not mean change. It means basically means any opinion other than clean opinion. As per which essay? As per essay 705. D. Sir, inventory is under the custody and the control of a third party. Okay? Third party means basically warehouse keeper, agent, consignee. Okay, this can also come as separate in the exam. How would you collect the evidence? Obtain evidence by performing following. What? Request confirmation from third party. What will you do, guys? Request confirmation from third party and perform the inspection or other audit procedure. So you go and check the inventory there. But I have a doubt. That third party is chore, thief. They are related to management only. Arey sir, that warehouse is owned by the director ka wife only, sir. Obviously there are chances of fraud then. So what will you do? If this came in the exam, if doubt arises over integrity or objectivity of third party, what will you do? You'll perform the following. 4 points are there, 3 mark answer, this much only you are supposed to write. Attend or arrange for another auditor to attend. Either you go and attend or send somebody else. Obtain service auditor's report. Service auditor basically means third party ka auditor. Like agent, that consignee ka auditor will also be there. Na? I am the auditor, brother. So if there is some fraud, my brother must have told to that consignee, right? I want to see his report. Inspect the documents, warehouse ka receipts, okay, some GST ka receipt, transport ka receipt, and request confirmation from other parties when the inventory is pledged as collateral, like banks. So you will take confirmation from the bank because we pledge the inventory as collateral to bank and bank gives the finance. So you will take confirmation from the other party. Okay. So understand the 4 situations. The first one is I give an example of constipation. Second is I gave you the example of Second I gave you the example of flood. Third I gave you Iran wala example, war, impracticable. They will use this word, impracticable. Fourth example I gave you consignee, agent, third party. Okay. 4 situations are there. That is inventory. Now one more question is there. This also came in exam. What are the matters relevant in planning attendance at physical inventory counting? So the question is direct. What are the matters relevant in planning attendance at physical inventory counting? Now the time you see the word inventory, it is SA 501. Okay, 501. Okay, 501 talks about audit evidence specific consideration for selected items in that inventory is there. So I've written refer 4.5 module, page number 4.69. I go to module. So can you see this page 4.69? It is here. matters relevant in planning attendance at physical inventory counting. Okay, so you, obviously management is counting, you will go and also you will also count. So what are the matters, sir? Nature of inventory. What is the inventory? Stages of completion of WIP. Is it the RM or WIP or FG? Finished goods. So the ROM related to inventory, the internal control related to inventory. See, if ICS is there, I'll just check upar se, okay. But if internal control system is not there, I have to go and check the in depth because the system is not there. Sir, whether procedures are expected to be established and proper instructions issued for physical inventory counting. The timing of physical inventory counting, at day, or night, or a particular day you are counting. Then, whether the entity maintains a perpetual inventory system, ongoing inventory system, like refilling continuously. Sir, the location at which the inventory is held. Imagine Kashmir, the inventory is there, or maybe in Iran, the inventory is there. So it is impracticable for us to go. Sir, whether the assistance of expert is needed to obtain SI. So whether you need expert or not. So A to I, F, G, H, 9 points. Are there at least 6-7 you're supposed to write in the exam. This came in the exam either in September 25 or May 25 exam. Mein. Planning the attendance at physical inventory counting. Okay. Then inventory is over. The next part talks about litigation and claims. Litigation claims. Now you tell me, if I give you P&L, just P&L, okay. Just seeing the P&L, can you tell me, is there a legal case ongoing on the company? Just seeing the P&L, tell me. Yeah, how? Manish, how? Very good. Legal expense account. Legal expense account. Okay. Now, if I give you the entire financial statements, balance sheet, P&L, cash flow notes, okay. P&L ka to you have spoken. Other than P&L, now you tell me on looking up to that financial statement, can you tell me, is there any legal case going on? Just seeing the financial statement. Very good. Contingent liability you can see. Correct? Now, ignore FS. How? On what document you can tell me that there's a legal case going on? Don't talk about FS, other than FS item. Any document other than FS item which you can see and tell me, okay, sir, there's a legal case going on in the company. There is a legal case going on in the company. Can you tell me? Bank statement may doubt, how bank statement may will come to know there is a legal case? Harshita, Sri Krishna. No, payment to advocate, no, that is a FS item. You have made the payment, so you have seen in the PNL. And in the PNL, in the bank statement, do not write payment to advocate, you write person ka name, so you will not come to know. I am saying litigation claims. Other than FS item. Sir, legal case must have going on. Like Harshita, what documents? You're correct, document, but what documents? Sir, notice, court ka order, income tax ka notice, GST ka notice, something must have come, right? So you go and check that. Sir, I can go to the GST ka portal, log into the income tax ka portal and check whether any notice order copy is there or not. Sir, I can inquire with the management, so I can ask them, right? Sir, they must have done some meeting, right? So I can read the minutes book also. What I can do, I can read the minutes book also. So it says what procedure you will perform? Sir, the auditor shall design and perform audit procedure to identify litigation and claims involving the entity which may give rise to ROM, risk of material misstatement. How? First, inquire with the management and others within the entity. That is inquiry. Number 2, you will review the minutes of TCWG ka meeting and correspondence between the entity and its external legal counsel. Legal counsel means lawyer. Third, what Manish said, reviewing the legal expense account. So first point is inquiry, second is non-financial data, third is financial data. If the auditor assesses ROM regarding litigation or claims that may have been identified, what will you do? So you will seek direct communication with the entity ka lawyer. Now, if you see that legal expense is contingent liability is a very important item. Okay, it is material. You will speak to the lawyer. Now, sir, you want to speak to the lawyer. Who will give you lawyer ka details? The phone number, the email ID, the address of lawyer. Who will give you? Who will give you, guys? Management. Management says, no, I will not give you. Acha, management gave you the details, but lawyer is not answering. Lawyer is not answering. What you should do? Sir, if the management refuses to give the order permission to communicate or meet the entity ka legal counsel, management is refusing, or the external legal counsel refuses to respond, or the lawyer is not responding, and the auditor is unable to obtain SI by performing alternative audit procedure, that is also not possible. What you should do? Best part, modify the opinion as per which SA 705. Always remember, if you are doing something, it is not happening, don't worry, just write in the exam, auditor we shall modify the opinion as per SA 705. It will carry 1 mark. Management refuses. Management allows, lawyer refuses. And we are unable to perform alternative audit procedure. That is also not possible. Don't worry. Play safe. You should modify the opinion as per 705. Modify the opinion as per 705. Clear? Fourth, sir, management, you have taken all the contingent liability disclosed in the notes. You have put all legal expense account. Yeah. We have done everything. Give me in writing. That writing paper in English is called as what? Written representation. What it is called? Written representation. The auditor should request the management and where appropriate TCWG to provide WR. Clear? Third, talks about your segment information. Third item is segment information. To understand this, I'll give you one simple example. Have you heard about ITC? ITC, the company. They manufacture cigarettes. They have hotels, Yippee noodles, Classmate. Correct? So ITC is one company, but they have different line of business. That different line of business is called as segment information. What it is called? It is called what? Segment information. It is segments. Correct? So it says the auditor shall obtain SI regarding the presentation and disclosure of segment information as per applicable FRF. It is AS 17. You must have done it in your accounts paper. AS 17 is your FRF. How to present segment information? It is written in AS 17. Sir, how would you do that? Obtain an understanding of the methods used by the management in determining segment information and evaluate whether such methods are likely to result in disclosures as per applicable FRF, and where appropriate, test the application of such methods. Whether management, see, whose duty is to present? Management. Whether they are presented as per the methods? Yes. And test the application of such methods. B. Perform what? Perform analytical procedures or other audit procedures appropriate in the circumstance. What will you perform? Analytical procedures or other audit procedures appropriate in the circumstances. Done? 3 mark, 4 mark answer. Question 7 also came in the exam. What are the methods used by the management for segment information? So just don't write the answer directly. You will write as per SA 501 dash audit evidence dash specific consideration for selected items. Following are the methods used by the management for segment information. When you quote the essay number, 1 mark extra you will get. 1 mark extra. Okay. 4.76. This understanding of the methods. What are the methods? These are the methods. Sales, transfers and charges between segments and elimination of inter-segment amounts. You must have done that. Branch accounts. Similar to branch basically. I mean, if I have to relate, how do you present branch cover HO and branch? Some expenses are of HO, some expenses are of branch, some are common expenses. Comparison with budgets and other expected results. For example, operating profit as percentage of sales. Third, allocation of assets and costs among segment. In costing also you must have done this. Overhead chapter में, overhead fixed and variable. Consistency with prior periods and adequacy of disclosure with respect to inconsistency. Correct? So how things are present in the last year, how it is present in the current year. So this is what? This is the methods for AS17 segment information. This came in the exam. 1, 2, 3, 4 points, 4 mark answer. Done. Out of 8 essays, guys, we have done 2. We have done 500 also, we have done 501 also. Are you understanding what I am teaching? Okay. Acha, reading ka part, can you do it later on? I mean, I'll share the PDF immediately after the class. Reading, can you do it later on so that we can save time? Cool. Acha, let's take a small 5-minute ka break. Okay. And then we do 2 more essays. I think 2 more essays will get over today itself. So 50% of the chapter gets over today itself. Okay. So let's take a small 5 minutes ka break. Don't go anywhere. I'm here only. Okay. Okay. And then we do 505 and 510. Both will get over today. Cool. 5 minutes maybe meet. Are you guys back? Hello, check, check, check. Yeah, okay. So let's do try to do two more essays so that we are done with the 50% of this chapter. One second. So the next one says 505 external confirmation. Okay, we have done 500, that's audit evidence. 501 is audit evidence specific consideration for selected items. Now we are doing 505 external confirmation. Now external confirmation is like what we have discussed in the first half of the session, that you speak to the third party, that is external confirmation. Oh, either in paper form, they will reply you back, either in paper or in electronic form or some other medium. It is in writing basically. Guys, reliable or not reliable? Reliable or not reliable? So most reliable. What it is most reliable. There is a very little doubt that the third party will ever lie. Okay, it's the most reliable audit evidence. So evidence obtained as a direct return response. What it will be? Direct. That means third party will be replying directly to the auditor. How? In writing. Okay, to the auditor from a third party, or we can say him as a confirming party, whether in a paper form or in electronic or some other medium. So whether it's like a letter or via email or some other medium, maybe fax, okay, that is called as external confirmation. So there are two types of confirmation. One is positive, other one is negative. So when we design a request, okay, when I write a letter to the third party, I am the auditor. Dear third party, comma, you will reply to me. You will reply to me when? In all the cases. You will reply to me in all the cases, whether you are agreeing or disagreeing. So if I have to draw, I will draw like this. So when I draw a letter to the third party, you will reply to me when? In all the cases, whether you agree or whether you disagree. Third party will reply to me in all the cases whether you agree or whether you disagree. It is called as what? It is called as positive confirmation request. Positive confirmation request. Here, I will write third party, you will reply to me only if disagree. Only if disagree. It is called as negative confirmation request. What it is called? It is called as negative confirmation request. So positive means basically third party will reply to me in all cases whether you are agreeing or whether you are disagreeing. Negative means what will you say? Sir, third party will reply to me only if you disagree. So it all depends how you draft that letter. Draft the letter to the third party. So I have written like this: third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. Like, dear debtor, my client is saying that 5 lakh ka balance is there. He replied to me. Which request? Which request? I wrote on the terrace on the top of the letter, third party, you reply to me only if you disagree. Dear debtor, reply to me if the balance is 5 lakh. He replied to me. Which request? Positive or negative? Positive or negative? Manish, mistake. Negative only na. My friend, it depends upon what I write. I have written, dear third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. He has replied to me. Still the request is negative only. Still the request is negative. It depends upon how you write. Lot of people think that, sir, he replied na. Reply came, positive. Reply did not came, reply not came, negative. No, it does not depends upon receipt of reply. It depends upon what you write when you send the request. Understood, Manish? Harshita and Sri Krishna have given right. Have you understood? Okay, now listen. I have written the letter. On the letter, dear third party will reply to me only if you disagree. He has not replied. He has not replied. What do I assume? What do I assume? He has not replied to me. Dear third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. Dear debtor, you will reply to me only if the balance is not matching with 5 lakh rupees. Everybody of you saying, sir, that means the balance is matching. He has agreed. Now, I am a more strict auditor, okay? I have lot of doubts on the third person. Lot of doubts. I am saying, oh, he has not replied. Oh, 2 days have passed, 5 days have passed, 7 days have passed. You guys are saying the balance is matching. I will say, sir, he must have died. He must have not seen my letter only. He must have seen the letter. He must have tore it and threw in the dustbin. That could also be a possibility, correct? You are saying that balance is matching. I am saying, what if he has not seen only? What if the letter has not reached to him only? What if he has seen the letter and he has torn the letter and thrown in the dustbin? That could also be a possibility, correct? So out of positive and negative, you tell me which one is more reliable? Out of positive, negative, which one is more reliable? Sir, positive. Because negative means if we do not know whether he has seen or not, because it's not a compulsion on the third party to reply. If he does not reply, can you put him in jail? No. Right? There's no law, there's no compulsion on him. So he's not replying it. You can assume that it is the balance is matching. That is one probability. There could be other probability also that, sir, he don't want to reply only. That could also be a probability. Sort of positive, negative. Positive is more reliable. Okay. So it says a request that the confirming party responds directly to the auditor, indicating whether the confirming party agrees or disagrees with the information in the request or providing the requested information. Here, negative में, a request of the confirming party respond directly to the auditor only if the confirming party disagrees with the information provided in the request. Okay, this is a definition exception. Just a definition, okay? Maybe in MCQ, not a descriptive answer. Sir, exception means what? I told third party, you give me the balances of July, August, September. July, August, September. He replied to me, but he gave me the balance of October, November, December. I asked him July, August, September. He gave me October, November, December. Reply came, but there was a difference. That difference in English is called as what? Exception. Guys, what it is called? It is called as exception. It is called as what? Exception. A response that indicates a difference between the information requested July, August, September to be confirmed or contained in the entity record and the information provided October, November, December by the confirming party. Both ka difference in English is called as exception. It's called as what? Exception. Then, sir, what are the factors to be considered when designing positive confirmation request? So you can say malare, marale, whatever the code, leram, whatever code you want to make. C, method of communication. How are you communicating? A, assertions being addressed, like you are taking confirmation for purchases or for sales or for data, creditor, third party, whatever you want to check. L, layout and presentation of the request. E, prior experience of the auditor with the third party. If I know the third party, obviously I would have little more reliance on him. Specific identified wrong means risk of material misstatements. A, ability of the confirming party to provide the confirmation or requested information. Whether third party will rely or not, will reply to me or not, that will depend. Okay, so these are the factors. So this is also an exam question. Question number 5. Sir, management refuses to allow the auditor to send confirmation request. Management refuses. You want to speak to the debtor or the creditor. Who will give you the data, creditor, guys? Who will give you? Where does the data stay? What is the number? What is the email ID? Management. Management is saying, no, I will not give you the detail. No, 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 no. You have a right to speak, but management is refusing. What do we do now? Sir, inquire as to the reason and seek evidence as to their validity and the reasonableness. Hey management, why? Why are you saying no to me? Why? Huh? Why? Give me the validity and the reason for it. Evaluate the implications of the refusal on the assessment of form, including the risk of fraud and the nature, time and extent of other audit procedure. You are saying no because of, that means there is some fraud there. Oh, I have to do more audit procedure now. So evaluate the implication of refusal on risk and risk of fraud and NT of other audit procedure. Third, perform alternative audit procedure to obtain relevant and reliable audit procedures. What will you do? You will do alternative audit procedure. If the auditor concludes that the management refusal appears to be unreasonable, it is unreasonable, and he is unable to obtain evidence from alternative audit procedure, what you should do? He should communicate to TCWG as per SA 260. You speak to TCWG. Sir, TCWG means those charged with governance. Basically CEO, CFO, MD, all those people. You speak to them, or best, modify the opinion as per 705. What will you do? Modify the opinion as per 705. Modify the opinion as per SA 705. Best. Never ever worry in the exam. If you think one way, say it is not possible, you remove the green pen from the bag and attack. Modify the opinion as per 705. Why green pen? Sir, auditor ka green pen is a favorite color. We do audit as per with green pen only. We find out the mistake with green pen. Okay. So this is also important. Whenever the management refuses, it can come in MCQ also, steps. So first understand the reason and check the validity. Evaluate the implication of the reason on your item of risk. Okay. Then perform alternative audit procedure. If it is unreasonable, alternate procedure not possible, communicate with TCWG, modify the opinion. Either communicate with TCWG or modify the opinion. Question number 6. What are the steps for procedure for external confirmation? We call it D2H2. D2H2. Sir, determine the information to be confirmed. You want to speak to the debtor or creditor or banker, lawyer, whom? Information. Select the appropriate third party. We will communicate with, guys, people with large balances or small balances. You will communicate with third party, people with large balances or small balances, or all third party or all debtors. So large balances, correct? Large balances, no? So select the appropriate third party. Then D, design the request. Then send the request including follow-up. What will you say? Send the request including follow-up. So determine the information to be confirmed, debtor, creditor. Select the appropriate third party, people with large balance, I will confirm. Then design the request, send the request including follow-up. Question number 7. Limited use of negative confirmation request. Jan 26 exam question. Negative confirmation request. So negative confirmation provides less persuasive audit evidence than positive. Less persuasive. It is less. And accordingly, the auditor should use negative confirmation request only when all of the following conditions are present. Sir, all means all the 4. Number 1. Population consists of large number of small homogeneous account balances. Like for example, petty cash expense, I am getting tea ka bill, tea coffee ka bill. So every day 3-4 items are there. Morning tea, afternoon tea, evening tea in the office, correct? 22 days, 26 days, that is also my office is open into 12 months. So there are so many items. So large number, but of small, 10 rupees, 30 rupees, 20 rupees. Okay, so I can use negative request. From the tea vendor, I can say, okay, take a confirmation. So I can use negative request. Then, low risk of material misstatement. Petty cash means a very low risk of material misstatement, right? And the auditor has obtained sign regarding the operating effectiveness of control. Means internal control is effective and the risk is low. So I can use negative. Third, a very low exception rate is expected. Sir, exception rate means whatever I am asking him, definitely he will reply me. The difference that will be very low. Like for example, I want to communicate with my landlord. How many amount items, number of items would be there of the amount? How many number of items would be there? If I have to confirm with my landlord or a lessor, how many number of items? Use your common sense. Sir, on a higher side, maximum 12. If the rent is quarterly, then 4. But monthly, it is 12 only, right? So 12 items means I need confirmation for 12 items. He will give me confirmation, and generally the amount, guys, that amount, that 12 amounts will be same or different. All the 12 amounts will be same or different. Sir, rent made 12 items, 12 amounts will be same only. At the most, imagine, let us take a probability that there would be a change. Rent must have increased, right? But it will not increase every month. It will increase like after 7 months or 8 months or 10 months. So there would be like 2 items only, 2 different items. So I am taking confirmation from my landlord about the rent expenses, about from my lessor for the rent expenses. Obviously, he will reply me the same. So my low exception rate is there. I can use negative. I can use negative request. Fourth, auditor is not aware of the circumstances that the third party will disregard the request. Means I know that guy will reply to me. He has died. He has shifted to his village. He has left the business. I am not aware about any all those things. As per me, he will reply to me. As per me, he will reply to me. So 4 conditions are there and 4 are and conditions. If all of them are present, then only you will use negative request. Number 1, its population consists of large number of small homogeneous account balance. Number 2, low risk of material misstatement and ICS is strong. It is effective. Third, low exception rate is expected. Fourth, auditor is not aware about any circumstances that third party would disregard the request. How many questions? 7 questions are there. Essay number 505, external confirmation. Understood? Easy? Okay, let's do one more. 510. Okay. So we have done 500, audit evidence 501, audit evidence specific consideration for select item 505, external confirmation 510, opening balance 510, opening balance 510, opening balance 510, opening balance. Initial, this is audit engagement. There's a mistake here. Initial audit engagement. It is written here. So what is initial audit engagement? Means an engagement where the prior period FS are either unaudited or audited by a predecessor. So predecessor basically means the previous auditor. Either it is unaudited or it is audited by somebody else. What do you have to see? What is the objective of this essay? To obtain psi. Whether opening balance contain misstatement that materially affect the current period FS and appropriate accounting policies are reflected in the opening balance which have been consistently applied. General accounting policies should be consistently applied. Acha, if there are changes, it should be APD. If there are changes in the accounting policy, it should be properly APD. APD means accounted, presented, disclosed as per applicable FRF. Accounted, presented, disclosed as per applicable FRF. This is my objective of essay 510. This can also come as a direct question in the exam. Now, first, what is the audit procedure in respect of opening balances? So generally they will be asking you either the scope of this essay is, one is procedure, one is reporting. Procedure mein it is for opening balance, second one is accounting policy, third one is modification in predecessor report. Predecessors auditors report. Reporting also same, opening balances, same accounting policy, same modification. You need to understand the question, what are they asking? Are they asking procedure or are they asking reporting? Because there are total 6 answers in this essay. My first question says procedure. So they are asking procedure for opening balance. Generally in the exam you will find this only, procedure or reporting of opening balance. So we are first reading procedure. So procedure for opening balances. What it says, the auditor should read the most recent FS, if any, and predecessor का auditor's report thereon, if any. So last year का FS, last year का audit report for information which is relevant to opening balances including disclosures. See, when I am auditing a current year, okay, I am checking this year का debit transaction, I am checking this year ka credit transaction. Obviously, I am the auditor for the current year. Then we get a closing balance. Correct? So we'll check closing balance also. But the closing balance will also include opening balances. This closing balance will also include opening balance. Correct? I have got evidence for this. But this opening balance, did we audit it? No, sir. Somebody else have audited. Or they were unaudited. So here I am not talking about this data. I am not talking about this data. I am talking about this opening balance wala data. How audit was done? Can we do all the audit of the last year? No, we were not the auditor. Will not be paid. I just have to check whether it contains misstatement or not. If there is a mistake in the opening balance, use common sense. If there is a misstatement or mistake in the opening balance, obviously it will be a misstatement in the closing balance. Correct? Wherein we are the auditor, it will affect our opinion. So we are doing the procedure on opening balance. Okay, how do we do that? Sir, read the most recent FS and last year auditor's report. Read that. The auditor shall obtain SI whether the opening balance contain misstatement that materially affect the current period FS. How? Sir, check whether the last year ka closing balance have been correctly brought forward to the current period. Correct? Boss, whatever last year ka closing balance is there, it has to be mandatorily this year ka opening balance. Then determine whether opening balance reflects the application of appropriate accounting policies. Whatever last year accounting policies were followed, same this have been followed this year also. And perform one or more of the following. What will you do? Perform one or more of the following. What will you perform, sir? So C में 1, 2, 3, 4. First, whether last year का FS were audited, obtain the copies of the last year का FS and other documents related to last year का FS. Evaluate whether audit procedure performed in the current period provide evidences relevant to opening balance. Procedure performed in the current period are providing any evidence regarding opening balance. I am checking current year. So because of current year checking, whether I am getting any evidence for the opening balance, check that. If not, perform specific audit procedure to obtain evidence regarding opening balances. Means you will perform specific procedure on opening balances. Point number 2 said you are doing procedure on the current items. Because of that, are you getting evidence for opening balance? Do that. Acha, if you are not getting it, you perform some procedure only on opening balances. Okay. I am not auditing last year ka FS. No, we were not the auditor. Somebody else have done it. I can't do the audit also because I am not the auditor for the last year. I am the auditor for the current year. So I am just getting the evidence for opening balances. If the auditor concludes that, what does he concludes? That opening balance contain misstatement affecting current period FS. Perform additional audit procedures. Sir, opening balance में there is a misstatement which is affecting current period FS. Perform additional procedure. Sir, opening balance is correct, but there is a misstatement in the current period FS. Communicate with TCWG. Understand the answer. Opening balance में misstatement was there because of which current period is getting affected. Perform additional procedure. Acha, opening balance is correct, but there is a misstatement in the current period. Communicate with TCWG. Communicate with TCWG. This is A. So we have done procedure for opening balances. Now we are doing procedure for accounting policy. Procedure for accounting policy. Audit procedure for consistency of accounting policy. Always remember 2 points. Sir, accounting policy should be consistently applied. If there are changes, it should be APD. Same point. So the auditor should check whether the accounting policies reflected in the opening balance have been consistently applied. If there are changes, it should be APD. What is APD? Accounted, presented, disclosed as per applicable FRA, Financial Reporting Framework. Over. Third, procedure for modification in the predecessor auditor's report. Guys, I have to ask you, predecessor means the previous auditor. What does the word modification means here? Modification the predecessor auditor's report. Modification means what? Modification means what? I have taught you today only. I just taught you there are two opinions, unmodified, modified. Modification means any opinion other than clean opinion. Modification means any opinion other than clean opinion. So last year के report में it was either qualified or adverse or disclaimer. Okay. So it says if the prior period FS were audited by a previous auditor and there was a modification in the opinion, means any opinion other than clean, means which one? Qualified, adverse, disclaimer. The auditor shall evaluate the effect of the matter giving rise to the modification in assessing the ROM in the current period FS as per SA 315. Sir, because of that modification is current period का FS में some effect is there, you will assess that by a following which SA 315. Risk वाला का SA is 315. Risk वाला SA is 315. Okay. Reporting. Now same point, reporting also 3 points, opening balances, accounting policy, modification. Opening balances, very simple. If the auditor concludes that the opening balance contain misstatement, opening balance में mistake is there and which is affecting current period का FS, which is affecting current period का FS, which opinion you will give? You will give either qualified opinion or adverse opinion. Which opinion guys? Either qualified or adverse, either qualified or adverse. Sir, if the auditor is unable to obtain SI, sir, SI means what? Sufficient appropriate audit evidence, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. What he will do? He will give qualified or disclaimer of opinion. All these three basically means what? Modified. All these three basically means what? Modified. Hold on, I have a diagram. I'll be teaching you in the next chapter when we do modification wala point. Now see, opinion are of two kinds. One is unmodified, other one is modified. Unmodified means unqualified, clean opinion. Modified means qualified, adverse, disclaimer. If there is everything correct out of this four, which opinion you will give? If everything is correct, which opinion you will give? That we will learn, my friend, materiality and all those things. But if I am saying everything, always assume it is a material. Always, obviously, if it is immaterial, you will not check only. If it is material, then only we are about to give opinion. So if everything is correct, I will give unqualified opinion or unmodified opinion or clean opinion. If there is a problem, there is a mistake, I will give modified opinion. Now, if the misstatements is very big, lot of problems are there, choose which one will you give? Lot of problems are there, guys. Lot of problem. So I will give adverse. Some problem is there. Some problem. Qualified. Some problem is, my friend, qualified. Some problem is what? Qualified. Sir, I have not seen the documents only. Nothing I have seen. If you have not seen anything, what you can do? I can't do. What you do? Do. DOO, disclaimer of opinion. When you can't do, what you do? Do. So more detail mein when we do audit report chapter, I'll be teaching how to decide whether it's qualified, adverse, disclaimer. But in simple sense, just remember, if everything is correct, unmodified, unqualified, clean. There's a misstatement, big misstatement, adverse. Some misstatement, qualified. Hey, I have not seen only. When I can't do, what I do? Do. Disclaimer of opinion. I'll be teaching you in detail when we do in the next class, okay? Like this I'll teach you, okay? Now see, if there's a misstatement is there. Now you tell me, if there's a misstatement in the opening balances, which opinion you should give? Sir, misstatement is there. Modified mein which one? So if it is a big, adverse, small, qualified. So we have written what? Auditor shall express qualified or adverse opinion. How to decide big, how to decide small, we will do it in the next class. But just remember, you have tried qualified and adverse. Sir, I have not got evidence only. I have not got evidence. I have not got any evidence. I will give disclaimer. I have got some I have not got. Either qualified or either disclaimer. If you are not getting evidence, you will write qualified, disclaimer. If there is a misstatement, you will write qualified or adverse. Clear? Sir, consistency of accounting policy. just do whatever we have studied, just do the reverse of it. Sir, accounting policy should be consistently applied. It is not consistently applied. If there are changes, it should be APD. Changes are not APD. Changes in the accounting policy is not adequately presented, not disclosed, no, okay, as per FRF. Just do the opposite. Now you tell me which opinion you will give. There are 4: unmodified, qualified, adverse, disclaimer. Which one? Come on everybody. Harshit, I am waiting for your answer. Everybody else has given. Shri Krishna, which one? I have seen, so there's a misstatement. So clean will not go. I have seen, so disclaimer also went away. I am left with what? Either qualified or adverse. It will depend upon your pervasiveness. What is pervasiveness? Basically, it is universal application, how it is getting affected on the FS. So I'll give either qualified or adverse. Correct? Sir, there is a modification in the previous auditor's report. There's a modification in the previous auditor's report. So if there's a modification in the previous auditor's report and that is relevant in the current period, what will you do? Sir, I will modify the auditor's opinion on the current period FS accordingly. If the previous auditor's opinion regarding prior period FS included modification and that remains relevant and material to the current period FS, what will you do? You will modify the opinion on the current period FS. Guys, modify means what? Please write in the chat. Modify means what? Very good, Manish. Unclean opinion means qualify, adverse, disclaimer. Either qualify or adverse or disclaimer. Understood? We have done 4 essays. 500 is audit evidence, 501 is audit evidence, specific consideration for selected item, 505 external confirmation, 510 initial audit engagements, opening balances. 4 essays are pending, 4 we have done. Very big chapter, it's around 12 to 16, 18 marks chapter. Okay, now the homework for the day is you will read these 4 essays. Don't solve question because we have not completed the chapter. Okay, if you want to solve question, just solve the questions of these 4 standards only. 500, 501, 505, 510. Okay, plus. Okay, so I am sending the notes and the analysis to the team. They are sending it to you. If they are not sent it by the evening, just message me on my Instagram or on Telegram. Okay, sir, I need today's session notes. Okay, I'll send you so that you are at par with me. Okay, so you can join via this QR. Either on you can message me on Instagram. You can search Abhishek Bansal, Professor Abhishek Bansal. Get it. Okay, connect with me. I'll send you the notes. I'll be teaching you from this notes itself every day. Okay, so chapter by chapter, I'll be sending you the notes. Number 2. In this week there will be a little change in the timing. Okay, maybe I'll take a class tomorrow because Wednesday I'm not available. I'll speak to the team. They'll update you by today evening when is the next class. We'll make sure if you have joined any other subject, it is not getting clash with any other subject. Okay, from the next week it will be morning only, 9:30 to 11:30. Okay, only this week you need to adjust with me. Fine with everybody? It could be in morning, it could be in evening, depending upon when the slot is available. Okay, just adjust little. Okay, and I'll be teaching you all the important stuff so that you are ready for the exam. Cool. So bye guys, take care. We meet in the next class with the same chapter, audit evidence. Okay, and if you want to remove the printout, you can remove the printout. You can study from the soft copy also. Cool. I hope the session was good. You have enjoyed it. You have cleared all your concept. Revise those 4 standards and come back in the next class. Done everybody? Thank you. Sure. Bye everybody. Take care. Bye. We meet in the next class. Thank you. Bye bye. So, hi guys, welcome back to the class, and we were doing audit evidence chapter, which is very important chapter. In the previous session, we have discussed few standards. I'll just tell you what we have discussed. Audit evidence comes for approximately 12 marks. Shri Krishna have sent you the notes or the handwritten note what you see on the screen in the chat. You can download it from there. Okay, it's free for everybody. So we have done 500, that is audit evidence. We have done 501, that is audit evidence specific consideration for selected items. We did 505 also, that is basically external confirmation, and we did 51000 is your opening balances. So 4 we have done. We are doing now the other 4. Okay. Now this handwritten notes are free completely. You can study from here. So do the handwritten notes, mug up the answers from here, and do the past questions. Where do you get past questions? You will get past question from module ISM basically. Towards the end, if you say test yourself, just do those question answers are here. Okay. Plus, so I'll be sharing this analysis. Shri Krishna, have you got this analysis also? So this we have done till Jan 26, May 26 ka suggested is I think not yet out. Once it is out, I'll be updating that also. This analysis talks about May 24, okay, September 24, Jan 25, May 25, September 25 and Jan 26. So these are the analysis. When you do some analysis, you understand like which chapters are important. If you see these chapters, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is 10 marks, 9 marks, 8 marks, 10 marks. And chapter number 8 is basically around 10 marks and chapter number 11 is around 14 marks. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 and 11. These 6 chapters have to be a forte. It has to be done very well, very well. Okay. So Sri Krishna, you can send this. You don't have the analysis. So I'll just send again in the group so that you can share it here also. This is just the descriptive analysis. Now, this is MCQ analysis. Arey, yeah. So all those people who don't have this notes, you please take it from Sri Krishna. I have sent him, okay, in the group. Or else you can also follow me on Telegram, Instagram and YouTube. Once again, I'll just show you the QR. Okay. In the meantime, let's talk. Okay, can you tell me what is SA 500? The name of SA 500, right in the chat. SA 500. Let's quickly recall whatever we have studied. SA 500, guys. Anybody? Even if it's wrong, it's absolutely okay. We are here to study. Very good, Manish. SA 500 is audit evidence. Okay. When we talk about SA 505, it is basically external confirmation. How many types of external confirmations are there? Please write how many types of external confirmations are there. Anybody? Manish, you were there on the previous session. Answer. How many kinds of external confirmations? There are two kinds of external confirmation. Correct. Very good, Hari Krishnan. Two kinds. Positive, negative. Positive mein you will say, dear third party, you will reply to me in all the cases whether you are agreeing or whether you are disagreeing. Negative mein, dear third party, will reply to me only if you disagree. Only if you disagree. Okay. Then 501 is basically audit evidence specific consideration for selected items. There are three items. Inventory litigation segment. Inventory litigation segment. Okay. Then we have done 510O is basically your opening balances. Initial audit engagements, opening balances. Initial audit engagements, opening balances. Sir, initial audit engagement, opening balance means what? Can you send somebody define what is initial audit engagement? Even if it's wrong, it's okay. Initial audit engagements, opening balances. Agreements made in the beginning of audit, that's wrong. Manish, that is wrong. Anybody else? Initial audit engagements, opening balances. It is there in your syllabus. It was there in your syllabus. There is no change. There is no amendment. It was there. Initial audit engagements, opening balance. Very good, Hari Krishnan. Sir, when an audit is performed for the first time, either the previous accounts are unaudited, either the previous financial statements are unaudited, or they were audited by the predecessor. Either they were unaudited or were audited by the predecessor. Okay. So guys, this is the QR for my Telegram. This is the QR for Instagram. This is the QR for YouTube. So you can connect with me anywhere. So Sri Krishna has anyways shared the notes in the group. He has shared the audit evidence chapter notes. He has shared the analysis what we have done. He has also shared the MCQ analysis. So we have done all the analysis for the entire syllabus. So you can study, you can analyze, and you can start studying. Okay. In case of any doubt, if you have, you can buzz me on Instagram or Telegram, or you can connect with me via YouTube. I keep on uploading all the lectures on YouTube. Okay. That's the QR for Telegram. QR for Instagram in case you don't get access to Telegram or some issue is there, on YouTube for all the revision session. So you can connect with me. Okay. So I'll be teaching you from my handwritten notes, and then towards the end we'll be solving the questions. Now, today's target is to finish the balance 4 essays. So we have done 500, we have done 501, 505 and 510. 4 we have done. Now we're doing 520. In case if you have your teacher ka notes, you can open that notes, okay, or you can read from the screen, okay. I have in front of you PDF of which has been shared in the chat. You can download, okay. Others who are watching me right now, guys, I request you, it's a normal class, you be interactive with me, you please write chat with me in the session so that you are concentrating in the session, okay, because via Zoom it will be difficult to understand. I mean, for me as a teacher, whether you are understood or not. So the chat is the only medium. Arshad, I'll ask the team to share the recording of the previous session because we have a very limited time wherein I have to finish all the 11 chapters. So doing the entire previous class will be very difficult. Okay, so I'll ask the team to share you the recording of it. So the next channel what we are doing is essay 520. Okay. So what does 520 mean? Sir, 520 is basically analytical procedure. 520 is basically what? Analytical procedure. So what do we analyze? See, when we go to the client place for doing audit, we see lot of data. Which data we see? We see financial data. Right? But do we do analysis of financial or non-financial or both? Please write in the chat. We do analysis of financial data or non-financial data or both. Please write in the chat, even if it's wrong, it's okay. It will raise your confidence, guys. So we do analysis of both financial data also as well as non-financial data also. Now, for example, financial, I am saying, sir, I am checking sales. So sales of one quarter vis-a-vis other quarter. Sales of the current year vis-a-vis the previous year. Sales of my client vis-a-vis the sales of the previous client. So that is financial data, right? Purchase, sales, inventory, expenses, income, all those of the are examples of financial data. Can you give me examples of any non-financial data? I have given the financial data example. Any example of non-financial data? Arshad, Sri Krishna, Manish, Deva. Any example of non-financial data? No, analysis. Arshad, you have to do analysis. Internal control. How can you do analysis? An example. Number of employees. Number of employees not a financial data. It does not come in FS. It does not come in FS. It is a non-financial data. Correct? Number of employees. Then employee ka working capacity. Like employees efficiency. So in 1 hour, my client's employees is making 2 units, for example. Wherein competitor ka they are making 3 units. So it's a non-financial data. See, anything which comes in the financial statement is called as financial data, which does not come in financial statement, it's a non-financial data. So it says evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible, the word is correct, plausible, 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 that is predictable relationship among both financial as well as non-financial data. So you do the analysis of financial information by understanding the relationship with both financial as well as non-financial data. Now, predictable relationship. Now, what is this predictable? What is this plausible relationship? Now, understand, if client ka sales have increased every year, what else other thing would have definitely increased? I am saying I saw month-wise sale, April, May, June. The sale is on the increasing trend. So, that is my analysis. So, automatically my brain should start processing that if sales have increased, something else must have also increased. What is that something else, guys? If sales have increased, so very good, ISA, right? Profit must have also increased, very good. What else? See, we do not know it has increased or not, but yeah, it may increase, right? Sir, variable cost must have increased, contribution must have also increased, very good. Sir, debtors, if they are doing credit sales, imagine first it was 1 crore ka sale, then the debtors were around 40 lakhs. Now the sales have increased to 10 crores, so logically debtors must have also increased, correct? Sir, if they are making huge number of sales, so their cost of production must have also increased. Sir, their inventory must have also increased. We do not know, we have to go and check, but we are just assuming that this all have increased because these are relationships, predictable relationships, these are interconnected. Okay. Now, if I am saying one more example, in the P&L, marketing expense have increased. Every quarter mein marketing expense have increased, like 25 lakh was, then it was 50 lakhs, then 75 lakh, then 1 crore. Every quarter, that expenses have doubled. Use your brain. If marketing expense have increased, what else must have also increased? Marketing expense. Very good, Manish. Sales must have also increased, sir. Sir, because marketing is directly related to sales, then sales say debtor. Debtor say inventory. Everything is interconnected, right? So it is called as predictable relationships. So marketing is expenses is increasing day by day, month to month, quarter to quarter, but sales are falling. Boss, marketing is increasing, sales are falling. Marketing is increasing, sales are falling. Now you tell me, what as an auditor, what will your thought process be? What your thought process be? Sir, generally with marketing expense increasing, sales should also increase, correct? But yes, sales are falling. Sales are falling. Now, as an auditor, what will be your thought process? As an auditor, what will be your thought process? Sir, it could be overstated marketing expenses or maybe unrecorded sales, or maybe, sir, there is some fraud happening there, we do not know, na? So what will happen? Sir, if it results, sir, if there is a problem there which is not matching with the trend, I will check on sample basis or I will check on detail basis. Tell me, I will check on sample basis or on detail basis? Detail basis. That means you will do investigation. Arshad, see, if everything is correct, I will just do sampling. But if I have a problem there, see, marketing increasing, so sales should also increase, sales not increasing, then I will do investigation. What I will do investigation means 100% checking. It will come here. Now see, analytical procedures also encompasses such investigation, what I just told you, which is necessary of the identified fluctuations or relationships which are inconsistent with other relevant information, which are inconsistent. Marketing says sales should also increase, or which differ from the expected information, or which differ from the expected value by a significant amount. Third, analytical procedures include the consideration of comparisons of the entity's financial information as well as with consideration of relationships. Now what it is? So when you do comparison of entity ka financial information means what? You are comparing the information for prior periods or maybe quarter on quarter basis. This year versus last year. Our client versus competitor client. This is basically comparing entity ka financial information. Sir, what does consideration of relationship means? Which I told you, sales. Okay. Now, like for example, if salary is increasing means what else must have happened? Sir, number of employees must have increased, or maybe sir, we have increased the salary of per employee, correct? So, among element of financial information that would be expected to confirm a predictable pattern based on the entity ka experience such as gross margin percentages. Example, between financial information relevant non-financial information such as payroll cost is a financial information, number of employees is non-financial information. So this is comparison consideration of relationship. This also has come in the exam. Define what is consideration of relationship in analytical procedure. Basically you confirm the financial information with a predictable pattern. Example, comparing financial information with the relevant non-financial information. So payroll cost becomes the financial information, number of employees becomes the non-financial information. Okay. Then question number 2, it says what are the objective of essay 520? See, at final level they will never ask you objectives of a particular standard, but at inter level they may definitely ask you, or they may test you in MCQ also. What are the objective of essay 520? Refer page so and so. So this I have mapped it from the model, which are direct answers. Hold on. Now see, module page 4.101. Okay. Essay 520 we are doing objective. What is the objective, sir? To obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence when using SAP. What is SAP? Substantive Analytical Procedure. Basically, what are you checking? You are checking tally. Means basically you are checking accounting software. Maybe SAP, maybe Excel. So whatever procedure we performed on accounting system, it is called as what? Substantive procedure. Here we are doing analysis. So that's the reason we call it substantive analytical procedures. Number 2. To design and perform AP. AP means analytical procedure near the end of the audit that assists the auditor when forming a conclusion as to whether the financial statements are consistent with the auditor's understanding of the entity. So whatever I have assumed about the entity, whether it is matching with my thought process or not, how can I judge that? By doing analytical procedure. So these are the 2 objectives of essay 520. Direct question in the exam. Okay. So this you have to do directly from the model. I have mapped in the notes. Question number 3. How does AP helps in planning phase of audit? How does AP helps in planning phase of audit? See, basically there are 3 phases. One is planning, other one is testing, other one is completion. So this can come in the MCQ. Planning, testing, completion. Planning, testing, completion. 3 phases are there. But in the module they have just given explanation of planning phase. What will you say? Sir, AP is used in all phase of audit. AP is used in all phase of audit. AP is used in all phase of audit. So all phase basically means 3 phases. Which are the 3 phases? Planning, testing, completion. What it is? Planning, testing, completion. The explanation in the module they have just given for planning phase. Now, in planning phase, APs assist the auditor. Why? In understanding the client's business and identifying the area of potential risk by indicating the aspects and developments in the entity's business of which he was previously unaware. Now, for example, if I am going for a manufacturing client, so obviously they will have a lot of taxes. GST would be there, maybe some excise would be applicable, maybe some VAT would be applicable. And so when I do analysis, sir, expenses are increasing, so correspondingly sales must have also increased. This is my understanding. But sales are not increasing, only expenses are increasing. Sir, there is some risk. So by doing analysis, what I will come to know? I will come to know about the risk which affect the entity ka business. Number 2. This information helps the auditor in determining the NTE. What is NTE? Nature, timing and extent nature, timing and extent of other audit procedures. Now when I have taught that this, like for example Arshad said, okay sir we will do audit on sample, agreed. Practically we do audit only on sampling. But if I am finding inconsistencies, if I am finding risk there, obviously I will not do on sample, I will do 100% checking, I will check in detail. So what will happen? It helps in determining, analysis helps in determining the NTE of my other audit procedures. Third, APs are used for both financial information also and non-financial information also. Financial information also and non-financial information also. Okay. So this is question number 3. How does AP helps in planning phase? AP help in all 3 phases. What are the 3 phases? Planning, testing, completion. It is helpful in all 3 phases. Then, important answer, how are APs used as substantive test? How are APs used as substantive test? I just taught you substantive test means basically substantive procedure, means a procedure which is applied on accounting system. You must have studied like this, something called as TOC, TOD. TOC, TOD. What is TOC guys? Have you heard about this word? TOC, TOD. TOC means test of control, very good. And TOD, test of details. So test of control basically means what? You are doing checking of internal control system. Test of control, control ka test, internal control system. Test of details basically means you are checking accounting system. That test of detail ka other name is what? Substantive test. So this is used for internal control system. This is used for accounting system. Accounting system basically means your accounting software like Tally, SAP, Oracle, Zoho Books, Intuit, yes, this all are your softwares. Okay. Now, how are APs used as substantive test? Now you tell me, you have to do analysis. Okay. You are going for audit. I am giving you one client. Imagine the client is hotel industry. Hotel. So in hotel industry ka, you saw the P&L, you saw the balance sheet, you are on the tally. Okay. What area mein you can do analysis? On what item you can do analysis? Tell me. Hotel business. You can think like financial information, non-financial information, anything. Please write in the chat. Tell me. Hotel business, anything. Manish, Sri Krishna, Isha. Anything, any number. So I'll give you a hint. For example, sales. Hotel ka P&L mein you have seen sales. So sales mein what different analysis you can do? Sales. Imagine the sales, I draw a P&L. So imagine I am seeing Taj Hotel. I got a figure of 10 crore sales. Now this 10 crore must have become 10 crore by adding lot of amounts, correct? So this sales of 10 crore, it is one day ka sales ya entire year ka sales? At least tell me that. One day ka sale ya entire year ka sale? It's for entire year, correct? So how this sale became 10 crore for the entire year? You can do different kinds of analysis. What analysis you can do? You are a chartered accountant, my friend. Oh, happy CA day, guys. Happy CA day. Happy birthday to all of us. Very good, Manish. So, room rent versus number of rooms. If there are 500 rooms and room rent is 5,000 rupees, okay, into number of days it was occupied. That is one analysis I can do. What else? How this 10 crore became 10 crore? What other different analysis you can do? That's one of the way. Yamuna, Shri Krishna, can you answer? Manish, Isha. Even if it's wrong, it's okay. We are here to study. Come on, tell me. Very good. Monthly sales you can compare. Previous year ka sales with the current year. Previous year with the current year. I can do analysis of rooms, deluxe rooms versus super deluxe room. Correct? That is one of the analysis. Occupancy rate versus vacancy rate. You must have heard in your costing paper. Occupancy, vacancy rate. Have you heard this? Occupancy versus vacancy. So this is what I am using different kind of analytical procedures, correct? Now one more example. Imagine I am giving, like in Mumbai, we have something called as Reliance Hospital. Arey yaar. My iPad got disconnected again. Reliance Hospital, okay? Imagine Reliance Hospital is there. Now instead of Taj Hotel, just imagine Reliance Hospital. They have a sale ka figure of 10 crore. Reliance Hospital has a figure of 10 crore ka sales. Now here what analysis you will do? Tell me. Here what analysis you will do? Correct. Number of patients. Very good, Yamuna. Number of patients versus the bills. Bill. Correct. What else? Types of services and the charge for the service. Correct. OPD versus admission. OPD is like you go do the bandage and come out. Admission basically you stay there for like 2-3 days. Then surgical versus non-surgical analysis we can do. Very good. Number of surgery versus vis-a-vis patients. Correct. Very good. So what are you doing? You are doing different kinds of analysis to get the sale ka figure, right? Acha. Whatever data you have, whatever thoughts you have for hospital, the thoughts were different vis-a-vis the hotels, correct? Now imagine academy, our academy only you can take, coaching academy. Coaching academy sales ka figure is 10 crore. Whatever data, whatever formulas, whatever thought process you had for hospital and hotel, can you use the same for a coaching academy? Guys, can you use that same for a coaching academy? Tell me. Patients. Yeah, patient. No, sir. So here what analysis you can do? Tell me. Use your brain. You are an auditor, guys. Here what analysis you can do? Number of students versus total sales. Very good. Versus fees also you can say. Number of students versus fees. Books sold. Okay. Books versus offline classes. Offline versus online admission. Correct? How much is offline? How much is online? Then student ka category. Foundation versus inter versus final. Correct? Then inter may also group 1 how many, group 2 how many. Then you can do region wise also. Like for example, we have from somebody from Chennai. So we have a good band of Chennai students, Erode, Coimbatore students. Okay, maybe from Tamil Nadu, or we can do state wise also. Tamil Nadu vis-a-vis, let us assume Andhra vis-a-vis Karnataka, vis-a-vis Kerala. We can do that also. What it is? It is analytical procedures. Now understood what is analytical procedures? So you do different kind of analysis to check whether the data in the financial statement is correct or not. Okay. Have you understood the background of the answer? Now see. Arey yaar. Today iPad is creating lot of problem. See, again it got stuck. Now see, how APs are used as substantive tests. So I have a code here called as SREA. Guys, what is the code? SREA, S-R-E-A, S. Determine the suitability of particular SAP taking into account the risk of material misstatement and the test of details if any. Sir, suitability of SAP basically is the procedure like what I told you now. Hotel ke liye you will have different comparison, hospital ke liye you have different comparisons, and coaching academy ke liye you will have different comparisons. Okay? Number 2 is R. R is what? Reliability of data. Reliability of data. You tell me data coming from BCom graduate, like at client place we have BCom graduate ka team and we have chartered accountants ka team. So data coming from chartered accountant team and data coming from BCom graduate team, which you as an auditor you will see where the data would be more reliable, more trustable. Where? BCom graduate team or CA team? Sir, CA team. If client has internal control system or if client does not have internal control system, if client has internal control system, if client does not have internal control system, data would be reliable more where? Internal control there or internal control not there? Sir, if they have internal control, yes, my reliance would be more, right? So you will evaluate the reliability of data from which the auditor's expectations of recorded amounts or ratios is developed. Now, reliability of data cannot be a separate question. It is influenced by following factors. We say SCNC. What it is? SCNC. S, source of the information available, from where it is coming. Comparability of the information available. Can you compare or not? Like petty cash cannot be compared. Rent expense can be compared with months. Sales can be compared via different ways. Purchase can be compared. Nature and relevance of the information available. And controls over preparation of the information available. This can be asked in MCQ also. Identify which of the factors does not influence the reliability of data. The factors which influence is SCNC. S, source of information available, comparability of the information available, nature and relevance of the information available, and control over preparation of the information available. Okay. So my main answer is SREA, in that S is suitability of SAP, R is reliability of data, E, develop an expectation of the recorded amounts and evaluate whether the expectation is precise to identify misstatement which may cause FS to be materially misstated. Like for example, if I have done the analysis 5 to 10% here and there, it is okay. So 5 to 10% is what? It is my expectation of the recorded amounts. It is my expectation level. But when I was doing analysis, I found out like more than 15% difference, more than 20% difference. What I will do? I will do investigation. So A is determine the amount of difference, of the recorded amounts from expected values, which is acceptable, without further investigation, So up to 10% I will not investigate, but more than 10% I will investigate. What is this 10%? It is my expected amount. It can differ from person to person, CA to CA. So guys, my main code here is SREA. S, suitability of SAP, reliability of data, expected amounts, acceptable difference. Suitability of SAP, reliability of data, expected amounts and acceptable difference. You have to write this answer in the point form only. Okay. Now reliability of data, there is one more answer. What are the factors which influence the reliability of data? The code is SCNC. Source of information, comparability of the information, nature and relevance of the information, control over preparation of the information available. Okay. Now two more answer. How will you investigate the results of AP? Now if there are more than 10%, like my expectation amount was 10%, up to 10% difference here and there, no problem, I will not do anything. But if there are more than 10%, what I will do? I will do investigation. That means 100% checking. I will do investigation. Sir, if APs are performed as per SA 520, which identifies fluctuations or relationships that are inconsistent with other information or which differ from the expected by a significant amount, then the auditor shall investigate such differences, by how? 2. Inquire with the management and obtain appropriate evidence relating to management responses. Inquire with the management, ask them why, what, how, and perform other audit procedure as necessary in the circumstance. Only 2 points are there. So the question looks like a 4-mark answer, but the answer is only 2 points. Inquire with the management and obtain evidence relating to management response. Number 2, Perform other audit procedure as necessary in the circumstance. Inquire with the management, perform other audit procedure. Inquire with the management, perform other audit procedure. See the question, what are they asking? Are they asking investigation? What of results of AP? Investigation, results of AP. So you will write just 2 points. Okay. Then, sir, what are the techniques? What are the techniques used by the auditor while applying SAP? So this is techniques used for applying SAP. People who have attended my first session, I have taught you techniques to obtain audit evidence. Can you answer anybody? People who have not studied through me, but still if you know, what are the techniques to obtain audit evidence? What are the techniques to obtain audit evidence? Anybody? Or a ICI. Observation, re-performance, inspection, confirmation, analytical review, inquiry. Correct. Correct, Manish. Or a ICI. So don't get confused if the question comes on what are the techniques to obtain audit evidence? Techniques to obtain audit evidence. Techniques to obtain audit evidence. Or a ICI. Techniques while applying SAP. Techniques while applying SAP. Techniques while applying SAP. The code is THOROUGH. What is the code, guys? Here, THOROUGH. What is the code? THOROUGH. T. Trend analysis. R. Ratio analysis. One more R. Reasonableness test. S. Structural modeling. Sir, trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, structural modeling. Trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, structural modeling. So they can ask you in MCQ, they can ask you descriptive also, what are the techniques, or they can ask you define what is reasonableness test, what is structural modeling. Okay? Now one by one. Trend. Sir, trend analysis, it is the most common technique. Correct? It is a comparison of current data with the prior period balances or with trending two or more prior period balances. This year vis-a-vis last year or maybe last to last year. Trend. R is ratio analysis. It is used for analyzing assets, liabilities, revenue, expense amount. Correct? For all the things you can use. It can be compared over time or the ratios of separate entities within the group or with the competitor or with the ratios of other companies in the same industry, basically competitors. So you're doing comparison of the ratios of your company and other client ka company, other competitor ka company. That is ratio analysis. Reasonableness test. What I have just taught you, like hotel ke liye, you will compare room, super deluxe, deluxe, suite. Correct? That can't be used for hospital. Hospital ka data like patient, inpatient, outpatient, basically OPD vis-a-vis non-OPD can't be used for students. It is called as reasonableness test. Unlike trend analysis, this AP does not rely on the events of prior period. You don't rely on the prior period, but rely upon the non-financial data for the audit period under consideration. So this is called as reasonableness test. Whatever you're testing is reasonable or not. Then structure modeling. So what is the structure modeling? Diagrammatic. In foundation, you must have studied, if you have come through foundation route, bar diagram, pie chart, histogram. You have heard all this? Linear bar diagram. Correct? So all this is what structural modeling. A modeling tool that constructs a statistical model from the financial as well as non-financial or prior accounting periods to predict current account balances. Example, linear regression or pie chart. All these are what your structural modeling. So the code is THOROUGH. Trend, ratio, reasonableness test, structural modeling. Understood, guys? Techniques for 520, techniques for analytical process, THOROUGH. Trend, ratio, reasonableness test, structural modeling. Any doubt till now? Okay. Now let us evaluate. I will evaluate you, you evaluate me. I do your audit, you do my audit. I have just taught you SA 520. Now see the level of question. I am opening May 26 ka paper. This is latest paper, okay? May 26. There was an MCQ of 2 mark. Like this question came, okay? I want everybody in the session to answer. Even if it is wrong, it is absolutely okay. CA Verma performed various substantive and analytical procedures. The time you see this word, brain should start processing SA 520, 520, 520 in the above case study. Which type of procedure is being performed in each of the given 4 circumstances? Hold on. For this, we have to read the case study. We'll be reading it. Now, one procedure is what? Ratio. Okay. Second is, I have to write alphabets also. So they have given some procedures, 3, 4. Here they have given A, ratio, B, structural, C, reasonable, D, trend. Okay. You have to do the match the column. These are the 4 procedures. Let's read. Then you do match the column. Then we'll choose the answer. Okay. The auditor carried out following substantive analytical audit procedure to collect other audit evidence. The auditor compares. This is the first procedure. The auditor compares the current year ka admin expense with the expense of the previous 4 years and analyze the fluctuation. This is the first one. So I am writing here for my understanding, comparing last year versus 4 years. Okay. 2, 3, 4 is here. He noticed that the company sales commission at 4% total sales. Based on the total sales during the year, the auditor estimates the expected commission and compares it with the commission expense record in the books. Third, he compared the inventory turnover ratio of the current year with that of the previous year. Okay. Fourth, using historical data of production volume, okay, and power consumption, the auditor develops a statistical model to estimate expected electricity expenses for the current year. Ignore the story, concentrate on the words. Let's do first easy wala. You tell me, fourth procedure is what? Fourth procedure is what, guys? Fourth procedure. Sir, fourth procedure is structural. Fourth is what? Fourth is structural. Statistical, correct? Now, very easy. Third one. What is third one, guys? Sir, I got the hint. Ratio. Sir, ratio. Correct? Now, if I read this I have taught you. The auditor compares the current year ka expenses with the previous year. Current year versus previous year, current year versus previous year. What are we doing? Sir, one is D. Correct? So logically 2 becomes what? B. So my options, if I see, sir, 1 is D, 2 is B, 3 is A, 4 is B. Oh, sorry, 2 is D, my mistake. Eh? 1 is D. What I did? Mistake. 1 is D, 2 is B, 3 is A, no, 2 is C. 2 is C, reasonable, sorry. 2 is C. D, C, A, B. D, C, A, B. Now I'll go to the option. DCAB, DCAB, DCAB. Correct? Which is the right answer? D. Let's check the answer. Suggestion have not come, but I have analyzed. I'll just show you. This is third question. Third ka has to be D. Third ka has to be D. 3 ka 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 D. No, 3 ka is D only. Why I have written A? Three is D. 3 is D only, right? Understood the level of question? Like this question will come in the exam. Like this question. Okay. So trend, ratio, reasonableness test, structural modeling. Now, next answer what we are doing is essay 610. Let's do 610 also. It's very easy standard. Okay. And then we'll take a small 5 minutes break. Then we do the balance 2 essays. Okay. So this chapter gets over today itself. And after this chapter gets over, you will do the question. If you have your teacher ka book, from his book or her book, or from the model behind, just do the questions. Do the theory from my notes. PDF has been shared. Okay, if you have not got it, you can connect with me on Instagram or Telegram. Just tell me, sir, I have not got the PDF. I will share the PDF to you guys. Okay. Now see. It says essay 610 using the work of internal auditor. Essay 610 using the work of internal auditor. 610 using the work of internal auditor. In India, which audit is mandatory? Statutory audit or internal audit? Statutory audit or internal audit? Which audit is mandatory, guys? Statutory. Very good, Manish. Sir, internal audit is not mandatory, but it becomes mandatory if you have done in your law. Section 138 is applicable. Section 138. Remember internal audit? Accounts of company chapter, CA intermediate law paper, 138 section. Okay. Can somebody tell me what is the qualification of internal auditor? Who can become an internal auditor? Anybody, any idea? Who can become internal auditor? No, Manish, you are wrong. Very good. Any person can become internal auditor. Any person can become internal auditor. CA plus COP, only a CA, CS, MBA, anybody can become internal auditor. There is no such qualification for internal auditor. Okay. Now, this is basically objective. Achha, out of stat and out of internal, who has more scope? Out of stat auditor, out of internal auditor, who has more scope? Obviously stat. Internal will go and report it to the stat. Stat will not go. Internal will go and report it to stat. Now see, sir, what are the objectives of external auditor where entity has internal audit function? Internal audit function, internal auditor, internal audit department, all three means the same. Sir, following are the objectives. To determine whether the work of internal audit functions or direct assistance from the internal auditor can be used, And if so, in which areas and to what extent? If the company has internal auditor, can I use him? If yes, in what areas I can use and to what extent I can use? Sir, in using the work of internal audit function to determine whether the work is adequate for the purpose of audit or not. If I am using internal audit department, internal auditor, whether the work is adequate or not. Third, in using internal auditor to provide direct assistance and review the work of internal auditor. So if you are using the work of internal auditor, so you will review the work of internal auditor also, whether it is used for purpose or not, whether it is adequate for the purpose of audit or not, and in which areas you can use. So all this comes as an objective of SS610. You can skip this. How would you evaluate the internal audit function? Internal audit function means internal audit department. Sir, now imagine, let's take an example. I am Abhishek Bansal, so CAAB is the stat auditor of Reliance Industries Limited. Okay. And let's take an example of Manish. Manish is an internal auditor. Sir, why have you not written CA? See, internal auditor can be anybody, no? Internal auditor can be anybody. So your stat auditor wants to use the work of Manish, means internal auditor. Stat auditor wants to use the work of internal auditor. Obviously, I have to evaluate. So stat auditor will do evaluation of whom? Internal auditor. Stat auditor will do evaluation of internal auditor. What all? He has to check the extent to which internal audit functions organization status and the relevant policy and procedure that support the objectivity of the internal auditor. Now you tell me, if Manish is the employee of the company or Manish is a CA firm. Manish is via CA firm. See, anybody can be internal auditor. No? He can be employee also of the company. He can be from outside also. I give you two examples, two situations. If Manish is from the company itself, that means he is the employee and he is also the internal auditor. Or Manish is an external third party like a CA firm. As a stat auditor, my reliance, my trust on Manish will be high when he is the employee or when he is the third party. So logically, when he is the third party, so obviously he will be following those integrity objectivity ka principle. So the first point says the extent to which the internal audit functions, organizational status and the relevant policy and procedure which supports the objectivity of internal auditor. See, because if he is an employee, obviously he will be supporting the management only. But if he is an independent third party or maybe a graduate or maybe MBA or maybe CA from an outside world, so obviously he will be more ethical there. Okay. Then the level of competence of the internal audit function. My reliance would be more when he is just a BCom graduate or when he is a CA. CA, sir, competence. Obviously, he will be more competent enough. So, level of competence of the internal audit function. Third, whether the internal audit function applies systematic and disciplined approach, including quality control. So, we call this as QA. Competence. O is objectivity. A is approach, including quality control. Approach, including quality control. So, what I have to say? I have to check QA. QA is competence of the internal audit function. O is objectivity of the internal auditor. A is systematic and disciplined approach, including quality control. QA. Sir, what are the circumstances when the work of internal audit function cannot be used? Now see the answer what it is. It says use question 2. Refer page 2.7. Sorry, refer 2.7. Page is 4.39 module. Refer use question 2 means this question. This answer. What I have taught you, I have to check competence, I have to check objectivity, I have to check approach. Systematic and disciplined approach including quality control, right? Answer is saying that question is what? What are the circumstances when the work of internal audit function cannot be used? The previous question was when I have to use. What I have to check? I have to check QA. COA. Here cannot be used. When? Do the reverse. Do the opposite. Hold on. 4.39. 4.39, 2.7. Circumstances when the work of internal audit function cannot be used. Just do the opposite. C was competence. He should be competent. He is not competent. O was objectivity. The functions, organization status and relevant policy and procedure do not adequately support the objectivity. A was approach. The function does not apply systematic and disciplined approaches. Same answer, just you are doing the reverse. When you want to use, you follow KUA. When you don't want to use, or when you cannot use, because of when KUA is not there. He is not competent, lacks objectivity, lacks systematic and disciplined approach. Understood the answer? How to remember the answer? Have you understood both the answers, guys? First is KUA. Second answer mein what you do? You just do the reverse. When you cannot use, when KUA is not there. He is not competent. He lacks objectivity. He lacks a systematic and disciplined approach. Okay. Then, sir, what are the examples of the work of internal function that can be used by external auditor? Sir, what are the examples of the work of internal audit function that can be used by external auditor? Where all you can use? Sir, testing of operating effectiveness of internal control. You can use him for internal control. So TD we say testing of operating effectiveness of internal control. Then substantive procedure involving limited judgment. Any accounting procedure where it requires limited judgment. Then observation of inventory counts. Observation of inventory count. Tracing the transaction through information system relevant to financial reporting, like from tally data to putting it to the ledger or preparing the balance sheet. Then testing of compliance and regulatory requirements. So all these areas where you can use internal auditor. This came in the exam. What are the examples where you can use internal auditor? I can use for observing inventory count, tracing the transaction through MIS, then testing compliance with regulatory requirements, substantive procedure involving limited judgment, testing of effectiveness of internal control system. These are the 5 areas. 3 mark answer, 4 mark answer, 5 mark answer. Only this much you have to write. Then next, what are the areas in which the stat auditor or external auditor shall not use internal auditor to provide direct assistance? So here guys, the hint is basically direct assistance. Now what does direct assistance means? Now we take the same example what we have done. Reliance Industries is the client. CAAB is the stat auditor. Manish is the internal auditor. Looking up to here, this example, you tell me who appointed Manish? Who appointed Manish? The management, basically Reliance Industries Limited. So Manish will ideally be reporting to Manish will be directly reporting to whom? Sir, Manish will be directly reporting to RIL, correct? Management. Now, what am I saying? I want Manish to report directly to me, which is allowed. So stat auditor wants Manish to report directly to me. It is called as what? Direct assistance. So stat auditor can use, as per 610, he can use Manish to not to directly report to the management, to report directly to him. It is allowed. Okay. But what is the question? What are the areas? What is the question, guys? What are the areas in which stat auditor shall not use internal auditor to provide direct assistance. What are the areas in which stat auditor shall not use internal auditor to provide direct assistance? Means he can use direct assistance, correct? But what areas may he can't use? Understood the question? Stat auditor can definitely use Manish to directly assist him. But there are certain areas where he can't use. Sir, where? It involves making significant judgments in the audit. So significant judgment basically means towards opinion. Can I tell Manish, you make the opinion? I am the stat auditor, you tell me. Can I tell Manish, Acha, tell me what is the opinion? Can Manish make the audit opinion? No, sir. Opinion making, opinion conclusion, to decide what is the opinion, clean, qualified, adverse, disclaimer, it is a duty of stat auditor. You can't take direct assistance from him. Significant judgments in the audit. Number 2. Relates to higher assessed ROM. What will you say? Relates to what? Higher assessed ROM, where the judgment requiring performing the relevant audit procedures or evaluating audit evidence gathered is more than limited. We just discussed, we can use internal auditor where there is a limited judgment. Where there is a limited judgment. Here I am saying, here the judgment is more than limited. That means more judgment is required. If in some particular area, the area is high risky, plus where the judgment requires is more than limited, that means more judgment is required, I cannot use internal auditor. High risk, high judgment. High risk, high judgment, you cannot use. Then relates to work with which the internal auditor have been involved and which or will be reported, to the management or TCWG by the internal audit function. Matlab Manish, you are supposed to do the inventory counting on behalf of management. Who told you to do this? Management. Boss, if management has told something to internal auditor, logically internal auditor will go and report directly to the management or to the stat auditor. If some guidance, some instructions have come via management, okay, Manish, you go and report this to us. So Manish will be reporting this to whom? So he will be reporting directly to the management. He will not be directly reporting to the stat auditor, correct? So it relates to the work in which the internal auditor have been involved and which or will be reported to management or TCWG by the internal audit function. Okay. Then relates to the decisions the external auditors makes in accordance with SA 610 regarding the internal audit function and the use of its work or direct assistance. I want to rely on Manish, that I only have to decide. I can't take help of Manish in that. I have to take some decision that whether I should rely on Manish or not. I should use him for direct assistance or not. That the stat auditor has to take. I can't use Manish for that because I am using Manish ka work only. Okay. So here I have a code for you. It can come in MCQ. It can come in descriptive. The code here is basically JAWD. We call this as JOD. So JOD means J, significant judgments in the audit. You can't use internal auditor for that. A, assessed ROM, higher assessed ROM and higher audit evidence where the judgment is more than the limited. W, relates to the work which the internal auditor have been involved, which or will be reported to the management or TCWG by the internal audit function. D, decisions, relates to the decision which the external auditor will directly report, which the external auditor has to take as per this SA means SA 610. In JOD mein, you can't use internal auditor to provide direct assistance. Other than JOD, you can use. Clear everybody, JOD? Then, what are the factors to be considered to determine the coordination between external auditor and internal auditor is effective? What are the factors to be considered to determine that the coordination between external auditor and internal auditor is effective? This is September 25. September 25 exam question. Factors to be considered to determine the coordination between stat and internal is effective. Sir, whether the discussions are taking place at appropriate intervals throughout the period, whether they are talking to each other, so coordination is effective. Sir, the internal auditor informs the internal audit function of the significant matters that may affect the function. So stat auditor is informing to the internal auditor, Acha, this is a significant matter, you please check it properly. Discussions are taking place, stat auditor is informing to the internal auditor about significant matters. Third, if the start auditor is advised of and has access to relevant reports of internal audit function and is informed of any significant matter that come to the attention of internal audit function and which may affect the work of external auditor. Point number 2 में stat auditor was informing to the internal auditor कि this is a significant matter. Point number 3 में reverse, internal audit function like internal audit department, internal auditor, all three means the same. Internal audit function, internal audit department, internal auditor, all three means the same. Internal auditor is informing significant matters to the external auditor, means coordination is effective. First, proper discussion is taking place. Stat is informing important matters, significant matters to the internal auditors. Third में internal auditor is informing to the stat auditor important functions. Okay, if all these three are there, what we will assume that the coordination is effective. What will you assume, guys? Coordination is effective. Done. Question number 6 done. We have completed with essay 610 also. So 500 is audit evidence, 501 is audit evidence specific consideration for selected items, 505 is external confirmation, 510 is opening balance, 520 we just did analytical procedures, 610 we did using the work of internal auditor, using the work of internal auditor. See, internal auditor is basically one person. Internal audit function, internal audit department basically means the department, the internal audit department. Are you through with these two essays in the today's session, guys? Are you through? Cool. Let's take a small 5 minutes ka break. Get relaxed, drink water, eat something, go to restroom. Okay. We don't go anywhere else. I'm not stopping the class. We are starting in 5 minutes. Okay. We are starting in 5 minutes. Hi guys, welcome back. Check. Hello. Yeah, cool. So now we are starting with essay 550. Are you there, guys? Check. Hello. Okay. Now we are doing essay 550. Then this chapter gets over. I think next session is on Friday and then we have on Saturday. Correct? Same time, 9:30 to 11:30. Very easy. I think only 3-4 questions are there. Yeah, 3-4 questions. 550 is very easy. So it's I think never ever asked. Oh, this question number 2 they have asked. So first one is what? Sir, define related party. Essay number is what? 550, 555555 related party. 555555 related party. So you have to say define related party. So I move on to the module first. Page number is 4.92. This is the definition. You don't have to mug up the definition. It's basically for the understanding. So related party is basically which is defined as per FRF. Means like Companies Act, they have defined Companies Act. When you're reading a banking company, Banking Act, they must have defined. So as per the FRF. FRF means what? Financial Reporting Framework. Okay. Now, where the FRF establishes minimal or no related party requirements. A person or entity that has a control or influence over the reporting entity. Imagine you are auditing Reliance Industries and let us assume Tesla has a control over Reliance. So Tesla and Reliance both becomes related party. Or Reliance is having relationship with, let us assume Reliance is having influence on Geocom, Reliance Geo. So Reliance Industries having relationship, having influence over, having control over Reliance Geo. So Geo also a related party. Another entity over which the reporting entity has control or influence directly or indirectly through one or more intermediaries. Or common control with reporting entity through having common control ownership, owners who are close family members, common key management. Like entire Reliance family. If you see Mumbai Indians, Reliance Geo, Reliance Industries, Reliance Trends, Reliance Footprints, Reliance Geo Park, everywhere it's Reliance, correct? So all those are related party. However, entities under common control by a state. However, entities under common control by a state, that is national, regional or local government, are not considered unless they engage in a significant transaction or share resources to a significant extent with one another. Can somebody explain me this para? What does it means? My again iPad got hanged. What does this mean?
Entities that are under the common control by the state, national, regional, or local government, not considered related unless they engage in significant transaction or share resources to the significant extent with one another.
Anybody? Even if it's wrong, it's okay. You can try. Entities that are under common control by a state, that is a national, regional, local government, are not considered related unless they engage in a significant transaction or share resources to a significant extent with one another. Now, for example, if I talk about Adani, okay, so we have Adani Enterprise, Adani Ports, Adani Greens, Adani Steel. So they have somebody as common, basically Gautam Adani. Gautam Adani is a promoter or the director in all the 4 companies. You tell me now, are these 4 companies related party? Are these 4 companies related parties? Yes. Common controlling ownership. Owners who are close family members. Common key management, correct? Yes. Now, imagine one second. Now, for example, central government is there. Central government has a stake in Coal India. Okay, right. Again, it got disconnected. Okay, Coal India है, BSNL, MTNL. Coal India, BSNL, MTNL. So central government is a common person. They have a stake in Coal India, BSNL, MTNL. Are these three entities related parties? Are these three entities related parties? Tell me. Are these three entities related party? Coal India is there, MTNL is there, BSNL is there. No, sir. All these three are not related party because they are controlled by a state, basically state government, national government, local government. However, if you imagine Coal Indian, hypothetically, HPCL, Coal Indian, HPCL, they share resources of each other. Like Coal India gives coal, HPCL gives petrol. So they are interlinked. If they are interlinked via sharing resources, significantly, now are they related parties? Yes, sir. Then they will become related party. Generally, if they have a common state like central government, state government, so they are not related party because line says what common controlling ownership, correct? Adani may is a common controlling ownership, so it is a related party. But if central government is a common everywhere, state government is common everywhere, or a local government is everywhere, so they are not related party unless they share significant transaction or resources with each other. Okay, so this may be useful as a MCQ, not a descriptive answer. ठीक है. Now, give examples of related party relationships and transaction which may give rise to higher ROM. ROM means what? Risk of materialist misstatement of the FS. Then the transaction with the unrelated parties. Then the transaction with unrelated party. So there are three reasons. Number one, related parties may operate through complex range of relationships and structure. If you know that every year there is some question on Adani Enterprises, right? Adani may, if you have read the story, or you can do the Google later or not now, okay? That if you read there, Adani Enterprise have given money, have taken loan from one bank, around 43,000 crore rupees. Then they gave it to, let us assume, Adani Port. Adani Port gave it to Adani Greens. Adani Greens gave it to, let us assume, Adani Steel. Adani Steel gave it to somebody, some Adani. Some Adani says some Adani, some Adani, some Adani, some Adani. And then the money again came back to Adani Enterprises. Now it's such a complex relationship here. You tell me the risk will be high or low? Risk will be high or low? So risk will be very high. Like for example, main company is Adani Enterprise. So they have a subsidiary. Let's take an example, Adani Greens. Okay. Now let's take one, this is subsidiary. This is holding company, this is subsidiary company. Now Adani Greens have a stake, let us assume, in A1. Okay, one more subsidiary. A2, A3, A4. Then A4 has a stake in B1. B1 has invested in Adani Enterprises. Now this is a complex structure. Now money is routing here and there, correct? Nobody can ever detect it. Even if you're rank 1, okay, inter rank 1, final rank 1, still you cannot be able to detect. This is just an example. They have more than 400 subsidiaries. 400. I have just written 4. More than 400 with the money going here and there. Okay, if you have done in accounts, consolidated financial statement, so you must have studied about only two companies, right? Holding company, subsidiary and sub-subsidiary. But practically it's a more complex structure. So obviously the risk is high. Number 2, information system may be ineffective to identify or summarize the transaction between entity and its related party. So very simple example. Imagine I have a grocery store. Have you heard about DMart, guys? Have you heard about DMart? Yeah, DMart, Big Bazaar, okay, all those stores are there. So I own a DMart store, similar to DMart, AB Mart, okay. So we sell sugar, rice, food grains, all those items. I am the owner. So we have a proper system, we have a proper internal control system that the customer will come, he will buy the goods, he will go to the billing counter, he will get a bill, he will make the payment, and then while check out, the gatekeeper will punch it or do some writing on the bill, or he will tear the bill little, so that it's a proper internal control system. I got a call from my mom. Okay, AB, do one thing, send 5 kg sugar and 5 kg atta, flour. I do not know what you call in Tamil. Kannada may we say godi ettu. What do you call atta, flour in Tamil? Flour, Flour, flour. What do you call in Tamil? Anybody? Wheat flour, jowar flour. I don't know how do you pronounce it in English. Kannada may we say godi ettu. Hindi may we say atta. Mavu, yeah, I forgot it. Mavu. So mavu. So my mom could also send 10 kg, 5 kg sugar, 10 kg flour. What is the process? Customer will come, pick up the item, go to the billing department, make the payment, take the bill and do the checkout process, correct? Now, we have a proper system for this. Now, my mom has called me to send mavu. Now, you tell me, will I tell to my mom, Mama, please come to the store, pick the 10 kg atta, mavu, go to the billing counter, make the payment, take the bill and do the checkout process. Will mummy do this? Tell me. Will mummy do this? No. Now, so I will just give an instruction. If you tell to your mom, okay, mummy, you have to do this, mummy will give you flying chappal. Okay. So obviously mom will not do it. So if mom is not doing it, what are you doing? Obviously you have to send sugar and a mavu at home, or else you will not get food today. So I told to my accountant, send the goods directly. So without any payment, he has sent the goods to my house. Will this be ever detected by our system, our internal control system? Will this be ever detected by our internal control system? Tell me. No, never ever. So information system may be ineffective to identify or summarize transaction between entity and its related party. Correct? Third, related party transaction may not be conducted under normal market terms and conditions, or may be conducted without consideration. Like for example, my father-in-law is saying कि अच्छा AB send 10 kg sugar to my house. Will I take payment from my father? Father-in-law, sorry, not father, father-in-law. No, sir. So it is without consideration. Acha, my best friend is saying, Arey AB, send 10 kg mavu to my house. I will take, but the price would be very low. Correct? So it is basically under not normal market transaction. So this is where the risk is high. This came in the exam. Then, how would you understand the entities, related party, relationships and transaction? How would you understand? See, if a company has a related party entity or related party transaction, you will never come to know. You will ask the management, you will inquire with the management. What? Regarding identity of related party and changes if any. Who is the related party and is there any change? Number 2. What is the nature of relationship between the entity and its related party? Third, the period, the type and the purpose of the transaction. So you will ask who is the related party, what is the relationship with them, what period and type of transactions you must have done. Understood? So this is the SA 550, and there's one point only for the MCQ you have to read para, read 7.8 for MCQ, small entity ka. So small entity mein generally the owner and the employees, everything is same. There is no hierarchy as such, na? Like a normal grocery store. So there is no related party. He is doing everything on his own. There may be no internal control system also. So there the risk would be high. Okay, only 3 questions are there. Oh, one more is there, sorry. My mistake. How can an auditor verify the existence of related party relationships and transaction? Refer any 6 points, page number is 4.96. How as an auditor you will verify related party relationships and transaction? 4.96. How as an auditor you will verify the existence of related party relationship and transaction? Read this. There are 12 points, any 6, 8 points, 4 mark, 5 mark answer can come. I am sitting here only, just read the pointers. Any 6 points of your choice. Read. Done, guys? Any doubt on SA 530? Cool. Last essay, then the chapter gets over. So we'll finish this chapter today. Okay, so very big chapter we have completed. It says essay 530 audit sampling. Sir, what is audit sampling? So the essay name is audit sampling. The number is essay 530 audit sampling. Sir, application of audit procedure to less than 100% of items in the population such that all the sampling units have an equal chance of selection in order to draw conclusion about the entire population. Purchases, I will not check 100% purchases. What I will do, I will just check, let us assume 20 bills, 30 bills. On the basis of those 20, 30 bills, whatever judgment comes of mine towards purchases, that judgment I will apply on the entire purchases. So you are applying audit procedure to what? Less than 100% of items in the population to draw conclusion about the entire population. Okay. Number 2, anomaly. Anomaly. A misstatement or deviation. What will you say? A misstatement or deviation which is not representative of misstatement or deviation in a population. A misstatement or deviation which is not representative of misstatement or deviation in a population. We were checking purchases. Now in that, imagine I got some amount of fire insurance claim. Purchases, I am getting fire insurance claim. Now you tell me purchases and fire insurance claim, is it related? Is it related? No. Not unrelated totally. So that is anomaly. Now imagine in a class of CA intermediate, a engineer student is sitting. By mistakenly, engineer student and came and sat. So that engineer student is what? Anomaly. A misstatement or deviation which is not representative of the misstatement or deviation in the population. It means totally unrelated. It is called as what? Anomaly. It is called as what? Anomaly. Then approaches of sampling. Next is what? Approaches of sampling. So there are two approaches. When you use maths, guys, when you use maths, it is called as what? Statistical sampling. When you don't use maths, it is called as non-statistical sampling. So it involves random selection by use of probability theory to evaluate the sample results, including measurement of sampling risk. So when you are using probability theory, that means you are using maths. It is called as statistical sampling. A sampling approach which does not have the above characteristics, it is called as non-statistical sampling. Sir, what are the two characteristics? Here. It is more scientific approach because it involves use of mathematical laws of probability in determining the appropriate sample size in varying circumstances. So if you see maths, if you see the word probability, it is statistical sampling. If you don't see anything with maths, non-statistical. Like judgments of the auditor. I will be checking, let us assume, bills of 3,000-4,000 rupees. 3,000-4,000. Okay. As per my wish. It is statistical sampling or non-statistical sampling. I will just pick up some bills as per my wish. As per my judgments. It is statistical sampling and non-statistical sampling. Non-statistical because you are not using maths. No? You are not using maths. Now, very important answer, sampling risk and non-sampling risk. Sir, sampling risk, non-sampling risk. Any risk which arises because of sampling risk. Any risk which arises which is not related to sample, it is called as non-sampling risk. Hold on. Non-sampling risk. Non-sampling risk means the auditor reaches an erroneous conclusion for only reason which is not related to sample. Like for example, I wanted to do 100% checking. No, sorry. I wanted to, let us assume, inspect books of accounts. I just observed books of accounts. I did not inspect it. So here, nothing was related to sample. I just did a wrong audit procedure. So if it is a wrong audit procedure, guys, it is sampling ka risk or non-sampling risk? Non-sampling, very good. Sir, what is sampling risk? So sampling risk is a risk which the auditor's conclusion based on sample may be different from the conclusion if the entire population were audited. I chose some sample. I told her, what a super company it is, what a super company. So here what has happened? Because of the sample, I gave a conclusion, amazing company. But if I would have checked the other data, my opinion would have changed. So I, on the basis of sample, I gave company as a clean opinion. But if I have checked the other data, if I had checked the other data, my opinion would have been different. It is which risk? Sampling risk or non-sampling risk? Sir, it is a sampling risk. Sampling risk can lead to two types of erroneous conclusion. What are the two types? Sir, error 1, error 2. Now understand this, I'll give you an example, then you read this again, okay? It's an important, it can come in MCQ, descriptive both. Sir, error 1. My article, I told you, Acha Manish, my article, you go and do the audit of Reliance. So he went, and as usual, we are doing sampling. So my article is saying, sir, in case of TOC, that means test of control, what will you check? Internal control system. My article is saying, sir, ICS is effective. Sir, what a system, what a system. So he took bill number 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Those bill number. Because he know only 5 ka table. He said, sir, what system they have made? Amazing, sir, amazing. Sir, ICS is effective. But if we would have checked bill number 3, 7, 9, 11, 13, 17, there were a lot of mistakes in there. Company know that the article will be checking only bill number of 5 ka multiple. So they made strong system for that. So what is my article saying? Sir, ICS is effective when in fact it is not. In case of TOD, sir, TOD means test of details. Sir, article is saying, sir, accounting entry they have passed perfectly. MMS does not exist. MMS does not exist. Sir, MMS, material misstatement, does not exist. When in fact it does, means there is a misstatement there. Sir, ICS is amazing. Sir, there is no misstatement. If everything is correct, as an auditor, you tell me which opinion you will give. Relying on the article, on the basis of sample, if everything is perfect, everything is correct. Guys, which opinion you would like to give? Which opinion? Unmodified, nahi sir. Unmodified, clean opinion, no? Everything is correct, no problem. So you will give unqualified, unmodified, clean opinion, right? But if you have checked bill number 3, bill number 7, 11, 17, there were mistakes in that. Shit. I gave clean opinion. But there should be qualified opinion, right? Because there's a mistake. So I gave what? I gave inappropriate audit opinion. It results into what? Inappropriate audit opinion. And it affects audit effectiveness. It results into inappropriate audit opinion and it affects what? Audit effectiveness. Audit effectiveness. Okay. In case of error 2, article went there. Okay. Now, for example, if you know, there are some companies who passes combined entry like purchases, GST, freight to creditors. There are some companies who passes multiple entry like purchases to creditors, GST to creditors, freight to creditors. So you see 3 different ledgers out there. My article believes in shortcut. Manish says, sir, I went to the client place. I removed bill number 5. So there is no accounting entry only. They are saying purchases 100 rupees. To creditors 130 rupees, sir. Sir, how, sir? Sir, there's a mistake here. I told him check another bill. He took 10 number bill. Sir, same logic here. Purchases 100 rupees. Creditors 125 rupees, sir. So it is not matching only. Okay. Have you seen the purchase ka file? Sir, I am just seeing purchases ka details. There is no GST ka details. Because some clients keep purchase ka bill, behind that GST ka bill, behind that transport ka receipt, correct? And staple it out. But some clients keep purchase ka file separate, GST ka file separate, and transport ka file separate. Correct? 3 different files are there. My article is lazy bum. He is telling me, sir, very waste company this, sir. Controls are less effective. Sir, controls are less effective. Sir, MMS exists. Sir, you come, please, you come. I went there. I asked the client, hey client, have you maintained separate files? They said, yes, sir. Oh, I took the purchase bill number 5. I took uska GST from GST ka file. I took transport ka receipt. Oh, everything is matching. In fact, it is more effective. I checked the entries. I went to the creator ledger. I saw 3 entries are there. In fact, it does not. What happened here? Article is saying that controls are less effective. MMS exists when it is not. It results into additional work. I went and did the work, right? It results into additional work. It affects what? Audit efficiency. Here it affects effectiveness. Here it affects what? Efficiency. Effectiveness, efficiency. You tell me as an auditor, you are interested in which error? Error 1 or error 2? You are interested in which error? Both. Bhai, both na. Boss, Anna, Yenda Kundral, the financial statement should be free from both na frauds and errors. So there should be no error ideally. Both should be not there. Now you tell me, my more interest, my more work, my more procedure will be for which error? Error 1 or error 2? Ideally should be free from both the errors. But I would be more inclined towards which error? Error 1 or error 2? Error 1, Arshad, error 1. Boss, error 1 is, what is my main job? Opinion. I am giving inappropriate opinion. See, additional work I can go and do, no problem. But if the opinion goes wrong, I would be liable there. So I am more interested in error 1. There should be no inappropriate audit opinion. So they can use this content, ask you this or ask you this. So very simple logic. Sir, system is amazing when in fact it is not. So I gave inappropriate audit opinion. It affects my audit effectiveness. In case of error 2, sir, system is bhangar, koppai, kassa, waste. It results into additional work. It affects my audit efficiency. Clear? Sampling risk. Then, question number 4, what are the methods of sampling? Again, MCQ mein they can ask you methods of sampling. One is random, haywire, but using random number tables. Using what? Random number table. A sample is selected by using what? Random number tables or random number generators which ensure all items within a population stand an equal chance of selection. Systematic. Systematic mein every 10th item. So you divide the population with the sample interval. Okay, with the sample units basically. So you get a sample interval. The number of sampling units in the population is divided by sample size to give a sampling interval. Every 10th will 10, 20, 30, 40. Systematic sampling. Haphazard, haywire, no structured technique, without following a structured technique. Haphazard and random looks similar, but random we are using something called random number tables. It's a mathematical formula. Haphazard mein, acha, bill number 30, bill number 300, bill number 2, as per my wish, haphazard. Block. It involves selection of blocks of contiguous items from within the population. Like for example, creditors of Maharashtra. Creditor is one block. Then I'll pick somebody from there. Creditors of Tamil Nadu. I have divided as per geographical area. That is contiguous items. Geographical location. And from there I will pick. It is called block sampling. Monetary unit sampling. I will check only those bills which are above 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh is monetary unit. It is the type of value weighted selection in which sample size selections and evaluation results in a conclusion in monetary amount. It is called what? Monetary unit sampling. Monetary unit sampling. Okay. Then I will finish this essay and then I'll leave you. Okay. 5 minutes more. Then you have to read something like stratification. You have to read something like stratification, tolerable misstatement, tolerable rate of deviation from module. Just read. dividing the entire population into small groups, dividing the entire population into small groups, which is called as strata. The concept is called as stratification. The groups are called as strata. It is called as stratification. Tolerable misstatement. It is basically amount. If any difference up to 1 lakh is there, no problem. Above 1 lakh, I will do 100% checking. So my tolerable misstatement is 1 lakh rupees. Is what? 1 lakh rupees. Then tolerable rate of deviation. Tolerable rate of deviation basically percentage. If there is a difference up to 10%, no problem. Above 10%, I will check in detail. So my tolerable rate of deviation becomes 10%. That amount is tolerable misstatement, percentage is tolerable rate of deviation. So 2 mark ka, 1 mark ka, they can ask you definition, stratification, tolerable misstatement, tolerable rate of deviation. You read from the module directly. Okay. Then few more definitions. Explain sample design, sample size, selection of items for testing. Sir, sample design. When designing an audit sample, what you should see? The purpose of the audit procedures and the characteristics of the population from which the sample will be drawn. Like if I am saying purchases, so purchase I can do amount, I can do geographical area. Okay. If I am saying salary I can do amount, or maybe types of employees, skilled, unskilled, that way. If I am saying discount may up to 150,000 ka discount is there, more than 50,000. So here it is an amount. So that is basically characteristics, sample design. Sample size. Sir, the auditor should determine a sample size which is sufficient to reduce sampling risk to an acceptable low level. You can never make the risk to 0. You can reduce the risk to an acceptable level. So sample size, like I will say 20 bills I will check. So that 20 is my sample size. Selection of items. If there are 100 students in the class, I have to select 10 students. So I should not just see only like front people. Somebody from the last bench, somebody from the middle, somebody from this row, somebody from that row. So every item should have a chance of getting selection. So the auditor should select sample in such a way that each sampling unit in the population has a chance of selection. So 2 mark, 2 mark, 2 mark. Or maybe 2 mark, 2 mark, 1 mark, 5 mark. Okay. Then this answer you can skip, not so important. Read performing audit procedures, nature and cause of deviation and mistake. You can read directly from the module. Okay. So wherever the questions are read, I have written the word read. Then, what are the factors affecting sample size? This came in the exam and MCQ also and descriptive also. Now, what are the factors affecting sample size? Now, in case of test of control, if it increases in the tolerable rate of deviation, see, always remember when I say test of control, basically I am talking about internal control system. Here I am talking about accounting system. If there is an increase in the tolerable rate of deviation, 30%, 40%, 50%, it is okay for me. Okay? So here it is percentage, 30%, 40%. Here I am saying first it was 5 lakh, then I am raising it to 10 lakh rupees, or maybe I am raising it to 20 lakh rupees. So my tolerable rate have increased, tolerable amount have increased. So my sample, I will check less. So my sample size decreases. My sample size decreases. An increase in the auditor's assessment of control, or an increase in the auditor's assessment of ROM. So I am saying first for me, the area was risky up to 3%, or your amount was 3 lakh. But now your risk has increased up to 10%. Risk is increasing. So if the risky is, like for example, jewelry, inventory in a Tanishq store, the risk is high, so I have to check more. So my sample size increases. My sample size increases. Increasing in the number of sampling units, increasing in the number of sampling units, both the case meant no effect. No effect. Increase in the expected rate of deviation, increase in the use of substantive procedure. Okay? Here sample size increases, here sample size decreases. Only this one is different, rest everything is same. So this you need to mark it up. Increase in tolerable rate of deviation, increase in tolerable misstatement. So my sample size reduces. If I say risky area is there, sample size increases. Number of sampling units increases, no effect. Increase in expected rate of deviation, sample size increases. Increase in the use of substantive procedure, sample size reduces. But with this you need to mug it up. 1 to 3 is matching, 4th is different. What are the factors that should be considered for deciding upon the extent of checking on a sampling plan? So this also came in exam, May 25 I think or Jan 25. I don't remember that time, but this came in exam. The code is Sita Devi. Sir, size of the entity like Reliance may more sample, AB Limited may less sample. State of internal control. Guys, if internal control is there, your sample size would be less or more? Tell me, internal control there, sample size would be less because we are relying on the internal control, correct? T. Tolerable error range. Adequacy and reliability of books and records. So books are more reliable, the sample size would be less, and degree of desired confidence. Okay. So all these are the code Sita Devi. Sita Devi. It depends upon what are the factors which influence the sample size. Okay. Then next two questions. What are the advantages of statistical sampling? Basically, when do you use maths? What are the advantages? So it's a direct question. There are 6 pointers. It has come in the exam. It is there in the module also. So this is 6 pointers. You will mug it up directly. Advantage of statistical sampling, that is basically you are using maths. So if I am using maths, you tell me my errors would be low or it will be more when I use statistical sampling. The chances of me getting wrong or the chances of me getting errors when I use statistical sampling, my chance of getting wrong will be less or more? Will be low, obviously, because you are using a mathematical formula. So these are the 6 points of advantage. This you will mug it up directly. Last answer. Stratified sampling. So this method involves deciding the whole population to be tested in a few groups called as strata and taking a sample from each of them. Each stratum is treated as if it was a separate population, and if proportionate of items are selected from each of these stratums. The number of groups into which whole population has to be divided is determined on the basis of the auditor ka judgment. Now imagine if there is a debtor ka balance of 50 lakh. So I make 4 groups. For example, 25 lakh to 50 lakh amount, 10 lakh to 25 lakh, then 5 lakhs to 10 lakh, then less than 5 lakh. How many items you will check? This is 50 lakh. So in this separate groups are called as what? Strata. What it is called? It is called as strata. Sir, here I will do 100% checking. Here I will, let us assume 10 invoices are there. Here I will just to check 7 invoices. Here 5, here 2. This 10, 7, 5, 2. Nobody has told me. It is my judgment. The number of groups, how many groups you have to make? No formula is there. It depends upon the judgment of the auditor. It is called as stratified sampling. Have you understood stratified sampling? Guys, have you understood stratified sampling? Now see, there's an example here, same example. The trade receivable balance may be divided into 4 groups. Balance in excess of 10 lakhs, balance in the range of 775 to 10 lakhs, 550 to 775, 225 to 550, and I think less than 250, 225 I mean. So 5 groups they have divided. So from the above groups, the auditor may pick different percentage of items from each of the group. From the top group, that is a balance in excess of 10 lakh, the auditor may examine all the items because high value. From the second group, maybe 25% of the items. From the third group, maybe 10% of the items. From the lowest group, just 2%. So random sample is chosen from each stratum using random number tables. The reason behind the stratified sampling is that it is a for highly diversified populations, weights should be allocated to reflect these differences. So stratification means dividing heterogeneous population into homogeneous having similar characteristics, or subpopulation where samples are drawn from each population. So so trade receivable was heterogeneous. I made it into a small amounts. It is called stratification or strata or subgroups. And now it is homogeneous characteristics. So from here maybe 100%, here maybe 25%, here maybe 10%, here maybe 2% of the items I will check. Understood? It is there on the module page number 4.61. The example is on 4.61 module. Finish. Now, so the homework for today will be there are theoretical questions, 24 theoretical questions are there. All the questions are there in the notes. You just have to read these questions, guys. Okay, answers are there in the suggested also, but you read from our notes. 24 questions are there, few MCQs are there, and few correct incorrect are there. Please solve this thoroughly. Is it worth, guys, attending the session live? Okay, so in the next session on Friday I'll be doing ethics wala chapter, and that will get over on the same day. So I'm doing one big chapter, 2-3 small chapters, then one big chapter, then 2-3 small chapter. Cool. So Friday we meet, Friday 9:30. In the same session I will share you the notes itself for ethics. Cool. Okay, I have shared the notes in the group, in the chat. You can take it from the chat, or else you can message me on Instagram, Telegram, YouTube, wherever you want to connect with me. I'll be there to help you. Okay, make sure we clear in the upcoming exam. Cool. Friday we meet 9:30. Do recommend to your friends also. One chapter is what? Still 10 are pending. We'll try to finish off as maximum as possible in the class itself. Bye. Take care. Bye. Thank you. Okay, so good morning people, welcome back to the class and a powerful session of today's, wherein we're going to do a new chapter. We have completed audit evidence in the previous session. I hope you are very much clear with audit evidence. Did you do the homework? Did you solve the questions, guys? Please write in the chat. Did you guys do it? Okay, great, Manish. Okay, I hope everybody have received those handwritten notes of audit evidence. Have you received audit evidence handwritten notes? Others? Hari Krishnan, Isha, Arshad. Okay, great. Okay, Shri Krishna, I have shared ethics ka notes in the group just like 5 minutes ago. Can you take that PDF and put it in the chat? I have also forwarded it to the team. They will be forwarding it to you. Okay, I'll just message them, Arshad. I'll just message right away. I'll just message them. Hold on. Okay, I messaged them, Arshad. Chalo, let's quickly recall whatever we have studied, everybody. Okay, all of you in the chat, okay, what is the essay number for external confirmation? What is the essay number for external confirmation? Come on. $505, very good. You need to identify the confirmation. Dear third party, you will reply to me only if you disagree. Only if you disagree. Very good, Manish. Negative confirmation request. Negative confirmation. Okay. Then, what is the essay number for sampling? Essay 530. Very good, Arshad. Okay. Can anybody tell me any two methods of doing sampling? Any two methods of doing sampling? There are lots of methods. Any two methods of doing audit sampling? Very good, Arshad. Systematic and random. Others, guys, Manish, you're not answering, my friend. Isha, you're also not answering. No, those are approaches. Statistical and non-statistical is approach. The methods are systematic, random, monetary unit, haphazard, block sampling. Block sampling. Manish, I hope I'm clear. What is the essay to collect audit evidence for litigation and claims? Essay number for collecting audit evidence for litigation and claims. Litigation claims, essay number 501. 501 was audit evidence specific consideration for selected item. There are three items: inventory, litigation, segment. Inventory, litigation, segment. Okay. Then, very important, we did in the previous session. What are the methods to do analytical procedure? What are the methods to do analytical procedures? Can somebody answer? I've given the code also, shortcut also. Methods, techniques for analytical procedures. Correct. Trend, ratio, reasonableness test and structural modeling. Four are there. TRS, TRRS, TRS. T, trend, R, ratio analysis, R, reasonableness test, and S, structural modeling. These are the four tests. Okay. So I think you still have not done it properly, guys. I'm telling you, we will finish the entire syllabus in the class itself, provided you are also following what I tell you to do it. I mean, one or two people are answering, others are not answering. I don't know why. It is your exam, my friend. You have to go and write. In case if your confidence is not increased, again you will have that loop of getting unsuccessful in the results, again unsuccessful, the next attempt, next attempt, next attempt. Okay, so it's a request from my side. Whatever notes I'm doing it with you, I'm sharing the PDF. It's my class PDF. Okay, we write this in the class in a regular batch, but being because you guys have upcoming exams now, I'm sharing this open PDF with you guys. Do this notes thoroughly, do the questions from the module, and just solve past papers. Trust me, you will clear very soon. You will be in CA final. In CA final, I'll be meeting you for CA final audit plus SPOM, self-paced online modeling for set A, set C, set D. I teach all the, out of 4, I teach 3 papers, A, C, D. I don't teach B. So I'll be there with you guys there also. But provided you guys also study. Okay, so today our target is to finish this chapter, chapter number 11, ethics in terms of audit engagement. Very easy chapter, it is very small chapter. We will finish this today itself, but very important. It is now, previously it was just 4-5 marks. Now the weightages have increased. It comes to 8 marks, 10 marks, 11 marks. For, I mean, there could be 2 questions, there could be 3 questions also. Plus it is there in MCQ also every attempt. So don't skip this chapter. So one big chapter we have done, which is basically your audit evidence chapter, short around 10-12 marks. Again now 8 to 12 marks is your ethics in terms of audit engagement. From the model, this is chapter number 11. Okay. So it's a request on the weekend. Please, whatever content we do, okay, I think we have a class tomorrow also. Okay, whatever content we do, make sure you are at par with me by the weekend, by the next class. Okay, so let us assume the 2 class we did 1 chapter. Today we are doing 1 chapter. Tomorrow we'll do 1 more chapter. So 3 chapters are over. On Sunday, sit with the notes. Take your time in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. 1 chapter in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, 1 in the evening. Okay, finish it off. So you are done with those 3 chapters with the teacher. You have done with the module ka questions, or maybe your class teacher ka book, whatever content you have, just finish it off. So that your short that these 3 chapters are done. Is it, am I clear, guys? Will you do it? See, I'm giving my best from here. Okay, so I'm right now in Mumbai. It's heavy rainfall here. I mean, it's heavy rains right now. Okay, I'm giving my best every day with you guys, but I want that best from your side also. Okay, so we both join hands together and then we see a successful result. And when the results are out, the September ka result will be out by, I think, October end or November first week, before Diwali basically. Okay, so I want you guys to message me personally, either on Instagram or Telegram, wherever you can get my access. Message me, okay, sir, I have cleared, I have got this mark, I have got this rank, whatever the results are. Okay, even if it is not happened, I mean, if the results are unsuccessful, in case still you message me, we'll figure out what was the issue. Okay, but I want you to see you in CA final ASAP. Okay, chalo, let's start. Ethics in terms of audit engagement. Now, very simple. Ethics basically means your rules, regulations, morals, principles. In Hindi we say Siddhant, Usul, Adarsh. Basically, like, you must have heard something about honesty is the best policy, correct? Honesty is the best policy. Did your parents taught you that you have to be honest every day? Did your parents taught you every day? Every day they have taught? No, maybe once when you were a child. I mean, of course you're a child right now also. But once they must have told you, don't tell lies. Be honest every time, right? Acha, is there a course on being honest? Is there a crash course or a revision session or a power puff session? No, right? It comes from generation to generation. Like your grandfather had some qualities. He must be like man of principles. Okay, our ancestors. Then same principles were inculcated to your father. Okay, he's also man of principles. Some rules are he follows every day. Same principles are followed by you also. So nobody teaches it. Okay, it comes out of a person's behavior. Now, one more example. If somebody has met with an accident on the road, what will you do? If somebody has met with an accident on the road, what will you do? Go and help him, correct? Now, Manish, Shri Krishna, you tell me, Isha, that you are supposed to go and help. Has anyone taught you this? Did somebody did a phone call to you, acha, go and help? No, nobody has taught. It is there within. What it is our ethics. It's our moral principles. That of course somebody is having a problem, we are supposed to go and help. But nobody has taught me, no teacher has taught me, right? Nobody has ever told me this. It's just implied. That's your ethics, morals, principles. Okay. One more example. Now you saw somebody ka wallet, okay, or somebody ka bag was there. Okay. Should you take that wallet, that bag, or maybe a phone to your house and come back? No, right? You have to look for the owner. Maybe try to give it to an authority, maybe a police or maybe somebody else. If it was in a restaurant, you'll give it to the restaurant owner. If it is in a classroom, you'll give it to a class teacher, right? So nobody has taught you what it is. It is ethics. It is ethics. So person can be ethical, person cannot be, I mean, person is either ethical or unethical. There is nothing in between. Okay. As an auditor, you tell me what you are supposed to be. ethical or unethical? Ethical. So first two questions are just random question, not an exam content. It's only for the understanding. Ethics means moral principles. Arey yaar. Till now it was working. iPad was working properly. Now it got disconnected. Just give me 1 minute. Now see. So ethics basically means moral principles which governs a person ka behavior or his way of conducting an activity, like person ka behavior. It deals with the moral principle. You must be having somebody in your life who's just keeping on lying every day. He is a very big liar. Girls must have experienced all this. Okay, it is a state of mind to act and perform in accordance with the moral principles. It is something which comes from an individual intrinsically. Intrinsically means basically from within it comes, right? To help somebody, it has to do, it has to be inculcated in the habit of an individual. So this is the definition of ethics. It will not come in the exam. Then why do we need professional ethics? Okay, if I'm doing a work, I have to be very honest, sincere towards my work. If somebody is stealing taxes, not paying tax to the government, it is not my duty to inform to the government, that is agreed, but it is also not my duty to help him in stealing the tax. We have to tell him, sir, please pay the tax on time. It helps the government, it helps the society. Okay, so that is basically professional ethics. Professional ethics are based on morality. The government, the client, the employees, investors, the business community have tremendous trust in the services which are rendered by CAs. The purpose of audit, that is assurance engagement, is to enhance the confidence of intended users. Basically, it will increase the confidence of the users. Professional ethics seeks the protected interest of the profession as a whole and act as a shield that enables the CA to common respect. That's the reason like people believe us, like people trust us. Why we are so much respected? Because of our ethics, because we are generally good people. I mean, as per the content it is written, CA in service or practice has to abide by the ethical behavior. Any deviation from ethical responsibilities will bring what? Disciplinary action against the CA. So if you are not following ethics, okay, if you have helped a client in stealing taxes, making loss to the government, obviously any disciplinary action will be taken against that chartered accountant. So this is basically question number 1 and question number 2. Any doubt till now? Ethics and professional ethics mein? So it was just an intro, not an exam question. Now, question number 3. Now it says principle based approach. This has come in the exam. Principle based approach versus rule based approach. So we say PBA versus RBA. PBA versus RBA. So principle based approach basically means principles. Your usul, adarsh, siddhant, your morality. That is principle. Okay. Rule based approach means basically as per rules, laws, regulation. Okay. Now you need to answer what I am asking. You please answer. In India, if you are an auditor, can you audit your father ka company? Can you audit your father ka company? No. Why no? Why no? Tell me where it is written. Where? Why no? You guys are right. No, sir. No, it's not written in ethics, Manish. No. It's not written in ethics. I agree it is independence, but where it has written that you can't do it? Somebody must have written somewhere. Correct, opinion may be unfair, agreed, but where it is denied that you can't do the audit? See, if it is nowhere written, I believe on the writing ka part, right? I have to stop at the red light. It is written somewhere. Okay? If I steal something, I will be liable to a penalty. It is written in some law. So same way you can't do audit. It is written in Companies Act. If you remember, there is a chapter called as auditors in law, section number 141, subsection 3. Okay, that relative ka audit you can't do. Remember Companies Act? If you have not appeared for the law, that's a different story. But if you have cleared law, if you know law, Companies Act में auditors chapter, auditors में disqualification of auditor. If you are auditing a relative का company, it is not allowed. You are disqualified there. Okay, it is written where rules में. So it is rule based approach. It is what? Rule based approach. It's a law, legal part. Okay. Can you audit your father-in-law ka company? Father-in-law. Can you audit your father-in-law ka company? Tell me yes or no. Yes, of course. You can audit. Nowhere in Companies Act it is written. It is denied. See, they have said relative mein father is covered. Stepfather is covered. Father-in-law is not covered. If father-in-law is not covered, guys, of course I am not disqualified. If I am not disqualified, what I am? I am qualified. I can as per law, as per rule, I can legally do audit of my father-in-law. Father-in-law. Agreed this much? Assumed? Now, but Manish, Sri Krishna, Arshad, and I think Isha also, you said, sir, no, you can't do audit. Why I can't do audit? Legally, I am saying I can do audit. Legally, yes. As per rule-based approach, as per law, as per legal, I can do the audit of my father-in-law ka company. But you guys are saying no. My question is, why are you saying no? Sir, principle. Example, if my father-in-law, okay, if my father-in-law is a thief, he is stealing taxes, not paying tax to the government properly, okay, hiding the profits, will I be able to give clean opinion? If my father-in-law is not paying taxes on time, not complying with the law, stealing public ka money, stealing employees ka money, stealing dividend from the shareholders, he is not doing anything, can I give clean opinion to him? No, I can't. But you look at my face and tell me, will I give clean opinion to him? Yes, sir. Of course I have to give. Sir, if you don't give clean opinion, sir, there will be a problem at home. What? At night? What problem? Arey, dinner problem. My wife will not give me dinner, correct? So, legally, I am allowed. Ethically, I will not be independent there, correct? Because I will compromise with my ethics. I will compromise with my ethics, agreed? So you tell me, as a chartered accountant student, as a CA student, we should follow law, legal part, rule-based approach, or we should follow principle-based approach like morality wala, or we should follow both. What we should follow? Sir, we should follow both. Legally, you are allowed to do the audit, but sir, ethically, you will not be there. So, ethically, they have not straight away said no. I can't go and do the audit, agreed. Legally, though, I can go and do the audit, but ethically, I should not go and do the audit. Achha, I can't go and do na, but my partner is there, Hari Krishnan. Can Hari Krishnan go? He is my partner from the same firm. Can he go and do my father-in-law audit? Hari Krishnan. Can he go and do the audit? He is my partner. I can't go and do the audit, agreed. Ethically, because sir, you will be compromising with your ethics, you will not be independent there. Can Hari Krishnan go and do the audit? Yes, sir. See, because legally though it was allowed, na. Legally it is allowed. Obviously, law is supreme, right? Law is supreme, though legally where it is allowed, I may, it's not necessary that I will compromise. I may compromise with my ethics. I may not be independent. Okay, I am not going. I will send my partner to do the audit. So I am not going, but my partner can go and do the audit. Understood? So it is called as a safeguard. Manish, I think you had given wrong answer. Manish, are you clear? It is called as a safeguard. So wherever ethics are getting compromised, what do you apply? You apply safeguards. अच्छा ठीक है, you can't go ना, your partner will go. Now imagine my friend का company. Now you answer, okay? I hope you have understood what we have done now. My friend का company. Legally, can I audit my friend का company? Yes or no? Legally, yes. Ethically, can I go and do the audit of my friend ka company? Ethically. No, sir. Sir, we are chuddy friends. Full underwear diaper friends. Sir, no, you will not be independent there. Sir, you will compromise with your ethics, okay? Hari Krishnan is my partner. He is not his friend. He is my partner. Can Hari Krishnan go and do the audit? Yes. Agreed? Acha. Our both friend is a common friend. So we both will be will be unethical there. So sir, you can't go and do the audit, na. So do one thing, you appoint somebody else. So we appointed somebody else. So that is called as a safeguard. What it is called as? It is called as safeguard. Acha, you go and do the audit, but ask somebody else to review the work so that they check your work. So it is what it is called as safeguard. So wherever ethics are getting compromised, you apply safeguards. Clear, guys? Now see. So this can be a question, a 3 mark, a 4 mark answer. What is PBA? What is RBA? Sir, ethical guidance may follow PBA, principle based approach, or RBA, rules based approach. Principle based approach requires compliance with the spirit of ethics, principles, morality. It requires the accountants to exercise what? Professional judgment in every situation. Rule based approach follows clearly established rules, that means law. It is very strict, it is rigid, you can't go against law, and may not be possible to deal with every situation relying upon rules. Therefore, it is necessary that the spirit of code is followed. Spirit of code means ethics is followed. So law to of course you have to follow, plus you have to follow principles also. Okay. So it's a 2 mark, 3 mark answer. We have marked important already. Then question number 4. What are the fundamental principles of professional ethics? So we call this as OIPCC. What will you call, guys? OIPCC. So there are 5 fundamental principles which a fresher CA has to follow, which an experienced CA has to follow. Whether you are going and doing audit of small company, whether you are going and doing the audit of a big company, whatever you are doing in life, was you have to follow OIPCC. What it is? OIPCC. Sir, O means what? Objectivity. Objectivity basically means you have to be unbiased. You have to be unbiased. There should be no conflict of interest. Like my father-in-law ka company, if I go and do the audit, obviously I will compromise objectivity. I will compromise what? Objectivity. I will not be independent there. Okay. Now imagine I am going and doing audit of Taj Hotel. As per me, the opinion is adverse. I hope you know what is adverse opinion. Okay. Means the company is bad. I went to the directors and they asked me, sir, what is the opinion you are giving? One second. So, directors asked me, sir, what is the opinion you have given? I asked them adverse. So, directors are telling me, sir, do one thing. 365 days. India, anywhere in India, one night stay for you and your wife forever. Lifetime. Change the opinion. Now look at my face and tell me, if I change the opinion, I made it too clean. Of course, I will not do it. I am also a man of principles. But if I did it, I compromised with which principle? With which principle? Objectivity. Why? Sir, undue influence. What it is? Undue influence. So if anybody is giving you any greed, okay, any greed, you should not accept that greed. You have to follow principle of objectivity. So it is a short note. They can ask us to identify the principle also. Hot favorite, this answer and threats answer, the next answer. Both may say one will be there in the exam. It requires an auditor not to compromise the professional judgment because of biasness, conflict of interest, undue influence. It requires a professional accountant shall not undertake a professional activity if there is a circumstance, a situation, or a relationship like father-in-law wala example. Circumstance, I gave you the Taj wala example, which influences the accountant's judgment regarding that activity, which influence the decision, like opinion is getting changed. So it is called as principle of objectivity. I is very easy, integrity, like me. The person should always be what? Honest, should always be sincere and straightforward in all his professional and business relationship. Then he should not be associated with the reports or returns or communication or any information where he believes that the information contains materially false or misleading statement. Basically any document may everything should be true. I should also say truth, and all the documents should be also true. If it is containing any false or misleading statement, I should not be associated with it. See, you need to understand the logic. Integrity talks about honesty, sincerity, straightforwardness. There should be no lie. Objectivity, may we say, sir, there should be no conflict of interest, no undue influence. That is objectivity. P, professional behavior. Sorry, P is what? Professional behavior. So professional behavior means what? Because of your action, the entire profession, the CA community ka name is getting spoiled. Like for example, Manish became chartered accountant, okay? But because of his habit, nobody is giving him work. So Manish started doing dance in a dance bar. Yeah. Pole dance. Is a pole? Pole. He is doing pole dance. Somebody asked him, who are you? He said, sir, I am a chartered accountant. Part-time CA, full-time, yeah, good money, sir, good money, yeah, muttu, good money. Oh, now those people are saying, sheh, what CA people are doing, sheh, what CA people are doing. Once again, because of one person, the entire community ka name is getting spoiled. Now, because of one person, the entire community ka name is getting spoiled. He has compromised which principle, guys? Sir, professional behavior. Professional accountant shall not knowingly engage in any employment or occupation or activity that might impair the integrity, objectivity or reputation of the profession. So if you see anything regarding the profession, it is basically professional behavior. C, competence and due care. So here you only have to remember brain, smartness. Person should be competent enough, like he should know about laws, regulation. So professional accountant should follow the principle of professional competence and due care, which requires an accountant to act diligently and as per technical and professional standards. Diligently includes responsibility to act carefully, thoroughly and on timely basis. You should be updated about law. If there's a holding subsidiary, you should know there's a consolidation required. If it's a banking company, they need to comply with Banking Act. Achha, if it's a listed company, they have to comply with SEBI law. As an accountant, you should know all this. Okay. When I'm saying accountant in all the answers, here it does not mean like BCom accountant. It always means always a CA, a chartered accountant. Okay. Then principle number C, one more, confidentiality. The information obtained by professional accountant from one client should not be disclosed to another client. Except when it is required by law. Law is saying, acha, please inform. So you will inform. Or if he is permitted by client or if he is permitted by employer. I'll give you one example for this. First, let's talk about job wala CA. Arshad is working in Reliance Industries as a chartered accountant. Arshad is working in Reliance Industries as a chartered accountant. Mukesh Ambani told Arshad, hey Arshad, I am going to US. If bank people are calling you, just tell them what is our profit margin, how do we calculate profit, just tell them, okay? Because we're taking a loan from a bank. Now, you tell me profit margin, calculation of profit, is it a confidential information? Yeah, of course. Hey Arshad, bhai, profit margin is how do you calculate the profit? Now imagine, I'm making this remote. How do I get the profit of it? Of course, it's a confidential information. I can't share it with the competitors. It is a confidential data. How do you get the profit of what is your sale price? What is your cost price? Who are your vendors? Okay. It is important. Okay. Now, if Arshad informed this to bank people, confidential information he has leaked to the bank, you tell me, is he guilty of professional misconduct or not guilty? Guilty or not guilty? Guilty or not guilty? Sir, not guilty. Why? He is permitted by his employer. Permitted by his employer. Same example. I am working as an auditor for Reliance. Mukesh Ambani told me, AB, CA AB, if bank people are asking you the profit margin, you please inform them. I, as a chartered accountant, I am as an auditor, I have informed this to the bankers, confidential data. Guilty, not guilty? Guilty, not guilty? Sir, not guilty. Why not guilty? Sir, because you are permitted by the client. Permitted by the client. So exceptions, just remember, required by law, permitted by client, permitted by employer. Okay. Now this is important. You just read from the screen. I am here only. If you have the PDF, you read it from the PDF. I'm just scrolling it out. Read this. Once you are done from this page, let me know in the chat that it is done. I will scroll. Okay. I am here only. Done, guys? Great. So we have finished OIPCC. So objectivity, integrity, professional competence, professional behavior, confidentiality. OIPCC. Objectivity, integrity, professional behavior, professional competence, and confidentiality. Remember, 5 principles is OIPCC. Remember the code, okay? Next answer is, what are the threats to independence of professional accountants? Threats. So this is the code called as IRAFI. What is the code, guys? IRAFI. Now, first one is self-interest threat. Always remember, self-interest means where I have a financial greed. My greed is what? Financial greed. So, if I have a greed of finance, money, it is which threat, guys? It is self-interest threat. It occurs when an audit firm is a partner or an associate could benefit from the financial interest, in an audit client. So, I have written example. So, example also, generally this only will come in the exam. Either they will give you examples, identify the threat, or they will give you threat, identify the example, which is not an interest threat, which is an interest threat. It could be the other way also. Or 2 mark short note they will give you, 4 mark question. Okay. So what are the examples? Direct, indirect financial interest in the client. Like for example, I have taken shares. I have not taken share. My wife has taken shares in Reliance. So ideally I can become the auditor there, right? Up to 1 lakh face value. Remember this audit wala point. But I have a financial interest. What? But it is indirect, correct? So it is self-interest rate. Loan or guarantee to or from the client. If you remember, loan 5 lakh tak ka you can be in debt, and a guarantee 1 lakh ka. So it is an interest rate. Undue dependence on client fees. Out of, imagine I'm earning 100 rupees. Out of 100 rupees, 70 rupees is coming only from Reliance. So of course I have a total dependency on him. So if Reliance goes away from my side, of course I will not be able to survive, because it's my total dependency on the client fees. It is self-interest rate. Close relationship business with the client. So my father is working with my client. My father and my audit, I am the auditor there, and my father is a business partner there. So we have a money transaction there. Contingent fees for the audit engagement. So all these are the examples of what? Self-interest rate. Just remember, financial interest, money, interest. R. Self-review threat. Self-review threat basically means you are doing 2 assignments for the client. Because of one assignment, the other is getting hampered. If I am the stat auditor and I am also the stock auditor. Now, if I give wrong opinion on the stock, of course, there will be chances that client will take stat audit from me, away from me. If I give stat audit my wrong opinion or different opinion, okay, so he may take my stock audit also from me. So it occurs during business review of any judgment or conclusion reached in the previous audit or any non-audit engagement. Example, when the auditor is recently been a director or senior officer of the company. So imagine Arshad was working in Reliance as a chartered accountant. He left the company. He joined my CA firm as a partner. And coincidentally we got Reliance audit. He asked me, sir, what is the opinion? I said, the opinion is adverse. So Prakhar is telling me, sir, don't give adverse. I asked him why. Sir, actually I was working in Reliance now previously. So my gratuity, my bonus is still pending. If you give adverse, so it will be looking like, okay, Reliance will stop my all those money. So I was stopped from doing it. At the time of giving opinion, at the time of reviewing it, I was stopped. It is a self-review threat. What it is? It is a self-review threat. B. When the auditor performs services that are subject matters of audit. Stock audit example I gave. Stock audit. I is interest, R is review. I is interest, R is review. A. Advocacy threat. What is A? Advocacy threat. Advocacy is basically wrong advice. Advocacy is what? Wrong advice. Like yesterday night, Reliance called me, Mukesh Ambani. AB sir, do you have a class tomorrow? I said, yeah, I have a class. Acha, AB sir, can you tell your students to buy my shares? I said, no sir, I will not say. I am the man of principles. OIPCC. AB sir, why are you saying this? Arey Reliance, I know that you will tell to people to buy the shares. They will buy at a price. Now the price will rise. Economics you must have heard now, when you buy, price rises. When your price reaches to a level, he will sell. So eventually Mukesh Ambani will sell the share, but my people, my students will suffer loss. I will not say this. I will not say this. Mukesh Ambani tells me, AB sir, if you are not saying this now, if you are not doing this now, we will remove you from auditorship. So today morning, my class was there. I told to my students, hey students, I am telling you very company, very good company, sir, Reliance Industries Limited. Buy the shares, buy the shares. Sir, 30 days mein money double. Lakshmi Chit Fund, Lakshmi Chit Fund. Amazing company, Reliance Industries. Now, I am saying this because of which thread, guys? I am saying this because of which threat? Advocacy threat. Wrong advice. You do canvassing, it is called as advocacy threat. It occurs when the auditor promotes or is perceived to promote a client ka opinion to a point where people may believe that the objectivity is getting compromised. Example, when the auditor becomes the client's advocate in a litigation and third party disputes. When an auditor deals with the shares of a company, the example I gave you, okay? Advocacy threat. Irafi mein I was interest, R was review, A was advocacy. F. Familiarity threats. What is F? Familiarity threats. Sir, familiarity means like relationship, that father-in-law example which I gave you. So it occurs when the auditor forms relationship with the client where they end up being too sympathetic to the client's business. Okay. Example, like close relative or the audit team working in a senior position in the client's company. Imagine Manish's father is working in a company, is a director of a company. Now Manish is my chartered accountant, is my partner. So his father is working there, we can't go and do the audit. Why? Because the relative is working there in a senior position. Familiarity threat. Former partner of the audit firm being the director or senior employee of the client. Former partner of the audit firm means, now imagine I and Sarah sir were the partner. Sarah sir left my firm and he joined a company. And coincidentally, we are doing the audit of that company. You tell me, if the company is doing wrong thing, will I be able to give an adverse opinion there? No. I'll have some relationship. So what relationship? Which thread, sir? Familiarity thread. Because I know my partner was not my ex-partner. So former partner of the audit firm being a director or senior employee of the client. Then long association with the auditors. Like there's a firm in Bombay. It is called Chaturvedi and Shah. They were the auditors of Reliance from past 20 years. But when rotation became applicable, then they had to leave the company. Imagine in 20 years, obviously there would be some relationship with Reliance Industries and the CA firm Chaturvedi and Shah. Which threat must have arisen? Familiarity threat. Which threat? Familiarity threat. Then D. Acceptance of gift or hospitality from client. The example which I gave you of Taj Hotel. If Taj is, let's just a lifetime stay at one property or in India, it is what? It is familiarity threat. I. I is what? Intimidation threat. What is I? Intimidation threat. Sir, intimidation means you are making scared to somebody. Okay, you are making scared to somebody. If you are not giving clean opinion, we will sue you. We will leak your MMS. AB sir, we will leak your video. Okay, it is called what? Intimidation threat. It occurs with the threat of replacement over disagreement with the application of accounting principles on threat of reduced fees. Example, a professional accountant being threatened with the litigation. It is called as intimidation threat. So guys, 5 kinds of threats are there. The code is IRAFI. Interest, review, advocacy, familiarity, intimidation. Interest, review, advocacy, familiarity, intimidation. Interest means monetary interest. Always remember fees. R, review. You are doing audit and you are doing some other engagement also. Somebody has stopped you. A, advocacy. Wrong advice. Advice. F, familiarity. Familiar. You know that person. I, intimidation. Threaten. That's intimidation, threat. Okay. Read this because it is there in the paper for sure. Read from here. I will scroll slowly, and once done, let me know. Okay. Done. So don't ever get confused. 5 principle is OIPCC, 5 threads are IRAFI. O is objectivity, I is integrity, P is professional behavior, C is professional competence, and UK one more is confidentiality. IRAFI is I is interest, R is review, A is advocacy, F is familiarity, I is intimidation threat. Okay. Now, sir, if there is a threat, what do you do? Can you do the audit? The answer is yes. You can accept the assignment, but you apply safeguards. If safeguards can't be applied, then you should not accept the engagement. If you have accepted the engagement and safeguard can't be applied, then you withdraw from the engagement. Okay. Always remember, Manish, you were wrong there. Legally, you can't do the audit. Legally, where it is allowed, but ethically, you can do the audit. The answer is no. But it's not straight away prohibition. You can accept the engagement, but you have to apply what? Safeguards. If safeguards can't be applied, then don't accept the engagement. Achha, if you have accepted the engagement, you withdraw from the engagement. So it says safeguards are the actions that a professional accountant takes to reduce the threat to an acceptable level. Now, for example, I am the auditor. You guys are my articles. We went and we were doing audit of a company. Okay. Later on, understand the question. Later on, Manish's brother is joining that company. He became the director in the company. Manish is my article. I am the boss. Am I qualified or disqualified? Guys, qualified or disqualified? Tell me, qualified, disqualified? Sir, qualified. But there is a threat. I will be independent. My other article will be independent. But Manish may or may not be independent there, right? Because it is his brother's company now. Okay, he may or may not be independent. So what you should do? Tell me what you should do. As a boss, as a team, what we should do now? We are the auditor. We are also going and doing audit. Agreed. But here what has happened? A threat has arisen. What we should do? Sir, you should remove Manish. Remove Manish from where? From the RCA firm or from that particular engagement? Remove Manish from RCA firm or that particular engagement? So from that particular engagement. So what did you apply? You applied safeguard. What did you apply? You applied that safeguard. Understood? This will be also there in the exam. So safeguards are the action that a professional accountant takes to reduce the threat to an acceptable level. Achha, to address the issue, following principles are to be applied. What, sir? Sir, for public to have confidence in the quality of audit, the auditor should always be independent of the entity that they are auditing. No relationship, nothing. You should be independent. Then, before taking any work, he should consider whether it includes any threat to his independence. If such threat exists, what he should do? He should disassociate it from the task. Don't do the engagement. Or eliminate the threat. Like for example, we removed Manish, eliminate the threat. Or to reduce to an acceptable level. Now imagine my wife is buying the shares. My wife has bought a shares of a company, face value 80,000. Face value 80,000 rupees. Guys, am I qualified or disqualified to do the audit of that particular client? Qualified, disqualified? People who have joined late, please answer in the chat. It's okay even if it is wrong. It will increase your confidence. My wife has a shares of face value 80,000. Market value is around 2 crore rupees. Am I qualified, disqualified? Tell me, qualified, disqualified? Qualified, na? Qualified. Boss, law says face value 1 lakh, up to 1 lakh it is allowed. Qualified, na? Qualified. Understood everybody? You are qualified. If your face value is more than 1 lakh, then you are disqualified. If AB holds any share, disqualified. But if AB ka relative is holding shares, it is allowed, provide the value. The face value should be how much? Up to 1 lakh rupees. Face value should be up to 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Now, we are qualified. We started going and doing the audit. Okay. But boys, let me tell you, these ladies, full shopping they love. She bought more shares. Now, the value became 1,80,000 face value. She bought more shares of 1,80,000 now. Face value 1,80,000. Now qualified or disqualified? Tell me now, disqualified, correct? Now if you are disqualified, so you have to vacate the office, you have to leave the company. So you don't have to leave immediately, you have to take some action. You will tell your relative to sell the shares and keep the shares up to what amount? Up to 1 lakh. That means what you have done, you have reduced that threat to an acceptable level. You have reduced the threat to an acceptable level. So if there's a threat, what you should do? You should straight away say no, so we can't do that. Or eliminate the threat, we removed Manish. Or you reduce the threat to an acceptable level. Like you tell to your wife that madam, please sell the shares, keep the shares up to 1 lakh ka face value. Okay. If auditor is unable to implement the adequate safeguard, what you should do? You should not accept the work. We should not accept the work. Understood? Clear now? These are the answer on safeguards. Now, next answer. Explain professional skepticism. Explain professional skepticism. Skepticism, doubtful mind, questioning mind. Arey, why have you done this? How have you done this? How have you done it? What you have done it? Okay. It is called as what? Professional skepticism. It refers to an attitude that includes what? A questioning mind, being alert to the condition that may indicate possible misstatement due to fraud or error. It is called as questioning mind. Sir, when you should follow professional skepticism, you answer. At the start of the audit, at the end of the audit, or at the middle of the audit? Yeah, during the audit, tell me. When? Sir, all the time. So auditor should remain alert forever. He should maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. Then, professional skepticism includes being alert to what? Audit evidence that contradicts other audit evidence obtained. Means, I am saying that client is saying that we have made purchases. Okay, we have made purchase of laptop. So, as an auditor, for purchase, what evidence you will check, guys? Write in the chat. What evidence you will check for purchase? Bills, invoice, correct? Agreed? What else you should do? You have checked the bills. What else you have to do? What else? Physical existence, correct? Physical verification. So I have seen the bill. Bill is there. Sir, show me the laptop. अरे सर वो लैपटॉप तो सर somewhere I know where it is, sir. अरे bill is there, that means you have made purchase. I went and see the bank statement also. Bank statement mein entry is there for the debit, that means you have made the payment to the vendor. Where is the laptop? अरे sir, the laptop is stolen. अच्छा, 100 laptops you have purchased, hundreds are stolen. Yeah, sir, the trunk was coming and somebody stole the laptop from the tempo. Potter say they have sold it. I mean, they have stolen it. You tell me, will it create a doubt in your mind? 100 laptops stolen. How? Why? When? Where? Will it create a doubt? Yes or no? Will it create doubt or no? Definitely yes. It is called as what? Professional skepticism. It is called as what? Professional skepticism. So audit evidence that contradicts other audit evidence obtained. फिर information that questions the reliability of the documents, like invoice is something else, physical verification is not there. conditions that may indicate some possible fraud. Then a circumstance that suggests the need for more audit procedure. If you think that there's a fraud, so you have to go and do more audit procedures. Then it is necessary for the critical assessment of audit evidence. So you need to maintain professional skepticism throughout the engagement for the critical assessment of audit evidence. Clear? What is professional skepticism? Again, we have marked this. It is important. One more answer. It says explain independence of auditor. What it is? It is explain independence of auditor. So let's do this answer and then we'll take a small 5 minutes break because then there only 2 standards are left. With this, our 50% chapter gets over here. Now, sir, what it is? Sir, professional skepticism, integrity and independence are the essential characteristics of accounting profession. You have to follow OIPCC. Independence implies that the judgment of a person is not subordinate to the wishes or direction of another person who might have engaged in or to his own self-interest. Like, I went to a client place, they are giving me grid, sir, free hotel stay, sir, one iPhone 17, one gold chain, sir, one BMW car. But still, I am not listening to them. Whatever my heart says, the opinion is there, I will give that. Means I am independent there. There are two interlinked perspectives of independence of the auditor. One is independence of mind. Other one is independence in appearance. Independence of mind, independence in appearance. Now, I'll give you one simple example so it will be very much clear. Okay, I don't have any relationship with Reliance Industries. I don't have any relationship. No monetary, non-monetary, I do not know. Can I do the audit of Reliance? Tell me. Can I do the audit of Reliance? Yeah? Yes, sir. You can go and do the audit of Reliance. So, do I look independent there? I don't have any relationship with Reliance. Do I look independent of Reliance? Yeah? I am independent there. So, if I am looking like independent there, if I am looking like independent, you are a third party. You can see AB has no relationship with Reliance Industries, no monetary transaction, no, I have not bought any shares, I have not taken any loan, I have not given any guarantee, no, my family members, nobody is there, okay? So, out of these two, independence of mind, independence in appearance, what it looks up to, what it looks like, independence of mind, independence in appearance, what it looks like. If I am going and doing the audit, what it looks like? It is of mind or in appearance? It is in appearance. Like you can see now that I am independent there. It is in appearance. It is looking like achare, AB sir is independent there. Now, Mukesh Ambani has a daughter, Isha Ambani. I started interacting with Isha. Isha started interacting with me. I and Isha both became friends. After friends, it is best friends. After best friends, it is besties. After besties, it is lovers, boyfriends and girlfriends. Okay. Now, Isha came to me one day and said, and asked, Baby, Babu, what opinion are you giving? I said, Isha, on the basis of the evidence obtained, I think it's an adverse opinion. Isha says, Babu, no adverse, no adverse. I said, what do you want? Tell me. I can do anything for you. Clean opinion. Now, understand the situation. I had no relationship with Reliance Industries. There I was independent in appearance to the third party, correct? Third party looked up to me, AB sir has no relationship with Reliance Industries, correct? Now, I am just in close relationship. I don't have any formal relationship with Isha Ambani. We are just very good close friends. Will I be independent by mind? Tell me. Will I be independent by mind? No, sir. It looks like you're independent in appearance. It looks like that you are independent in appearance, but you are not independent of mind. Ideally, an auditor should be independent of appearance also and independent of mind also. Now see, understood the example? the state of mind that permits the provision of an opinion without being affected by influence, allowing an individual to act with integrity, objectivity, and professional skepticism mind. Okay, independence of appearance to third party. So avoidance of facts and circumstance that are so significant that a reasonable third party having knowledge of all the relevant information would conclude that the firm or a member or of assurance team's objectivity, integrity, or professional skepticism had been compromised. If it looks up to the chart, AB sir bought shares of Reliance. Arre, to he is so not independent na. He has taken loan from Reliance. So sir, you are not independent there. It is looking up na that you are not independent there. Ideally, you should be independent via mind also, via appearance also. Independence of auditor should not only risk in fact but also appeal to all the reasonable person. It should not only exist in the fact, like in the, it should also be everywhere. It should look like you are independent. Independence in state of mind and character of a person is very subjective matter. Like in mind, see, even though I have a close relationship with Isha Mani, I may be independent there, right? Because it's my mind. Therefore, a CA should make sure that they are independent in all respects before accepting an engagement. Understood? So it's a short note. This can also come. I think this came in the exam. We'll just see the past questions of May 26. This came in the exam, I think. Understood? So with this, our 50% of this chapter gets over. Are you through with the chapter till now? Cool. Let's take a small 5 minutes ka break. Get relaxed. Okay, drink water, eat something, go to restroom. Okay, relax yourself. 5 minutes we will continue. I think 2 standards are left only, and that will also get over. 2 standards are left. Okay, it will get over, and then we'll do the May 26 ka exam questions so that you get confidence. And today you will finish off this chapter. Okay, by the evening or maybe by tomorrow maximum. Okay, let's meet in 5 minutes. Welcome back, guys. Are you back? Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, check. Are you there, guys? Okay. Let's resume. Now, there are two standards in this chapter. One is SA 210. It says agreeing the terms of audit engagement. Agreeing the terms of audit engagement. SA number is 210. So what are the objectives? See, now this objective wale question you can skip because they are not asking as such. There's no trend, but still we will read once. So establishing whether preconditions of an audit are present. Preconditions for an audit are present and confirming that there is a common understanding between the auditor and management and TCWG of the terms of the audit engagement. Like whatever you are saying, whatever client is saying, we should be on the same page. Everything should be clear. Now, there are 3-4 questions in this channel. All are important. It says, sir, what are the preconditions for audit? What are the preconditions for audit? So it's like when you go to a client for the first time, they have not appointed you. So it's like you're approaching him or he is approaching you. You are at Starbucks drinking coffee on the table discussing. So what are the preconditions you will put? You are not yet appointed as an auditor. Determine whether the FRF is acceptable. Sir, FRF means Financial Reporting Framework like AS, Ind AS, Schedule 3, Companies Act, Banking Company it is, so then banking का format. Number 2, whether management acknowledges and understand the responsibility. Whether management acknowledges and understand the responsibility. Like you tell me, who will prepare FS? Guys, whose responsibility is to prepare FS? Sir, it is management ka responsibility. So management, will you prepare? Please confirm. So whether management acknowledges and understands its responsibility. Then, so what is the responsibility? A, preparation of the FS as per the applicable FRF. B, for internal control system, ICS means internal control system, necessary to enable the preparation of FS that are free from material misstatement whether due to fraud or error. For ICS, necessary to enable the preparation of the FS that are free from material misstatement whether due to fraud or error. Then, to provide the auditor with what? Access to all information, access to additional information, access to all information, access to additional information. Okay, and unrestricted access. What will you say? Unrestricted access to person within the entity. So you will provide the auditor with access to all information, additional information, unrestricted access to person within the entity from whom the auditor determines it is necessary to obtain audit evidence. So boss, this you or should be there. Sir, what if nothing, something is missing from here? You should not accept the engagement. If something is missing from here, that means preconditions are not present, you should not accept the engagement if the above conditions are not present unless permitted by law or regulation. What it is unless permitted by law or regulation. If law says, then you can accept, else you should deny. Okay. So this is precondition, important answer. Then, sir, now imagine client says, okay, preconditions, I am agreeing, everything is okay. Let's get into an engagement. So client is appointing you as an auditor. So this relationship has to be taken on a paper as an evidence. It is called as what? Engagement letter. What it is called as? Engagement letter. The question is, what are the contents of engagement letter? 5 points are there. Objective and scope of it. What we will do, let's be very much clear. What is my responsibility? I will write here. What is your responsibility? You write there. So objective and scope, responsibility of the auditor, responsibility of the management. Then identification of the applicable FRF for the preparation of FS. Like you have to prepare the accounts as per Schedule 3 Companies Act. or you will prepare as per Banking Regulation Act, or if it's an insurance company, you will prepare as per Insurance Act. Reference to expected form and content of the report to be issued by the auditor. So we will prepare the audit report as per SA 705. So we will give a reference. So here the code was ORIS. 5 things should always be there in the engagement letter. O, objective and the scope. R, responsibility of the management. One more R, responsibility of the auditor. I, identification of the finance FRF applicable for the preparation of FS. ORIR. Reference to the expected form and content of the report. Reference to the expected form and content of the report. Then, what is the audit procedure in case of there is a change in the terms of engagement? Now, day one, you told to the client that I will be visiting all your branches, all your factories, everywhere. I will go and check. There are 2 branches in London or 2 factories in London. You tell me, if you're an auditor, do you have a right to go and visit London ka branch? As an auditor, do you have a right to go and visit London ka branch? Yes or no? Yes. So first year they allowed us, okay, go and you visit the London, okay. We went, we did audit. Next year, second year, okay. Client comes to us and say, AB sir, this year you don't go to London. This year you don't go to London. I asked why. So there are 2 reasons. Client is saying, AB sir, actually what has happened, we don't have money to sponsor your trip to London. You tell me, is this a justified reason that no, don't go to London? Because we don't have money. No, unjustified, totally unjustified. Totally unjustified. Acha, client says, Arey sir, actually that London ka branch we have closed. There was a factory mein there was a fire. I am giving you fire ka report. I am giving you police ka report. I am giving you insurance claim also we have received. So it's no use to go to London. Is this a justified reason? Is this a justified reason? Yes, it is a justified reason. Correct? So, if there is a change in the terms of the engagement, you will check whether there is a reasonable justification or unjustified reason. If it is justified, you accept to the new terms and draft into a new engagement letter. Agree to the new terms and draft to the new engagement letter. If it is unjustified, tell them I will either modify the report or withdraw from the engagement. Modify the report or withdraw from the engagement. So it says the auditor should not agree to the change in the terms of engagement unless there is no reasonable justification for doing so. If prior to completing the engagement, the auditor is requested to change the engagement to an engagement that conveys lower level of assurance, don't visit branch. The auditor should determine whether there is a reasonable justification for doing so. And if the terms of engagements are changed and it is justified, factory mein there is a fire broke out and I am giving you police ka report, fire ka report and insurance claim, it is a justified reason. What will you do? Record the new terms of the engagement in an engagement letter. Record the new terms of the engagement in an engagement letter. Achha, if the auditor is unable to agree to a change of the audit engagement because it is unjustified, just because we can't sponsor you, it is unjustified. What will you do? Withdraw from the engagement where it is possible under applicable law or regulation. Sir, it's not working out. It's not you, it's me. Let's break up. We will withdraw from the engagement. And determine whether there is any obligation to report circumstance to other parties. Determine whether there is any obligation to report circumstances to other parties. Whether you have to inform to ROC, whether you have to inform to shareholders, whether you have to inform to CAG in case of government company, SEBI in case of listed company, whether there is any obligation. Understood? So in the situation they will give you, okay, justified, unjustified. If it is justified, accept to the new terms, get into a new engagement letter. If it is unjustified, withdraw from the engagement and check whether you have any obligation to report circumstance to other parties. Cool? Now, one more question. Generally, engagement letter is same throughout the ages, throughout the year. But there can be changes in the engagement letter also. Generally, if I am an auditor and rotation is not applicable. So I can be an auditor till lifetime. So my generally engagement letter is one and the same. You used to give at the starting and don't change it. But there are certain situations which require that the engagement letter should be revised, should be changed. Sir, when? Generally, auditor may decide not to send a new audit engagement letter or other written audit agreement each period. However, the following factors make it appropriate to revise the terms of engagement or to remind the entity of its existing terms. Sir, what it is? Any indication that the entity misunderstands the objective and scope of audit. Any indication that the entity misunderstands the objective and scope of audit. I am saying something else, client is understanding something else. Let's revise the engagement letter. Any revise or special terms of the audit engagement we just discussed. Day 1 ko you agreed to visit all the branches. Now you are saying don't visit London ka branch. Get into new engagement letter. फिर change in senior management, change in shareholders, change in ownership, change in management, change in shareholders, change in law or regulatory requirement. Like when we studied, it was Companies Act 1956. Now when you're studying, it is Companies Act 2013. Change in FRF. You are studying Schedule 3. We studied Schedule 6 in our time. Change in reporting requirements. Like you are studying CARO 2020. I'll teach you. We studied CARO 2003 long back. Okay. So whenever there's a change in management, change in law, change in ownership, change in law, change in FRF, change in other reporting requirements, you will revise the engagement letter. SA 210 is over. Have you understood 5 questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you understood all the 5 questions of SA 210? The name is agreeing the terms of audit engagement. Agreeing the terms of audit engagement. Guys, are you through with this? Any doubt till now? Done. Let's move on to the last essay, then the chapter gets over. Essay 220. Essay 220 talks about quality control for audit of financial statement. Now, when you do it from the module, you will see 2 standards here. Essay 220 and SQC1. 2 standards are there. But the 90% content of both the standards are same. So, I have drafted a common answer. See, in the exam, it will be like 5 mark ka 1 question. Okay. Now, when to apply Essay 220, when to apply SQC1, you need to understand the difference. Now, see, this diagram is here. ABN Co is a CA firm. Okay. Reliance is my client. So AB & Co and Reliance got into an engagement. Now in my CA firm, AB is a senior partner. Mr. XY is an engagement partner and Mr. DC is also a partner. Now, so I am handling, let us assume, banking clients. CA DC is, let us assume, handling all the insurance client, and all the industries are handled by XY. So along with XY, so XY will be representing AB & Co at Reliance. So he will be called as what? Engagement partner. What he will be called as? Engagement partner. Now from our office, CA Saku he is taking, one BCom is taking, one MCom is taking, chiller 1, 2, 3 means articles he is taking. This entire family, when they are going and doing the audit of Reliance, so they are my family members only, right? So we call this entire family as what? Engagement team. What it is called as? Engagement team. Engagement team. To maintain the quality of audit at Reliance, like all working papers should be collected, evidence should be collected, there should be no interest of the engagement team at Reliance. Okay, we should not, we should always follow OIPCC. There should be no threats towards Reliance. It will be whose responsibility? AB ka responsibility, engagement partner ka responsibility, DC ka responsibility, all 3 partners ka responsibility, firm ka responsibility, engagement team ka responsibility. Tell me. To maintain the quality of that particular engagement, audit engagement, it is whose responsibility to maintain quality of audit? Whose responsibility? Not auditor. Auditor is wrong. Who's an auditor here? Auditor is AB & Co. Audit, AB can never be auditor, XY can never be an auditor, DC can, individual cannot be an auditor. Boss, who's an auditor? The firm is an auditor. How can it be firm responsibility? Wrong. Whose responsibility it is? Sir, it is XY & Co. Engagement partner का responsibility to maintain quality of audit. We should have qualified people to do the audit. Okay, like chartered accountant should be there. Fresher CA, he can't go and finalize the balance sheet. Senior chartered accountant should go from the firm. Who has to take care of all this? Engagement partner. Who has to take care of all this? Engagement partner. Now see, as per SA 220, is a mistake here. As per SA 220, CAXY means engagement partner will be responsible to maintain the quality of audit engagement with regards to Reliance Industries Limited. Reliance Industries Limited. Clear? Now I am asking you, for all different clients, like we'll have banking clients also, insurance clients also, Reliance, e-commerce clients, all different clients will be have. To maintain the quality of all the engagements, to maintain the quality of all the engagement, it will be whose responsibility? AB का, XY का, DC का, all the three partners का, engagement team का, firm का. Now tell me, to maintain the quality for all the engagement, it will be whose responsibility? Whose responsibility? Answer wrong to wrong, it's okay. No, it is firm ka responsibility. Whose responsibility? Firm ka responsibility, which is executed by the senior partner or the CEO of the firm. So understand the difference. When you talk about quality for all the engagement, it is firm ka responsibility to be executed by the senior partner. When we talk about quality towards audit, it is engagement partner ka responsibility. Now see, it's written here. As per SQC1, the firm will be responsible to maintain the quality for all engagements, that is towards audit, review, assurance and other related services. For all the engagement, firm ka responsibility. For audit engagement, that particular engagement partner ka responsibility. Am I clear with this concept, guys? Are you understanding? Okay. Now see the name. What is the name? SA 220 talks about what? Quality control for audit of financial statement. Quality control for audit of financial statement. Audit के लिए whose responsibility it is? Audit के लिए whose responsibility? To maintain quality. Audit. Write in the chat. Manish, yaar, anna kund lutri kului, katu kulura. Bro, for audit, whose responsibility is? It is engagement partner. Whose responsibility? Engagement partner. As per SQC1, quality control for firms that performs audit, that performs review of historical financial information, other assurance and related service engagement. So for all the engagement to maintain quality, whose responsibility it is? For all the engagements to maintain quality, whose responsibility it is? Write in the chat. Sir, it is firm ka responsibility. So you need to understand the question. If they talk about audit, SA 220. If they talk about overall quality, all engagement, SQC1. Only name is a different, content is same. Now see, again we have written here important points. As per SA 220, it applies to audit engagement only, whereas SQC1 is applicable to all engagement. What are all engagements? Audit, review, assurance, related service. Okay. As per SA 220, it applies to that particular audit engagement, whereas SQC1 applies to the entire firm. Clear? So we have written this very well. So it may come in MCQ, it may come in descriptive. Question number 14 is just a theory answer, not an exam question. Whatever content is here, that only we will be studying in the next page, in the next answers. What are the elements of quality control? So basically the elements here are heal me. What are the elements, guys? Heal me. So these 6 answers are there which we need to study. Heal me. H, human resource. E, ethical requirements. A, acceptance and continuance of client relationship and specific engagement. L, leadership responsibility for quality within the firm. M, monitoring. E, engagement performance. The code is heal me. Human resource, ethical requirements, acceptance and continuance of client relationships and specific engagement. L, leadership responsibility. M, monitoring. E, engagement performance. So it's not a question to be studied. This is an index. This 6 content we will study. Explain human resource or assignment of engagement team to be maintained by firm. So I have not written SA number or SQC number in any of the answers, just for the fact because as a student it will be very difficult. But you should very much be clear in your head. Audit के लिए we follow SA 220. It applies to that particular audit engagement. Engagement partner is responsible. SQC1 is applicable to the entire firm. For all the engagement, firm is responsible. ठीक है? The contents are heal me. Both में SA 220 में also and SQC1 में the content is heal me only. So I have made a common points. The firm should establish policies and procedures designed to provide it with reasonable assurance. So this line is common in all the answers. The firm should, when I say firm, so it is logically going with SQC1. But if it is SA 220, like audit mein, you will write engagement partner. Instead of who is responsible, engagement partner. Instead of, if engagement partner, you write in audit wala answer. And firm you write in SQC1 when you talk about all the engagement. So the firm should establish policy and procedure designed to provide reasonable assurance that it has sufficient personnel. Personnel means the team members, articles, CAs, MBAs in the CA firm with proper capabilities, competence, commitment to perform engagement as per PARL. PARL means what? Professional, regulatory, legal requirements. PARL means what? Professional, regulatory, legal requirements. Such policies should cover recruitment, compensation, training and performance evaluation, etc. Proper training should be given to the articles. Okay, we should have proper staff. So when we talk about staff, it is personnel means human resource. H is human resource. 3 mark ka 4 mark answer, only 2 points. E, ethical requirements. What is E? Ethical requirements. We just did. Ethically, can you do the engagement? Is it prohibited to not to do engagement? No, sir, I can do the engagement, but I need to apply safeguards. Correct? So the same point. The firm should establish policies and procedure designed to provide with reasonable assurance that. So till here it is common in all the answers, that the firm and its personnel, means the staff, comply with relevant ethical requirements. That means OIPCC as required by Code of Ethics of ICAI. Okay, OIPCC. Such policy and procedures enable the firm to what? Communicates its independence requirements to its personnel. Okay, the boss will tell, the firm will tell to the articles that you have to be independent. Identify and evaluate a circumstance that create threats to the independence. Like Manish ka brother was working as a director. So we evaluated the threat circumstance. It is creating a threat to the independence. Then at least annually, the firm should obtain written confirmation of the compliance with regards to ethical requirements. So every year we'll take a declaration from all my engagement team members, all my articles, all my office people that you are independent with all the clients. Okay. A, accepting and continuing client relationship. Now, if Vijay Mallya is calling you and saying, okay, everybody, please accept my audit. Will you accept the audit of Vijay Mallya? Will you accept the audit of Vijay Mallya? Tell me. Vijay Mallya is Kingfisher owner, Kingfisher brand. Vijay Mallya, RCB owner. Tell me, will you accept it? No. Why Srivastav V? Why Arshad? Why Manish? Why no? Why are you saying no? He's a very good friend of mine. I know him personally. He knows me personally. I know him personally. Very good friend of mine. Why are you not accepting it? Why? अच्छा चलो वो he's a fraud, sir. Oh, he's a fraud. Oh. So if I tell you, if Ratan Tata was alive, if Ratan sir is calling you, Tata sir, okay, will you accept my audit engagement? Will you accept it? Yes. So what did you check? Sir, I checked integrity of the client. Integrity of the client. Like Vijay Mallya will not accept. Why? Because of fraud. Correct. So the code is ICCS. What are the factors which affects the affects accepting and continuing client relationship? The code is ICCS. I, integrity of the client. C, competence of the engagement team. It says what? Competence of the engagement team to perform the engagement. C, compliance with ethical requirements. S, significant matters that have arisen during the current or previous engagement has been resolved. If you had some issue, whether they have resolved it or not. So 4 factors are there. They can test in MCQ, descriptive, both. Integrity of the client, competence of the engagement team, compliance with ethical requirements, and significant matters that have arisen during the current or the previous engagement has been resolved. ICCS. So this is factors. In one attempt, they ask on what basis you will check integrity of client. So this is next answer. So heal me ka A mein there are 2 questions. A, acceptance. In acceptance there is integrity. Like I think Arshad says he's a fraud, sir, right? So how did you does the integrity? About fraud. So here it is. What are the matters which affects the integrity of the client? Sir, identity and the business reputation of the client. This is identity, not identify. It is identity and the business reputation of the client. Like for example, Vijay Mallya reputation is totally spoiled. Ratan Tata, sir, genius, gem of a person. Then whether the client is concerned with maintaining the firm ka fee as low as possible. Client is not paying money only, sir. Then inappropriate limitation in the scope of work. Don't go here, don't go there. Okay. D. This is D. There's a mistake here. Client might be involved in money laundering or other criminal activities like Vijay Mallya example. Then the reason for the proposed appointment and non-reappointment of the previous firm. Sir, why have you appointed us? Why are you not reappointing your previous firm? Sir, some fraud must have happened. So these are the factors which judge the integrity of the client. So remember, heal me mein A mein there are 2 questions. Okay. L, leadership responsibility. Sir, the firm should establish policy and procedure designed to maintain quality of the firm. Who is responsible? Sir, managing partner. I told you CEO, CFO or the senior partner is responsible for maintaining the quality, okay, system of quality control. 1 second. For particular audit engagement, guys, who will be responsible to maintain quality? For particular audit engagement, who will be responsible? Who will be responsible? Engagement partner. So I have written here. Engagement partner is responsible for audit engagement. Then, the persons assigned with operational responsibilities should have appropriate experience, capability, and authority to assure that responsibility. Okay, this is L wala answer. M, monitoring. Same line, the firm should have policies and procedures. The firm should have policies and procedures relating to system of quality control are relevant, adequate, operating objectively, effectively and complied. Such policies should be monitored and evaluated through a periodic inspection. That is monitoring. E, engagement performance in a firm. Engagement performance. Now, again, it's just a read answer. It is achieved through briefing. It is achieved through briefing of engagement team about objectives, process for complying with the engagement, supervision, training, appropriate documentation of the work performed. Sufficient judgments made in the engagement should be reviewed by an EQCR. EQCR is what? Engagement Quality Control Reviewer. Depending upon the complexity of engagement, their review does not reduces the responsibility of engagement partner. So the story here is in case of listed entities. Which entities, guys? Listed entity like Reliance. So imagine Roshan is my partner. Sorry, not Roshan. Manish is my partner. So Manish is going and doing the audit. He's an engagement partner. He will finalize the report. He will finalize the opinion. But he can't sign the report. He will come back to the office. He will discuss with me. Who am I? AB. AB means senior partner. Senior partner means EQCR. Engagement Quality Control Reviewer. I and Manish will discuss what is the opinion. I will first complete my review. Audit is done by Manish only. I will review it. Acha, this is correct. Acha, this is wrong. This is right. Because I'm a senior partner there. Okay. It is mandatory. It is mandatory in which entity? Listed entity. Now, once I have done the review, then Manish will sign the audit report. Now imagine Manish signed the audit report, and after 3-4 years, it came to know that the report signed by Manish is faulty, is defective. AB will be responsible, Manish will be responsible, or both will be responsible. Who will be responsible, guys? AB will be responsible, Manish will be responsible, or both will be responsible. Who will be responsible? Manish will be responsible. Who have signed the audit report? Manish has signed the audit report. Na? So it's written here clearly. Their review means AB, when AB does a review, does not reduce the responsibility of the engagement partner. Always remember, the person who signs the audit report, he is only responsible. I have just reviewed. I don't go and do the audit there. I did not go to Reliance and do the audit. Audit is done by Manish. Manish ka team. Manish has done it. Manish has signed it. He will be responsible. Okay. Engagement quality control review is mandatory for all audit of FS of which company? Listed company. In case of other entities, the firm should frame a criteria for quality control review. Till now in India, we don't have a criteria. You can keep turnover criteria, profit ka criteria, but only as per SQC 1, it is mandatory in which company? Listed entity. Listed entity. If there is a difference of opinion between engagement partner, means Manish, and EQCR, AB, then the engagement team should follow firm ka relevant policy and procedure. Very important point, point number 5. The audit report can be signed by engagement partner only after quality review is completed by EQCR. Only after quality review is completed by EQCR. Now you tell me, guys, first audit report will be signed or first review will happen? First audit report will be signed or first review will happen? First review, then only audit report will be signed. I think this came in the exam. I don't remember exactly, but I think this came. What documentation should be maintained by EP? EP means engagement partner for an audit engagement. So the code here is CT. C. We need to mug it up. Conclusion reached regarding accepting and continuing client relationship and audit engagement. C. Conclusion. I. Any issues identified with regards to compliance with ethical requirements and how they were resolved. T. The nature, scope and conclusions during the course of audit engagement. I. Independence requirement compliance that they apply to audit engagement. They are independent. How have you decided? So all this has to be documented by engagement partner. Documentation ka essay is 230. You can write 230 ka reference also. When they talk about engagement partner, means basically audit basically means essay 220. When they talk about all the engagements, they talk about the firm, it is SQC1. Have you understood, guys? I have written 2 questions 4 and 5 from module. You just have to read. Have you understood the entire chapter? Wow. We just did this. You need to identify. We just did. Okay. This is May 26th paper. I'll just take 5 minutes of your time. Just see whatever we have did. I have taught you correct things or not. Okay. Question number 10. We just did. As a part of the firm system of quality control for audit of FS, a monitoring process is designed to provide reasonable assurance that the firm policies procedures are relevant and educate operating effectively. Which of the following matter the engagement partner need not to document as a part of monitoring element of quality control? We just did this. What you will not document? The last question. CT wala code. Answer. Answer. C. Issues identified is correct. Conclusion with independence requirement is correct. Conclusion reach accepting and contingency, it is there. Observational point was not there. Sitting. I have taught you correct things. So if you follow my strategy, guys, trust me, audit is cupcake for you. Hold on. 5 mark answer. You need to answer what will you write. XYZ and Co chartered accountant is conducting. So 2 mark MCQ, 5 mark ka descriptive. is conducting stat audit of ABC. During the audit, the engagement partner noticed certain unusual year-end sales transactions that have significantly increased the company's profit. Management explained that this is a genuine transaction, provide supporting invoices. However, the engagement partner expresses concern that such unusual year-end transactions require deeper examination, notwithstanding the availability of documentation. He emphasized that an auditor should remain alert to conditions that may indicate possible misstatement. He further remarks that although the firm generally follows a rule-based approach to ethics, auditors should not limit themselves to mere compliance with rules, but also uphold the spirit of ethical principles. Okay, hold on. First, answer this. Can you answer this? Discuss briefly between PBA and RBA to ethics. Can you write this answer? PBA and RBA. PBA and RBA. PBA and RBA. PBA and RBA. Principle-based approach and rule-based approach. Question number 3 from the notes. Principle-based approach versus rule-based approach. This answer you were supposed to write. 2 mark ka answer. Clear? How to identify the question? Story ignore. It's just the reference you can get which chapter say question it is. But just see what question they have asked. Are you clear with this, guys? Now, this you need to answer. Oh, wow. Determine the attitude that the engagement partner expects the audit team to maintain the above situation. What is that attitude word called as? What is that attitude called as? Wow, superb. Professional skepticism. Which risk can be reduced while maintaining such an attitude throughout the audit? Audit risk can be reduced, that we will not go wrong in opinion. This also is there in the notes. I will show you which answers are important answer which we have marked. Professional skepticism. Just you have to write professional skepticism wala answer. Maintaining professional skepticism will reduce the overall audit risk, that to give wrong opinion the risk will be reduced. Question number 3 from the notes, question number 7 from the notes. Clear? How to identify the question? And it's not a new question, it is there in the module also. Please answer this. What will you write? What will you write? What will you write, guys? I to got the answer. I told you 3/4 of the question is story. Last 1/4 may you will get the answer. With reference to the above situation, illustrate the responsibility of the auditor that are generally included in engagement letter. As per SA 210, engagement letter. I have given the code also. Anybody? Any 1 or 2 points? Engagement letter. Contents of engagement letter. ORIR. Objective and scope of audit, responsibilities of the auditor, responsibility of the management, identification of FRS, reference to the expected form and content of report. ORIR. Done. 5 mark, 10 mark, 2 mark MCQ, 12 mark chapter. I am telling you, do the notes thoroughly. You will be able to answer the questions. 3/4 is the question ka story. Last 1/4 you will get what you are supposed to write. There will be 1 or 2 questions which will be from outside. But I am telling you 90% paper is from the notes. Is your confidence raised now, guys? Okay, cool. So we meet tomorrow's class में new chapter. I'll decide. I'll tell you which chapter we do. Okay, I'll share the notes with the team and in the Telegram also. Cool. So finish off this chapter. You have the notes in the chat. It is there in the Telegram. The team will also be sharing you. Clear this chapter. Do all the questions. Be at par with me. Okay. Bye. Tomorrow we meet same time 9:30. Bye. Thank you. So, good morning, people. Welcome back to the class, and we are doing our audit revisions for your upcoming CA intermediate exam. Okay, so every day we are doing some chapters, and we have already completed. I think we have completed 2 chapters. We have completed. I forgot. Shit. Oh, we completed the very big chapter, audit evidence, and we completed one small chapter, ethics. Okay, let's have a quick recall. Okay, of the concepts. Okay, whatever we are doing, let's quickly recall. Number one, when we talk about threats, can you write in the chat what are the threats to an auditor? What are the threats to an auditor? I have given you a code. Can somebody answer what are the threats to an accountant? Arshad, little mistake. It is IRAFI. IRAFI. Self-interest threat, self-review threat, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, intimidation threat. IRAFI. Interest review, advocacy, familiarity, intimidation. IRAFI. Okay. Now, when we talk about what are the principles, what are the fundamental accounting, what are the fundamental principles for a professional accountant? Fundamental principles. Quickly. Manish, please answer. We have Arshad, we have Divyasri, we have Isha, we have Hari Krishnan, Sri Krishna, Srivastav. No, Srivastav V. Please answer. Very good, Manish. It's OIPCC, guys. Objectivity, integrity, professional behavior, professional competence, and due care and confidentiality. It's OIPCC. OIPCC. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. When I talk about accountant honesty, sincerity, straightforwardness towards the work, it is which kind of principle getting attracted? Which kind of principle getting attracted, guys? Honesty, straightforwardness. It is integrity, boss. Integrity. Honesty, straightforwardness, sincerity. It is integrity. Objectivity is about biasness. I should not favor some client. Okay, undue influence. That is basically your objectivity. Honesty, if you see that, it is integrity. I have to be more integral, basically. Okay. Now, you have to identify when I know a person at the client place, it is which kind of a threat. I know the person at the client place, it is which kind of a threat. So it is familiarity threat. It is which threat? Very good, familiarity threat. I am dependent on the fees of the client. My house ka expenses are taken care by the client ka fees only. It is which kind of threat? Very good. It is self-interest threat. Very good. It is self-interest threat. Very good. Acha. Then when we talk about ऑडिट एविडेंस का ऐसे नंबर, ऑडिट एविडेंस का ऐसे नंबर 500. वेरी गुड. एनालिटिकल प्रोसीजर का ऐसे नंबर, एनालिटिकल प्रोसीजर का ऐसे नंबर सर ऐसे 520. वेरी गुड. Then okay, very important. I know you should not go wrong here. When I talk about quality of particular audit engagement, who will be responsible? Who will be responsible? Sir, engagement partner will be responsible. Engagement partner. Okay. Now, when we talk about quality of the firm, who will be responsible? I would say it will be engagement partner. Don't write partner. Partner is wrong. It is engagement partner. Okay. Yeah. The question next is quality for the overall quality of the firm. Who will be responsible for the overall quality of the firm? So the entire firm would be responsible for that. Very good. But it will be executed by the senior partner or a CEO of the firm or the managing director of the firm. They have written that way in the standard. Okay. Now, when we talk about EQCR, engagement quality control review, that will be applicable. Engagement quality control review will be applicable only in dash entities. Engagement quality control review is applicable in dash entity. It is applicable, very good. It is applicable only in listed entities. It is applicable only in listed entities. It is applicable only in listed entity. First review will happen or first audit report signing will happen. Review will happen or signing of audit report will happen. Sir, first review will happen. Very good. Okay. Give me any two contents of engagement letter. What do you write in the engagement letter? Give me any two contents. Give me any two contents. Objective scope. Okay, that is, I would say it is one almost same. One, anything else? Very good. Responsibility of the auditor, responsibility of the management. Then identification of the FRF, identification of the FRF, and form and content of report. Now the question, what I asked you, contents of engagement letter, that is coming from which standard? Like which standard ka reference will you give? Which standard ka reference will you give? Super. SA 210. SA 210. Cool. How's the revision going on? We have completed 2 chapters. You are remembering the content. How are you feeling it? Please write in the chat. The video, the audio is muted. How are you feeling it, guys? Great, nice. So keep the spirits high. This is the technique what I have been teaching from past 15 years. It's the same. Whatever we do, we come back on the next day. We revise first for 5-10 minutes. So what happens that your confidence is stable. Inter exams are all about confidence. If you maintain the confidence rock steady in all the 11 chapters, see, you can't be master of 11, but at least you can be master of around 7, 8 chapters at least. Okay, that is 85-90% of the syllabus. If you're master of around 85-90% of your syllabus, trust me, for sure you will clear CA intermediate. For sure you will be there in CA final. In CA final, I'll be meeting you for set A, set C, set D, and CA final audit. Okay, come soon. I'm waiting. Cool. So with this, we start with the new chapter. We are starting with the next big chapter. It is audit report chapter. For sure it will be there in the exam. 2 questions descriptive minimum. Okay, it can be 3 also, and 4 to 6 marks MCQ. So it's around 8 to 12 marks. Okay. Hari Krishna, no. Sri Krishna. Yeah. Sri Krishna, can you send the PDF? I've just said in the morning in the group. Can you send in the chat? Again, the iPad got disconnected. In the meantime, he's arranging the notes. I have sent that to the team also to send it. I don't know whether, by when they will send. In the meantime, let's be ready. Okay, so that's my Telegram group ka QR. You can join. You can connect with me over Instagram also in case of any doubt. And that's my YouTube channel wherein I have uploaded series of revision lectures which you can see. Okay, you can take it from here. Scan any of the QR, whatever you want. Now if you see analysis of Jan 26 MCQ, audit report chapter came for 2 marks. September 25 audit report 0 mark. May 25 audit report 0 marks. Jan 25 audit report 0 marks. September 24 audit report chapter 6 marks. Okay. Now when I do descriptive analysis, now see May 24, guys, May 24 8 marks. Again September 24 8 marks. Jan 25 8 marks. May 25 8 marks. September 25 8 marks. Jan 26 8 marks. And this attempt also I think 8 marks. So audit report chapter is minimum 8. Okay, along with MCQ, it can go to 10 also, it can go to 12 also, it can go to 14 also, depending upon the level of MCQ. Okay, now see. So it's a lengthy chapter, lot of content is there. So audit report means the first part is basically what we are doing is we are doing CARO, Companies Auditors Report Order 2020. Companies Auditors Report Order 2020. Okay, there will I think around 6 or 7 parts in this chapter. So it says first one, sir, CARO is applicable to all the companies including foreign. What will you say? CARO is applicable to all the companies including foreign company. CARO is applicable to all the companies including foreign company. Sir, CARO is not applicable to BIPS. CARO is not applicable to BIPS. What is BIPS, sir? B is banking company, I is insurance company, P is private company, private limited company, S is section 8 OPC and small. Section 8 OPC and small. So CARO is not applicable to BIPS. B is what? Banking, insurance, private limited, section 8 OPC and small. Now, so for private, if you are a banking company, you are exempted. If you are insurance, you are exempted. For section 8 OPC small, you are exempted. All the data have to be seen on which date? Balance sheet. Last year ka 31st March. Last year ka 31st March. But for private limited company to get exempted, you have to check 3 conditions. P, O, R. What are the 3 conditions, guys? P, O, R. POR. Sir, my paid up capital, my paid up share capital and reserve should be less than or equal to 1 crore. My paid up share capital and reserve should be less than or equal to 1 crore. And outstanding loan should be less than or equal to 1 crore. And outstanding loan should be less than or equal to 1 crore. And my revenue should be less than or equal to 10 crore. And my revenue should be less than or equal to 10 crore. Paid up capital less than or equal to 1 crore and loan less than or equal to 1 crore and revenue less than or equal to 10 crore. This is less than equal to. Less than equal to means it is minimum or maximum? Guys, it is minimum or maximum? Sir, maximum. My paid up capital and reserve can be 1 crore and my loan can be 1 crore and my revenue can be 10 crore. Correct? If my capital is less than equal to 1 and my loan is less than equal to 1 and my revenue is less than equal to 10, and condition, if everything is less, capital is less, loan is less, revenue is less, guys, CARO applicable, not applicable? CARO applicable, not applicable? Capital is less, loan is less, revenue is less. We say POR. POR mein P is what? Paid up capital, O is outstanding loan, R is revenue. POR. Capital is less, loan is less, revenue is less. If everything is less, tell me, applicable, not applicable? Sir, Karo is not applicable. These three conditions you have to see to get exemption from Karo. These three conditions you have to see to get exemption from Karo. That is not applicable. So Karo will not be applicable if my capital and reserves is less than equal to 1 crore and my loan is less than equal to 1 crore and my revenue is less than equal to 10 crore. So if my capital is less, loan is less, revenue is less, then Karo is not applicable. That means I am exempted from Karo. Okay? Now let's do one example. AB Limited paid up share capital and reserves is 80 lakhs. My loan is 95 lakhs. My revenue is 8 crores. Capital is less, loan is less, revenue is less. Tell me, guys, Karo applicable, not applicable? Karo applicable, not applicable in this question? Karo is applicable. How, sir? How? Yenda kondralla thrili Patrikuru AB Limited. AB Limited. My iPad got disconnected. AB Limited, guys. AB Limited. AB Limited means which company? AB Limited means which company? Sir, very good. Public company. Boss, this is a public company. Public company may, what do we say? Karo is applicable to all the companies, right? Other than BIPS. Karo is applicable to all the companies other than BIPS. One second. Yeah. These conditions have to be seen only when the company is a private company. The company is a private company. Okay. Now assuming if it is ABP Limited, if it is assuming it is ABP Limited, now tell me, Karo applicable, not applicable? Assuming this is ABP Limited, then sir, Karo is not applicable. Then Karo is not applicable. Correct. Understood how to see? When do you have to see the condition? Sir, only when it is a private limited company. Those conditions have to be seen only when it is a private limited company. Private limited company, okay? So sorry. Some issue. Okay. Now, one more example. So we are carrying on the same example. So I am writing this as ABP Limited. Okay. Paid up capital is 80 lakhs. Revenue is 8 crore. Loan on, so for example, we are talking about financial year 26-27. Whether Karo is applicable or not. So for this, what you have to see, you have to always see the previous year. That is the data on 31st March 2026. That is basically you have to see the data for 25-26. So data has to be always seen for the previous year to see the applicability or non-applicability in the current year. Applicability or non-applicability in the current year. Agreed? Now, what happened? My loan was on 10th May 2025. The loan was 125 lakhs. On 31st March 2026, the loan became 85 lakhs. That means they must have repaid. So here it was 125 lakh. Here it is 85 lakh. Paid up capital reserve is 80 lakh. Revenue is 8 crores. Loan on 10th May 2025 it was 125 lakh. And on 31st March it is 85 lakh. Now you have to answer, tell me, Caro applicable or not applicable? Caro applicable or not applicable? The name of the company is ABP Limited. The name of the company is ABP Limited. Isha, Caro is applicable. Sir, why? Why it is applicable? Now see. Paid up capital and reserve is less than equal to 1 crore. This you have to see on last year ka 31st March. Revenue is less than or equal to 10 crore. This also you have to see on last year ka 31st March. Loan is should be less than or equal to 1 crore at. When you have to see this? At any point of time. At any point of time means what? At during the year, if the loan condition is contravened in the previous year, then this year Caro is applicable. So from here we got one conclusion: capital reserve last year, revenue last year 31st March, loan also last year, but loan has to be seen when? At any point of time. When you have to see at any point of time. If any point of time the condition is contravened, the Caro is applicable. Have you understood this applicability, non-applicability? So it says if any one condition is contravened, Caro is applicable. If any one condition is contravened, Caro is applicable. Perfect. Important notes. Now this is the definition. Now when we say Caro is applicable to all companies, the first line of my notes was Caro is applicable to all companies. So my question is it applicable to a foreign company also? My line says, sir, Caro is applicable to all the companies. My question is it applicable to foreign company also? Yes, sir. Yeah. Caro is applicable to all companies. So they have defined what is foreign company. As such, this definition is very important in law paper, not in audit paper. You will just write as per section 242. Foreign company means a company which is incorporated outside India, having the place of business inside the India. It's wrong language. Having a place of business in India and conducting any business activity in India. And conducting any business activity in India. Okay. Then few definitions, few rules from here. Caro is not applicable at the time of consolidation. What will you say? Caro is not applicable at the time of consolidation means it is applicable to single companies. It is not applicable at the time of consolidation. Caro is applicable to a deemed public company, that is a private company which is a subsidiary of a public company. So what is deemed public company? Now see. AB Limited. They have just given in the question AB Limited. Identify and tell me, is Caro applicable to this company? Yes or no? AB Limited. Is Caro applicable to this company? Yes, sir. Caro is applicable to all companies except BIPS. Public company applicable. BBP Limited. BBP Limited. Tell me, Caro applicable, not applicable? BBP Limited means private company. Caro applicable, not applicable? Very good, Isha. You have to check the criteria, sir. Very good, very good. I was waiting for that only. You have to check the criteria. Sir, what is the criteria? POR. Paid up capital should be less. Outstanding loan should be less. Revenue should be less. POR. Correct? I am saying everything is less. Everything is less. Now, Caro applicable, not applicable? Sir, not applicable. Very good. Not applicable. Correct, correct. Perfect. Very good. Now again we do. Sir, only AB Limited. Karo applicable. Only BBP Limited. Capital less, loan less, revenue less. Sir, Karo not applicable. Correct? Again. AB Limited. Karo applicable. BBP Limited. Capital less, loan less, revenue less. Karo not applicable. But what happened? AB Limited invested more than 50% in BBP Limited. So this becomes the holding company, this becomes the subsidiary company. Okay. My question to you champions is Karo, sorry. Oh, where is undo? I don't know where is undo. My question to you champions is Karo applicable to BBP Limited in this case? Yes or no? Yes, sir, applicable. Why, sir, applicable? Sir, capital was less, loan was less, revenue is less, but still, BBP, Karo is applicable to BBP Limited. Why? Because BBP Limited became which company, guys? Even though it's a private company, but because its holding company is a public company, it would be called as deemed public company. What it will be called as what? Deemed public company. And we have written a line, Karo is applicable to a deemed public company, means a private company which is a subsidiary of a public company. A private company, the line is very much clear, a private company which is a subsidiary of a public company, which is a subsidiary of public company. Clear? Then we have written for paid up share capital, consider both equity and preference. For paid up share capital, consider what? Both equity and preference. Okay. Equity share capital plus preference share capital, both you will consider. If there is call scenarios, you will reduce. If there is a call scenarios, you will minus it out. Sir, for revenue, what will you consider? Consider all types of, sorry, for reserves, not revenue, wrong it is. Sir, for reserves, what will you consider? All types of reserves. That is free reserve, capital reserve, security premium, capital redemption reserve, revaluation reserve, whatever reserves they have given the question, you will add everything. If there's a credit balance in P&L, you will add. But if there's a debit balance of P&L, negative balance, loss, you will minus. So for capital, you take all. For reserves, you take all. So for loan, all. All means all kinds of loan. Long term, short term, secured, unsecured, working capital, OD, CC, everything. For revenue, also consider all revenue. So for revenue, consider all revenue. Means revenue from discontinuing operation also, like you must have seen revenue from operations, other income in the P&L in schedule 3, revenue from operation, okay, and other income. Like for example, it is like this. It is revenue from operations 100 rupees, other income 20 rupees, total 120. So my question is, for the purpose of Karo to check the conditions, you will add 100, you will add 20, or you will add 120. 100, 20, 120. What will you add? For the purpose of Karo in private company for revenue, how much will you add? 100 you will add 20, you will add 120. Sir, we'll add 120. How much we will add? 120. Why? Because revenue means what? Consider all revenue, total. Revenue from operation plus other income, total you will add. Clear? So this is one part of the Karo which talks about applicability, non-applicability. The other part is basically the clauses of Karo. Can somebody tell me how many clauses are there in Karo? How many clauses are there? 21. 21. So this is first 9 ka one stanza, then we have divided 10 to 16 one more stanza, then we have divided 17 to 21. 1 to 9, 10 to 16 and 17 to 21. So in 3 stanzas we have divided. They can test you in MCQ, they can test you in descriptive also. Okay. So my first stanza is FIDA. We say FIDA. FIDA. Say PC has statutory income and it defaulted. It says FIDA say PC has statutory income and it defaulted. So FIDA 4 clauses, PC 5 and 6 clauses, statutory is 7 clause, income is 8 clause, defaulted is 9. So this is first 9 clause. So let me just first teach you 9 clause. Then I will roll up the screen. You start reading because the clause has to go hand in hand. Okay. So first I'll teach you, then you read. So first we'll do 1 to 9, then you read. Then 10 to 16, then you read. Then 17 to 21, then you read. Okay. Okay. Caro clauses. Okay. F is what? Fixed assets. So either they can ask you the descriptive answer like 4 mark ka full answer. Okay, you are supposed to write the clause number. Okay, so how do you write? Like suppose there's a question on fixed assets. Okay, so you have to write like this: as per CLAUSE clause 1. How do you write 1? Roman number, small Roman numbers, not the big Roman numbers, small Roman like I wala of paragraph 3 of companies auditors report order 2020. As per clause 1 of paragraph 3 is basically like para 1 is about applicability. So when you read from the Baar Caro, para 1 talks about applicability, para 2 talks about non-applicability, para 3 talks about all Caro clauses. So this is a presentation and you put this in box. So it gives you 1 mark extra. If it's a 4 mark answer, 1 mark is for writing the name of the number of the clause number, okay, and correct number. So as per clause 1 of paragraph 3 of companies auditors report, audit reports in bracket, order 2020, for fixed asset the auditor should check the following. For fixed assets the auditor should check the following. Then following may all this. Following may all this. Okay. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only out of 21, 5 are bigger. Rest everything is like one liners. Okay? One liners. Let's start reading. So it says for fixed assets, as per clause 1 of Caro 2020, for fixed assets, the auditor should check the following. What do you have to check? Sir, the auditor should check that the record should display the details, quantity, situation of both tangible and intangible assets. The record should display details, quantity, situation of both tangible and intangible assets. Physical verification is carried out regular intervals. Who will carry out physical verification? Who will carry out physical verification? Who will carry out physical verification? No guys, no. Management. Very good Arshad. Management. We are just checking. What is my line? For fixed asset, the auditor should check the following. Number 1, record should display. Who maintains record? Management. The auditor should check. Physical verification is carried out at regular intervals. Who will be doing physical verification? Management. Who will be doing physical verification? Management. We just have to check. What? We just have to check. Okay? Whether physical verification is carried out at regular intervals. Third, sir, whether material discrepancy, if any, is reported. Sir, what is this material discrepancy? Like books are saying 100 units. When they did physical verification, it is showing 80 units. So books are saying 100 and physical verification is 80. There's a discrepancy. If there's a discrepancy, you have to report. How much discrepancy? Even one discrepancy, 1 rupee ka, 1 unit ka discrepancy, you have to report. Then Title deeds of immovable property. Guys, title deeds of immovable property. What does title deeds means? What does title deeds means? Ownership document. Very good, Manish. Ownership document, agreement basically. So title deeds of which property? Immovable property. They have asked in the exam, title deeds of all the property should be checked. No. Title deeds of only which property? Immovable property. Title deeds of immovable property should display that the properties are held in the name of company. Obviously, if there's a building, the building has to be in the name of company. Except where the property, except the property where the company is lessee. Where the company is lessee means company has taken on lease. There is a lesser. Logical na. The property will be in the name of the owner na, not in the name of company. Fourth, if the title deeds are not held in the name of company, the following details should be given. Like imagine if they have taken from, it is on director ka name or some employee ka name or somebody else ka name. So what you have to give? The description, the gross carrying value, whether held by promoter, director, other relatives or employee, the period held, and the reason for not being held in the name of company. You have to give these details. Sixth, whether revaluation has been done by the company of its PPE, and whether revaluation is done by register valuer. Revaluation is done of its PPE and it is done by register valuer. You have to go and check this. Okay. In case of change in revaluation, you will specify in the Caro report the amount of change only if it is minimum 10% of what? Net carrying value of each class of the asset. First understand 10%. Now imagine revaluation happened. We will not do revaluation. Register valuer will do it. Who will appoint register valuer? Management will appoint. We just have to go and see whether revaluation is done or not. Okay. Now imagine the asset was of 100 rupees in the books. Now the asset ka after revaluation it became 112. Valuation was 100 rupees, on revaluation became 112. Should you report in the Caro that there was a revaluation change? Yes or no? Tell me yes or no. You can read point number 7 and tell me. 100 rupees, it became 112. Should you report? Yes or no? In case of change in revaluation, specify the amount of change if it is minimum 10%. Yes, sir. Sir, what if it became 85? 100 was there, it became 85 on revaluation. Should you report? Yes. So 10% upside, 10% downside. 10% upside, 10% downside. Acha, what if it is exact 110? Still you will report. Why? Because it is minimum 10%. MCQ, very important. Always remember, wherever percentages they have given in Caro, it is always minimum. It is not more, that is minimum. Now, it means net carrying value. In the question, they will give you gross carrying value. Ignore gross carrying value. You have to see what? Net carrying value. So, net means what? After depreciation, after all the adjustment, it is called as net carrying value. You don't have to get into the depth of net carrying. Just understand, remember net carrying value to see. Sir, of each class of asset. Now, what does each class means? Sir, I have a table of 100 rupee. Okay. Sir, I have a chair. Okay. Of, let us assume, 50 rupees. Sir, I have a shelf of another 50 rupees. This became 52. This became 80. This became 105. Total is 200. This is 237 it became. Now you tell me, should we report in the Caro that table ka valuation has happened, revaluation has happened, or we should report about chair, we should report about shelf, or we should not report about chair, we should report only about shelf, we should not report about table, or we should report about furniture and fixtures? What we should report? What we should report? Sir, you have to report all furniture fixtures, because what are they saying? They are not talking about the particular asset. They are talking about each class. So my class is what? Furniture fixture. Even though individually the type of the asset may the change is less than 10%, but here it is class mate is 10%, minimum 10%, then you have to report. Understood? In CA final, in last attempt, they have asked this in the MCQ. So they played on percentage, they played on gross value, they played on class also. So make sure you remember all the 3 points. It is minimum 10% of the net carrying value, upside, downside of each class of the asset. Each class of the asset. Clear, guys? Then, sir, whether any proceeding is initiated or pending against the company under, we say, BTPA Act. BTPA means basically what? Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. If yes, whether the company has disclosed the details in the FS. So if some proceedings are going on under BTPA, the auditor should see whether it is disclosed in the FS or not. So you as an auditor will report in Caro. You have to see whether management has disclosed in FS or not. So how many points are there in first clause? 8 clause are there. F is what? Fixed asset. 8 sub points are there. So they can ask you on any of the 8 points. Clear? I, inventory. FIDAS may F was fixed asset, I is inventory. Same point, whether physical verification is carried out at regular intervals. Now tell me, guys, who will do the physical verification? Who will do physical verification? Management. We just have to see whether management has done it or not. Okay. Whether material discrepancy, again, whether material discrepancy of 10% or more, so 10% or more means basically minimum, is properly dealt in BUA. Okay. Can you tell me how much was the percentage given for material discrepancy in fixed asset? Inventory mate is 10%. How much is the percentage there? In fixed asset, how much is the percentage there for material discrepancy? Everybody of you is wrong. There is no percentage. Material discrepancy, if any, should be reported. That 10% is for which point? It is only for revaluation. Guys, be alert when you are studying. Fixed asset, if there is a material discrepancy, even for 1 rupee, one type of asset, you report. Inventory, if there is a material discrepancy of 10%, then only you will report. Fixed asset, 10% is on what? Revaluation. Are you clear with all this? Be little alert when you are reading, when you are studying. Understood the difference, guys? Then, very repetitive, point number 3 and point number 4, very repetitive. Has the company taken working capital of more than 5 crores? See, whenever there's a percentage, it is more than equal to, that is minimum. Whenever there's any amount or days in the caro, they have given more than. So this clause is not getting attracted 5 crores, it is more than 5 crores. Okay. Has the company taken working capital of more than 5 crores from bank or financial institution on security of current assets? This much only. Are the quarterly statements or statements filed by the company to the bank or financial institution is in agreement with BUA? If not, give details. So what happens when you take loan? You have to give a quarterly statement to the bank. So company must have given quarterly statement to the bank. Auditor just verify that statement and the books is matching or not. If not matching, give details. So guys, the code is what? FIDA. F is fixed assets, I is inventory. D, is what? Debts given. Whether company has LIGS. Sir, LIGS means loans, investments, guarantee, security. L is what? Loans, investment, guarantee and security, LIGS. Sir, whether company has given LIGS to the company's firms, LLP or any party. Whether company has given LIGS to company's firms, LLP or any party. Okay, you have to just check. If the company has given LGS, so what is LGS? L is loans, G is guarantee, S is security. They are not talking about investment in point number 2. Whether company has given LGS during the year, indicate what? Total amount given during the year and balance outstanding on balance sheet date. To whom? To subsidiaries, associate, joint venture. Sir, on this side what will you give? Sir, same point. Total amount during the year, balance outstanding on the balance sheet date. To whom? To parties other than such. To parties other than such. So such means subsidiary, associate, joint venture. So this wale part mein you have to give details to your subsidiary, associate, joint venture. This wale part mein you have to give details of to parties other than such. C. Second point. Whether LIGS made is not prejudicial to the interest of company. Prejudicial means it should not be against, it should not be harmful to the interest of company. Then, whether the repayment of principal or interest is regular. Whether the repayment of principal or interest is regular. If the amount is overdue for more than, purposefully I have said this, more than 90 days. Percentage is minimum, days and amount is more than. If the amount is overdue for more than 90 days, check whether reasonable steps have been taken by the company for its recovery. Guys, who will go for recovery? Who will go for recovery? Management. We just have to see whether recovery is done or not. Okay. Whether any loans and advances is renewed during the year or any fresh loan is granted to settle the overdue loans to the same parties. What you have to specify? Specify the amount of such loans renewed or fresh loans granted. Now imagine we have our company has given loan to Manish. Manish has not repaid that loan. Manish is coming back again to the company and saying, sir, you give me more 50,000 rupees. I will do a new business and repay your old loan plus the new loan. So what the company has done? Company has given the new loan to the same party to settle the overdue loan, right? So that we get the old loan also. So it's not a harm, it is not a crime. You just give the details here. Sir, whether any loans and advances is renewed during the year or any fresh loan is granted to settle the overdue loan to the same party, specify the amount of such loans renewed or fresh loans granted. Okay. F. Whether company has granted loans and advances. Whether company has granted loans and advances either repayable on demand. Either repayable on demand means a short term or without specifying the terms or period of repay. That means extremely short term loans. To whom they have given? To the promoters or to the related parties. What you have to specify? Specify the amount and the percentage of total loans granted. You have to say amount also, and imagine 5 lakh I have given and total loan I have given 100 lakhs. So 5 lakh I will write here, 5% I will write here. This loan is given to whom? Promoters and related party. So this is the third big clause. So fixed assets, inventory, debts given. The 1, 2, 3 are very important, very lengthy. Rest everything is simple now. A. Adequacy of 185, 186. What will you say? Adequacy of 185, 186. So you just have to write the answer like this. The auditor should check the provision section 185, 186 complied. If not, give details. If not, give details. The auditor should check the provisions of 185, 186 complied. If not, give details. Okay? Then, फिर से P. P is what? Public deposit. P is what? Public deposits. For the deposits accepted or amounts which are deemed to be deposits, what do you have to check? So if a company has taken public deposit, you have to check DPO. What do you have to check, guys? DPO. Directives of RBI, provisions of Companies Act, orders of NCLT. DPO. Directives of RBI, provisions of Companies Act, orders of NCLT are complied with. Over. So clause number 4 is adequacy, P is public deposits. Over. It is fast track, it is revision going on. That's the reason I am doing this much. No, in the Carol it is this much. Okay. Sir, cost records. Sir, whether cost records under section 140 is maintained. If not, give details. Over. Clause number 6, very simple. The auditor should check whether cost records under section 148 is maintained. If not, give details. Finish. Then statutory dues. Guys, statutory dues basically means your taxes, government ka money, compulsory money. If it is undisputed and if it is outstanding for more than 6 months, then only it should be reported. If it is disputed, you have to report always amount and authority. Sir, undisputed means government is not fighting, you are not fighting. You will report in the CARO only if the amount is outstanding for more than 6 months. In case of dispute, government is saying 5 lakhs, you are saying 2 lakh. Imagine GST department is saying AB pay 5 lakh, I am saying no 2 lakh only. So there's a fight going on, so you have to report in CARO always. You have to say amount also and authority. GST department and 5 lakh and 2 lakh pay fight is going on. Okay. Then FIDA say PCS statutory income. What is the 8th clause? Income. Whether any unrecorded or undisclosed income is disclosed in the accounts during the year. What will you say? Whether any unrecorded or undisclosed income is disclosed in the accounts during the year. Who must have disclosed in the accounts? Who must have disclosed? Management. You just have to see whether they have disclosed or not. They have not disclosed, report in the CARO. They have disclosed, report in the CARO. You have to report every time. Then, and defaulted. Statutory income and they defaulted. So this is the 4th big clause. Defaulted in repayment of borrowings. Defaulted in repayment of borrowings. Guys, repayment of borrowings means loan taken or loan given. Repayment of borrowings means loan taken or loan given. Loan taken. So if the question says AB Limited has taken loan, AB Limited has taken loan, you will give the reference of clause number 9. Okay. If the question says AB Limited has given loan, which clause number? Can anybody tell me? The question says AB Limited has given loan. Very good, Manish. Clause number 3. So read the question thoroughly. If says AB Limited has given loan, loan given, it's an asset. Clause 3. AB Limited has taken loan, it's a liability. Clause number 9. You have taken a loan and you have defaulted in repayment. Defaulted in repayment. Sir, whether the company has defaulted in repayment of banks, FI government, whether the company has defaulted in repayment to the bank, FI government, okay, or debenture holders. So you have to give details lender wise for bank, FI government. So default means 1 rupee ka default, 1 day ka default, report. Then is the company declared a willful defaulter? Then are term loans used for the purpose? So term loans are always long term loans. Long term loans are taken always for a purpose. So you have to see whether term loans are used for the purpose for which they were obtained. Then has the company raised money? Has the company raised money from persons or entity and used to pay off the obligation of such? So holding company taken loan and paid off the loan of whom? Such. Report in CARO. Has the company raised money by pledging securities held in such? Has the company raised money by pledging securities held in such? So I have invested in subsidiary, it's my investment. That investment I gave it to bank and bank gave me loan. So it's an asset, right? So have I done that? Yes, no, whatever it is, you report in CARO. So CARO mein report is always okay, except for few pointers where you have to see the condition. Then generally whether they have followed, report, not followed, report. First 9 are big clauses, out of which 4 are very lengthy. Let's quickly recall, okay? Then I'll be scrolling the screen, you will read the clauses, okay? So from here I am telling you, first 9. Sir, F is what? Fixed assets, I is inventory, D is debts given, A is adequacy of 185, 186. P is public deposit, C is cost records, statutory dues, unrecorded income and defaulted in repayment of borrowings. So I have marked all star wala is like important for the exam. Star means important for the exam. Okay. So you will read 9. I will not give you a break right now. We'll finish off the Karo. We'll see last attempt ka paper, what it has come, and then I'll give you a small break, okay? I think more 10 minutes, it will take 10-15 minutes to finish off the Karo. Start reading, okay? And I'll scroll slowly. Let me know if in case if you are stuck somewhere. If there's any doubt, please write in the chat also. Done, guys? 1 to 9. Any doubt on 1 to 9? Any doubt on 1 to 9? Perfect. So let's quickly recall. Fixed assets, inventory, debts given, adequacy 185, 186. P, public deposit. C, cost required, statutory income and defaulted, and repayment of borrowings. 9 is done. 10. Public offer. Sir, public offer mein what will you say? In case of IPO or FPO. Sir, IPO, FPO means initial public offer. FPO is further public offer. For the first time when you do it is IPO. Then second, fourth, fifth time you do it is FPO, further public offer. Sir, whether money raised is used for proper purpose, the details of delays and rectification should be given. Money raised via public offer should be used for proper purpose, and any delays and rectification should be given. Delay means like when you raise money, so you have to give details to SEBI that this much money I will use for this purpose by this time. If you are changing the purpose or if you are delaying it, you have to give details. The auditor will give the details in Karun. Whether preferential allotment or private placement. What will you say? Preferential allotment or private placement is done as per section 42 and 62. Whether preferential allotment or private placement is done as per section 42, 62. This is public offer. Now, public say you take money. Okay, and what you did in Hindi we say balle balle. Balle balle means like party 11, clause number 11. What you did fraud. How do you remember clause number 11? Fraud, party you are doing. So 10 may you raise money from public, and what you did fraud. So fraud and whistleblower. Fraud by the company, fraud on the company. The nature and amount should be reported. Then whether auditors have filed ADT4 with the CG. ADT4 is basically form number. In case you will be doing it later on, it will come. In case of there's a fraud of minimum 1 CR, you have to go and report the fraud to CG. In case of whistleblower complaints, whether complaints have been considered by the auditor. In case of whistleblower complaints, whether complaints have been considered by the auditor. This is clause number 11, fraud. 12, Nidhi. 12 is Nidhi. Sir, in case of Nidhi company, the net owned fund to deposit liability should be 1:20 max. MCQ. And how do you remember this clause? Clause number 12, 1:2, 1:20, 1:20. What it is? It is 1:20, clause number 12. In case if you forget, clause number 12, 1:20. Clause number 12, 1:20. Sir, whether net owned fund to deposit liability is maximum 1:20 and minimum 10% of the total deposit is invested in unencumbered term deposit. Unencumbered means without any charge. Means if I have taken 100 rupee ka deposits, out of which my 10% should be kept safely, 90 rupees I can give it to the bank and take more loan on that. Okay, but 10 rupees, minimum 10% should be in unencumbered term deposit, means without any charge. 13, related party transaction. 13 is what? Related party transaction. The auditor should check that section 188 is complied. If not, give details. Section 188 is complete. If not, give details. 8888 related. How do you remember? 8888 related. So 10 is public offer. We raise money. 11 we did party. 12 Nidhi 1:20. 13 relative. 14 internal audit. So we give the money internally. Does the company have internal audit system? You have to check. Have the report of internal auditors been considered by stat auditor? This is clause number 14. 15. Non-cash transaction. Sir, whether restrictions of section 192 is complied. Non-cash transaction. Then 16. Section 45 IA of RBI Act 1934. So this is the fifth big clause, the last one. Has the company obtained registration from RBI? What will you say? Has the company obtained registration from RBI? Is the company carrying on non-banking or housing finance activities without valid certificate of registration? Is the company carrying what? Non-banking or housing finance activities without valid certificate of registration? In case of a CIC means core investment company. Core investment company means we are investing in a group company. Like my investment company will invest only in Adani Enterprise, Adani Steel, Adani Port, Adani this, Adani that. That is called core investment company. And if it is exempted or unregistered, does it fulfill the criteria for exemption? So all these points are for NBFCs. Does the group to which company belong has more than one CIC? CIC means core investment company. then indicate the number of CIC in the group. So this is clause number 16. So all these points are for NBFC. So they will write directly, okay, as an author, what are your duties for clause number 16, or what are your duties for NBFC. So you have to write clause number 16, section 45 IA of RBI Act 1934. Okay. Now you will read 10 to 16. 10 to 16. Read. This is 10th. Done. So right now we have done 1 to 16. Okay. Now we move on to 17 to 21. Now see 17. It is cash losses. So you'll say, has the company incurred any cash loss in the current year or previous year? Give details. Has the company incurred any cash losses during current year or previous year? Give details. Then resignation of the statutory auditor. What will you say? Resignation of the statutory auditor. In case of resignation, has the auditor considered the issues, concerns, objections? The issues, concerns, objections raised by the outgoing auditors. Has the auditors considered the issues, concerns, objections raised by the outgoing auditors? So this is basically when you have been appointed as an auditor, somebody else have resigned. That's the reason you have got the audit, right? So you have to consider what the issues, concern, objection raised by outgoing auditor. So 18 resigning. How will you remember? 18 resigning, 18 resigning, 18 resigning. 19 material uncertainty. What will you say? 19 is what? Material uncertainty. If a material uncertainty exists, the auditor will give details. Material uncertainty means basically going concern is affected, that way. Okay, and in the opinion of the auditor, has the company uh, can the company meet out its liability which are due in future? In the opinion of the auditor, whether the company can meet out its liability which are due in future. This is material uncertainty. 18 resigning, 19 material uncertainty, 20 transfer to CSR fund. So if you remember section 135 of Companies Act, you must have done in your law paper that if there is an unspent amount in CSR, okay, that has to be transferred to the government. First it has to be transferred to a scheduled bank. Okay, there it will be staying for 3 years. 3 years. After 3 years, it will be going to a fund which is as per schedule 7, that is CSR fund. So to go to that fund, the days are 6 months, 6 months from the year end. So whether any unspent amount of CSR is transferred to a special fund under section 135. Okay, transfer to CSR. 21. Qualified or adverse remark in other group companies. What does it mean? If there is a qualified or adverse remark in other group companies which is included in the CFS, the auditor should give the details of companies or para numbers of respective CARO report containing such qualification or adverse remark. So it means what? Imagine if subsidiary का auditor have said कि clause number 5, 10, 11 is contravened. Subsidiary में. One more subsidiary is there. That auditor has said that clause number 2, 3, 4 has been contravened of that subsidiary. If I am the holding company auditor, what I will give? I will mention in clause number 21 stating that A limited में clause number 5, 7, 11 is contravened. B limited में clause number 2, 3, 7 is contravened. That's it. I have to just give what? The para numbers and the details of company, the name of the company and the para number that this clause has been contravened. So it is basically cross referencing. Am I commenting on subsidiary? No. Am I preparing the CARO report of subsidiary? No. Subsidiary auditor will prepare CARO reports. I am just giving the cross referencing. This is written in which clause? Clause number 21. Qualified or adverse remark in other group companies CARO report. Okay. Finished. Read 17 to 21. Smaller part. Read. Done, guys. Any doubt till now? Any doubt, guys? Okay. So first I will revise with you guys for the Karoka clauses. Then I'll ask you a few questions. You just have to write the clause number. Okay. First, let's do a revision, quick revision. Okay. Sir, Karoka 21 clauses. F is fixed assets, I is inventory, D is debts given, E is adequacy of 185, 186, P is public deposit, C is cost record, statutory dues, unrecorded income, and it defaulted in repayment of borrowings. Public say we earned money, what we did, sir, we did balle balle, there is fraud, we gave it to Nidhi and we gave it to our relatives, related party. 14 is internal audit, 15 is non-cash transaction, 16 is section 45, that is for NBFC. 17 is cash losses, 18 is resigning, 19 is material uncertainty, 20 is transfer to CSF fund, 21 is qualified or adverse remark in the group company का कारो report. Adverse or qualified remark in group company का कारो report. ठीक है? चलो. Now I will be saying some questions. You need to answer which clause it is. Oh, defaulted in repayment of borrowings. Clause number. Defaulted in repayment of borrowings. Clause number. I want others also answer. Clause number 1. 9 is correct. Inventory. Two. Perfect. Very good. Then qualified or adverse remark in group company Karo report. Qualified or adverse remark in group company Karo report. 21. Very good. What is clause number 18? 18. What is clause number 18? I give you the code, sound. 18. Very good. Resigning. 18, resigning of the auditor. Resignation of the auditor. Very good. Clause number 6. What is clause number 6? Cost records. Clause number for, what is the clause number for money raised via IPO FPO? Money raised via IPO FPO. Public offer, basically. Public offer. Clause number 10. Perfect. So I think you have now you're habituated with my techniques. Okay, it is getting useful for you. You are retaining the content. You are remembering the content. Inform to your friends also, in case if anybody is having a struggle in studying audit, ask them to watch a lecture, understand the concept, and then join. Trust me, I can help you in making clear. Clearance is your call, whether you want to clear or not. Are you enjoying the sessions, guys, now? Okay, so let's do the question. What it came in the exam. This is 710. Okay. Basis of element. This also came in the exam. 705. No, 700. No, previous attempt में no question was there on Caro. No question. Okay. So let's take a small 5 minutes ka break so that you are little much relaxed, and then we'll do the next concept. Okay. No question on Caro in the previous attempt. So let's take a small 5 minutes ka break. I will leave you at 11 only. Okay, and so that we do part B. I'll be doing a part B also. So the content for today's homework will be part A and part B. We will revise part A and part B, and from the next session we start with part C. Okay, I've shared the notes in the group already. Already, you can take it. Okay, let's meet in 5 minutes. Get relaxed, drink water, eat something, come back. If we are doing two, I think maybe two parts we can do it. Let's meet in 5 minutes. Check. Hello. Hello. Is everyone back? Okay. So let's continue. Let's move on to the part B. So here part B talks about section 143.12. It is reporting of fraud to CG within 60 days. What it is? It is reporting of frauds to CG within 60 days. Reporting of frauds to CG within 60 days. Now section number is 143.12. Sir, you are saying section number, to section number has to be of an act. Can somebody tell me? I have not written it here. Can you tell me which act it is section 143.12? Which act? Very good. Companies Act year 2013. Companies Act year 2013. 143.12. So it says auditor, I mean CA Prem is an auditor. If he is doing audit, he comes across a fraud. He should report it immediately. He should report it immediately to whom? Audit committee. If audit committee is there. If audit committee is not there, then he will report it to the board of directors. Sir, auditor, if he was doing audit, he comes across a fraud, he should report it immediately to the audit committee. If audit committee is there, if audit committee is not there, then to the board of directors. They will revert back him within 45 days. The audit committee or the board, okay, they will revert back him within 45 days. Now, when they say the word immediately, sir, immediately means like as soon as possible. But here government has given a clarification, MCA has given a clarification that the word immediately has to be interpreted within 2 days. It has to be interpreted within how many days? Within 2 days. Like you saw the fraud auditor, you go within 2 days to the audit committee or to the board. Okay. They will revert back within 45 days. Now, if reply came, the auditor will go to CG. The auditor will go to CG within how many days? Sir, within 15 days. This 15 days will be counted from after the receipt of reply. It will be counted from after the receipt of reply. What he will take? He will take the report. He will take the board ka reply. And he will take his comments on that reply. So the fraud ka report, on that report the board ka reply, on that his comments he will take. Sir, what if reply did not came? Sir, reply did not came. Still the auditor will go to CG. Still the auditor will go to CG. Within how many days? Within 15 days. This 15 days will count it from after expiry of 45 days. After expiry of 45 days. What he will take? Sir, report. Sir, reply to did not came, so he will not take reply. Comments will also not go because reply did not come. He will take fact of non-receipt of reply. What he will take? Fact of non-receipt of reply. He will take the report and the fact of non-receipt of reply. The auditor needs to report. The auditor needs to report in form number ADT4, which I told you in car when you were doing. Form number is ADT4. This section of 143.12 is applicable to statutory auditor, secretarial auditor when he is doing CS wala audit, cost auditor when he is doing CMA wala audit, branch auditor when he is doing branch audit. So we have to think from the perspective of CA plus COP, the branch auditor and stat auditor. Just the branch auditor and stat auditor. Okay. So this section is applicable to stat auditor, secretarial auditor, cost auditor, branch auditor. Now internal auditor. If you are an internal auditor, you came across a fraud. Should you go and report the fraud to CG? Tell me. You are an internal auditor. You came across a fraud. Should you go and report the fraud to CG? No. Even though you are a chartered accountant. No. Even though you are a chartered accountant holding COP, still you don't have to do it. Don't have to do it. Why? So because this section is applicable to whom? Stat auditor, branch auditor, CA plus COP, CS plus COP, CMA plus COP. Understood? So internal auditor, even though you are a chartered accountant, still if you come across a fraud, you don't have any obligation to report the fraud to CG. Understood? If 143.12 is contravened, if 143.12 is contravened, who would have contravened this 143.12? Who would have contravened? Company must have contravened, your auditor must have contravened. Sir, auditors, right? They are supposed to report, so they did not report it, right? So this contravention will lead to a penalty. How much is the penalty? In case of listed company, penalty is 5 lakh. In case of other company, penalty is 1 lakh. In case of listed company, penalty 5 lakh. In case of other company, penalty 1 lakh. This penalty will be on the auditor. He was supposed to go and report the fraud to CG. He has not reported. So this penalties will be levied on the auditor. Okay. You can ignore this. This is in Hindi. Okay, you can ignore this note. Ignore. Okay. But have you understood the context of fraud reporting to CG? I have a doubt. If I have to ask you a MCQ, the auditor should report the fraud to CG within dash days. Look up to the screen and answer. The auditor should report the fraud to CG within dash days. What are the days? The auditor should report the fraud to CG within dash days. Tell me. Very good, Isha. It is 60 days. It is 60 days. It is 60 days. What is the breakup of 60? Sir, 45 and 15. 45 and 15. In the exam, for the purpose of MCQ, just remember 60 days, 60 days, 60 days. But when you write that descriptive, it is basically 45 and 15. Okay. Now the question arises here is, sir, at what amount we should go and report the fraud to CG? So they have clarified that the amount is basically minimum 1 crore. That if the fraud is of minimum 1 crore or if the fraud is of minimum 100 lakhs, both means the same. If the fraud is of minimum 1 crore or 100 lakhs, then only you will go and report the fraud to CG. Now my question arises to you champions is, sir, what if the fraud is of 80 lakh rupees? 80 lakhs, 80. What you should do? You should report it to whom? If you write management, I'll give you 0 there. See to the screen, answer from the screen. Management I have not taught you anywhere. If an auditor finds out the fraud of rupees 80 lakh rupees, 80 lakhs, then audit committee or board. See, it's not mandatory that every company will have audit committee. It's audit committee or board. Both you have to write. What if the fraud is of 120 lakhs? 120 lakhs. $120 lakhs. Very good, Manish. First, we will report it to audit committee or board, and then we will report it to CG. You can't directly go to CG. You can't directly go to CG. First to audit committee or to the board, and then to the CG. Have you understood this? Okay. So they can test you in amount wise. They can test you in descriptive also, in MCQ also. Read section 143.12, reporting of frauds to CG. Read. Done everybody? Till now, any doubts? Nubs? Okay. So I think next class would be for sure there on Monday. Monday to we'll be meeting same time. I think I will have on Tuesday also. I will share the schedule with the team. So Monday to we are meeting for sure. In the next week, only little adjustments we have to do for the other 3 sessions. Okay. And I think next to next week, like the next week and the next week. Okay. So we'll finish off all the contents. So you be at par with me. You have a holiday tomorrow for regards to audit paper. I do not know about your other subjects. So what you do is whatever content we have done thoroughly. Audit report ka 2 parts we have done. Then we have done very big chapter audit evidence. We have done ethics wala important 11 marks ka chapter, evidence 11 marks. Okay, that's 22 plus 2-3 marks till now what we have done from here. At least this 2.5 chapters, do it from my notes. Do it from behind, okay, from model ka behind. Do that thoroughly. Recorded section till not received. One second, I'll just share this message only to the team. Okay, I have shared. I hope you have got the notes. Okay, do those notes very much thoroughly. Trust me, you are in safe hands. I do not know whether you're studying for the first time or you have taken an attempt. Whatever the reasons are, whomever must have taught you, he or she must have given the best, but it did not work out. Okay, so this time follow my strategy. What I'm telling you, I have a proven result, very good results. Trust the notes. Do module ka behind question and very thoroughly when you finish off the syllabus. Okay, so whenever is your attempt, okay, whenever you appear in May, you appear in September, you appear in Jan, because right now we have 3 attempts. Whenever you are attempting, so prior to your attempt, like for example, if you're appearing in September, or you're appearing in Jan, or you're appearing in May, whatever attempts you're choosing, just do 4 attempts ka past papers. Just do 4 attempts ka past paper orally and keep a target of 1 hour. I have to solve all the questions of that paper in 1 hour. So I finished my entire content of audit. I download suggested from ISECA website. I take the PDF, or if you have a printer available, you download, take the printout of it. Okay. If printer is not, it's okay. You can do it from the mobile or from the laptop or from the iPad. Take a notebook. Okay. For example, there are 15 questions in MCQ. So 1 ka is B. I read the question. 2 ka is C. 3 ka is A. 4 ka is B. 5 ka is D. I'll solve MCQ like this. Then I move on to suggested. Immediately after writing all the 15 questions, I move on to suggested. I check, acha, this is right, this is right, this is right. Oh, this is wrong, this is right. I check the reason why it is wrong. If you are not understanding why it is wrong, you take the screenshot of that question, send it to me on Instagram or Telegram. Sir, I have not understood it. Why this answer is this? Can you explain? See, what happens is you are brushing up the concept. 4 papers means 15 questions. Into 4, that means 60 MCQs you are solving, which is coming from all different chapters, all different attempts. So your brain is processing that. Do you remember the content or not? This is first. Then once you are done with the MCQ ka part, and 1 hour 1 paper. Okay. Then now move on to descriptive. So I keep a target of solving 15 minutes mein MCQ. Okay. Now I move on to my next target. Next 45 minutes mein I will be solving my descriptive. Now, how do you solve descriptive? You read the question and then you think the answer. Acha, this answer would be like threats to independence. Okay, so threat I will write this. You thought. Now go and immediately read the answer. So 1A, read the answer. 1B, read the answer. 1C, read the answer. So do that immediately. Now, if you find out a content like a question which is very different, we have not done it, you have not done it. It's a very different question. So what you do in your you must be having one audit ka book or maybe this notes right there. Like for example, sir, Jan 26 May question number 3B, I found it difficult. Okay. Then May 26 May question number 4A, question number 1B, I found it difficult. So what will happen when you're revising, guys, when you're doing a revision, you will not solve all the question. Whatever content you have marked, na, that difficult part, you will do that. And don't be surprised that same or similar question comes in the exam. Definitely things are getting repeated because see, audit, there can't be any change. There's no amendment as such in audit. So things, some or the other attempt, it will be repeated. And this is the only technique with which you can get very good marks in audit. Okay. Now, when we talk about the hours allocation, like for example, I keep a target of like 8 a.m. to maybe 10 a.m. in this one paper. Okay. Then maybe 11:30 a.m. to maybe like 1 p.m. tak one paper. And first slot 2 hours, then 1.5 hours. Okay. Then have your lunch, chill. Okay. Then 3 p.m. to like 4:30 p.m. one paper. Okay. Then like 7 p.m. before you break for your dinner, 8:30 p.m. one paper. Done. Done. So one day in your schedule, you are just doing paper solving, and that too orally. See, you need to trust yourself because the time is very less considering the attempt. Okay, just solve it orally. The technique what I have told: 15 minutes में MCQ, 45 minutes में descriptive orally. Think what answer it is. Boss, if you see paper descriptive come for 88 marks, right? 88 marks, 88 marks, 88 marks, 88 marks. 32, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 35. 352 marks का content you have done, boss. 352 में से don't be surprised that at least 60 marks will be repeated. 60 marks, not percent. 60 marks will be repeated. Some or the other attempt का content. If you believe me, try doing it. It will definitely give you results. It's tried, tested, trusted. We do this exercise same in CA final also. Every attempt I've been doing this and I've got very good results. Understood? Cool. We stop here. We move on to the next session in the next class and we continue with this chapter. I will try finishing off in the next class. Monday we're gonna meet. Okay. Bye. All the best. Keep smiling. Keep revising and God bless you. All the best. This time you will clear for sure. Bye. Do recommend to your friends also. Bye. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the class. And there's some white on the camera. Hold on. No? It's moist, I think. Yeah. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the class. And we were doing audit report chapter. Okay. Let's continue with audit report. Before we proceed, one second, let's check the filters. Just give me 1 minute. Huh? Yeah, guys. Okay. So we were doing audit report chapter and we have started with audit report. We have done Caro. Can you just tell me Caro is applicable to which company, guys? Let's do quickly KBC. Caro is applicable to which company? Can you answer? In the chat, everybody, Caro is applicable to which company? All companies except BPO, ABIPS, banking, insurance, private, section 8, OPC and small. Okay. Now, very good. Private company में when we talk about loan का condition, private company में when we talk about loan का condition, that has to be seen on which date? Loan का condition has to be seen on which date, guys? Sir, at any point of the time, correct, very good, at any point of time, in the current year or the previous year? At any point of time in the current year or previous year? Sir, previous year, very good. Then, when we talk about Caro का clause number 18, what is clause number 18? Caro का clause number 18. Resigning of the auditor. Very good. Isha, you were wrong. Okay. Fraud का clause number. Clause number 11. Very good. CSR का clause number. CSR clause number. Shri Krishna, very good. Clause number is 20. Clause number is 20. 20. 20. Correct. Okay. Then when we talk about then inventory का clause number. Inventory का clause number. 2. Very good. 2. अच्छा, inventory में they have given has the company taken working capital loan of dash. What is the amount they have given there? Then give details basically on the security of current asset. They have taken working capital loan of dash amount uh, on the security of current assets. Give details. What is the amount they have given there? Manish, very good. More than 5 crores. Sri Krishna, I'll give you 0 there because not 5 crores. It's more than 5 crores. It is more than 5 crores. Okay. Then material discrepancy in case of fixed assets. Material discrepancy in case of fixed assets. What is the percentage they have given? Material discrepancy of fixed assets. Very good, Manish. No percentage. They have given 10% for register valuer. Has the valuation done by register valuer, and you will specify the details of change. If the change is of minimum 10% in the net carrying value of the class of the asset, 10% net carrying value NCV. You have to remember net carrying value NCV of the class of the assets. Very good. Nidhi company, there was one ratio. Nidhi company, guys, there was one ratio. What is that ratio called as? I mean, what is the ratio? 1:20. Very good. 1:20. That ratio is minimum या maximum? That ratio is minimum या maximum? Wrong, my friend. It is maximum. Ratio is 1:20 max. And there is the percentage. Dash percentage should be invested in unencumbered term deposits. Dash percentage should be invested in unencumbered term deposits. 10%. That 10% is minimum या maximum? So that is minimum. That is minimum. Perfect. ठीक है. Then so overall you remember this. Acha, quickly can you just tell me what is the SA number for external confirmation? External confirmation का SA number 505. Isha, you are not answering. The others also are not answering. Arshad, you are not answering. Divya Sri, you are not answering. And Srivastan CV, you are not answering, my friend. Please answer. Okay. Then in audit sampling, we check 100% data or less than 100% data. In audit sampling, we check 100% data or less than 100% data. Say we check less than 100% data. Very good. Okay. Then what is 510? What is 510, guys? 510. Initial audit engagements or opening balances. Initial audit engagements, opening balances. ठीक है. Give me any two principles of an auditor. Give me any two principles of the auditor. OIPCC. O is objectivity, I is integrity, P is professional behavior, 1C is professional competence, and you can one more C is confidentiality. Confidentiality. Very good. Confidentiality. Again, give me two threats to the auditor. Two threats to the auditor. IRAFI. Interest, review, advocacy, familiarity, intimidation. Interest, review, advocacy, familiarity, intimidation. ठीक है. Then last question. SA number for agreeing the terms of audit engagement. SA number for agreeing the terms of audit engagement. Come on, guys, we have done this. This came in the exam also. SA number for agreeing the terms of audit engagement. Two one zero. Very good, Shri Krishna. Agreeing the terms of audit engagement. SA 210. Perfect. So overall content, you remember we have done 2.5 chapters. Okay, part A and part B we have done. Part B, let's quickly recall. The auditor will report the fraud to CG only if the amount of fraud is dash. Only if the amount of fraud is dash, guys. The auditor will report the fraud to CG only if the amount of fraud is minimum 1 CR. Minimum 1 CR. Very good. Okay, within dash days. Manish, you are wrong. Isha, you are correct. 60 days. MCQ is 60. Descriptive, you have to write the breakup is 45 and 15, but the MCQ made is 60 in dash form number. Dash form number. ADT 4. What is AGT 11? Which language you are writing, my friend? It is ADT 4. ADT 4. ADT 4. 4 frauds. How will you remember? 4 frauds. 4 frauds. Okay. So now we start with part C. Now see. Part C talks about reporting requirements under Companies Act 2013. Okay, now we'll try to finish off this chapter today or maybe in the next class. So this is part C as per my notes. Module mate will be scattered here and there. It says reporting requirements under Companies Act. Sir, what are the reporting requirements of the auditor under section 143(1), or what are the areas in which the auditor makes inquiry under 143(1)? So So there are three sections, 143.1, 143.2, 143.3. First we are doing 143.1. So the auditor shall make inquiry into the following matters. Mandatory. How many areas are there? 6 areas. The code is LT dice. L. L is what? Loans and advances. T is transactions. D is deposits. I investments. E expenses. S shares. So guys, the code is LT dice. LT dice. So you need to remember these areas. This may come in MCQ also. Identify which is not the area of 143.1. So the auditor will make inquiry under 143.1 always. The auditor will make inquiry on 143.1 always, but he will report only when he is not satisfied. So the auditor will report under 143.1 only when he is not satisfied. Only when he is not satisfied. If he has not reported, what will you say? If he has not reported, it is assumed that he is satisfied. If he has not reported, it is assumed that he is satisfied. So what does satisfied means here? As an auditor, I'll go and check the 6 areas always. Loans and advances, transactions, deposits, investments, expenses and shares. I will check every time. But I will report in my audit report only I found some mistake there. That means I am not satisfied. If I have not reported under 147 in my audit report, that means I was satisfied. That means everything was proper. Okay. So the code is LT dice, 6 areas. L loans and advances, T transactions, D deposits, I investments, E expenses, S shares. 6 areas LT dice. Then question number 2, what are the reporting requirements under 143.2? What are the reporting requirements under 143.2? 143.1 we got over, then 143.2. Only one line. The auditor has to report the financial statements is giving what? True and fair view. It is giving what? True and fair view of what? State of affairs, that is balance sheet. P&L is profit and loss. Cash flow, cash flow. It is giving true and fair view of balance sheet, P&L and cash flow. This is 143.2, true and fair view. How do you remember? 143.2, true and fair view. 143.2, true and fair view. Then 143.3, reporting requirements of the auditor. What it is? 143.3, reporting requirements of the auditor. Now this has not come in the exam. It may come in the exam or maybe in the MCQ. So if you see from the module or maybe from your teacher ka book, from wherever you have studied, it's a very lengthy long answer. Okay, very lengthy. But I have made as a student, like say the maximum one question can be for 5 marks in our exams now. Maximum 5 mark it is. Okay, so I made like this. A, all information and explanation to the best of his knowledge and belief are obtained by the auditor. A is what? All information explanation is obtained. B, proper books of accounts including branch books of accounts have been kept by the company. What it is? Proper books of accounts including branch books of accounts have been kept by the company. C, in his opinion the balance sheet and the P&L are in confirmation with the BUA. In his opinion the balance sheet and the P&L are in agreement, that is confirmation with BUA. That means it is matching. My balance sheet P&L is matching with the books of accounts. D, the financial statements are done up by complying with accounting standards. The financial statements are done up by complying with accounting standards. That means they are prepared as per accounting standards. E, eligibility. What is E? Eligibility. Sir, none of the directors are disqualified under 164.2. What will you say? Eligibility. None of the directors are disqualified under 164.2. You don't have to study 164.2. It is in CA final. Just write none of the directors are disqualified under 164.2. F, so the company has adequate internal financial control with reference to FS and is operating effectively. F means company has internal financial controls and it is operating effectively. Company has internal financial controls and it is operating effectively. Clear? Then reporting on IFC. IFC means internal financial control, is not applicable to a private company. Which private company? A private company which is OPC, a private company which is small company, a private company which is other. Other में turnover less than 50 crore, turnover less than 50 crore and loan less than 25 crore at any point of time from bank, company or financial institutions. Means, sir, the auditor will prepare, the company will have IFC. IFC will be there. Only what is not applicable? Only reporting is not applicable. To which company, sir? This 3 private companies. So what does that mean? Means when the auditor is in these 3 companies, when the auditor is preparing the audit report, he will write A wala point, he will write B wala point, he will write C wala point, he will write D wala point, he will write E wala point. He will not write F wala point, directly O wala point, the next point he will write. Means only F point will not be applicable. This benefit, this exemption is given to only which company? Sir, a private company. A private company which is what? OPC. A private company which is small company. A private company which is others. Clear? Sir, others mein what will you write? So the code as per my note says A, B, C, D, E, F, O. Sir, others, what is the points? So it says whether the company has disclosed the impact of pending litigations on its FS. Pending litigation. First point is pending litigation. Number 2, whether company has made a provision for material forcible losses on long-term contracts including derivative contracts. So pending litigation. Number 2, material forcible losses. Third, whether there has been a delay in transferring the amounts to IEPF. Sir, whether there has been a delay in transferring the amounts to IEPF. IEPF means what? Investor Education Protection Fund. Fourth, sir, management has represented to the auditor that no funds have been given as loans and advances to intermediaries with an understanding to lend or invest in other persons or entity by or on behalf of the company which is ultimate beneficiary. So this A ka I have made a diagram here. AB Limited has not given any money to TCS with an understanding that TCS will give money to Govind Limited. Such transaction has not happened. AB has not given money, TCS also has not given money. So management has represented to the auditor that no funds have been given as loans and advances. So AB has not given any funds here. To whom? To the intermediary. In my example, intermediary is TCS, with a view to send the money on behalf of the beneficiary to Govind Limited. In my example, can you tell me out of these three companies, who is the beneficiary when you read 4 ka A and see the diagram and tell me who is the beneficiary here? No, beneficiary is AB Limited. Na? AB ka money is getting parked in Govind Limited. Na? Understand? See, read the line. To lend or invest in other persons on entity or entity by or on behalf of the company. By or on behalf means whose behalf mein TCS is sending the money? AB ke behalf mein. Na? We are the auditors of AB. So who's the ultimate beneficiary? AB Limited. Understood, Manish? So AB has not given any money here. Okay. Now, management, similar point. Okay. B. So that is 4 ka B. Management has represented to the auditor that no funds, same point, no funds have been received by the company, with an understanding to lend or invest in other person's entity by or on behalf of the funding parties, that is ultimate beneficiary. Means Alibaba Limited has not given any money to AB Limited. So we are the auditor of AB Limited, with an understanding that the money is invested in Govind Limited. Now here in this example, you tell me who is the ultimate beneficiary or funding party in this example? Alibaba, correct. Here, see, in the first case, AB was trying to initiate the transaction. Here, AB is receiving the money. So law says you should not receive, you should not start the transaction. This is basically hawala, black money getting converted into white money. Or one company, see, they could have invested directly, na, but they are routing it via AB Limited. This should not happen. This should not happen. Okay? Then, the auditor believes that the representation made under clause A and B, whatever I just told you, does not contains any misstatement, means everything is correct. Management has given explanation that we have not given any money to a company to invest in some other company. They have given this. Okay, we have not. The management is saying we have not done this. Second point says management is saying that we have not received any money to invest in some other company. So neither we have started, neither we have given the money. Okay, nothing has happened like this. Fifth, whether dividend is declared in compliance of section 123. Whether dividend is declared in compliance of section 123. Then, whether the company is using such accounting software throughout the year which has a feature of recording audit trail, that is edit log facility. So you can do editing in the accounting software, but that editing ka record should be preserved as in the back end. Okay, every company should usually do that accounting software which has a feature of audit trail. Company will maintain audit trail kala feature, but we as an auditor we will write in audit report under section 143.3, under section 143.3. So as an intermediate student, I would say कि for exam में 143.1 may be important as compared to other two sections. ठीक है? So I'm giving you 5 minutes time, and I will scroll the screen slowly. Start reading from here. Okay? If you don't understand any point, please shoot a doubt in the chat box. Start reading 143.1. I'm here only. Done? Have you understood part C? Any doubt on part C, guys? Check. Hello, hello. Shall we proceed further? Okay. Now let's move on to part D. It says branch auditor and SA 600 using the work of another auditor. It is branch auditor and SA 600 using the work of another auditor. Okay, it is audit of branches. So it says following people can be a branch auditor. In case of a local branch basically means India ka branch. Who can be the auditor? Sir, company ka stat auditor. Or if you don't want to appoint, I mean, if the stat auditor is not going, then who can go? Sir, any other CA holding COP. Any other CA holding COP. In case of foreign branch, who can go? Sir, company ka stat auditor or any other person who is qualified as per foreign law. You must have heard about US CPA, US Australia, correct? That CPA are basically chartered accountants of that particular country. So understand the difference. If my stat auditor is going, no extra qualifications required. If my statutory auditor is going, no extra qualifications required. But if my stat auditor is not going, so for local branch, I require only India ka CA plus COP. But for a foreign branch, my India ka CA plus COP will not go. Who will go? A person who is qualified as per foreign law. He will go. Then the branch auditor will prepare a branch audit report and submit it to the statutory auditor. The branch auditor will prepare branch audit report and give it to the statutory auditor. Then the powers and duties of branch auditor will be same as that of statutory auditor. Like whatever rights are there, whatever duties are there. Okay. As per section 143, the branch auditor will report, this is 143.12. As per 143.12, what it says, the branch auditor will report the fraud to the extent it relates to the concerned branch. That same section 143.12 wala fraud wala. Okay, but here the branch auditor will be reporting the fraud related to branch. So this is basically about branch ka answer. Then SA 600 using the work of another auditor. Now main auditor is called what? Principal auditor. Main auditor means what? Principal auditor. Sir, he is the main auditor of the entity whose FS includes the financial information of one or more components audited by another auditor. So for example, if I have to give you, there's a company called as AB Limited and there's a company called as Baby Limited. AB Limited has invested 55% in Baby Limited. So AB Limited becomes the holding company, Baby becomes the subsidiary company, correct? Now let's take example, AB का जो auditor is CA Manish, BB का auditor is CA Arshad. Okay. Now, can you tell me out of these two auditors, who is the principal auditor? Out of this, who is the principal auditor? You can read the definition and tell me. Sir, CA Manish. correct? So he is the main auditor of the entity. Where FS includes the financial information of one or more components audited by another auditor. Then, sir, who's another auditor? It means an auditor other than the principal auditor who will be reporting on the financial information of the component. Basically, Arshad. Arshad is called as another auditor. So we call this guy as PA, this guy as A. PA, A, PA, A. Principal auditor, another auditor. Sir, what do you mean by the word components? What do you mean by the word components? So they have given, same example it is. Sir, component means any division, any branch, any subsidiary, joint venture, associate or other entity whose financial information is included in the financial information audited by the principal auditor. Audited by the principal auditor. So this is basically branch, subsidiary, division, associate. It is called as what? It is called as component. Component. Have you guys studied any time all this whatever concept I'm teaching you today? Like 143.3, branch auditor concept, SA 600. Did you guys do this in the class? From wherever you have studied. Okay. Then there's a question number 3. It says there should be a sufficient liaison. Liaison basically means what? Coordination between the PA and A. Between the PA and A. What does this mean? The principal auditor should advise the another auditor on the following matters. We call this as star. The principal auditor should advise the another auditor on the following matters. We call it as star. S. Significant accounting, auditing, reporting requirements. What it is? Significant accounting, auditing, reporting requirements. Now to one company, Ind AS is applicable, AS is applicable. Now you tell me, out of these two guys, Manish and Arshad, who is the most senior guy? Guys, who is the most senior guys? Tell me. Manish. So to Baby Limited, which FRF is applicable? AS applicable, Ind AS applicable, Schedule 3 applicable, not applicable. Who will guide? Sir, Manish will guide to Arshad, right? Because Manish is the senior guy. So significant accounting, auditing, reporting requirements. T. Sir, timetable for completion of audit. Timetable for completion of audit. Arshad, Manish will say to Arshad, please complete the audit on time. Okay, so he will give the timetable. Who will give? Manish will give. A. Areas requiring special consideration. A. Arshad, there is a problem in the stock of AB Limited when we were doing audit. So there may be chances that there will be mistake in the stock of AB Limited. So please check that carefully. R. Use office report. R is what? Use office report. STAR. Then the principal auditor should discuss with the another auditor the audit procedures applied, okay, or review or a written summary of the audit procedures and findings which may be in the form of questionnaire or checklist. The principal auditor may also visit the another auditor. He can go and meet them. Then the nature, time and extent of the procedure will depend upon the circumstance of the engagement. Like it's a big company, so more time, more procedure will be there. But it's a small company, less time would be there. And the principal auditor's knowledge of the profession of the another auditor. What is the duty of another auditor? What is the duty of Arshad? The another auditor should respond to the principal auditor and submit questionnaire on timely basis. So he should reply. He is advising, Manish is advising to Arshad. Arshad, you should timely respond to him, submit the questionnaire on timely basis. Then there is one TYU 4 on page 8.65 module. You have to do that. That will be your homework for the day. So this is my part D. This is my part D. Understood? Now you will read branch ka answer and SA 600 because branch and SA 600 both are connected. Okay. Start reading. Any doubt guys on this? We have completed part D also. Cool. Okay. Now next we are doing is part E, very important. Part E, that is basically essay 299. It talks about joint audit of financial statement. This is an alternate exam pattern. If it has come in one exam, it will not come in the next exam, then in the alternate exam it will come. So please don't skip essay 299. It could be in descriptive, it could be in MCQ. Somewhere you will find this essay 299. Somewhere you will find it for sure. Now let's understand the concept, what it is. It is like, for example, the name of the company is AB Limited. Now AB Limited is a very big company. So they have appointed Govind and Associates. They have appointed Prem and Company, and they have appointed Sridha and Company. Now Govind, Prem and Sridha. Now you tell me, these three are from the same firm or these three are three different firms? Three different firms. Now my question is, if there's a company called as Baby Limited, and here the auditor, that is CA Arshad. So one company, one auditor, another company, another auditor, SA 600 using the work of another auditor. So one company and some related company like subsidiary, associate, joint venture, division, okay. So then it is SA 600. But if in one company only we are appointing more than one auditor, it is which SA? Joint auditors. It is which SA guys? Joint auditors. Sir, why do we do that? What are the benefits? Can somebody give me the reason, the prima facie reason, why do you need joint audit? Why? Oh yeah, iPad got stuck. Why do we need joint audit? Any specific reason? Less time. I mean, that cannot be a reason, less time. The main reason for it. Big company. If it's a big company, one CA firm cannot finalize the audit report. If it's a big company, guys, one CA firm cannot finalize the audit report. You require three different firms to check from three different angles. Are they checking the same thing? No, they are checking three different things. So how they can divide the work? How they can divide the work, sir? Can somebody tell me how they can divide the work? So they can divide as per period, like quarter 1 Govind, Prem quarter 2, Sridha quarter 3. So what about quarter 4? What about quarter 4? Who will do? They have divided. So joint auditors could be 2 also. I'm just taking 3 ka example. Could be like more than 1 is basically joint audit. Okay, I've taken 3 ka example. Can you tell me if quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 is divided, who will do quarter 4? Who will do Q4? Tell me. AB Limited? Nonsense. What Isha? AB Limited is a company. It's a company. We are Govind and Associate is one of the auditor of AB Limited. Okay, Prem and Co is a CA firm who's auditing AB Limited. Sridha is auditing Q3. Okay, what? So these are the 3 CA firms. This is a company. CA firms are doing the audit of a company. I am saying they have divided the work for Q1, Q2, Q3. They have not reverted on Q4. So who will do Q4? Sir, if the work is not divided, all 3 will be doing it together. Who will be doing it? All 3 will be doing it together. Okay, as per period. So they can divide the work as per period. On what else basis they can divide? As per segment, they can divide as per segment. For example, Govind will do bank reconciliation, Prem will do, let us assume, purchase and sales, Sridhar would do, let us assume, some different items. Okay, as per expertise they can divide. Okay, as per components of FS, like for example, Govind says I will do liabilities, Prem says I will do assets, Sridhar says I will do, for example, P&L. So as per components of FS they can divide. Okay, now first question, sir, what are the advantages of joint audit? This came, I think, in Jan 26 or September 25 का exam question. What are the advantages of joint audit? The code is Basil 3. So better quality of performance would be there. Advantage of mutual consultation. S, sharing of expertise. Then I, improved service to the client. Then L, lower workload, lower staff development cost, lower cost of carrying audit work. So the code is Basil 3, BASAIL 3. Straight away you have tried essay 219. Following are the advantages of joint audit. Basil 3. Point form you will finish. Sir, what are the disadvantage of joint audit? The code is caps foo. Sir, problem of coordination at work. Now imagine one CA firm is one CA firm is from North India, one is from South India. So there will be a lot of coordination issue. Then areas of work of common concern being neglected. Areas of work of common concern being neglected. Like common area means, for example, quarter four was everybody ka responsibility. One firm is saying, acha you do, acha I will do tomorrow. So it's a problem. Psychological problem where firms of different standings are associated in joint audit. Like imagine Big Four and one small Chennai ka firm or Coimbatore ka firm. So the working style of Big Four is different and the working style of the Coimbatore firm is very much different. So psychological problem. Same reason, superiority complex and of some auditors, Big Four ka issue. Then fees is being shared. So somebody would not like, so for somebody it will be like very big amount, but for somebody it will be like very small amount because the fees are being shared. Then uncertainty about the liability for the work done. So liability is basically for everybody here. So somebody is doing work but liable, everybody would be liable here. Then, sir, what are the special considerations to be considered by joint auditors? So it says engagement partner. I hope you are clear with engagement partner, the person who goes to do the audit from one CA firm, okay? And other key members from each joint auditor should be involved in planning the audit. Engagement partner and other key members from the each joint auditor should be involved in planning the audit. Then, joint auditor should establish an overall strategy and audit plan. Before commencing the audit, the joint auditor should discuss and develop a joint audit plan. In developing the joint audit plan, they should communicate what? All joint auditors about the significant factors. Identify division of audit areas and common audit areas. So what work is divided, what area is not divided. Then ascertain the reporting objectives of the engagement. We have to prepare the audit report as per 705. We have to prepare CARO. So you should write there clearly. Consider the result of preliminary engagement activities and ascertain the NTE of the resources necessary to carry out the engagement. NTE means nature, time and extent. Of resources means basically articles. How many articles would be required? Then each joint auditor should consider and ascertain the risk of material misstatement and communicate to other joint auditors. So if you have found out some mistake, some risk, please communicate to the other joint auditors. Very important MCQ. They should obtain common engagement letter, common management representation letter. So engagement letter will be only one. It's not a 3 engagement letter, only one. Okay, and management and representation letter, WR, MRL, you can say management representation letter or written representation. It will be only one. Then the work allocation document should be signed by all joint auditors. Whatever work has been divided, so that in future there is no dispute, everybody will sign. Everybody will sign. Okay. Now again, very important answer, responsibility of joint auditor. Sir, what is individual responsibility? Sir, in respect of the work divided, your responsibility. Audit documentation for that work, your responsibility. Written representation for that work, your responsibility. Identifying the risk for that particular work, your responsibility. Finding out the correct audit procedure, your responsibility. Sir, joint auditor, each joint auditor shall be responsible only for the work allotted to such joint auditors, including proper execution of audit procedure. The proper execution, work, risk, WR, it is your responsibility. Sir, what is joint and several responsibility? Sir, for the work which is not divided, who is responsible? Everybody is responsible. For the work which is not divided, everybody is responsible. Sir, decision taken by all in respect of common audit areas, everybody is responsible. Matters which are brought to notice, of joint auditors by one of them and on which there is an agreement among joint auditors. Matters which are brought to notice of joint auditors by one of them and on which there is an agreement among joint auditors. Sir, means what? For example, Manish is one of the joint auditors. My firm AB is AB, no, not saying AB. So Manish, Isha, and let's say example Arshad. These three are joint auditors. Manish, Isha, and Arshad. Manish got some important matter about stock. So Manish is saying that company is bad, company is wrong, they are doing wrong things. Now you tell me, on this matter, Isha and the other joint auditor, Arshad, both have also agreed. Now they said that all the three are saying the company is bad, but the company was correct. Later it was found that it was a mistake of Manish, but Manish convinced Isha and Arshad that it is a mistake, and on which all of them have agreed. So in case in future if there's a liability, who will be liable, guys? Who will be liable? Who will be liable? Joint and several, everybody would be liable. Matters which are brought to notice of joint auditors by one of them and on which there's an agreement among joint auditors, everybody is liable. Then, examining that the FS of the entity complies with the requirement of relevant statutes. Examining FS के लिए sir, who's responsible? Everybody is responsible. So presentation disclosure of FS, who's responsible? Everybody is responsible. Ensuring that the audit report complies with the relevant applicable SS. Audit report के लिए who's responsible? Everybody is responsible. So this is joint and several responsibilities. Joint and several responsibilities. Then, so reporting by joint auditors. So generally they should give one common audit report. Generally joint auditors are required to issue a common audit report. If there's a disagreement, like for example, Arshad is saying clean opinion, Isha is saying adverse opinion, and let us assume Manish is also saying clean opinion. So two are saying clean, one is saying adverse. What you should do? So if there's a disagreement, they shall express the opinion in a separate audit report. So Isha will give a separate report and Arshad and Manish will give one report. Okay. A joint auditor is never bound by the views of the majority. It's not that she has to agree with the other joint auditors. If she thinks that her opinion is different, she can give a separate audit report. So this can also come in MCQ. If one joint auditor has a different view, can he give a separate report? The answer is yes, he can definitely give a separate report. He is not bound. Why he is not bound? Because see, everybody is a chartered accountant. Everybody is a chartered accountant here. Everybody is at the same level. You are not somebody is superior, somebody is inferior. No, everybody is at equal level. Generally, they should give a common report. But if somebody is saying, no, I have to give a different report, give different report. This will give different, this will give different. SA 299, joint audit of financial statement. SA 299, joint audit of financial statement. Cool? Read. Okay. Read from question number 1. Done, guys? Any doubt? Till part E, any doubt? SA 219. I hope you are clear with SA 600 using the work of another auditor, and SA 219 joint audit of financial statements. Joint audit of financial statement. Now, part F, SA 700, it says forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement. So this is basically SA 700 ka series. Now, from here, one is SA 219, which is very important, which may come in the exam. And from here, this is basically 700 ka series. So in entire 700 ka series, one question will be there for sure. Okay? Now, it says what are the objectives of auditor as per SA 700? To form an opinion on the FS based on the evaluation of conclusions drawn from the audit evidence obtained. So you have to give an opinion, that is your main objective, or and to express clearly opinion through a written report. So for basically you have to form an opinion, and how do? You express that opinion how? Through a written report. To form an opinion and to express that opinion through a written report. Through a written report. Okay. Now, question number 2. So whatever the questions are same, we have written here same as model question 1, page 8.89. Sir, when forming an opinion, what conclusions should be taken into account by the auditor? So how do you form an opinion, sir? First, whether psi has been obtained. What will you say, sir? Whether psi has been obtained. What is psi? Sufficient, appropriate, audit, evidence. So we call this as psi. Psi ka full form sufficient, appropriate, audit, evidence obtained. And whether there is an uncorrected misstatement, whether there is uncorrected misstatements are material individually or in aggregate, whether uncorrected misstatements are material individually or in aggregate. Sir, whether psi is obtained and whether uncorrected misstatements are material in aggregate and their evaluation. So 2 points are there, psi is obtained, MMS are there, psi is obtained, MMS is there, and their evaluation. So if you have to check these 2 criteria, then you will give an opinion. Then question number 2 and 5 of the module, page 8.89. So there are 2 questions covered here from the module. Sir, what are the qualitative aspects of the entity ka accounting practices? It says what are the qualitative aspects of the entity ka accounting practices. See, quantity is basically number. Qualitative is basically like judgments of the management, judgments. Like for example, if I have to ask you something, like management makes judgments on provisions, estimates, provision for bad debts, provision for depreciation. So it differs from client to client, person to person, correct? So it says management makes a number of judgments about the amounts and disclosures in the FS. SA 260 contains a discussion of the qualitative aspects of accounting practices. So which SA? SA 260. In considering the qualitative aspects of the entity accounting practices, the auditor may become aware of what? He may become aware of possible bias in the management judgment. Bias means favorism. Like imagine Manish is a debtor, Isha is a debtor, Sri Krishna is a debtor, Hari Krishnan is a debtor. But they are making 10% for Manish, 50% for Isha, 70% for Sri Krishna, and Hari Krishna 100%. So data there has to be some logic, na sir. Why are you changing the percentage? So there could be biasness, but it does not mean that biasness means they are wrong. No. So as an auditor, I need to go and ask them, sir, why there's a different percentage? So they are saying that, see, Manish is just a first party to us. Okay, he has just started the business in this year. It's the first year going on of the business. So we assume that the person is very good. He will give 90%. The risk is only of 10%. But sir, Hari Krishna and Sri Krishna, so they are very like, we know each other like since like 10-15 years, and they have been dealing the payment every time, sir. So we are assuming that they will not pay to us. So that's the reason it is 100%. They are making provision. So I am checking the reasonableness, the reason for it. The reason could be genuine, the reason could be bogus also. Okay. But is it a misstatement? No. The answer is no. It's not a misstatement. It is just that the reason is different for that. So it says SA 540 addresses the possible management bias to not constitute misstatement for the purpose of drawing conclusion on the reasonableness of individual accounting estimates. So this is covered in which SA 540. Biasness, basically accounting practices ka it is 260. Biasness is covered in 540. So you need to understand the reason of the amendment, why they are so different in different datas. Okay. This may, however, affect the auditor ka evaluation of whether the FS as a whole are free from material misstatement. Okay, so this is question number 3, 2 times in the MCQ. Okay, 2 times it has come in, sorry, descriptive, 2 questions in the module, and once it has come in the exam also. Then this also came in exam. What are the specific evaluation by the auditor to be made by the auditor while forming an opinion? On what points, like what are the specific evaluations by the auditor to be made by the auditor while forming an opinion? Sir, whether FS adequately disclosed significant accounting policies selected and applied. FS is disclosing correctly. Whether accounting policies are consistent. What will you say whether accounting policies are consistent? Sir, whether accounting estimates are reasonable. Accounting estimates are reasonable. So the information presented is relevant, reliable, comparable and understandable. The FS gives adequate disclosure and the terms used in the FS are appropriate. 6 points, 4 mark, 5 mark answer. What are the specific evaluation? So this is a hint, specific evaluation to be considered by the auditor while framing the opinion. Now, opinion of two kinds of opinion. Unmodified, modified. Unmodified ka other name is unqualified or clean opinion. Modified may we have 3 subtypes: qualify, adverse, disclaimer. What are the 3 subtypes guys? Qualify, adverse, disclaimer. Qualify, adverse, disclaimer. Then, sir, what are the contents of audit report? So you will write first title. The title is basically independent auditor's report. Then we have addressee, then we have opinion, then we have basis. Title, addressee, opinion, basis. After basis, going concern, and then key audit matter. Going concern, key audit matter. After that, EOM, emphasis of matter para. Then we say MAU. MAU means what? Management ka responsibility, auditor ka responsibility, other reporting responsibility. Management ka responsibility, auditor ka responsibility, other reporting responsibility. Then date, place, sign. Date, place, sign. So these are the contents of report. Now, question number 7, important. What are the contents of opinion para? What it says, what are the contents of opinion para? So 5 points are there. What will you write? Sir, identify the entity whose FS have been audited. Identify the entity whose FS have been audited. Like we are auditing AB Limited. State that FS have been audited. State that FS have been audited. State that FS have been audited. Okay, we have audited AB Limited. Then identify the title of each FS. Balance sheet, P&L, cash flow notes. Refer to the notes including summary of significant accounting policies. And specify the date, the period covered by the each FS. So we are auditing the balance sheet for 31st March 2026. Profit and loss, cash flow is on same date. You specify the date and the period also. So guys, 5 points are there. Identify the entity. Then state the FS have been audited, the title of the each FS, the notes, accounting policy, and the date, the period covered by the each FS comprising the FS. Okay. Contents of opinion para. Now, draft an opinion, unmodified opinion. See, everything is clean. So we give clean opinion. As per me, everything is correct. I give which opinion, guys? I give clean opinion. I give clean opinion. Now, opinion. How do you make an opinion? Never write I. We always say we. Even if it's a sole proprietor, we always say we. We have audited the FS of AB Limited, which comprises the balance sheet as on so and so date, and the statement of profit and loss so key, cash flow statement, and the notes to the FS, including summary of significant accounting policy and other explanatory information. Okay. So this is the intro para. So first you will give the heading as opinion, start with we, and then from here you will write in our opinion and to the best of our information. In our opinion and to the best of our information and according to the explanation given to us. in our opinion, to the best of our information according to the explanation given to us. The aforesaid financial statement, what will say? The aforesaid financial statement gives the information required by the act in the manner so required, and gives a true and fair view in conformity with the accounting principles generally accepted in India of the state of affairs of the company as on so and so date, the profit and loss account for the year ended on that date. So this is an opinion para. Till now they have not asked, but yeah, they can ask you in the exam how to draft opinion. Ideally, they will ask either qualified or adverse, but we will make all. So this is clean opinion, unmodified opinion. Qualified adverse this will come in the next essay. Okay. What are the contents for basis for opinion para? What are the contents for the basis for opinion para and draft a basis for opinion para? State that the audit was conducted as per essay. What will you say? State that audit was conducted as per essay. Then refer to the sections of the audit report that describe the auditor responsibility under the essay. Sir, our responsibility is mentioned in auditor's responsibility para. So you will mention that. Third, include a statement that the auditor is independent of the entity and it complies with the ethical requirements related to audit. We are independent of the entity and we are complying with code of ethics issued by ICAI. Fourth, we have obtained SI to provide basis for the opinion. Okay, we have obtained SI to provide basis for the opinion. So I've written here, refer illustration 4, page 8.13 module. So it's a question on this. So this is what? Opinion para. 4 points are there. State that audit was conducted as per essay. Refer to the section of the auditor's report that describes our responsibility. Third, including a statement that the auditor's report we are independent of the entity and comply with ethical requirements for the audit. Fourth, state that we have obtained SI. State that the audit obtained is sufficient and appropriate for the providing basis for the audit opinion. Okay. Then module ka some question is there. This is module question number 9. What are the contents of management responsibility para? So the company's board of directors responsible for the matters stated in section 134 of Companies Act with regards to FS, and it should give what? True and fair view. Who is supposed to prepare the FS? Management. Financial position means balance sheet. Financial performance matlab P&L. Changes in equity means SOKI and cash flow. As per the generally accepted accounting principles, including accounting standards as per section 133, management is responsible. This responsibility includes maintenance of adequate accounting records as per Companies Act, for safeguarding the assets of companies, for preventing, detecting frauds and errors, applicable appropriate accounting policies, making judgments, estimates should be reasonable and prudent. Who is responsible? Management. Management is also responsible for assessing company ability to continuous going concern. Then the board is also responsible for overseeing the company's financial reporting process. So this is management responsibility. You remember MAU? Management responsibility, auditor's responsibility. The next one is auditor responsibility. What is our main responsibility? To obtain reasonable assurance that the FS are giving what? True and fair view. To obtain reasonable assurance that the FS are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and issue a report that includes auditor opinion. Level of assurance, so we give always which assurance? Reasonable assurance. And it is not a guarantee that the audit conducted will always detect the misstatement, because we always give reasonable assurance. We do not give absolute assurance. So how can misstatement arise? Misstatement can arise from fraud and error. His responsibility should further state that auditor has exercised professional judgment and maintained professional skepticism, questioning mind. Describe auditor responsibility in group audit. Group audit means subsidiary audit, branch audit, division audit. Describe in audit by stating auditor's responsibility are what? To identify and assess wrong, to obtain understanding of entity ka internal control system, to evaluate appropriateness of accounting policy, to conclude that management ka use of GC assumption is appropriate, to evaluate the overall presentation structure and content of FS. Okay? So these are what? These are basically management ka, auditor ka responsibility. Now there's one illustration, illustration 7, page 8.23, signing of audit report. You have to read this. But this is very important essay. 1 or 2 questions will be there in the exam for sure. Okay, very lengthy, 11 questions are there and all are important. Okay, go through this. Then we do some questions. So the name of the essay is essay 700, forming an opinion and reporting on FS. Forming an opinion, reporting on FS. Start. Let me know if there's any point you don't understand. Done, guys? Any doubt on essay 700? Forming an opinion, reporting on financial statement. No? Okay. So this is basically question number 3B. Can you see this question? 3B. It asks you, during a start of moon limit, the auditor finalize the audit report. Okay? So the time you see the word audit report, your brain should start processing that the question is from audit report chapter. While reviewing the draft, the audit team was unsure about where the basis for opinion section should be placed. Where the basis should be placed in the audit report and what it should contain as per the standards. As an auditor, explain what, where should be the basis for opinion to be included in the audit report. Where it will be included, guys? Can you answer this for me? Can anybody answer where it will be included? Anybody? Very good, Arshad. After auditor's opinion. After auditor's opinion, you will write basis of opinion. Very good. What are the key elements included in the section? The 4 points. Refer to, nahi, we audit is conducted as per essay. Refer to that section where auditor responsibility is mentioned in the audit report. Then we are independent of the entity and code of ethics have been compared by us. And we have obtained size, sufficient appropriate evidence. Sufficient appropriate evidence. Notes. Everything is coming from the notes. So if you do the notes thoroughly, same question. And it is already marked important. Can you see this? Same question. Contents of opinion para. Are you getting confidence now, guys? Great. So ignore the story. The top part is basically a story. You should ignore that story. You have to understand, focus only on the last 1/4. What are they asking? See, paper is basically direct based. So if this story was not there, if they would have asked directly here, where would the opinion para would be there and what are the key elements? So question is direct, but what happens, they make a story just to give confusion to the students. Now you being my students now, don't get confused. This is like full kuppai, kassa, waste, kachra, gobar, potty, waste. Focus on the last 1/4. What are they asking specifically? Okay, this is 3B. So this is one more question is there. This is on corresponding figure, that is basically 710. So this we have not done it. We will do. Then we will come back to this question. So 5 mark ka came as question. I mean from 700 series and 5 mark came from 710. Okay. This we're going to do in the next session. Okay. So we'll be stopping here. I'll just tell you what is pending from this chapter. So we are left with part G, that is basically as a 705 G. then part H 706, then part I 701, and 710, part J. G, H, I, J. 4 parts are pending. This we're gonna do in the tomorrow. I mean, the next session, wherever we have a session, we're gonna do this. Okay. So I think this will get over. And Arshad has requested to that I should do risk assessment chapter. So in the next class, we will finish this, and we will definitely start risk assessment, because this will take approximately an hour. The 4 standards will take approximately an hour or so, maybe like 75-80 minutes. Balance me will start with the risk assessment chapter. Is it fine with you guys? Okay, so I'm just saying that do the notes very much thoroughly, solve questions from behind, okay, from the module, okay. Stick to that part thoroughly, keep on revising every day. Trust me, you are in safe hands. Your audit would be definitely clear in this upcoming exam. Now, any doubt, guys? No? Cool. So we stop the session here. We meet in the next session, okay? Sure. Bye guys, take care. All the best. Bye. Okay. So hi guys, good morning. Welcome to our session. Welcome to our class. I hope you guys are doing amazing and you guys are very well and you have started studying. Okay. So before we proceed with the today's session, let's quickly recall whatever we have studied. Can somebody write in the chat for me? Karo ka clause number 18. Karo ka clause number 18. Karo ka clause number 18. Clause number 18. Isha, what are you writing 20? I'm asking clause number 18, you're writing 21. It's auditor's resignation. Very good, Arshad. It's resignation. Okay. Clause for CSR. Clause number for CSR. $20. Very good. निधि कंपनी में डेट इक्विटी रेशियो हाउ मच इट इज सॉरी निधि कंपनी में नेट ओन फंड टू डिपॉजिट लाइबिलिटी निधि कंपनी में नेट ओन फंड टू डिपॉजिट लाइबिलिटी व्हाट इट इज 1:20 that is minimum या maximum that's max Arshad you are wrong that's max then SA number for external confirmation external confirmation 505 very good okay then SA number for inventories audit evidence for inventory SA number for audit evidence for inventories. $501. ठीक है 501 then we did one more chapter na audit evidence we did after audit evidence which chapter we did ethics oh yeah ethics correct okay if I have a financial interest I have which side if I have a financial interest I have which thread as an accountant sir I have a self interest thread I have what self interest thread very good then give me any two kinds of principles of an accountant Any two kinds of principles of accounting? Integrity, professional behavior, competence, and due care, confidentiality, and objectivity. Very good. Which essay says that engagement partner is responsible to maintain the quality? Essay 220. Very good. Essay 220. EQCR is mandatory for which entities? EQCR is mandatory for which entity? EQCR is mandatory for which entity? Srivastan, you are wrong. Isha, you are wrong. Again, Srivastan, you are wrong. EQCR is mandatory for which entity? EQCR, beta, engagement quality control reviewer. Engagement quality control reviewer. Very good, Isha. Listed entity. It is applicable only to a listed entity. ठीक है. Caro is not applicable to which entity? Caro is not applicable to which entity? Caro is not applicable to which entity? BIPS, banking, insurance, private, section 8, OPC and small. ठीक है. What is Caro का clause number 6? Clause number 6. Very good. Cost records. Clause number 10. Very good, Isha. Public offer. Public offer. Very good. Others are not answering. It is public offer. ठीक है. So overall, you guys remember? Then we did opinion. What is the essay number for forming an opinion reporting on financial statements? Forming an opinion reporting on financial statement. What is the essay number? 700. Can a joint auditor give separate report? Can a joint auditor give separate report? Yes, if there's a disagreement, a joint auditor can definitely give a separate report. Essay number for joint audit? Essay number for joint audit? 299. Perfect. So you remember the stuff. Good. Let's start with the where we stop. Okay, we have done till part F, we have done till SS 700. We have to start from part G from the notes. And as usual, my iPad got stuck again. Open your notes. We gonna do part G. So far, I think everything is good as per me. I don't know about you. As per me, it's going good. What about you guys? Are you getting confidence in audit? One second, I'm just switching off the video. I'm here only. Let me just connect and I'll get back to you. Okay, just hold on. Let's continue. So we are starting with part G, that is basically SS705. It says modification to the opinion in the independent auditors report. One MCQ will be there on this for sure. You may have a descriptive also. It says SS705 modification to the opinion in the independent auditors report. What is the word? Modification to the opinion in the independent auditors report. Sir, modification means what? See, ideally opinion of two kinds, unmodified and modified. Always remember opinion are of only two kinds. Sir, what are the two kinds? One is unmodified, other one is modified. unmodified and modified. When I went to the client place, I saw the FS, and FS are amazing, superb, no problem. All locker compliance was there. So as an auditor, I will give which opinion? I will give unmodified opinion. Which opinion, guys? Unmodified opinion. Sir, when do you give modified? See, in a layman's language, modify basically means changes. In layman ka language, modification means basically changes, right? But in audit language, modification means any opinion other than unmodified opinion, any opinion other than clean opinion, any opinion other than unqualified opinion. Okay, so any opinion other than unmodified opinion is called as which opinion? Modified opinion. So modification of two kinds. Number one, when the FSR misstated, what will you say, guys? FSR misstated. I went to the client place, I saw FSR misstated. If FSR misstated, guys, can you give clean opinion? Tell me. If FSR misstated, can you give clean opinion? No. So clean has gone. So if FSR misstated, means there's a problem, there's a mistake. I saw the FS. When I saw the FS, one more opinion goes away. Disclaimer, because I saw the FS, right? Now I am left with only two opinions. What are the two opinions? Qualified and adverse. I am left with what? Qualify and adverse. Now, how do you decide when to give qualify, when to give adverse? Now listen. Sir, FSR misstated, it is material. Sir, material means important, significant. And it is pervasive. Pervasive means universal applications. Effects are everywhere. So big problem, huge problem. Sir, I saw the FS are misstated, the effects are material and pervasive. Which opinion, guys? Adverse opinion. Lot of problem. I went to see the FS. Sir, FS are misstated. And the effects are material, but not pervasive. Effects are material but not pervasive. Sir, problem is there, but not major problem. Guys, problem is there. What will you say, sir? Problem is there but not major problem. Which opinion? Qualify opinion. Some problem. Whenever your heart says some, you always say qualify. Some means qualify. Okay. Here, the auditor is unable to obtain SI. Sir, SI means what? Sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I went to the client place, I told them, please give me BUA. They are not giving me BUA only. They are not giving me BUA, guys. Is it material? They are not giving me BUA. Is it material? Yes, sir, material. And can you say clean opinion? Client has not given me BUA. They have not given me books of accounts. Did you saw? No, sir. Can you give clean opinion? No, sir. Can you give adverse? No, sir. Can you give qualify? No, sir. I have not seen only. How can I comment? Boss, if it is material and pervasive, when you cannot do, what do you do? Scooby-Dooby-Doo. When you cannot do, what do you do? Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo means what? Disclaimer of opinion. When I went to the client place, a client is not giving me BUA. Or for example, I went to the client place, but factory mein there was a fire. In that, books of accounts got destroyed. I did not see the books. When I cannot do, what I do? Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Disclaimer of opinion. I went to the client place, I told them, give me the GST ka challan. They are saying, you sir, out of like monthly challan, it is it's a company, so 12 challans would be there. You understand? Challan, GST ka receipt. So give me 12 challans, I want to verify. Client is giving me only 8. 4 challans they have not given. Guys, 4 challans they have not given. Is it material? Client has not given me 4 challans. Is it material, guys? Hey, GST you have not, you can't verify na boss. Obviously it has to be material. 12 में से 4 they have not given. 12 में से 4 they have not given. 35% they have not given, right? I cannot verify. GST to 12 months ka you must have paid na, to you must have got challan. I need to see it is material. But you tell me, they did not give all the challans or they did not give some challans? They did not give all the challans or they did not give some challan? Some challans. So I cannot see some challan, right? I cannot see some challan. Did I saw everything else? Yes, sir, I saw everything else. I cannot see only some challan. Whenever some word is there, guys, which opinion? Qualify. So it was material. See, to give modification always in all the four situations, it has to be material. You just have to decide whether it's pervasive or not pervasive. Okay? If it is not pervasive, you'll always say qualify. What will you say? Qualify. Again we do. Sir, modification. I went to the client place, I saw everything is perfect, amazing, super. Which opinion? Which opinion, guys? Unmodified opinion, unqualified opinion, clean opinion. All three means the same. Unmodified, unqualified, clean. Okay. I went to the client place. I saw. Oh, IFSR misstated. Nah, I saw. When I saw, disclaimer goes away. I saw FSR misstated. Clean goes away. Now I'm left with only two qualified words. So lot of problem. Not complying with AS. Not complying with Companies Act. Not complying with income tax. Not complying with GST. Sir, lot of problem. Lot problem. Which opinion? It is material and pervasive. Lot of problems, sir. Lot of problem. Adverse. I went to the client place. I saw there is some problem. Some misstatement is there. Some may. It is material but not pervasive. Which opinion? Qualify. Okay. I went to the client place. I was unable to obtain psi. I was unable to obtain psi. Sir, I cannot see any bua. They are not giving me any bua. I could not see anything. When I cannot see anything, which opinion? Disclaimer. Correct? Disclaimer. Sir, when I went to the client place, sir, I could not see, for example, 3 months ka bank statement. Have you seen all other things? Yes, sir, I saw all other things. It is material. I have not seen only 3 months ka bank statement. Some problem, but I am unable to obtain psi. I am unable to obtain psi. It is material, but it is not pervasive. Which opinion? Which opinion? Qualify. Very good. So these are the four opinions. Oh, this guy is like us. Everything is perfect. Clean, unqualified, unmodified. Sir, here. Lot of problem on his head. Sorry. Adverse. Here, some problem is there. Qualify. This guy is like you guys. Sleeping. Om Shanti Om. Not doing nothing in life. Nothing. When you cannot see, you cannot do. When you cannot do. Disclaimer of opinion. What will you say? Disclaimer of opinion. Clear? Now, so there are a few illustrations to understand. Okay, I mean, I have explained you the same thing is written there. Okay, so you just have to read those illustrations. So to have more clarity, how as an auditor you will decide to modify the opinion as per 705. How would you decide to modify the opinion? That will depend upon the nature of the matter giving rise to the modification. What is that matter? That the FS is misstated. Two reasons are that FS is misstated or unable to obtain psi. Either the FS is misstated or unable to obtain psi. Number two, and the auditor ka judgment about the pervasiveness. The auditor ka judgment about the pervasiveness. The auditor ka judgment about the pervasiveness of the effects or possible effects of the matter on the FS. Because if it is pervasive, adverse and do. If it is not pervasive, it is qualified in both the situations. So two situations are there. FS are misstated, unable to obtain psi. And the second reason is pervasiveness. Then only your opinion will get changed. Okay. Now, sir, what is the audit procedure? This also came in the exam. If there is inability to obtain psi or management has imposed certain limitation. Management is saying, "Acha, don't go here. Hey, don't visit the factory. Hey, don't visit. Don't check this data. Oh, you can't talk to this guy. No. Management is putting restriction. So what will you do? As an auditor, the auditor should request the management to remove the limitation. If the management removes the limitation, the auditor should proceed with the audit procedures. But management is there saying, no, we will not allow you. No, hey, do whatever you want to do. Management refuses to remove the limitation. You will communicate with the big people. Who are the big people? MD, CEO, CFO. Those are called as TCWG. Those charged with governance. What will you say? Those charged with governance. So you will communicate with those charged with governance and perform alternative procedure. they are not allowing us to visit factory, right? So you will take some confirmations, or maybe you will do some remote audit, maybe you will do some communication, check some data, some alternative procedure. Still you are unable to obtain SI full form, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. If you are still unable to obtain SI by performing alternative audit procedure, what you should do? Sir, if the effect is material, guys, you will answer, okay? If the effect is material but not pervasive. I went to the client place, I wanted to visit the branch. They are not allowing me to visit the branch. I told them, sir, please allow me to visit the branch. They are still not allowing me. I try to do alternative procedure. That is also not happening. Okay. And what I should do? If the effects are what? Material but not pervasive. Guys, material but not pervasive. Which opinion? Very good. Very good. Super. Super. Qualified. Here. Possible effects are what? Sir, my possible effects are material and pervasive, material and pervasive, material and pervasive, material and pervasive, unable to obtain SI, material and pervasive. Are Srivastana and Kundala Ukra. Understand the situation. I went to the client place. Client is not allowing me to see the branch. I told them, please allow me. They are not still allowing. I went to TCWG. They are still not allowing. I perform alternate procedure. Still, I am not happy. So I am unable to obtain SI. Unable to obtain SI is what it is? Disclaimer. Disclaimer. Isha, it is disclaimer. Bhai, understand the situation. If you saw the data and it is pervasive, then it is adverse. I cannot see the data only, boss. I cannot say. How do I say? What do I do? I cannot do anything. So what you should do? Either you withdraw from the audit, or what you should do? Do. Disclaimer of opinion. Srivasthan and Isha, you through now what it is? You saw the FS, it's misstated, effects are pervasive, adverse. You could not see the data, effects are pervasive, then disclaimer. Disclaimer, okay? Again, here also refer TYU 3 and illustration 12 and 13 on so and so page. So see, wherever there is a question on the concept, we have mapped from the module. So see, because in the exam, I cannot take a risk. No risks. You do the concept, jump to the module ka question. See, nothing can be asked outside the concept, right? Question framing would be different. The level of the question would be different, but if you do these questions, you are through with it, okay? So wherever there's a concept and getting attracted from module, we have mapped it out very clearly. Refer TYU 3, page number also, illustration 12, 13, page number also. We have written from the ICM module, okay? Then, next is, what are the objectives of essay 705? So the objective of the auditor is to express a modified opinion on the FS. When? Two situations. Sir, when the auditor is able to obtain SI and conclude that, what he will conclude? The FS are materially misstated. FS are materially misstated. Here, the auditor concludes that based on the evidence obtained, the FS are misstated. FS are misstated. Or here, he is unable to obtain SI. Either FS are misstated, unable to obtain SI. Two situations are there. What are those two situations? It was shared in the previous session only. This is the third session on this chapter, Arshad. Then, explain qualified opinion. You can't download. So it's there in the group. You can take it from the group. I have shared it in my Telegram group. Or contact the academy team. They will send. You have sent them. Now, 2 mark ka exam mein they will ask you questions. Okay. Define qualified opinion. Its example and drafting. Drafting is like forming an opinion. Okay. Same adverse, same way disclaimer. Okay. So we have written very simple line mein, I am not teaching you qualified opinion. You know the answer. Understand. If the financial statements are misstated and the possible effects are material but not pervasive, or the auditor is unable to obtain SI and the effects are material but not pervasive, the auditor should express qualified opinion. This diagram plays a very important role. If you have understood this diagram, all your definitions are clear. Financial statements are misstated, the possible effects or the effects are material but not pervasive, or the auditor is unable to obtain SI and the effects are material but not pervasive, the auditor will express qualified opinion. If somebody asks you, define adverse. If the financial statements are misstated and the effects or possible effects are material and pervasive, it is adverse. If it is material, if somebody asks you, disclaimer, if the auditor is unable to obtain SI and the effects are what? Material and pervasive, Material and pervasive. What will you do? You will do disclaimer of opinion. You will do disclaimer of opinion. Now see, examples. The inventories should be valued at cost or NRV, which it is less. But the company has valued the inventories at solely cost. So there's a departure from AS2. Now, else everything is correct. Sales are correct, purchases are correct, bank is correct, debtors are correct, cash creditors are correct. Everything is correct. Only there's a problem in where? Inventory. I saw the FS. I saw the FS. Then only I'll come to know there's a problem in inventory. I saw the FS. Guys, I saw the FS. Which opinion goes away? When I saw the FS, which opinion goes away? Write in the chat. Very good, Manish. Disclaimer goes away. I saw the FS, there's a problem in inventory. There's a problem in inventory. Which another opinion goes away? There's a problem in inventory. Clean goes away. I mean, unmodified, unqualified. Very good. Goes away. Now I'm left with qualified and adverse. Now you think. I saw the FS, problem is in inventories. Stock. Sales is correct, purchase correct, freight is correct, transport charges, P&L, everything else is correct. Balance sheet में share capital, reserves, loan, debtor, creditor, everything is correct. Problem is only in inventory. Lot of problem, yes, some problem. Which opinion, guys? Which opinion? Very good, qualify. Isha, again you are not getting. Arey, my friend, understand. My share capital is correct, my reserve is correct, my assets are correct, my debtor is correct, my creditor is correct, my P&L is correct, my everything is correct. Only there's a problem in inventory. Agreed it is material, but is it pervasive? No, sir. Rest everything is correct. There's a problem only in inventory. Some problem, na. So some rest everything is item is correct. When everything else is correct, only problem is in inventory. Which opinion? Qualified opinion. Understood, Isha now? Now, how do you frame an opinion? See, ideally they have not yet asked in the exam at inter level. Final mein to they ask, for sure they ask. So I'll teach you in CFL when you come in CFL, if any. How to draft an opinion. So how do we start? In our opinion, to the best of our information and according to the explanation given to us. Shit, yeah. Now see what it says. It says, in our opinion and to the best of our information. One second, there's somebody on the door. Hold on. Yeah. Hello, Pooji. Now, so how do you frame your opinion? It says, in our opinion and to the best of our information according to explanation given to us. It's the same line what we have shown in SS700 in the previous session. What is the difference? Except for the possible effects. Except for the possible effects described in basis for qualified opinion paragraph. Except for the possible effects described in the basis for qualified opinion paragraph, the FS is giving the information required by that in the manner so required and gives a true and fair view in conformity with the accounting principle generally accepted in India of the state of affairs as on so and so date, the profit and loss account cash flow as on that date. Where it is written, sir, in the notes, refer question number 8, essay 700 ka notes. So same line it is there, only what are we adding? Except for the effects, means whatever we are discussing basis for qualified opinion, leaving that everything else is giving true and fair view. Now Isha understood. In the example, only stock mein problem was there, everything else was correct. So everything I am giving clean. I am saying only qualified. Why? Because there's a problem only in stock. There's a problem only in stock. Okay. Now, Edwards' opinion. Same way you will write the definition from the diagram. Now, the company has not done consolidation with its subsidiary. Now, company has not done consolidation with subsidiary. Now, you tell me, is it pervasive or not pervasive? Sir, consolidation is not done, so the total share capital would be wrong. Sir, total fixed asset would be wrong. Total sales would be wrong. So total loan would be wrong. So total reserves would be wrong. Total credit would be wrong. So many things are wrong, guys. So many things are wrong. So it is material and pervasive. Which opinion? Which opinion? Edwards. Super. Edwards. Now, how do you frame it? Same language. In our opinion, to the best of our information according to the explanation given to us. Now, what will you write? Because of the matter described in basis for adverse opinion para, the FS does not give the information required by the Act in the manner so required, does not give the true and fair in conformity with the accounting principle generally accepted in India of the state of affairs for the year ended so and so, the P&L cash flow as on that date. So the other part is from SS 700, but main here it is does not giving true and fair view. Clean may we say it is giving true and fair view. Adverse may we say it does not give true and fair view. Qualify may we say except in for the matter described in the basis for qualified opinion para, everything else is giving true and fair view. Okay. Then disclaimer of opinion. The next point is what? Disclaimer of opinion. Now disclaimer of opinion. So here same way definition from the diagram. The basis of accounts and other documents are seized by income tax. The books of accounts and other documents are seized by income tax authority, and therefore the effects are material and pervasive. Income tax people have taken it, or the books are destroyed by fire, or the client is not giving it, and the effects are material and pervasive. Disclaimer of opinion. How do you frame the para? Because of the significance of the matter described in basis for do para, what will you say? We have not been able to obtain psi. We have not been able to obtain psi to provide a basis for the opinion. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the FS. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the FS. So clean may be say it is giving true and fair view, adverse may say it is not giving true and fair view, qualify may it is giving true and fair view except matter discussed in basis for qualified opinion para. Here we have not been able to obtain psi. We have not been able to obtain psi to provide a basis for the opinion. Accordingly, we do not express opinion on the FS. What it is? It is essay 705. Are you through with qualified adverse disclaimer, guys? 705. Now, let's move on to essay 706. Then you read both together, okay? 705 was modification the opinion in the independent auditors report. 706 is what? Emphasis of matter para and other matter para in the independent auditors report. EOM and OM in the independent auditors report. EOM and OM. Now see. There are two paras in the report. There is a matter which is disclosed in the FS. Now you tell me who will be disclosing a matter in the FS? Whose responsibility is there? There is a matter which is disclosed in the FS. Who will be disclosing that in the FS? Any matter, like anything which has to be disclosed in the FS. So ideally, who will be disclosing it? Very good, Manish. Management. Very good, Isha. Management. Very good, Srivastava. Management. Management would be disclosing it, right? Very good, Arshad. Management has disclosed in the FS, and me as an auditor think that that matter is fundamental to the users of FS. It is fundamental. Fundamental means important, significant to the users of FS. You as an auditor, you will write in which para? EOM para. Which para? EOM para. Which para? EOM para. So in my audit report, I will be adding it in EOM para. Sir, what is OM? A matter which is not disclosed in the FS. A matter which is not disclosed in the FS, but it is relevant. Here it was fundamental. Here it is relevant. Here it was fundamental to the users of FS. Here it is relevant to the users' understanding of what? Audit, audit report, auditor's responsibility. Audit, audit report, auditor's responsibility. Here it was FS. Here it was related to audit, auditor's report, auditor's responsibility. You will write in OM para. OM para means other matter para. Okay. Again we do. Something has come in the FS and it is fundamental to the user's understanding of FS. Put it in UM para. A matter which is not disclosed in the FS, but it is relevant to the user's understanding of three things: audit, audit report, auditor's responsibility. You will write in OM para. Okay. Now, I will ask you questions. You tell me you have to write in which para, EOM para or OM para. Contingent liability they have disclosed in the notes. Contingent liability they have disclosed in the notes. As an auditor, you will write in EOM para or OM para. Contingent liability they have disclosed in the notes to accounts. Contingent liability they have disclosed in the notes to accounts. EOM para. EOM. Arey boss, notes comes in the FS. Notes is coming in the FS, right? When the notes comes in the FS, balance sheet, P&L, cash flow, notes, SOKI, right? 5 things comprises together as FS. So contingent liability has come in the FS. As an auditor, where you will write EOM. Use the logic. If it is there in the FS, I will put in EOM para. If it is not in FS, I will put in OM para. Okay. One more example. Change in depreciation policy from SLM to WDV. They have changed SLM to WDV. This is the question. Which para? SLM to WDV. Correct. EOM. Sir, why EOM? Sir, SLM to WDV, they must have changed the accounting policy. They must have they will give disclosure in the FS, and first accounting they had done with SLM method. Now they will do accounting with the WDV. So the effects will come in the P&L. P&L is basically part of FS. So sir, I will put that in EOM para. I'll put that in EOM para. Going concern is affected. Going concern is affected. Which para? Going concern is affected. Isha has given the answer. Others? Sir, EOM. Very good. GC is affected. Fundamental accounting assumption is affected. They must have disclosed that in the FS. If something has come in the FS, I as an auditor will put in EOM pair. Okay. Holding audit I have done. Holding audit I have done. Subsidiary audit Manish has done. Holding audit I have done. Subsidiary audit Manish has done. Basically, it is division of responsibility when there is a holding and subsidiary company. Which para? OM para. Correct. This is related to auditor's responsibility. It is related to auditor's responsibility. Okay. We have not prepared the Caro report. We have not prepared the Caro report. Caro. OM para. Very good. It is related to auditor's responsibility, right? Preparing Caro is the auditor ka duty, na? Simple logic. Something came in FS, put it in UM. Something did not came in FS, put it in OM. Are you through with this? Now, it is a para in the auditor's report which refers to a matter appropriately disclosed or presented in the FS. Something is disclosed or presented in FS and which is of such importance that it is fundamental. Concentrate on two words. Disclose in the FS and fundamental to the user's understanding of FS. Fundamental means important. Put it in UM para. Same example what I have told you. Contingent liability, early application of new AS, change in accounting policy, major catastrophe having effect on entity's financial position, going concern getting affected. Same examples what I have asked. Achha. What will you consider? The auditor would not be required to modify the opinion as per 705 as a result of the matter. It should be not be a matter of modification. See, having contingent liability is not a wrong thing. changing accounting policy is not a wrong thing. Now you tell me if they are changing accounting policy, if they have changed accounting policy and they have given a disclosure for that, will you give qualified opinion for that? Tell me. Will you give qualified opinion just because they have changed the accounting policy? No, sir, I will give clean opinion only. Sir, changing accounting policy is not a wrong thing. Sir, when do you give qualified adverse disclaimer? When there is a mistake. When there is a mistake, then only you give qualified adverse disclaimer. So you have to always consider this, that the auditor would not be required to modify the opinion as a result of the matter, and when 701 applies, the matter is not determined to be a CAM. It should not be a CAM. We will be doing CAM later on. Key audit matter. It should not be a CAM. It should not be a reason for modification. Okay. How do you draft the para? So in my audit report, I give a heading as emphasis of matter, and then I write, we draw attention to note 10. You can write note 5, note 6, note 7, whatever note you want to write. We draw attention to note so and so of the FS, which describes the effect of a fire in the company's production facilities. Our opinion is not modified in respect of this matter. I am not giving any opinion on that fire wala thing. I am just giving cross-referencing. Hey user, when you are reading the audit report, there is a para called DOM. Come to the DOM. In that I have written what? There is something in note number 10 in the FS. You go and read that note number 10. Who must have disclosed in that note number 10? Management has given some disclosure. I am not commenting about that fire. I am not giving any opinion there. Understood how, why, what is the relevance of EOM? We just give a cross references in the FS. Then explain OM para. Sir, it is a para in the audit report which refers to the matters other than disclosed or present in the FS, which is relevant to the user's understanding of what? Three things: audit, auditor's report, auditor's responsibility. Same way, it is not prohibited by law and regulation. It should not be a key audit matter. How do you draft it? The FS of the company for the year ended 31st March were audited by another auditor who expressed an unmodified opinion on those statements on 31st March so and so. Holding audit I have done, subsidiary audit my Manish has done. That's it. Just giving this fact. I am not talking about any opinion about subsidiary. No, I am not the auditor of subsidiary. Manish was the auditor. I am just telling to my users, the reader of the audit report, that subsidiary audit somebody else have done it. This is what 706 EOM and OM. Okay. Can you read all the standards together later on? I mean, after the session? Or you want to read it now? We are left with two more standards, 701 and 710. Tell me, now or later? Later is fine, Manish. Take care. But I hope you are clear with the concept. There should be no absurdity in the concept clarifications. If you have any doubt, any point you are not understanding, please ask me. You should not do any blunder in the exam. Then 701 is communicating key audit matters in the independent auditor's report. What it is? Communicating key audit matters in the independent auditor's report. Communicating key audit matters in the independent auditor's report. Sir, applicable to 701. It's applicable to every listed company, or otherwise auditor decides to communicate. Like unlisted, public and private, if auditor wants to communicate, he can communicate. Mandatory for listed company, or where the law or regulation prescribes. Okay. How do you define a CAM? Sir, auditor communicates with TCWG and management as per 2SA, 260 and 265. Auditor communicates with TCWG and management as per SA 260 and 265. Imagine if he has communicated 10 matters: accounting policy, revenue recognition, internal control system, going concern, something he has communicated. Out of those 10 points, he thinks 5 points are significant matters. Auditor thinks that 5 points are significant matters. Out of that 5 points, 2 are what? Most significant matters. Who is thinking this? The auditor ka heart. Auditor ka heart means auditor ka professional judgment. Those two matters will be called as what? CAM. Okay, it is called as what? CAM. So ideally, how do you decide CAM? See, sir, I am not pointing out any mistake. No. See, mistake pointing ke liye we have 2-3 paras, qualified with disclaimers. All the mistakes of the management will be written in those paragraphs. So this is like I'm giving a clarification to the auditor, I mean to the user of my audit report. Array user, I spoke to them, yeah, 10 matters. Out of the 10 matters, 5 are significant, 5 are significant. Out of those 5, sir, two were most significant. Those 2 most significant matters I am putting in CAM para. You read that. So out of my communication to the management distributor, I decided some matters. Out of those matters, there are some significant matters. From that significant matters, there are some most significant matters as per auditor ka professional judgment. Those 2 matters I'll put in CAM. That 2 is an example. It could be 3 also, it could be 4 also. Okay. So it says, how do you define now? See, that is a diagrammatic presentation. The definition is below. Sir, key audit matters are those matters which in the auditor ka professional judgment were of most significant in the audit of the financial statements of the current period and are selected from the matters communicated with TCWG. So the diagrammatic presentation, it is in words. It is in words. Then the auditor will determine a matter, how the auditor will be determined to be a CAM. I just said na, कि sir auditor ka professional judgment. My heart would say, but sir, there has to be some logic na. So this is a repetitive question, the question 3 and 4. Sir, the auditor should consider the following. Areas of higher assessed ROM or significant risk as per SA 315. Obviously, if the area is high risky, I will have to communicate. It is a reason, right? I should put that in a CAM para. So areas of high risky, high assessed risk of material misstatement or significant risk. Number 2, significant auditor judgment. Significant auditor judgment relating to the areas in the FS that introduce significant management judgment including accounting estimates that have been identified as having high estimation uncertainty. Significant auditor judgment on what? On significant management judgment. Sir, management has made some judgment. On that judgment, we have made some judgment. That is one of the reasons to decide CAM. Third, the effect on the audit of significant event transaction that occurred during the period. Like for example, loss by fire has happened, natural calamity has happened. So it's a significant event. So that will be helpful for me to decide whether it's a CAM or not. So 3 points are there. They can test in MCQ also. High risk area, significant risk. Number 2, significant auditor judgments and management judgment. Third, the effects of the audit on significant event transaction that occurred during the period. Clear? Next. Sir, communicating CAM is not a substitute. What will you say? Communicating CAM is not a substitute. See, substitute means replacement. It is not a replacement. Sir, for example, contingent liability. I spoke to the management about contingent liability. Then I spoke about that is a significant matter. And as per my judgment, it is a most significant matter. It is a most significant matter. Okay. Now I told to the management, I will putting that contingent liability in the CAM. Now management thinks that anyways auditor is writing about contingent liability in the CAM para. Why the hell I should put it in the FS? See, user will be reading FS also, user will be reading audit report also. So the same thing he will read twice, right? You tell me, can management think like that auditor is putting that in CAM? I should not put it in FS. Can the management think like that? Tell me. No. Hey, management, it is your duty to put it in FS and it is auditor's duty, it is his thought process to put it in CAM. 2 are different things. So then there will be 2 points, same point twice now. It's okay. It is okay. So what will you say? Sir, CAM is not a substitute for a disclosure in FS as per applicable FRF. It is not a substitute. Number 2. I spoke about inventory during the year. As per me, inventory may, it is a significant matter. As per me, it is a most significant matter. I told to the management that I am putting that in CAM para. See, don't be anytime afraid. If you are putting CAM, qualified, adverse, disclaimer, EOM, OM, whatever para you are writing in the audit report, you go and tell to the management, I am putting this. It is a duty. Before finalizing the report, you have to tell to the management that I am putting this in the para. Okay. Now, obviously, and on that basis, inventory was not properly maintained. If inventory was not properly maintained, I will give which opinion, guys? Inventory mein problem is there. Whereas everything is correct. Which opinion? Which opinion? Sir, qualified. So my first heading was title, after title address में opinion में basis. So anyways I'm writing in basis, right? And I'm qualifying the report because there's a problem in inventory. After basis I will be adding cam. Cam is come as a later stage. So I'm thinking that arey yaar, anyways I'm putting it in cam na, then I should not put it in opinion para. I'm thinking auditor. Anyways, my user will read the audit report. Why you have to put in the audit report? See, previous point was FS is a different thing, audit report is a different thing. Here, audit report only same thing. Why the hell I should put two? I should just put it in compare. Can I think like this, guys? Tell me. Why the hell I should put it in modification? I should just put it in compare. Can I think like that? Yes or no? No, sir. No. Sir, it is not a substitute for expressing modified opinion as per 705. It is not a substitute for disclosure in FS. Not a substitute for expressing modified opinion as per 705. It is not a substitute for reporting a material uncertainty as per SA 570 going concern. So it is not a substitute for disclosure in FS. It is not a substitute for modification of the opinion. It is not a substitute for reporting material uncertainty as per SA 570. And it is not a separate opinion on individual matters. Like for example, when I said that I am writing CAM, so I'll give the heading as key audit matter. This is the main heading. Then I'll write subheading. For example, first point, accounting policy. Then I will write about accounting policy. What I communicated to the management, what management response was there in the audit report, right? Number two, I spoke about revenue recognition. So as per me, these two matters were significant. More significant. Revenue recognition. Below this, what I communicated with the management, what management gave me the response. Now you tell me, am I giving opinion on accounting policy? Am I giving opinion on revenue recognition? Am I giving any opinion on accounting policy or revenue recognition, guys? Tell me. No. So it is, see, I give opinion on the FS as a whole. I am not giving any opinion on individual matters. It is not a separate opinion on individual matters. I am not giving any opinion. See, opinion ke liye I am writing opinion para and basis para. CAM is just that user, reader. During the year I have spoken so many things to the management. Out of that something was significant. Out of those significant, there was something called as more significant. Those more significant I am putting for your reference. I am not talking any, I am commenting anything. It's just that my conversation, blah 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 blah. They reply, blah 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 blah. Whatever I have spoken, whatever the communication I have received, I am putting in the CAM para. Clear? So I would advise you, you read 701. It's really complicated because it's more of a CA final essay. Okay, read this. So from here you read definition of CAM from here. Okay, I'll scroll slowly. Then we do the last essay 710. Then we'll start with a new chapter. Read. Done? Now 710, last session of the chapter gets over. It says comparative information, corresponding figures and comparative FS. Comparative information, comparative figures and comparative FS. Okay, so objectives you can ignore. Let's move on to the definition. Sir, define comparative information and procedures and reporting. So all the three questions are here: definition, procedures and reporting. So basically it says, like, you know, in India we we prepare the accounts, we prepare the FS on comparative basis, right? For example, 24-25, here it is 23-24, correct? Now this year ka accounts, this year were audited by somebody else. Now we are auditor, okay? Now what happens, this 24-25 ka data comes here exactly, and we are the auditor for 25-26, we are the auditor for 25-26, correct? Now you tell me, whatever the data is here, is it mandatory that same data will come here? We are auditing here, we are auditing 25-26. Is it mandatory that whatever the data was there for this 24-25, is it mandatory that it should come same as it is here? Tell me, yes or no? Yes, it's mandatory because it's audited, right? See, obviously this year ka to we will check everything because we're the auditor for 25-26, but when the FS are prepared on comparative basis, so it should be mandatory same. But there's one situation when there can be a change. When it can be a change, tell me, use your accounting knowledge and tell me when there can be a change. Tell me. When there can be a change. Manish, Isha, Srivastan. Grouping. We had shown short term in 24-25. Now in 25-26 we will show as a long term. So grouping may change. But total will not get changed. Total will not get changed. Okay? So it says, what is comparative information? So the amounts and disclosures which is included in the FS in respect of one or more prior periods, as per applicable FRF. We are auditing here, and this FS includes 24-25 also. It is called as comparative information. Procedure. The auditor shall evaluate whether comparative information agrees with the amounts and disclosures presented in prior period. The accounting policies reflected in the comparative information are consistent with those applied in the prior period. Accounting policies should be there. And as per 580, the auditor should request WR. WR for what? All the periods referred in the auditor's opinion regarding any prior period item which is disclosed in the current period. So you take WR. WR means written representation from the management. So this is a procedure. How would you report? Sir, when comparative FS are presented, the auditor's opinion shall refer to each period for which FS are presented and on which audit opinion is expressed. If the opinion on prior period expressed in the current period is different from opinion expressed in the prior period, give reason for the same in the other matter para. Now understand this. So when comparative FS are presented, I'll be giving opinion on 25-26 also and 24-25 also. So I'll use the word current year, last year. Okay? So we are the auditor for current year. We are bound to give opinion for current year. But we will also be commenting. On the last year. But did we do audit? No, we just have to do overlook of it. Now, last year auditor has given qualified. As per me also it is qualified. Qualified of what year? Last year only. As per me it is qualified. No problem. But as per me it is coming as adverse. See, ignore this year ka. Ignore this year. I am saying if last year ka auditor opinion has given as qualified and as per me last year is coming as adverse. Did I do audit? No. On looking up to the FS, reasonably I am saying that it is adverse. So what I have to give? It says if the opinion on the prior period, if the opinion on the prior period means last year, expressed in the current period, what we are giving is different from the opinion expressed in the prior period. Like last year was qualified, we are giving adverse now. But we are giving adverse for the last year only. Huh? What will you do? Give reason for the same in Om para. My question is why Om para? Why are we giving this thing in Om para? Why? Tell me the logic for it. Anybody, why Om para? See, you are giving opinion on the FS are presented comparatively. So current year you will give whatever the opinion comes up to. But you have to talk about sir last year also. Generally, sir last year opinion should be same. But if there's a different, like he said something else, you are saying something else. So you mention in audit report. Why in Om para? Why Om para? Very good, Isha. Sir, because it is not related to FS, na? It is not related to FS. It is related to audit. Audit report, auditor's responsibility. It is audit report relation. That's the reason Om para. What will you write? You will write the auditor shall state in Om para that the FS of the prior period were audited by predecessor, means previous auditor, the type of the opinion along with the reason for the modification and the date of that report. Sir, if the prior period FS are unaudited, he shall state in Om para that the prior period FS are unaudited. Just mention that it is unaudited. Now, very important line, it can come in MCQ. This statement does not relieve the auditor from the need to obtain evidence. Need to obtain evidences that the opening balance do not contain misstatement affecting current period. See, when you check a ledger, sir, debit, credit, you will check all those things. You will get a closing balance. This closing balance will go in balance sheet. So I as an auditor for the current, I'll check this, closing balance, correct? But in this closing balance, there will be something about opening balance. This opening balance is coming from where? From the last year. So last year FS are unaudited. So now you tell me, should I check opening balance or should I not obtain evidence for opening balance? Should we or should we not? We are the auditor for the current year. Current year debits or current year credits will check. We'll check the closing balance also. But what about the opening balance? So we should check. This statement, just because the prior period FS were unaudited, it does not mean that you should not check opening balance. But you have to check the opening balance because it may affect the current period, na? But closing balance may opening balance will also go, na? So that's the reason you have to check opening balances, correct? But we are not the auditor for the last year. We are not the auditor for last year. We just obtain evidence so that we are comfortably, reasonably clear. Acha opening balance mein there is no misstatement. Now, explain corresponding figures and its reporting. So comparative information, like for example, sales of this year, sales of the previous year, data, like one item. Comparative information where amounts or disclosure for the prior period are included as an integral part of the current period, and the FS are intended to be read only in relation to the amounts and disclosure relating to the current period. That is the definition. Reporting. When corresponding figures are presented, the auditor's opinion shall not refer to corresponding figures. Generally, you don't comment on sales, you comment on the FS as a whole. But you have to comment when A, if the auditor's report on the prior period as previously issued included modified opinion. Guys, modified opinion, write in the chat. What does it mean? Modified means what? Modified opinion means what? Qualified adverse disclaimer. Isha, again you're wrong here. It could be FS are misstated or unable to obtain sign. Both would be there. Now, and the matter which gave rise to modification is unresolved. Means, let's take an example, stock. Last year auditor gave qualified opinion because of stock, and that stock this year it is not resolved. Still it is not resolved. Now you tell me which opinion you should give for the current period. Which opinion you should give for the current period? Last year ka report was qualified and this year ka because of stock, and this year the stock is not rectified. Still there is a problem. Which opinion you should give? Tell me. Here also you will modify, basically qualify only give. So it says the auditor shall modify the auditor's opinion on the current period FS. So you will modify, basically qualify will give. Now in the basis of modification parameter, basis of qualify para, what will you write? The refer to both current period ka figures and the corresponding figure. Last year ka stock, this year ka stock. In the description of the matter giving rise to the modification, the effects or possible effects of the matter on the current period figures are material. If the current period figures ka effects are material, you will mention last year also, you will mention current year also. This much is clear. Last year mein qualification was there. The matter is unresolved. So this year also you will give modification. In the basis you will mention both year ka data. This year ka stock is this much, last year ka stock was this much, blah blah blah. Full theory you will give if the figures are material. Sir, what if the figures are immaterial? So in other cases means if it is immaterial, explain that audit opinion has been modified because of the effects or possible effects of the unresolved matter on comparability of the current period figures and corresponding figures. Now understand this line. A lot of people don't understand this, what it is written here. So I'll draft an example for you. So financial year 24-25, financial year 25-26. Here it was 24-20, it was 23-24. This is current year, last year. Okay, this is A, this is B. Focus on B. We are the auditor for the current year 25-26, correct? Now, there was a item called as stock. Imagine 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh. This 5 lakh had a problem. This 5 lakh had a problem. It had a problem. Now, we are the auditor for the current year. Obviously, here also stock would be there. 5 lakh. Same copy pasted. Current year mein, the item became at 9 lakh rupees. In that 9 lakh rupees, this 5 lakh rupees will also be there. Like if you make a ledger in the balance sheet, what do you write? You write closing balance, right? In that closing balance, opening balance would be there. Understood this much? Now, 9 lakh may say this 5 lakh, the matter is still unresolved. The matter is still unresolved. Guys, when the matter is still unresolved, you tell me for the year, current year 25-26, can I give clean opinion? For the current year, can I give clean opinion? No, I will give modified opinion. Correct? Qualified, adverse, depending upon pervasiveness. No, we are not judging that. I am saying modification. Now, in the basis para, when I write basis para, I will mention both. So, 25-26 was 9 lakh, 24-25 was 5 lakh, and the effects are the matter is unresolved. So, I will give all the details. That was first point. Understood? Are you through with this? The first point. This point. Okay, you will mention both the data. Okay? Now, because it is material, 9 lakh may say 9 lakh may say 5 lakh may problem is there. It's more than 50%, right? If you see the effects. So, it is material. Now, sir, what happened in the current year? The stock became 90 crores. It became 90 crores. Now, when I make a ledger, okay, when I make a ledger, so 5 lakh is opening, closing is coming as 90 crore. Okay? Now, understand. So, last year ka 5 lakh was there, that 5 lakh had a problem. This year the matter is still unresolved. The matter is still unresolved. Now, on this 90 crores, you tell me, 5 lakh mein misstatement is there. Misstatement is not clear, it is unresolved. That means there is a mistake still there. Can you give clean opinion for the current year? Can you give clean opinion for the current year, guys? No. This much is clear. I can't give clean because there's a misstatement, right? But now you tell me that misstatement, is it material? On 90, if you see the 5 lakh का difference, 5 lakh में problem is there. 90 crores में से 5 lakh is immaterial. So sir, I तो cannot give clean opinion, correct? So what I will do? I will do modify. So I am not modifying, understand? I am not modifying the entire report. I am not modifying the entire audit report. I am not modifying the entire report. What am I modifying? Sir, the audit opinion has been modified. I am giving modification. But why? Because of the figures of comparability. I am just saying that because, see, there is a misstatement there. On 90 crores, there is a misstatement. There is some dirt is there, some mistake is there. It is not yet clean. So I cannot give clean. I am modifying, but I am not modifying the entire report. I am modifying what? I am modifying figures of comparability. I am modifying figures of comparability. Understood? In the first point, you are modifying the entire report. Here, you are just modifying what? Figures of comparability. I am not commenting on the entire report. I am saying only the stock mein problem is there because of the last year. Because of the last year. Understood, guys? Have you understood? Clear? So this was SS710 and there's one more point there. One second, I'm just connecting the iPad. So we are just modifying the figures of comparability. Okay. Now, if the auditor obtains audit evidence that material misstatements exist in the prior period FS, the misstatement, and on which unmodified opinion has been given. Last year there is a misstatement and on which what opinion? Unmodified opinion has been given. What you should do? The auditor should verify whether the misstatement has been dealt with as per the FRA, whether the misstatement has been rectified. If not, what you should give? You should express qualified or adverse opinion in the audit report on the current period FS with respect to corresponding figure. Last year mein misstatement is there and they have given clean opinion. Nonsense, people. Misstatement, clean opinion. So what will you do? This year it cannot be clean. It can be qualified or adverse opinion. Understood? So with this, your entire lengthy chapter, audit report chapter is completed. Finish. Now see, this question came in the exam. Let's do this. Then we'll take a small break. Question 6B. May 26, question 6B. The FS of Sun Limited for the year ended 31st March included corresponding figures for the year ended 31st March 25. The private FS were audited by predecessor. The current auditor is permitted by law and regulation to refer to predecessor report on the corresponding figure and decides to do so. State and briefly explain the type of para the auditor should include in audit report in the above circumstances. Which para you are supposed to add? If the FS are audited by predecessor, which para we have to add? Tell me. We just did this. Which para, guys? If the prior period FS are audited by another auditor, you should state in which para? OM para. Which para? OM para, as per 706. See, comparative is the FS. The para, see, there are only 5 paras. Qualify, adverse, disclaimer, and clean. 4. Then EOM, OM, CAM. And one was there, MURG, material uncertainty relating to going concern. Total 8 paras in the audit report, in the entire audit report. Okay. So you'll write in OM para. What is the next question? With reference to 710, list the information that should be included in the para regarding the prior period FS. So what will you add? The FS of the prior period FS were audited by predecessor. the type of opinion expressed by him, along with the reason for the modification, if any, and the date of that report. This was the answer for 5 marks, May 26. Handwritten notes. Notes, 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 notes. Do the notes thoroughly, solve past question, you will understand. This same question is there in our question bank also. Same it is. Because not a new question, it's a past question. But the only problem is people don't study only. Then they say, sir, I failed. Not because of the teacher, because of you yourself. Understood? So one more chapter done. So out of 11, we have done with 3 chapters. Audit evidence we have done with audit report, 2 big chapters we have done ethics. Around, if I add all the 3, close to 36 to 40 marks we have completed, including MCQs. Around 40 marks we have completed in these 3 chapters. Cool. So let's take a small break of 5 minutes. Exact 5 minutes, we will start with the new chapter. Cool. We continue in 5 minutes. Let's start, guys. So shall we start with the new chapter? So we are starting with risk assessment and internal control. Again, it is an 8 to 12 marker chapter. I have shared this in the Telegram group. I have shared with the team also. Shri Krishna is here today. Shri Krishna, can you share the notes from the group to here? Okay. The handwriting is different. The notes are same. Okay. Whatever notes I've got from the students, I am sharing it. It's the same notes. Okay. Just 5 minutes. I have to go because somebody is coming right now for some work. In between, I'll just take a 5-minute gap. Okay. Let's start. So there are a lot of parts here. It's a technical chapter. We need to mug it up. Straight away content, we need to mug it up. It says my first question. What is automated environment and what are the features of automated environment? What is automated environment and what are the features of automated environment? Sir, like Zepto, Blinkit, Swiggy, Uber, Ola, Myntra, all this is automation, right? Automated environment means where the POWAD, process, operations, accounting and decisions. Process, operations, accounting, decisions are carried out by using computer system known as information system or information technology system. Known as what? Information system or information technology system. So what are the features of automated environment? The code is false LIC. So it enables faster business operation. Like Zepto pay, Swiggy pay, you order quickly, you get the food at home. Accuracy in data processing, whatever you add, the same thing will be delivered. Else, able to process large volume of transactions. Imagine so many people ordering from so many restaurants, so many workers. S, better security and controls. E, less prone to human error. Less prone to human error. Then LIC. It provides latest information. I, integration among the business operation. And C, connectivity and networking capability. That's the first question. Question number 1, what is automated environment and what are the features? The code is false LIC. False LIC. Okay. Now, question number 2. How as an auditor you will understand SA 315 and document as per SA 230 automated environment? How would you understand and document the automated environment? So it says the auditor needs to obtain the understanding of the entity, business, including automated environment. So as per SA 315, he needs to obtain the understanding of the entity, the business, including the automated environment. As per which SA? As per SA 315. And he should consider following points. What all points? So the code is VIP Alok. What is the code? VIP Alok. So V, versions. Like what software ka, what version you are using. Like Tally mein ERP is there, Tally mein 9 Prime is there, 7.2 is there. Okay. I, information system being used, one or more application system and what they are using. Like for example, we are taking class on Zoom, correct? It's a Zoom link. So this is an information system. P, purpose, financial or non-financial. You must be having that attendance record, maybe fingerprint is there. You must have seen in movies, TVs, that fingerprint is there. Eye retina scan is there for passwords, right? So what software are they using? So architecture, whether it's a desktop based, client person, web based or cloud based. Like we are taking on, it's a desktop based. It can app based also and desktop based also, right? Then location of IT system, whether it's local or global. Like Zoom ka software, I mean the company is located in US. Okay, it's US, but they are providing through cloud through everywhere. AL. O, outsource, IT maintenance and support, like our tech team of the academy. It's in-house only, na? Any issues there, so they are there. But imagine my internet is not working, my telephone is not working, so I called to the Airtel people. So they have outsourced it to somebody. Key persons. Who are the key persons? Chief Information Officer, Chief Information Security Officers, Administrator. Who are the officers? So this is basically all the points you should consider. The understanding of the company's automated environment should be documented as per SA 230. Okay, documentation as per 230. So this is an example. Example of our template that can be used for documenting or understanding is illustrated below. So that's basically VIP Alok. V version I'm using 2.5. You can write 4.1. Anything. It's an example. Sir, information system use SAP, not your SAP exams. No. It's an accounting software. Purpose accounting. Location, it's a global. It is everywhere. Architecture, it's a web based. You can write cloud, whatever you want. It's an example. In-house versus package, it is package. Key person, CIO, CISO. So in one exam, they had asked, how do you understand automated environment? How would you document automated environment? And what are the key features of it? And along with a template, explain it out. Okay. So question 1 and 2. Question number 3. Sir, what are the risks arising out of IT system? What is the question? What are the risks arising out of IT systems? So following are the risks. The code is Lucifer. What is the code, guys? Lucifer. L. Loss of data. I forgot to save the data only. Or imagine there's a power cut. I was typing something. Example, it should not happen. So data would not be saved. Like a lot of times in the classroom also when the power cut is there. So what happens? Power cut mein the recording gets stopped. Unauthorized access to data or direct data changes. Imagine Sri Krishna has access to the main computers. He is deleting all the files. This is a risk. C. Unauthorized changes to system or program. He has changed the program files only. Okay. I. Inaccurate processing of data, processing inaccurate data or both. Inaccurate processing of data. Data is correct, but the process is wrong. Processing inaccurate data means data is only wrong. F. Failure to make changes to system or program means somebody has hacked your system. Somebody has hacked your system, so you can't do any changes, right? You must have seen movies, like a lot of South movies have. I mean, I'm a crazy fan. There's a movie of Mahesh Babu, Spider. I don't know what is called in Tamil or Telugu, but the Hindi version is called a Spider of it. Okay, there he has shown that how somebody is hacking via Aadhaar card and how he catches that guy. Mahesh Babu's movie. Okay, so somebody's hacked the system, you can't do anything. You have to pay money in crypto, bitcoins. E. Excessive access or privileged access super users. Now imagine if somebody from the class has access to main computer, main tally data, so he can do pass any entry. Okay, so what it is excessive access, privileged access, that is super user. So this is the code. Okay, the code is Lucifer, repetitive answer. Now, so I'm just taking 5 minutes ka gap here. You read 1, 2, 3. The notes have been shared in the group. I mean in the chat. Just read 1, 2, 3 from here. Okay, start reading. Done, guys? Question 1, 2 and 3. Any doubt on 1, 2, 3? Any doubt on 1, 2, 3? 3 becomes important. This have been asked in the exam. Plus in MCQ also they can ask what are the risk which is not arising out of IT system. So Lucifer is a risk arising out of IT system. Other than Lucifer is not arising out of IT system. So remember Lucifer, loss of data, unauthorized access to data or direct data changes. C, unauthorized changes to systems or programs, inaccurate processing of data, processing inaccurate data or both, failure to make changes to system or program. E, excessive usage or privilege access, super users. Cool. Then the next question is, what is the impact? What is the impact of IT related risk? What is the impact of IT related risk? So risk reasons are this, Lucifer. What is the impact of it? So the code here is CSR. Generally, the IT risk have to be mitigated. If it is not mitigated, it may have impact on the audit in the following purpose. CSR. What it is? CSR. Controls. So what is the impact of IT? So the control system, whatever you have established, it will not be giving correct data. It may result in additional work. Like for example, if my system is hacked, wrong data is getting processed. So I am preparing an Excel sheet. So wrong calculation will come. I need to do it from with Calci again. So it can lead to non-reliance on the automated controls, system calculations and accounting procedure built into the application. It may result in additional audit work. It may result in additional audit work. S. Substantive checking. Because of the IT risk, all information, data and reports have to be tested thoroughly for their completeness and accuracy. Audit could lead to substantive checking, that is detailed checking. So that means we have to do detailed checking. We have to check with Calci also then. R. Reporting. Due to regulatory requirements, reporting on IFC, internal financial control. We did in ABCDEFO. Audit report wala chapter mein 143. It may lead to modification of reports. If controls are not proper, the auditor will modify the report. So controls, substantive checking, reporting. Controls are wrong, I have to go for detailed checking and auditor will report, give a modification on the report. This is impact of risk. Understand the question what it is. Question number 3 was, what are the reasons, what are the risk arising out of IT? And because of that risk, what is the impact? CSR. Impact is what? CSR. Impact of controls, impact of substantive checking, impact on reporting. Okay? Then question number 5, what are the types of control in automated environment? What will you say? What are the types of control in automated environment? We say guy. In Hindi, guy is cow. Guy, G-A-I, guy. Now, 3 controls are there. You need to identify. One is general, other one is application, other one is IT dependent. General, application, IT dependent. I have my phone. That phone ka password, whatever pattern in Android you have that, okay? It is a general control or application control, IT dependent control. Which one it is? I have not taught you. Use your brain and tell me. It is general, application, IT dependent. That password, that passcode, that pattern of Androids. Tell me. Sir, general. It is general. Very good. Now I have a WhatsApp. And WhatsApp may I have a pattern. Yeah, WhatsApp, to open WhatsApp, to open my gallery, there's a password. Which control? To open that app, to open that WhatsApp, to open that gallery, there's a control. Application control. Removing printout is IT dependent control. Like via Bluetooth, nowadays I can just command to Alexa, remove printout from the printer. It's an IT dependent control. Alexa, play the music, IT dependent control. It's depending on the system, right? So general is a main control, like CCTV. It's a general control. In that system, if there's an app, for that it's an application control. Removing printout is an IT dependent control. Okay. So general controls are basically policy and procedure that relates to many applications. Like office ka main PC. Imagine you are going on an article ship, there are 30 PCs there, 30 laptops are there. Until as main server is not switched on, the network will not be connected. You may be knowing a LAN, local area network, like all the PCs are connected via LAN. So until unless main PC is switched on, you cannot work on other controls. You cannot work on the other PCs. Okay. So the general controls, these controls are policy and procedure that relates to many applications and support the effective functioning of application control. It includes control over DAPA, controls over DAPA. D, data center and network operation. A, access security. P, program change. A, application system acquisition. DAPA. In the exam, they have asked 2 marks this, 2 marks this. Now understand, the student have made a mistake. Access security ka this is the point. Program change ka this is the point. So he has written reverse. So we have done the arrow part also. It's not cross, it's an arrow. So data center and network operation means what? To ensure that the production system are processed to meet the financial reporting objective. Access security, to ensure that access to programs and data is authenticated and authorized to meet financial reporting objectives. Program change, to ensure that modified system continue to meet financial reporting objective. Application system acquisition, to ensure that the systems are developed, configured and implemented to meet financial reporting objective. This is application system acquisition. Read general controls, then we do the other part. A, application controls. Now what are application controls? Like for example, if you have worked on Google Drive, not Google Drive, Google Forms, or maybe any form when you're filling, if it is written there, you have to fill the data but like DD, MM, YY, YY, and you have just filled DD, MM, YY. It is which control? General control or application control? It is which control? I am working for a form where it was written DD, MM, YY, YY. I have just filled the data DD, MM, YY. It is not proceeding further. So guys, it is which control? It is application control. Passwords may alphanumeric, one special character. It is an application control. Okay. So this could be both automated and manual controls. This operate at business process level. Examples are edit checks, validation of input data, sequence number check, user limit checks, mandatory data field. Like Netflix. Netflix allows only 2 people to check or to use the screen at the same time. Application control is Netflix people are not coming at my house and telling, "Arey AB sir, you have to use only for 2 people." No, it's an automatic. If you log into the third device, automatically it will log out. Application controls. Sir, what is IT dependent controls? So these are manual controls that make use of some form of data or information or a report produced from IT system and application, basically printouts. Even though the control is performed manually, the design and the effectiveness of control depends upon the reliability of source data. If my printer may pages is there, ink is there, then only it will remove the print, correct? Example, performing reconciliation based on computer generated data. So in the exam they have asked G also, they have asked A also, they have asked I also. Full answer they have not asked. General maybe also they have asked 2 mark ke liye this pointers. Understood? Cool. So we have done till question number 5. Let's take a pause here. We continue in the next session. In the next session, guys, this chapter will get over for sure. So people who have that test, though, you can revise from these notes. And in the next session, I think we'll have on the maybe alternate day we are having it. So we will finish off. So then 4 chapters will get over. All the big chapters will be completed except 1 chapter. We'll do that at the next class. Cool. So we stop here. Okay. Bye, guys. I hope you have understood, and we meet in the next session. Bye. Thank you. Okay, so start recalling whatever we have studied. Can you tell me the essay number for external confirmation? Essay number for external confirmation. 505. Very good. 505. Now, can you tell me any two principles of the auditor? Any two fundamental principles of the auditor? Any two fundamental principles of the auditor? Sir, objectivity, integrity. The code there was OIPCC. O is objectivity, I is integrity, P is professional behavior, C is competence and due care, and C is confidentiality. Can you give me any threats? Any threats to the accountant? Any threats to the accountant? Self-interest rate, self-review threats, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, and intimidation threat. That is IRAFI. Integrity. No, I was self-interested. Sorry, self-interest threat, self-review threat, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, and intimidation threat. Okay. Now, any two contents of the engagement letter. Any two contents of the engagement letter. In engagement letter, what do we write? Any two contents of engagement letter. Sir, extent of report form of extent and format is one point only. Extent format. It basically you can say objective and scope. Objective and scope. Then roles and responsibilities of the management. Roles and responsibilities of the auditor. Okay. Identification of the financial reporting framework, that is FRF, and then report. Okay. Then if the auditor is unable to obtain psi and the effects are material and pervasive, unable to obtain psi, material and pervasive, which opinion? The auditor is unable to obtain psi and the effects are material and pervasive. Which opinion, guys? Which opinion? Sir, disclaimer. If it is material but not pervasive, material but not pervasive, material but not pervasive. No, so same. Psi not obtained. Unable to obtain psi and material but not pervasive. Same point. Unable to obtain psi, material but not pervasive. Qualified. And Srivastava, it doesn't matter na. Even if it is financial statements are misstated or unable to obtain psi, in both the situation, if the theory is material but not pervasive, in both the case, it is always qualified na. FS are misstated, material but not pervasive. In either of the case, it is always qualified. Okay. अच्छा, कारो का क्लॉज नंबर 15 टफ. I got it. Clause number 15 of the Caro. Clause number 15, guys. Tell me clause number 15. Non-cash transactions. 16 is NBFC, 15 is non-cash transactions. Non-cash transactions. ठीक है. So Caro, little you don't remember, so you need to revise Caro. Now you have your test. Can you just tell me the syllabus? What chapter का test you have? Okay, only one. ठीक है. So let's finish this chapter. So we'll finish this up, okay? Telegram QR. Okay, one second. I'll just show. You can join. Done? ठीक है. So any doubt, any query you have, you let me know. Okay, but make sure you guys clear. That is our agenda. Okay. So tomorrow I'll not be taking class, and tentatively Monday also I'll not be taking a class. Then Tuesday onwards I'll be taking every day, so that we finish by the coming week. Okay. So 90%, I mean 100% tomorrow there's no class. Monday also 90% I'm not taking because I have some work. So Tuesday onwards we'll have a class almost every day. And Tuesday I think I'll be taking in evening. I'll update you with the schedule, and then we'll discuss how to proceed further. Okay. So the team will message you, but it will be there in the class from Tuesday onwards. Okay, everybody. Now, so big chapters we have done. Audit evidence we have completed. Okay, we have completed audit report. 2 big chapters are there. Okay. Then we have completed ethics wala chapter, 11 marks chapter, and risk assessment will complete today. So 4 chapters are over already. Now, if you see that analysis now, so we have completed chapter number 3 will complete today basically. Chapter number 4 we have completed. Then chapter number 9 we have completed. Chapter number 11 we have completed. So these 4 chapters are over. Okay, now out of all this, only one chapter, audit of items of FS, it is lengthy and which comes for more marks. That will be my next chapter will be doing it. So your major content will be over. Okay, then all small chapters are there. Cool. 1 2 3 4 now, then 6 7. Okay. Now see. Let's start. So risk assessment, let's quickly recall whatever we have studied on the previous session. So sir, what is automated environment? What are the features of automated environment? So automated environment means when everything is connected, like POWAD, process, operation, accounting decisions. Process, operation, accounting decisions are carried out by using what? Computer system known as what? Information system or information technology system. The key features of it are false LIC, enable faster operations and accuracy in data processing, ability to perform process large volume of transaction, better security and control, and less prone to human error. False, that is false ka code. LIC, it provides latest information. I is integration among the business operation. C say connectivity and networking capability. Then how would you understand and document automated environment? Understanding के लिए SN number is 315, documentation के लिए is 230. ठीक है. Now understanding के लिए how would you understand? By considering VIP alog. What will you consider as VIP alog? Sir, what are the versions we are using? What are the information system we are using? What is the purpose of that system, sir? A say what is the architecture of that system? Desktop based, cloud based, what it is? L say location of the IT system, whether local versus global. O say whether it is outsourced or in-house, key persons basically. Then documentation you will do as per SA 230. This is an example. Whatever VIP alog we have studied, uska detail you have to put there. In one attempt they had asked in the exam. ठीक है. Then the next question was, what are the risks arising out of IT system? So the risk arising out of IT system is loosey fay. L is what? Loss of data. U, unauthorized access to data, direct data changes. C, unauthorized changes to system or program. I is inaccurate processing of data, processing inaccurate data, or both. F, failure to make changes to systems or program. E, excessive access, privilege access, super user. Loosey fay. Okay. Then what is the impact of IT related risk? Now the question number 3 is important. Lucy Fay wala answer. What are the types of risk you will have from IT system? Now this is what is the impact of IT system. So the impact will happen on CSR. Sir, if my IT system is wrong, my controls would be defective. So the outcome of the control will be wrong. Sir, substantive checking. Substantive checking means I have to go for detailed checking because my system is wrong. Like for example, if my CCTV is hampered, so obviously I have to go and check every rooms, right? If CCTV was, I would sit in one place and check the TV, correct? But if my CCTV is not working, I have to go and check every room physically, right? So that is substantive checking. Report. If my controls are defective, so everything will be defective, the auditor may lead to which opinion, sir? Auditor may lead to modification of reports, the modified opinion. Then, what are the types of control in automated environment? The code here is GAI, G-A-I. G is what? General controls. A is application control. I is IT dependent controls. General controls, application control, IT dependent controls. So what is general controls? The main controls. CCTV ka switch, fire alarm ka main switch, computer ka main password. That is general controls. On basis of that, the other controls start working. Like if I have to start an app or maybe some software in my computer, first I have to enter my laptop ka password. Once I enter my laptop ka password, then only I'll move on to the system. So that laptop ka password is what? My general controls. Now I'm opening Tally. Tally mein there's a password 123321. That is my password. So when I put Tally mein password, that's an application control. Now when I have to remove print, it is called IT dependent controls. So the general controls, these controls are policy and procedure that relate to many applications and support the effective functioning of the application controls. It includes control over DAPA. DAPA is important. It has come in the exam. Data center and network operation. A, access security. P, program change, application system acquisition. They can ask for 1 mark के लिए और 2 mark के लिए. Access security का the descriptive is this one. हाँ. Program change के लिए descriptive is this one. ठीक है. Then application controls. So these are both what? These are both automated and manual controls. Like Netflix. So if Netflix mein there are 2 systems already login, like on my laptop, on my iPad, Netflix is login. Now imagine if my wife tries to open in her laptop or in her phone Netflix, it will not allow. And when she enters the password, it will be logging out from everywhere. So what it is? Netflix people did not call me and told this. It is automation. It is called as application control. In the app only there is a system. Okay. These are both automated and manual controls. This operate at business process level. Examples are edit checks, validation of input data. In exam, they have asked once examples also. Define what is application control along with an example. Sequence number check, user limit check, mandatory data field. IT dependent control. These are always manual control like printout. When you remove printout, printout will only come when there is an input from the system. So it is always dependent on the system, IT. These are manual controls that make use of some form of data or information or report produced from IT system and application. Even though the control is performed manually, the design and effectiveness will depend upon the source data. Okay? So till here we had studied in the previous session. Any doubt till here, guys? Any doubt? Works? Okay. Question number 6. Mention the test or methods for performing test under IT environment. Mention the test or methods for performing test under IT environment. There are 4 types of audit test. Okay, for IT environment. I'll be teaching you somewhere also. Achha, if you remember techniques for analytical procedure, do you remember those methods for analytical procedures? Anybody? SA 520 mein we have done. Yeah, tell me what it is. What was the code I had taught you? TRSS, TRSS. No, TRRS. Trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test and structural modeling. Trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test and structural modeling. Correct? Now, if I have to ask you what are the methods or techniques to obtain audit evidence? What are the techniques or methods to obtain audit evidence? What it is? Tell me. ORE ICI, ORE ICI. Observation, re-performance, inspections, computation या confirmation, analytical review and inquiry. ठीक है. Now, almost similar answer. Read the question. It is also methods. It is also test for what? For IT environment. Test methods for IT environment. Now the code here is what? ORE II. Same code content I am using. ORE II. O observation, re-performance, I inspection and I inquiry. O observation, re-performance, I inspection, I inquiry. ORE II. ORE II. ठीक है. Now, inquiry is the most efficient audit test. Inquiry is the most efficient because I am asking you, like for example, oral test. I am asking you, you are answering me, but it gives me least audit evidence. It gives me what? Least audit evidence. Inquiry is efficient, but it gives least audit evidence. Why? If I have asked a question to the management, I do not know whether it is correct or not. They are answering me, so I am getting the evidence. But is it correct? We do not know. So inquiry is the most efficient audit test, but it gives least audit evidence. Re-performance is the most effective audit test, but it is not efficient. Sir, why? Re-performance is the most effective. Like if I have checked once, I will go and check again. If I have checked once, I will go and check again. So obviously it is effective, but it is not efficient. Why? Sir, expensive. Expensive in terms of time and money. Boss, checking same thing again and again will take time. Obviously it has a cost also. The person who is checking, who is performing the procedure, he will be taking cost from us. In MCQ they ask re-performance, it ends at E. Effective starts at E, end at E. That is the only way to remember, because when the question comes in the exam, people get confused. So how do you remember? Re-performance, effective, E. Re-performance, E. Effective. Inquiry is efficient. Okay. Re-performance, effective. Inquiry efficient. Acha, inquiry alone cannot be used. It should be used always in the combination with other audit methods. Like applying inquiry along with inspection is the most effective and efficient audit evidence. And applying what? Inquiry along with inspection, okay, is most effective and efficient. So how do you remember this? II plus EE. II means I inquiry, I inspection, E efficient, E effective. Okay. So in MCQ they will ask you, inquiry is efficient. Remember re-performance. See, re-performance ends with E. The word effective starts with E. The word effective ends with E. Re-performance, effective. Inquiry is what? Efficient. So inquiry cannot be used alone. It has to be used in the combination. So applying inquiry and with inspection is effective and efficient audit test. Which audit test to be used in combination? Who will decide? Auditor ka heart. Professional judgment of the auditor. Sir, what are the common methods? Number 1. Obtain the understanding of how automated transaction. This was asked in the exam. How does the auditor decides? So obtain the understanding of how automated transaction is processed. Like Swiggy ka order, how it is processed. Observe how user process in the transaction using different scenarios. If somebody is on making payment on delivery, like cash on delivery, somebody is doing GPay, somebody is doing online, somebody is doing from a far off restaurant. So how does the automation work? Inspect the configuration, define the application, how the app is working. Inspect the system logs to determine any changes in the last audit, changes in the system. Okay. So these are the some of the common methods. So this is a question which they can ask. This part, common methods. Okay. This also have this is was Jan 25 or September 25. One attempt they had asked, what are the manual elements in an internal control which may be less or more reliable where judgment and discretion is required? Like manual elements in internal control. Like for example, if there is a system, okay, a company like Amazon, wherein they process like 1 minute with thousands of orders. Now, if you have some manual element, somebody has to give manually approval. So you tell me, if there are huge number of transactions, will manual elements be suitable there? मतलब इस सिस्टम में मैनुअल इनपुट, मैनुअल एलिमेंट. No, sir. It will not be suitable, na. Arey boss, if there are so much transactions are there, it has to be automated. If somebody is manually approving it, then it will be a problem. Like what happens when you go for your articleship, okay, in big fours, big four and large firms. So when you have to take a leave, so there is a portal. It's a login portal of that particular CA firm. Okay. So just when you log in there, like for example, if you have to take a leave, Srivatsan wants to take a leave. So generally what happens? Oops. What happened? Oh. Yeah, sorry. When somebody has to take a leave, what you say? Sir, tomorrow I am not coming. School days mein you will write an application and then finish it off, correct? But here what you have to do? You have to open the portal, apply which day, and to your manager, you have to make a request. Now imagine there are 4 articles registered under him. 2 people have applied. So he has to either approve it or reject it. The system is automation, but there's a manual element for approval. 4 articles are there. Now you tell me 4 article ka, can the manager control it? Like manually can he do it? 4 articles ka? Hypothetically, if all 4 people have made a request, can he do it? Yes. So it all depends upon the number of transactions. So it says manual elements will be suitable or not suitable. So first understand is less suitable. Manual elements will be less suitable where? Sir, where there's a high volume or recurring transactions, or in situation where errors that can be anticipated or predicted and can be prevented, detected, corrected by control parameters that are automated. Okay? So high volume of transaction, remember example of Amazon. Then control activities where the specific ways to perform the control can be adequately designed and automated. Control activities where the specific ways to perform the control can be adequately designed and automated. So here, if you everything is automation, like Swiggy ka pickup, like once we order, so restaurants needs to accept it. So that is manual. That particular restaurant needs to accept it. That is manual. That they have approved it. Okay, they have accepted. You know, when you have ordered from Swiggy, Zomato, they say na, your order is pending for confirmation. So they have to accept it. So that is a manual element. Accepting is manually. Now once they have prepared, so they have given a time like we will prepare the order in 20 minutes. So automatically after 20 minutes, the app will automatically search a rider in the nearby area. Automatically. The notification will go to the rider. Rider when he accept, that is manual. Now he will come automatically there. He will pick, he will give OTP. OTP is manual. But now you tell me, finding the rider going to the customer and delivering it. Here, do you require manual element? Here, do you require manual element? Like coming to the restaurant, taking the order and going and delivering it? No. Sir, because here, everything is automated here. So, control activities where the specific ways to perform the control can be adequately designed and automated. Here, you require less manual intervention. Sir, where do you require more? This part came in the exam, silly. The code is silly. Now, you tell me, I have a DMart store, DMart, Big Bazaar, okay, that's store, grocery store. I own it. My mom told me, okay, send 5 kg sugar and 5 kg mawa at house. The process is very simple. Customer will come, he has to make the payment, bill will be generated, you will give the goods, and at the exit, the watchman will staple it or punch it or do some marking on the invoice. It's a process. Okay? Now, you tell me, look at my face and tell me, will I tell to my mom, please come to the store, buy the goods, make the payment, then take a step, the punch from the watchman and then leave. Will I say this to my mom? Tell me. No. Now, this is a related party transaction. Can this related party transaction be detected by the system? No. So here you tell me manual elements will be more suitable or less suitable? Will be more suitable or less suitable? Manual elements will be more suitable or less suitable? Logically more suitable, correct? I hope you understood. It's a technical chapter, but I'm giving you examples so you can relate the answer. But the content you have to write this solely. Circumstances where the errors are difficult to define, anticipate, or predict, like related party, it will never be detected by the system. In changing circumstances that require a control response outside the scope of an existing automated control. Like for example, when there was a heavy rainfall in Mumbai last week, so all apps and everything were not working. So here you require manual intervention to message to the customers, "Ke boss, because of rain, this is a problem." Sir, large, unusual, non-recurring transaction, again related party transaction, and in monitoring the effectiveness of automated control. Control is automated, but to monitor the effectiveness, you require manual intervention. Okay? So silly. CILI, silly. This came in the exam, a silly one answer. When are manual elements more suitable in automated controls? Manual elements more suitable. Remember, manual elements more suitable in automated control. Okay? Now, question number 8. This also have come once in the exam, long back. Audit approach in audit environment. You have to read from page number 3.61. There's a chart, there's a table. You just have to remember that. Okay? So, this directly you have to do it from the module. Question number 9 talks about digital audit. Digital audit. Hold on. This we will read from here. 3.6 SM. Abhi, IC have deleted. File not found. They must be updating it. Oh, they have changed everything. Can you see this? Live classes, recorded classes, they have changed it. They have deleted study material ka thing from here. Okay, I'm unable to download the module right now. So I'll just explain you what is this one. Now, basically digital audit is auditing digitally, basically online, like work from home. So I am you are my client. The data is in your PC. I am not coming to your premises. I am sitting at my home, going via Team Viewer, Ultra Viewer, okay, any desk. I am logging into your system and doing audit. That is called digital audit. So there's a definition of 4-5 lines digital. So just read from there, okay. Now, the next one is explain data analytics. Now, guys, you tell me, do you get messages from Rummy Circle? Rummy Circle, you have won a lottery. Do you get? Or maybe from a bank, or take a credit card, take loan of 5 lakh. Bajaj Finance, you must be getting. Do you get all those messages? Yes or no? No? Any message from any companies do you get? So do you get message from coaching centers, classes for foundation, 12th standard? Yeah. Now, even though you have cleared, still you are getting messages. Why? Data. Data. So somebody has sold your data. Like for example, I get a lot of message from Rummy Circle, Bajaj Finance. Even I have though not applied for the loan, but still they will send me that you have won a lottery of 10 crore rupees. Okay? But why? Because I must have given my number somewhere, maybe to a restaurant, maybe to some mall, and they have sold my phone number to the companies. The companies keep on messaging. So they analyze the data, they understand the pattern, what a customer wants. Like imagine if I have bought a two-wheeler, a scooty. So my number I have to give him. That scooty wala will sell the number to the bank guy. Why? Because if you have taken a scooty, you would need a loan. So the bank will call. Bank will sell to a real estate person. Achha, obviously somebody would need house also. So they keep on messaging. So your number is very much crucial. So if it is, whenever I teach this concept, I tell to students that if it is possible, avoid giving your phone numbers. Avoid. Okay? It says the combination of process, tools and techniques. The combination of process, tools and techniques that are used to tap vast amount of electronic data to obtain meaningful information is called as what? Data analytics. So vast amount of data mein what are you removing? You are removing meaningful information is called data analytics. Now for example, there are so many CA students in the entire Tamil Nadu. I want the data of only CA final students. Okay, and that to group 1. So I told to my data analyst, okay, do one thing, study the data. Like there will be a lot of foundation, inters and final students, final maybe group 2 students. I just need group 1 ka data because I teach only audit. So that study is called as what? Data analytics. The tools and techniques that are used in applying the principles of data analytics are what? Are called as CAT. Computer assisted audit techniques are called as what? Computer assisted audit techniques. Data analytics can be used in testing electronic records by using what all? Spreadsheets, specialized audit tools like IDEA. This is the software ka name, and ACL. This is also software ka name to perform the following. Where do you use data analytics? Sir, for fraud investigation, for analysis of journal entries, sir, for completeness of data and population, sir, to check completeness of the data and population, EC, evaluating the impact of control deficiency, then as selection of audit sample, recomputation of balances, reperformance of mathematical calculation. So for all these areas we use data analytics. This also came latest, I think Jan it came. What are the areas where do you use data analytics? We use that FACE SRR, FACE SRR, FACE SRR, F, fraud investigation, analysis of journal entries, completeness of data and population, evaluation of control efficiency ka impact, selection of audit sample, recomputation of balances, reperformance of mathematical calculation. Then question number 11, explain internal financial control. What will you say? Explain internal financial controls, IFC. Now understand this. So every company has a system. This system is called as internal control system, like CCTV. Okay. CCTV, card access, thumb impression, eye password, card access, all those are what? Internal control system. As an auditor, are you interested on those CCTV, those card access, whether that system is working or not? Tell me, as an auditor, are you interested, guys? Are you interested? No. No, 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 no. Why? Like for example, if you have joined a coaching academy, no, 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 we are not interested, never. Imagine in a coaching academy, okay, you went to the academy, you have paid fees. I am the auditor. Somebody is sitting there in the academy. He has not paid fees. Does it matter to me as an auditor? Does it matter to? No. It is the management ka duty to check the system. You will call only those students, you will allow only those students who have paid the fees, right? So it is not my duty. So auditor is never, always remember, auditor is never interested in internal control system. Auditor is never interested in internal control system. Clear? What are we interested in? ICS ka small domain. ICS ka small domain is called as IFC. Internal financial control. What it is called as what? Internal financial controls. What is IFC? Internal financial controls. I am not interested in the entire internal control system. I am interested only in internal financial controls. Like for example, controls for financial items. Like if employee ko they are paying high salary, there were 10 employees, but the salary is going for 12 employees. Are you interested in that amount? Yes, it's a financial item. Acha, sales may they have not given any discount, but in the P&L they are showing discount. I confirm with the management they have not given any discount to anybody, but in the P&L there is a discount key entry. Are you interested in that discount K entry? Yes. So always remember we are, because see, we give opinion on financial statements, right? I am interested in financial item, like basically P&L and balance sheet. So any controls made for P&L items and for balance sheet items, like for example purchases. So purchase के Mr. A का approval is required, then B का approval is required, C will make the payment, D will verify the goods. So there is a control system for what? For purchases. Purchases is a financial statement item, right? It is a FSLI, we see financial statement line item, FSLI. I am interested in that. ठीक है, एम्प्लॉय को सैलरी, सो व्हेन पेइंग अ सैलरी, मिस्टर ए विल चेक द अटेंडेंस रजिस्टर, मिस्टर बी विल प्रिपेयर द एक्सेल शीट, मिस्टर सी विल मेक द पेमेंट, मिस्टर डी विल टेक द कंफर्मेशन. सो इट्स अ कंट्रोल सिस्टम. आर यू इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट कंट्रोल सिस्टम? Yes. So that system is called as IFC, Internal Financial Control. Now, you tell me, who will be preparing this IFC? Who establishes this ICS or IFCs? Who establishes it? Very good. Management. So it says IFCs are the policies and procedures. IFCs are the policy and procedures established by the management for ensuring dollar prevention and detection of frauds. O. Effectiveness and efficiency of operations. L. Compliance with laws and regulations. A. Safeguarding of assets. Reliability of financial reporting. Detection and prevention of frauds, efficiency and effectiveness of operation, compliance of laws and regulations. A. Safeguarding of assets. Financial reporting. Reliability of financial reporting. Now what will you say? IFCs are applicable to all companies. All means sub means every means each. IFCs are applicable to all the companies. However, in case of listed companies, the directors will state in DRS, Directors Responsibility Statement, that the IFCs are in place and operating effectively. So listed company, where they mention in their DRS. What is DRS? Directors Responsibility Statement. On reading this para, can you tell me IFC is applicable to all companies or only listed companies? All companies. IFC is applicable to all companies. Only in the listed company के case में they will mention in DRS that IFC is there and it is effective. So what about other companies where they will mention? Other companies will mention in board report. Listed company का director will mention in DRS. Other companies का director will mention in board report that IFC is there and it is effective. But it is applicable to, remember, all companies. Independent directors, audit committee and the stat auditors are also responsible for the efficiency of IFC. Independent directors, audit committee and the stat auditor are also responsible for the efficiency of IFC. This I have taught in audit report chapter. It says as per 143.3 reporting requirements, the auditor will state that IFC is in place and it is operating effectively. Do you remember my code? A, B, C, D, E, F, O. F was internal financial controls. The auditor will write in the audit report that IFC is and it is effective. However, this will not be applicable to a private company. This will not be applicable to a private company. Which private company? Sir, a private company which is an OPC, which is a small company, and other private company. Other company में turnover less than 50 crore, turnover less than 50 crore and loan less than 25 crore at any point of time from bank, FI or body corporate. From bank, FI or body corporate. FI is financial institution. Now, I have taught this in audit report chapter. Again, I am asking you, you tell me what is not applicable to private company. IFC is not applicable or reporting on IFC is not applicable. IFC is not applicable, reporting on IFC is not applicable. Very good. Reporting on IFC is not applicable. IFC will be there always. Boss, IFC is applicable for all the companies. Only reporting is not applicable. To which companies? Private company. Which private company? OPC, small others. Others may turnover less than 50 crore and loan less than 25 crore at any point of time from bank, FI or body corporate. Clear? Then, what as a stat auditor you will document in case of risk? Okay, what will you document for risk? I will document dairy. This also came in the exam. Dairy. DC. So discussion among the engagement team and the significant discussion reached. So whatever with the engagement team you have taken a discussion, you will document that. E. Key elements of the understanding obtained regarding each of the aspects of the entity and its environment. What is the entity? How are they working? What is the system? That you will document. R. The risk identified and the related controls about which the auditor has to obtain an understanding. The risk identified and the related controls about which the auditor has obtained the understanding about risk identified. I. The identify and assess ROM at the FS level and at the assertion level. So discussion among the engagement team, elements of the management, what are the risk identified and the assess risk. How have you assessed risk of material misstatement? Dairy. Then how will you report in case of findings in IT environment? So that was documentation, this is reporting. Now at the end of the audit, there may be certain findings or exceptions. This is exceptions. Exceptions mean basically mistakes. At the end of the audit, there may be certain findings or exceptions in the IT environment which needs to be assessed and reported to the relevant shareholders like management, TCWG, board of directors. What he will consider? Now, sir, some points to consider. Is there any weakness in the IT system? So I have taken Sadiq was my student, his example. Is there any weakness in Sadiq? Sir, what is the impact of those weakness in the audit system? Right? So what is the impact of that weakness on marriage? Now what will you do? First you will report the deficiencies to mummy papa. Who's mummy papa? Management. Report deficiencies to management, internal controls memo or management letter through internal controls memo or management letters. Now Sadiq has a lot of problem. So he will complain to girls ka parent, communicate in writing the significant deficiencies to TCWG, those charged with governance. So you relate with that example. Is there any weakness in Sadiq, that is IT system? What is the impact of those weakness on the overall audit, that is marriage? So you will report the deficiencies to the management via internal control memo or management letters. Now there is a lot of problem in Sadiq, communicate in writing any significant deficiencies to TCWG. Have you understood this much, guys? Till question number 13, any doubt? All good? So 13 tak, it's very important, you should be very thorough, understand the question, understand the answer, mug it up. There is no other way to remember this chapter. It's a very technical chapter. You can't understand and write, you have to mug it up and write in the exam. Okay? Now from here the other part will start. Okay? Till there it was little logical, here it is pure audit, pure technical. Now see, sir, explain what is audit risk, what is risk of material misstatement and components of risk of material misstatements. So 3 questions, audit risk ka definition, ROM ka definition and components of ROM ka. As per SA 200, audit risk means the risk that the auditor may give an inappropriate audit opinion when the FS are materially misstated. Boss, if the FS are materially misstated, ideally which opinion you have to give? If the FS are materially misstated, which opinion you should give? Either qualified or adverse, but the auditor gave clean opinion. So I was supposed to give qualified or adverse, I gave clean opinion. What it is? It is audit risk. So audit risk means the risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the FS are materially misstated. Okay? Now audit risk is a function of 2 things, ROM, risk of material misstatement and detection risk. ROM, audit risk is basically ROM into detection risk. What will you say? ROM into detection risk. Now how can a misstatement arise? Sir, what does misstatement means? For example, my AS2 says, how do you value stock? Cost or NRV, whichever is less. Cost or NRV, whichever is less. I have only valued at cost. and put that amount in the FS. I was supposed to write as per cost or NRV, which is less. I have just checked the cost. I have not compared with NRV, and I have written in the FS. That amount is correct or is misstated. It is correct or it is misstated. Tell me. I have just checked, checked the cost and wrote that amount in the FS. I have not checked the NRV. That amount is correct or misstated? Sir, it is misstated. So, what is the definition? Sir, misstatement means the difference between the amount, you call this as ACPD, amount, classification, presentation, disclosure, amount, classification, presentation, disclosure of a reported FS item and the way it should be reported as per FRF. The way it should be reported and the way it is reported, दोनों का difference, both का difference is called as what? Misstatement. What it is called as what? Misstatement. Okay, it is called misstatement. Misstatement can arise either from fraud or error. Misstatement can arise either from fraud or error. Out of fraud and error, guys, which one is intentional? Which one is intentional? Fraud. Fraud is intentional. Correct. Then there are examples for fraud. Misstatement can arise from fraud or error. So example के लिए I have written model page 3.5. So we have not written those examples copy paste because you just have to mug it up directly. Okay. Don't skip it and do it. ROM may exist at two levels, at overall FS level and at assertion level for class of TABD, transactions level, account balance level, disclosure level. Transaction means basically P&L, account balance is balance sheet, disclosure is notes. So either there will be a risk at entire FS level or there will be a problem only in P&L item or there will be a problem only in balance sheet item or there will be a problem only in notes. Okay? Now let's be clear. Audit risk में there are two commons, ROM and detection risk. ठीक है? Now I am telling you what is ROM. So ROM का there are two kids. ROM has two kids. ROM comprises of inherent risk and control risk. Inherent risk and control risk. Now what is inherent risk? Now imagine if I have a grocery store, a small store, okay, like in Erode, in Coimbatore, like small shopkeeper where they sell all grocery, toffees, bread, butter, all those things, small grocery dairy stores. Will that store be having any internal control system? Those kind of store, like old traditional wala store, not the DMart ones. Old shop when there's one shopkeeper who keeps boxes in front and then you buy grocery from there. Tell me. No. So they have kept one staff. Imagine Arshad was the staff. Arshad is stealing goods from there. There is no internal control system. There is no CCTV. There is no system of entering the goods. There is no system for exit of the goods. Nothing is there. Will that be ever detected? Will it be ever detected, guys? Will it be ever detected? No. So if there is no internal control system and there's a risk arising, it is called as inherent risk. What it is called as inherent risk. Inbuilt risk. Have you seen Chroma? I don't know whether it's there in Chennai or not. Chroma. Any digital store. Reliance Digital is there, Chroma is there, Vijay Sales, all those stores. Have you been there? At all those stores? Yeah. You tell me, can you steal some goods from there? Can you steal? Yeah, sir. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah. Normal people, tell me, can you steal? No. Why no? Why no? Why? Security system. But imagine the security guy was involved in that stealing. He did not switch on the CCTV. So goods were stolen. So even though there was a control system, CCTV was there, watchman was there, but it was deficient. So even though system is there, even though the control system is there, still it is unable to detect. It is which risk? Control risk. Which risk it is? Control risk. How do you say inherent risk? There is no system. Control risk में controls are there, but they are unable to detect. Control risk. What is detection risk? Imagine Arshad, Srivatsan and others, okay? Even if you have got 100 on 100 in audit, at inter also and final also, rank 1 you have got, can you detect the entire fraud of the company? Can you detect the entire fraud of the company? No. So even if you apply 100% of the procedures, even if you apply 100% of the procedures, still something would be missed. Something you cannot detect, it is called as what? Detection risk, because you could not detect it. By applying all the procedure you could not detect, it is called detection risk. So remember simple. Inherent risk, no system, no control system means inherent risk. Control system there, unable to detect, control risk. Auditor applying 100% procedure, still unable to detect, detection risk. See, inherent risk is a susceptibility. Susceptibility, the word is correct. Susceptibility, no, susceptibility. Susceptibility. Susceptibility of an assertion about a class of transactions, account balance or disclosure to a misstatement that could be material, either individually or when aggregated with other misstatement before considering any related controls as described in essay 200. There were no controls and you are detecting it and it cannot be detected. It is inherent risk. Example, refer page 3.6. So example I have written directly model. Control risk. It is a risk that a misstatement that could occur in the assertion about same line, transactions, account balance, disclosure. Transaction means P&L, account balance, balance sheet, disclosure, notes. And that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other misstatement will not be prevented or detected or corrected on a timely basis by the entities internal control. Means control system is there but it is unable to detect, unable to prevent, unable to correct. System is there, control risk. Detection risk. It is a risk that the procedure performed by the auditor to reduce auditors to an acceptable level will not detect a misstatement, The procedures applied by the auditor will not detect a misstatement that exists and could be material, whether individually or when aggregated with other misstatements. It is material but it is unable to detect. Procedures applied by the auditor cannot detect. Which mistake, which risk? Detection risk. Clear? Example page 3.8. So these are the definitions. They can ask you definition, they can ask you in MCQs. Identify the risk. Simple rule it is, system is there, cannot detect, control risk. System is not there, inherent risk. 100% procedure applied, cannot detect, detection risk. Okay? Audit, whether you say audit risk, whether you say ROM, whether you say materiality, it is inversely variable to detection risk. It is inversely variable to detection risk. Now what it is? Hold on. Guys, if inherent risk is rising, inherent risk, Arshad is stealing from my grocery store. There is no system. Now you tell me, my detection ka risk will rise or will fall, will increase or will decrease. Inherent risk is rising. First he stole just one chocolate, then 10 chocolate, then 1 kg sugar, then 10 kg sugar, then 10 kg rice. He's stealing. So inherent risk is rising. So guys, when inherent risk is rising, my detection risk will be my detection risk will be? Tell me, use your common sense. Will decrease. So why decrease? Boss, understand, if he stole one chocolate, can I detect it as an owner? Can you detect it? Yeah, or as an auditor, can you detect it if he just stole one chocolate? Can you see it? No, I cannot. Correct? I cannot. But if he stole 10 chocolates, 100 chocolates, 10 kg sugar, can you see it? If he stole many goods, can you see it? Yes, sir. I can see. When I can see, so I can detect. When I can detect, my detection ka risk. When I can detect, my detection ka risk reduces. My detection ka risk reduces. Same way. When control risk rises, means control system is increasing. I mean, things are getting stolen. So obviously you can detect it. So your risk get reduced. Therefore, inherent and control when rises, detection risk falls. Means what? I'm writing here. Inherent risk plus control risk is inversely variable to detection risk. Or I can say, instead of writing inherent plus control, I can write ROM is inversely variable to detection risk. Understood? Are you through, guys? Are you clear? So this at least you will read from here. Okay. I am sitting here only. Read this one. This is important. Question number 14. I am scrolling slowly. If you have the PDF, you take it from the PDF or you read it from here. Okay. Read. Any doubt, guys, till now? Oh, there are a lot of people joined. Oh, Divya is there, Hari Krishnan is there, Kritika is there. Any doubt, guys? Clear? Now, so we have mapped something on page 3.18, last box. Something is important. Okay, I am unable to download the model because of they have changed that UI, user interface. Okay, I'll just see where the module they have kept now. So you just download the module, or in case if you have a physical model, you can read there. Okay, something we have marked important. See, if there's something like which is direct answer, so we have not written in the notes. We have just mapped it from the model, so we don't miss any point while revising. So just do handwritten notes thoroughly, you will get clear. Now, what is not included in an audit risk? See, always remember, what is audit risk? So audit risk is basically if you give an inappropriate opinion, it is an audit risk. What does it not include? Like business risk, it will not include, like loss of litigation, adverse publicity, event occurring in connection with audit of FS. So all those will not be included. Audit risk is very simple. Audit risk is very simple. Audit risk basically means, sir, you are giving inappropriate opinion. Audit risk does not include that the auditor might express an opinion that the FS are not material statement when they are not. Okay. So refer illustration 1 to TYU 123 page 3.10. So all the examples, all the TYUs, we have mapped it so that you read the concept, then you just go and do those questions. Okay. Then next is what is included in risk assessment procedure. Same. The same techniques. Here we say IO. A, analytical procedure. I, inquiry with the management team and inquiries with management and others. O, observation and inspection. Same like ORE, II, we have said, here it is IO. Analytical procedures, inquiry with the management and team and others, and observation and inspection. What is included in the risk assessment procedure? Now see. Achha, this is an objective wala question for essay 315. If you want to read, you can read or you can skip. Objectives, they may ask, they may not ask. So we have just mapped it directly from the module. Okay. Now, what is included in RAP? So whenever the auditor goes for the first time to do checking, to do audit, it is called as RAP, risk assessment procedure. When you go and do the audit again, it is called as FAP, further audit procedure. First time, risk assessment procedure. Second time, further audit procedure. One way is closed, you want to go to other way. Like for example, I want to do physical verification in Chennai, but in Chennai, let us assume there is a flood. So I will not go. I can't perform RAP, I can't perform FAP. What I will do? I will perform OAP. OAP means other audit procedure. I will take confirmations, email. I will use drone technology, other audit procedure. So RAP, FAP, OAP. This is RAP. So what is RAP? How would you do RAP? By doing analytical procedure, by doing inquiry with the management and others and observation inspection. Analytical procedure. In assessing the ROM, in order to provide a basis for designing and implementing responses to the assessed risk, analytical procedures performed as a RAP may include both financial as well as non-financial information. This we have done in essay 520, same content. You will include both financial data as well as non-financial data. It helps to identify existence of any unusual transactions or event and amounts and ratio and trends that might indicate matters that have audit implication. Sales are increasing, but purchases are not increasing. Means bogus sales they have booked. Okay, sales are falling, marketing expenses increasing. That means marketing is bogus. So it helps us to identify the existence of unusual transactions or events or amounts or ratios or trends which might indicate matters related to audit implication. Then any unusual or unexpected relationships that are identified. Okay, imagine salary may there are two directors, Mr. A, B, three directors A, B and C. Mr. C ko they are giving 10 times more salary. 10 times more salary than A and B. And Mr. C is related to the promoter of the company. Now, something is fishy here. It's an unusual transaction, correct? How did you came to know? When you did analysis of salary. So, unusual or unexpected relationships that are identified may assist the auditor in identifying ROM and especially ROM related to fraud. Then the results of AP will provide a broad indication whether a misstatement has occurred or not. So when you analyze, you will come to know, achha, everything is correct. That's good. If there's a problem, there is a misstatement. So IO they can specifically ask A, they can specifically ask O. Okay? Inquiry. The auditor may obtain information from different persons within the entity. What are the examples of inquiry? Refer page number 3.14. If you have this notes with me with you right now, put important on this. They have asked this in exam. From whom the auditor will make inquiry in the management. Now I don't have a module right now because my iPad is changed. Management, so you have to do inquiry. Can you give me a few examples without knowing, without looking into the module? From whom you will inquire? The line says the auditor may obtain information from different persons within the entity. Who are the persons within the entity? Tell me. Use your brains and tell me. Very good. Employers? Na. Arshad, employees. Divyashri, Hari Krishnan. Very good. Internal auditor. Who else? Employees. Not employers. Employees. Internal auditor. Sri Krishna, if you are there. Internal auditor. TCWG. Directors. Tax professionals. Technical experts. Engineers, architects, lawyers. So there's a list given. Okay, this came in the exam. Oh, observation and inspection. It may provide information about the entity and its environment. So where will you observe? What will you inspect? So same way, they have given 4-5 examples here. And on the basis of this, there's a TYU on 4 and 5, page number 3.15 module. So wherever there's a direct content, we have mapped it directly. Please don't skip it. I'm telling you, it is important. Either they can ask IO full, what is included in RAP, or they can ask A wala answer, they can ask I. A and I both have come in the exam. Okay? O is pending. Then the next one says materiality. In layman's language, can you tell me what is materiality? In layman's language. What does materiality means? Majority, no. Important, significant. Now, for example, out of 11 chapters, I am saying these 4 chapters are important. I'll say these 4 chapters are materiality, right? Which can influence your results. Same way in audit. Imagine there is a wrong thing, there is a misstatement in petty cash. So, petty cash may, there has to be a balance of, let us assume, 20,000, 23,542 rupees. Okay? But wrongly they have written 23,452. Petty cash mein. Okay, this is a difference. This should be there. This is written in FS. Now you tell me, it's a misstatement. Anything is wrong. If anything is wrong, it is a misstatement. Now you tell me, as a shareholder, if you are a shareholder, will it influence your decision whether to invest in the company, or in case if you have invested, to stay invested in the company, or you want to remove your money? Will it influence? No, sir. So what will you say? It is immaterial. What will you say? It is immaterial. Sales actually were 10 lakh rupees, but they have just shown 6 lakh rupees. They have just shown 6 lakh rupees. 40% का difference is there in sales का figure. Is it material for you? Tell me. Is it material? Yeah, it is material. So guys, materiality means as per SA 320. So this is SA number, guys. As per SA 320, misstatements includes omissions are considered to be material if individually or aggregate they are expected to influence the economic decisions of the users taken on the basis of the FS. They are expected to influence the economic decision of the users taken on the basis of the FS. Okay. Now judgments are affected by what? Size, nature, or both. Size, nature, or both. Judgments of materiality are affected by either size or the nature or both. Judgments about matters that are material, okay, to the users of FS are based upon the common financial information needs of a users as a group, and the effect on individual users are not considered. Now, for example, all those people who are in class right now, Please answer. Like Arshad is there, Srivatsan is there, then 1 second, who else is there? Divya Shri is there, Hari Krishnan is there, Kritika is there. Okay. Can you tell me, when you want to invest in a company, what is the one factor you will see? Like I will see this and then I will invest in the company. Tell me, what will you see if you want to invest in a company? Everybody, please. What will you see? Profit you will see, shareholding pattern you will see, loan you will see, asset you will see, liability you will see. What will you see? So Srivatsan says, I will see some profitability. If the company is in profit, I will invest. Arshad says, sir, whether they are paying dividend. So dividend yield you will see. In FM, you must have heard this word, dividend yield. Okay. Yeah, dividend payout ratio you will see. Very good. What else? Others? Please write, guys. Please write. I will see, for example, debt. If it is a debt-free company, means no loan is there. So it's a good for me. I will invest in that company. Now somebody is saying profitability, somebody is saying dividend, somebody is saying, sir, loan, somebody is saying, sir, I will see net assets. Net assets means I am minusing the liability, how much more assets they have. Okay. Somebody is saying, sir, I will see the share ka pattern, shareholding pattern. Now this is individual needs, correct? Somebody के लिए profit is important. Somebody के लिए dividend is material. Somebody के लिए loan is material. As an auditor, you will cater to individual needs of the shareholder or the common needs of the shareholder. You will cater to what? Individual needs or common needs, guys? Of course, common needs. You will cater to common needs. It says judgments about matters that are material to the user of FS are based upon the common financial information needs of the users as a group. That is, the effect on the individual users are never considered. Okay, whatever is a common, it will be considered. In planning the audit, the auditor makes judgments regarding the size of the misstatement that would be considered material. 10%, 100%, 40%, what it is. The auditor has to apply his professional judgment in determining materiality, choosing the benchmark and determine the level of benchmark. Whether it's material or whether it's material, who will decide? Auditor ka heart. Heart means what? Professional judgment. Professional judgment of the auditor. It is called as materiality. Okay? Then, explain performance materiality. Now, I have kept 1 lakh rupees as materiality level. Okay? If any misstatement is there up to 1 lakh rupee, I will ignore. Okay? But if there's a misstatement of 1 lakh and above, I will consider that. Okay? If it is up to 1 lakh rupees, okay, I will ignore. But if it is more than 1 lakh rupees, then I will consider. I will go and do detail checking. Okay? Like 1,30,000 ka difference is there, detail checking, more procedures. Okay? So my ML, materiality level is 1 lakh. So whenever the auditor decides ML, he also decides a level below ML, that is called as PML. What it is called as PML, performance materiality level. Hold on, I'll explain you. For example, I have kept this as 80,000. Okay? So my ML is 1 lakh and PML is what? 80,000. Now, so always remember PML, performance materiality level, is a level below ML. Performance materiality level is below ML. This much is clear? It is less, it is less. Now see, you found a misstatement of 35,000 rupees in purchases. Is it material for you? You found a difference of 35,000 rupees. Is it important for you? Is it material for you? Is it significant for you that it will affect your audit opinion? Yes or no? No, sir. Okay, I will ignore. Then after a few months I was checking, I got 40,000 ka difference. Sir, no problem. I will ignore. One second. Again I got 40 ka difference. Now, sir, it is this, whatever differences are there, it is less than ml, it is less than pml also, it is less than pml also, okay, less than pml. But now if you do aggregate, 35 plus 40, 75, 75 plus 40 again 105. So when you do aggregate of it, it is exceeding the ml level. The misstatement amounts, when you do aggregate, it is exceeding the ml level, correct? So what here happens is we need to change the mortality level. Okay, what management has found out, that auditor has kept the ml at 1 lakh. So he will not check any misstatement up to 1 lakh. So let's do fraud there. So they have done fraud in small amounts. Now when they have done fraud in small amounts, obviously it's a misstatement. And if it's a misstatement, I am not checking now, because I have kept my ml at 1 lakh rupees. If there's a misstatement of 1 lakh, then only I will check. So now you tell me, if you have found out misstatements of 30,000, 40,000, 20,000, 30,000, 20,000, what we have to do? What you should do now? Can we revise ML? Can we revise ML? Yes or no? Of course yes. Arey boss, it's very simple. Imagine I told you on day 1, get audit में 70 marks. So 70 marks is my what? ML. Now, but somebody said, "Sir, 60 is also good to me," right? So it becomes your PML. It becomes your PML. But what happened during the exam time? You could not study. So what will be your next expectation, sir? At least get me 40, sir. Please get me 40, right? So you have changed your maturity level. So during the audit, the auditor can definitely revise the ML and PML both. If you have revised ML, automatically you have to revise PML also. If you have reduced, imagine I have said 70,000 is my ML. So obviously like 50,000 would be my PML. Understood? So this is PML. So performance materiality means the amount or amount set by the auditor, amount or amounts set by the auditor, amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than the materiality for the FS as a whole, at less than the materiality for the FS as a whole, to reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected, undetected misstatement exceeds materiality for the FS as a whole, exceeds the materiality for the FS as a whole, exceeds the aggregate exceeds the materiality for the FS as a whole. Okay. Now performance materiality is set at a value less than the overall materiality. Okay, this is a definition. So ML, below level is PML. Now question number 20, very important. Explain the use of benchmark along with an example. So the code says ignore, everything will be started from the alphabets. E like elements of FS, I items of FS, N nature of the entity, O operating structure, R relative volatility of the benchmark. Okay, ignore wala answer is very important, and the examples also they have given. In one exam they have asked, how would you decide as an auditor benchmark? Like somebody would say profitability, somebody would say I would need check asset, so that is basically the benchmark. Okay, and so in one exam they had asked along with the benchmark explain the examples. So examples are written in the next para on page number 3.20, very important. Sir, what will you document for materiality? Everything. Materiality for the FS as a whole, materiality for TABD, P&L balance sheet notes, transactions, account balance disclosures, then performance materiality and revision of the above. The revision means changes when you have revised your materiality level. Okay? What will you document? Everything. Materiality for the FS as a whole, materiality for TBD, TABD, performance materiality and revision of the above three documentation. This also came in the exam. All those questions were for SA 320 materiality. Materiality SA 320. Have you understood guys materiality? Any doubt till now? Any doubt? ठीक है, last essay, then the chapter gets over. How essay 315, 315 and 332 essays will be there. How as an author you would understand the entity and its environment. So as per essay 315, identifying and assessing the ROM and understanding the entity and its environment. Identifying and assessing the risk of material misalignment through is missing here, through understanding the entity and its environment. The author shall obtain the understanding of the following. What will you understand? Sir, what is the relevant industry they are working into? What is the regulations to applicable to them? What are the other external factors, the applicable FRF applicable to them? Sir, the nature of the entity. Sir, nature of the entity in its operation, what business are they doing? The ownership and governance structure, who owns the equity? The types of investment that the entity is making and plans to make. The way the entity is structured and how it is financed, debt oriented, equity oriented. Then I will check the entity ka selection application of accounting policies, including the reason for changes. If they are changing again and again, means some problem is there. If they are following which everybody else is following in the market, it's a good company. The entity ko objectives and strategies and those business risk which may result in wrong, So this is what, and one more point is there, the measurement and the review of the entity ka financial performance. So I understand the entity and its environment via A, B, C, D, E. Exam question. How would you understand the entity and its environment? So understanding the entity and its environment is written in essay 315. Writing the name and the number. Writing the correct name and correct number will give you 1 mark extra. Then define internal control system and the techniques to evaluate internal control system. Define internal control system and the techniques to evaluate internal control system. Now guys, internal control system, I told you, CCTV, card access, thumb impression, eye impression, passwords, all those are internal control system. And techniques to evaluate internal control. Now, what is the definition of internal control? Same, we have to use dollar wala. Internal control system is a system which is set up by the management to ensure dollar. So the first question, I think we did now dollar wala answer there. So the same definition is there. Techniques. Now don't get confused. Now we have learned a lot of techniques. If they are asking you what are the techniques to obtain audit evidence, we did ORA-ICI. Techniques to check substantive analytical procedure. TARAS, trend, ratio, reasonableness test, structural modeling. Then one more answer was there. ORA-II. Techniques for automated environment. ORA-II. Observation, reperformance, inspection, inquiry. This is what techniques to evaluate internal control system. Okay? Now here there are 4 techniques. One is what? Narrative records. One is checklist. Other one is questionnaire. Other one is flowchart. Narrative records, checklist, questionnaire, flowchart. See, the diagrammatic presentation of system is called as what? Flowchart. It is a graphical presentation of each part of the company system of internal control. Like for example, they give you a diagram. Sir, if expenses are there, sir, if it is of a capital nature, revenue nature. Sir, capital may be less than 5 lakh, more than equal to 5 lakh. Revenue may be, sir, less than 2 lakh, more than equal to 2 lakh. Here Mr. A का approval, here Mr. B का approval, here Mr. C का approval, here Mr. D का approval. ठीक है? Now, if you get electricity expenses of 3 lakh rupees, electricity expense of 3 lakh rupees, please see the diagram and tell me whose signature should be there, whose approval should be there on electricity expenses 3 lakh rupees. Electricity expenses 3 lakh rupees, whose signature should be there? Sir, Mr. D. So you evaluated the internal control system. How? By seeing this diagram. This is flowchart technique. So flowchart is what? It's a graphical presentation of each part of the company ka internal control system. Now, checklist and questionnaire. I as an auditor, I will give instruction to my articles. Okay, boss, you have to check this. Check stock, check purchases, check sales, check income tax, check GST. So I am giving instructions, checklist. You went to the client place and you are asking them question. Sir, have you done physical verification? Sir, have you paid GST? Have you deposited TDS? So that's a question. So understand the difference. When the instructions are given by the boss to the engagement team, it is called as checklist. Sir, it refers to a set of instructions or question which a member of the engagement team must follow. So engagement team has to follow. But when you talk about sir questionnaire, it refers to a series of questions regarding ICS which the auditor, means the engagement team, will ask the management and will ask the management. It is asked by the auditor to the management and the answer there would be either yes, no, not applicable. The management has to answer only in three things, either yes or no or not applicable. Sir, what is narrative records? It is a detailed description, exhaustive, like Word file may they have written the entire system. Step number 1 check this, step number 2 this, step number 3, all those instructions are there. It is called as what? Narrative records. It is a complete and exhaustive description. It is complete and exhaustive description of the system. It is used when no formal control system is in operation and would be more suited to small business. So detailed instructions are called as narrative records. Boss giving to articles called as checklist. Articles, I mean engagement team asking question to the management questionnaire. 3 outcomes, yes, no, not applicable. Graphical presentation, flowchart. Graphical presentation, flowchart. Clear? Sir, what are the inherent limitations of internal control? Sir, limitations, see everything, even if there is a system, still something would be left. Why? Because of inherent limitations. Sir, some controls do not tend to be directed at transactions of unusual nature. Some controls do not tend to be directed of transactions of unusual nature. Related party can't be detected. I give an example today only. Potential for human error, there could be a chance. Sir, the possibility for circumvention of control through complicity with the parties outside the entity or employees of the entity. Like if there is a system, 4 or 5 employees are hampering the system. Like CCTV was there, they did not switch it on only and they are stealing the goods. So system can't detect it. So circumvention of control through complicity with parties. The possibility of a person responsible for exercising control abuse that authority. Like I have designed a system in my store, but I am only abusing my authority. I am telling to my accountant, hey, send the goods to my house. Don't take bill, don't take money. So I am abusing that authority. Compliance with the procedure may deteriorate because the procedure becoming inadequate due to change in condition. So there was a system, but because of rain, the system could not be working. So whatever procedure was there, it can't work now. Manipulation by the management with respect to transaction. They have done some manipulation. So these are the inherent limitations of the internal control. Sir, what are the components of internal control? We say CRICIM. The code is CRICIM. Now, whenever a company designs an internal control, they have to think these 5 points. Okay? Sir, my classroom is there. It is called as control environment. The code here is classroom. Control environment. Robbery is happening there. That means there is happening what? Risk assessment. I need to do. I checked. I installed CCTV. Control activities. Staff will give call to the sir. It is called what? Information system. Staff will give information to me. And I on the mobile, I will monitor everything. Monitoring of control. Sir will watch CCTV on mobile. So the story I have written here, it's only for your understanding. Don't write in the exam. Don't write in the exam, okay? The code here is what? CRICIM. Sir, control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication and monitoring. Information, communication, monitoring. Control environment, things are getting stolen, risk assessment, we installed CCTV, control activities, staff is communicating to me, information, communication, I am watching it on CCTV, monitoring. Okay? Then, do point 1, 2, 3 thoroughly from module page 3.33. Some points are there, you have to study that. Then, sir, what are the factors which are relevant to the auditor ka judgment about whether the control is relevant or not? Whether a control is relevant or not. The code is CARSME. Complexity and the diversity of the entity ka operations. Applicable legal and regulatory environment. Applicable legal and regulatory environment. Then, risk of material misstatement, size of the entity, materiality, the nature of the entity ka business including organization and ownership characteristics. So, CARSME is the answer, important answer. Then, what are the examples of ROM for non-routine transactions, significant matter, judgmental matters? What are the examples of ROM for non-routine transactions, like related party transactions? It will not happen every day, only sometime it will happen. Fire insurance claim, it will not come every time, it's a non-routine transaction. And as an example, significant judgment matter, what I have written, very important, refer point 2, 5.3, page 3.42 module. It is example directly, 4 points are there, you have to mug it up. Okay? Then, how would you test internal control and what do they include? So, tests of internal controls are performed to obtain evidence about the effectiveness of whether the internal control system is suitably designed and whether it is operating. So, design of the internal control system and operation of the internal control throughout the period. So, test of control may include what? Same answer, ORAII. Inspection is there, inquiry is there, re-perform is there, and testing of internal control is there. So, the same answer. So, when you are evaluating internal control, so what are you checking? Whether system is there and system is effective. System is there, system is effective. Then, few questions are there, they have not been asked in the exam, you can just read it. What matters should be considered by the auditor in determining the extent of test of control? So, the code here is lay free. Okay, this is a direct answer, you can mug it up from here. Okay, so direct answer. And the last answer, what procedure do we perform? So, we perform two kinds of procedure, TOC, test of control to evaluate ICS, substantive procedure to evaluate accounting system. There we do TOD and substantive analytical procedure. This we have studied in SA 520. Test of details means what? Vouching and verification. Vouching is what? Of penal items, verifications of balance sheet items. This is the transactions and account balances. So, this 30, 31 is not so important, not so important. Finished, guys. Full chapter over. 31 questions are there. Whatever has to be studied from the module, I have mapped it out. Are you through with the chapter? Have you understood the chapter, guys? Tell me. Now, May 26 ka question number 4A. Let's go slowly. If you have the notes, you can tell me which notes you will, which question number will come from the notes. Okay, let's read the question. 4A. Now, let me just see what questions we have done. I'll just mark it out. Question 6A we have done, 6B we did. This B we have done. Hmm. 1A we have done. So 1A was on ethics. Then this is 3B was on opinion, audit report chapter. Okay. Then 6A was on SA 210, that is again ethics wala chapter. And 6B was again on audit report chapter SA 710. Audit evidence may also we did somewhere. No, 580 we have not done. No. Okay. 4A. This we are doing it right now. 2 questions came, you need to answer. Now, the questions I have told you, 3/4 of the question is story. What you are supposed to write, you will get it in the next part. Bright Star Food Limited processes a large volume of daily sales and purchase using automated accounting software. The time you see automated accounting, your brain should start processing risk assessment chapter. Most transactions are recorded automatically, and management claim that system controls reduce the need for manual intervention. During the audit of companies, FS auditor needs to ensure the transactions are recorded accurately and completely. The auditor also needs to decide what audit test to use, when, and in what combination. Discuss the different ways in which testing of automated environment and explain which combination of audit tests are generally considered most effective and efficient. Can you tell me from the notes, if you have the notes, a PDF or hard copy if you have it, which question number was the answer? Tell me. Kritika, 1 second. I'll take your query. Question number 6. Very good. Ore II. And I gave you the shortcut also. Inquiry. Inquiry is the efficient audit test. Reperformance is the efficient. It is effective but not efficient. Inquiry alone cannot be used. It has to be used in the combination. Applying inquiry and inspection is effective and efficient. Which test has to be used is a professional judgment of the auditor. Some of the common methods are this. This was the answer. Question number 6, May 26. And it has not come for the first time. See, I did not know it came in May 26. I told you when I was teaching this, it has come long back in the exam. It is important. And it came in May 26. Nothing come from outside. 1 or 2 could be there. But yes, every other question is from the notes. I am telling you. Understand the question. 3/4 is the story. Last 1/4 may. Now, if you see the question, if you see the story, it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with this answer. Nothing to do. This is the key to success of audit. People don't understand. People, automated, transaction automated, they'll write nonsense shit there. That's the reason people fail. The question is this only. If imagine they would have not given you that story, will you be able to write the answer still? Will you be able to write the answer still? Yeah. Okay. Kritika, this notes you have to take it from my Telegram group. And I have shared in the chat also. Every day I share, team also shares. So you can take it from the team or you can take it from Telegram. So this is my QR. You can click and join. And just tag me कि sir I need the chapter ka notes. I'll send you. Okay? Now hold on. Still it is not over. Let me boost your confidence more. See, all this analysis comes only on the basis of experience. It's been 15 years for me to be teaching. 15 years. More than 30 attempts. Okay, because of 3 attempts now. When you come to CFNL, we do the exactly same thing what I do in intermediate. Handwritten notes, solve the paper, do analysis and get clear, become CA. That's it, over. Okay, share this with your friends also. Okay. One more question. Question 2. During the audit of Urban Build Construction Limited, the auditor reviewed the accounting information system for recording and processing financial transactions of the company. The transaction relating to purchases, payroll and expenses are recorded through the system by different departments. During the discussion with the employees, the auditor announced there is a limited documentation how financial information flows through the system. Story. What are the areas relating to the entity information system and related business process relevant to financial reporting that the auditor should obtain an understanding as a part of risk assessment procedure? Understand. Risk assessment procedure, understand. So this answer we need to check once from the suggested. Ideally, it should be like this. This answer. Relevant industry, regulatory and other external factor. That's question number 22 we need to check with the suggestion whether this they have given it or not. Okay, so this we need to check. 90% this should be the answer, but financial reporting they have said. So operations, ownership structure, relevant industry, regulatory, all this we need to verify whether they have given the suggested or not. So 2A also came in the exam. So in the notes you can write there referred question 2A suggested May 26. Question 2A May 26 suggested. Okay, hold on. This we have done. I have just taught you this concept. You need to answer. Okay, question number 8. The engagement partner CAB, while evaluating and reporting on design and effectiveness of internal financial controls at GHB, also highlighted that the director's independent audit committee, the manner in which the Companies Act places greater emphasis on the effective implementation on the internal financial controls. With reference to the reporting on IFCs under Companies Act, which of the following does not fall within the nature of responsibility of the GHB? Read and choose. Who is not responsible? I got the answer. Choose. Choose. Who is not responsible? Here it says audit committee. Here it says director should state. Here it says director should appoint expert. Here it says independent director. Who is not responsible? What you have not heard from my side? What you have not heard from my side? Internal financial controls. Director should state that IFC is there. Independent directors, statutory auditors, audit committees are also responsible. Who is not responsible? Expert, na? C. The answer is C. Board have to appoint an expert. That is not written. Audit committee is responsible, directors are responsible, independent directors are responsible, auditors are responsible. Expert is not there. The answer was C. Again from the notes. Done. So 5 plus 5, 10 plus 2, 12 marks that came risk assessment. Cool. So we stop here. We continue in the next class. Okay, next class we are doing audit of items of financial statements. I'll be teaching you there items of financial statement. Again, important chapter, 14 to 18 marks chapter. It will get over in Monday only because I have a shortcut for it. It's a very lengthy chapter, but I'll be teaching you why my shortcuts. Okay. So next class, don't miss. Tentatively either Tuesday evening it will be or Tuesday morning. But Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday no class. Okay. I mean Sunday, Monday no class. Tuesday it will be either in the morning or in the evening. Cool. Chalo, bye guys, take care, enjoy and aim for a rank or 70 plus, which is earlier. Do recommend to your friends also so that they also clear. Okay, I hope you are getting confidence now in audit. Okay, bye guys, take care, thank you, bye everybody. So hi guys, good morning. Welcome to the class. We have completed our previous chapter was risk assessment. Now we move on to the next chapter, which is called as what? Completion and review. So right now what we are starting is completion and review. So the completion review का weightage is very high. Okay, it is basically a easy chapter, but it comes for 6 to 10 marks. Sometimes you'll find this chapter in MCQ also, but maximum time it is of descriptive. So there are lot of standards here. I think 5 or 6 standards which we need to cover. Okay, let's start. So it says completion and review, the marks ka weightage is 6 to 10. Now, so I have divided all the entire chapter into different parts. Here I am doing part A, which is essay 260. The name of the essay is communication with those charged with governance. Essay 260, communication with those charged with governance. Now, what is the question? It says, what are the objectives of essay 260? So, during the audit, the auditor needs to communicate with whom? With the management and TCWG. Now, first understand the difference between the two. Basically, management means the directors, the executive people who do the work, who do the business in the entire entity. Over and above the management, we have TCWG. TCWG basically CEO, CFO, that high level ka people are called as what? TCWG. Okay. So, what are the objectives? Sir, to communicate clearly with TCWG regarding the responsibility scope, etc. To communicate clearly with TCWG regarding the responsibility scope, etc. Number 2. To obtain relevant information from TCWG, to obtain relevant information from TCWG. Third, to provide observations arising from the audit from TCWG, to provide observations arising from the audit to TCWG. No, from audit to TCWG it will be. To TCWG. Third. Fourth, to promote effective two-way communication between the auditor and TCWG. The standard says you have to communicate. I agree, I am talking to them, but there should be revert back also. There should be reply also. Correct? There should be reply. It is called as what? Two-way communication. So this is the objective. Now at this level, very rare they will ask. They will be asking the other content. Now it says, what are the matters, guys? What are the matters to be communicated to TCWG? Sir, what are the matters to be communicated to TCWG? Sir, matters to be communicated. Now, when you are talking to TCWG, what will you communicate? So, this is an important answer. It has come in the exam. So, following are the matters. I should be very clear what is my work. Guys, can you write in the chat and tell me, ideally, what is our work as an auditor? What is our work as an auditor? What do we do in life? Tell me what is our work? Divya, Shri, Kritika, Shri Krishna. No? Our responsibility is only one. Our responsibility is only one. What is our responsibility? To give opinion. What is our responsibility? To give opinion? A. So it says auditor's responsibility in relation to FS audit. So auditor is responsible for expressing an opinion on the FS and it does not relieve the management of their responsibility. So it is our responsibility to express opinion on the FS and it does not relieve the management of their responsibility. Preparation of FS, management ka duty. Our duty to do the audit and give opinion on that. Planned scope and timing of audit. The auditor shall communicate with TCWG about the overview of planned scope and timing of audit. The auditor shall communicate with TCWG the overview of planned scope and timing of audit. Means what are we doing, how are we doing, we need to inform them. The auditor should communicate TCWG about the overview of planned scope and timing of audit. Third, significant findings from the audit. What is third? Significant findings from the audit. If we get something else in between, sir, there was a fraud which we detected, you will communicate that. So the auditor's view about significant qualitative aspects of the entity accounting practices, accounting policies and significant difficulties and finding from the audit, that you will communicate. Fourth, other. any other matter arising during the audit which in the auditor का professional judgment is important for audit. ठीक है, so we call this as रस्सो. What do we call रस्सो? रस्सो. R S planned scope and timing of audit. Then one more S significant findings from audit, and O is other matter. S O रस्सो. One second. So plus now they can ask you in MCQ also. Responsibility, scope and timing of audit, significant findings from audit, other matters. Auditor का responsibility, plan, scope and timing of audit, significant findings from audit, and other matters. Sir, what are the significant difficulties during the audit? Now, in रस्सों में this significant finding वाला is there. ठीक है. Now here they are saying significant difficulties. They are saying what? Significant difficulties. Now, when I went to the client place, guys, client is saying that, sir, my data is not available. The person has gone to remove the bank statement. He has not come only. Accounts team में the head has not come from 1 week only. अच्छा. Client is saying complete the audit in like 5 days. Wow. You did 365 days में transaction. We should check those all 365 days transaction in 5 days. 5 days. Client is saying that अच्छा, don't visit this factory, don't go to foreign branch, don't go to local branch. Client is putting restrictions. What is all? All these are your significant difficulties. For example, first, an unnecessarily brief time to complete the audit. An unnecessary brief time. Brief time means 5 days में complete the audit. Unavoidability of the unavailability. The word is unavailability. Unavailability of the expected information. We know that we will get bank statement. We know we will get stock ka register. We will get fixed asset ka register. Client is not giving that. Unavailability of expected information. We know that we will get, but it is not made available. Extensive unexpected efforts to obtain SI. Now imagine there is one plant, one factory in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so Tamil Nadu ka some remote area, but the far off from Erode also, Salem, Erode. Okay, that side. So to reach to that place, we have to go via all ways. All ways means waterways, airways, roadways, railways, and walkways. First, you have to land up, let us assume, at Coimbatore Airport. From that is airways. From Coimbatore Airport, you have to go via train to some place. Let us assume place number A. From there, you have to take a, that is basically your railway. From there, you have to take 2 hours ka drive. That is roadways. Reaching to that point, you have to cross a river. That is waterways. And after crossing the river, you reach to an island and then you have to walk little. Then only you will get client ka factory. Boss, so much effort just to obtain one audit evidence. So much effort just to obtain one audit evidence. It's a difficulty. Then, now you tell me, if there's a, like 2-3 months ago, you know that war was going on. Client is saying, okay, go and, we have a factory in Dubai. Go and get the evidence from there. Will you go and visit Dubai? Tell me. No. Why? Life is more important, sir. More than audit evidence. My life is important. So it's an unexpected efforts. Third, fourth, management's unwillingness to made or extend or its assessment of the entity's ability to continuous going concern. Management is only not assessing going concern. Why the hell we should do it? Fifth, Significant delay in management providing information. There's a significant delay in management providing information. Data not available. Person has gone to remove bank statement to the bank. Okay. Restrictions imposed by the management. Don't go here, don't go there. All those are restrictions. Then, sir, method of communication. How would you communicate? Always remember, boys, how much ever she says, I love you, don't ever believe. Don't ever believe. Same thing is for girls also. How much ever he says, I love you, don't ever believe. Tell him, give me in writing, give me in writing. Same way, when you want to communicate with the management, what will you do? You will communicate how? Writing, man. Sir, it has to be in writing. For urgent matter, it can be oral too. It can be structured, it can be unstructured. It should be done on timely basis. Now, timely basis means basically weekly, monthly, depends upon case to case, auditor to auditor, client to client. Okay, not an exam question. Fifth, what are the factors affecting communication? It says, what are the factors affecting communication? What are the factors affecting communication? What are the factors affecting communication? Means what? You want to communicate, but there are certain things which are stopping you. For example, significant changes in the membership of governing body. I went to inform Mr. A, yes sir, there is a problem in your internal control system. Mr. A left the company. I went to inform Mr. B, Arey sir, there is a problem in the internal control system. Mr. B has left Mumbai only. I went to Mr. C, Mr. C, there is a problem in the internal control system. Mr. C has left India only. So whenever I'm going and informing to the client, there's a change, then I will leave it. It's a factor affecting my communication. Amount of ongoing contact. Amount of ongoing contact and the dialogue the auditor has with TCWG and the expectations of TCWG. Means if I'm telling something to the client, okay sir, there's a problem in your internal control system. He is listening to me and he is rectifying that mistake. Means he is acting on my communication. He is doing some action on my communication. Now you tell me, in that case, my communication for some other matter, like some other matter if I want to communicate, will increase or will decrease? I suggested something to the client, they have taken action on that. So in future, if I come across something else and I want to communicate, so my level of communication with the client will guys increase or will decrease? Tell me. Will increase or decrease? Please write in the chat, guys. Hi Manish. It will increase obviously. Third, legal requirements. Legal, you are allowed to communicate, you will communicate. Fifth, audit of special purpose FS. Whether auditor also audits the entity का general purpose FS. General purpose FS basically means like stat auditor. Special purpose basically means like VAT auditor, GST auditor, tax auditor. Specific assignment I have given. Now you tell me, my general purpose FS auditor was Manish. My special purpose auditor was, let us assume, Arshad. So my general purpose auditor is Manish. My special purpose auditor is Arshad. So you tell me, if both the auditors are communicating with me, my reliance, my trust, my level of communication will be more where? With Manish or with Arshad? It will be more with whom? Manish or Arshad? Please write, guys. Let's be interactive. No, it will be with Manish. See, Manish has been with us since entire year. He knows in and out of the company because he's a general purpose FS auditor. He will see everything about the company. But special purpose, let us assume if he's a VAT auditor, he will just do VAT audit. If he's a service tax auditor, he will just do service tax audit. Now, other data he will not see. So he can't communicate on more matters with me. So my communication with Arsha would be limited as compared to Manish. Manish can communicate with me regarding fixed assets, machinery, debtor, creditor, loan, liability. He can communicate with me on so many matters. So my level of communication, the timing of communication will be more with regards to Manish. Okay, I hope you understood. Then size, operating structure, control environment, legal structure of the entity. There are two entities, AB Limited, Reliance. You tell me my communication as an auditor will be more quicker in which entity? AB Limited or Reliance? AB Limited or Reliance? Sir, AB Limited. Why? Small entity. Reliance means, sir, a lot of people are there to reach to Mukesh Ambani. It's a huge hierarchy I have to follow. Then, whether management has previously communicated the matter. Whether management has previously communicated the matter means like they know the matter, so obviously will not communicate. And again, same point, significant changes in governing body. Just copy paste it, okay? So you can ignore. There are 6 points only. Significant changes in the governing body, same point. 6 points you have to write. So question number 2 and 5, important. Now, the next one says, an effective two-way communication. What will you say? An effective two-way communication is important between the auditor and TCWG. Explain. An effective two-way communication is important between the TCWG and the auditor. Explain. Obviously, whatever I am speaking, I am communicating. They should revert back also. It helps in developing a constructive relationship. It helps in developing construction relationship is developed while maintaining the auditor's independence and objectivity. A relationship is developed. It assists the auditor in obtaining information which is relevant for the audit from TCWG, because when you communicate, you will get more information. It assists the TCWG in fulfilling the responsibility for overseeing the financial reporting process. It assists the TCWG in fulfilling the responsibility for overseeing the financial reporting process. Note, TCWGs are the persons responsible for overseeing the strategic directions of the entity and the obligation related to accountability of the entity. So this also they have asked, define what is TCWG, 2 mark answer. So TCWGs are the persons responsible for overseeing the strategic directions of the entity and obligation related to accountability of the entity. They are not involved in the day-to-day activities process. They are responsible for the strategic directions and the accountability of the entity. Cool. So with this, we have done with one standard SA 260 communication with TCWG. I am scrolling here. In case if you have got the PDF, you read from the PDF. Okay. Others you read from the screen. I am scrolling slowly. Okay. Let me know if there's any point you have not understood. Done. Any doubt, guys, on SA 260? Any doubt? Please message in the chat. Any doubt? Now see, Jan 26 में completion review came for 10 marks. Jan 26, 10 mark. September 25, 5 marks. May 25, 10 marks. Jan 25, 10 marks. September 24, 8 marks. May 24, 7 marks. So it has a weightage. It has a weightage, guys. Okay. Now, next, part B. SA 580 written representation. What it says, SA 580 written representation. Now, very interesting, very easy essay. Sir, what is written representation? What will you say? It is a written statement by the management, written statement made by the management, given to the auditor to confirm what? To confirm certain matters or to support other audit evidence. To confirm certain matters or to support other audit evidence. It is a written statement made by the management provided to the auditor to confirm certain matters or to support other audit evidence. A written statement made by the management provided to the auditor to confirm certain matters or to support other audit evidence. Then, it does not include any financial statements, it does not include any assertions therein or support any books or records. It does not include anything. Okay? What is the objective of SA 580? To obtain WR. Same way, to support other audit evidence relevant to the FS and support specific assertions in the FS. And once they have given, okay, so you have to respond appropriately to the WR provided by the management or TCWG. So these are the objectives of SA 580. Third, from whom WRs have to be requested? Sir, who will give me? WR is written representation from the management, so it is requested from the management with the appropriate responsibility from the FS and for the FS, not from, for the FS and the knowledge of the matters concerned. I need, let us assume I need some GST ka working. So if in a company there's a proper GST team, okay, so I will take the GST ka working from GST team. Okay, so it is requested from the management with appropriate responsibility for the FS and knowledge of the matters concerned. Fourth, sir, what are the main WRs? What are the main WRs? So WRs are basically two. One is main, other one is others. I think others came in the exam. This time I think others came. We'll just see what it was. So the auditor shall request the management. The auditor shall request the management to provide WR, stating that management has fulfilled the responsibility. What is the responsibility of management? To prepare FS. That management has fulfilled the responsibility for preparing the FS as per applicable FRF, Financial Reporting Framework. Number two, the auditor shall request the management to provide a WR, stating that they have provided all the information and access to the auditor as per the terms of audit engagement and all the transactions have been recorded and are reflected in the FS. So there are two main WRs. One, management has prepared the FS. That is the first one. Second one, they have given all the information, all the access. They have given all the information, all the access to the auditor. They can ask us in MCQ, identify which is main, which is other. These two are main, rest everything is other. Remember, these two are main, rest everything is other. Sir, what are other WRs? What are other WRs? The code here is PLATS. Guys, what is the code? PLATS, PC. Plans or intentions that may affect the carrying value or classification of the assets and liabilities. Plans or intentions that may affect carrying value. Like if company wants to sell the asset, company want to buy the asset. Any plans or intention that may affect the carrying value of the assets and liabilities. L. Liability both actual and contingent. What will you say? Liability both actual and contingent. A. Aspects of laws, regulations and contractual agreement that may affect the FS, including non-compliance. Law compliant, not compliant. Give me in writing. T. Title to or control over assets, the lien, the encumbrance on assets and assets pledges collateral. asset is in the name of the company or not. If you have taken a loan, so there's a charge over it. Okay, this is encumbrance. Huh? You can note it down, encumbrance. Charge on the asset, charge. S. The selections and application of accounting policy are appropriate. The selections and application of accounting policy are appropriate. So my code here is PLATS. P-L-A-T-S. P-L-A-T-S. Any plan or intentions that affects the carrying value of or classification of the assets and liability. L. Liability both actual and contingent. A. Aspects of laws, regulations and contractual agreements. T. Title to or control over the assets, lien, encumbrances on assets and pledge as collateral. S. Selections and application of accounting policies. Then, explain the provisions regarding the date, the period and the form of WR. The provisions regarding date, period and form of WR. The date of WR, what will you say? The date of WR shall be as near as practicable to, but not after. The date of WR shall be as near as practicable to, but not after the date of the auditor's report on the FS. Not after means basically it should be before. The WR shall be for all the FS and all the periods referred to in the auditor's report. The WR shall be for all the FS and all the periods referred to in the auditor's report. All FS means balance sheet, P&L, cash flow notes, okay. All the periods basically means if there are comparative financial statements, okay. It will be for both the years. Then, in certain circumstances, the auditor may obtain WR along with the course of audit. Like whenever the transaction is happening, we will take WR. But near to 31st March, okay, will take any near to 31st March or before 31st March or after 31st March, he will do what? He will take an updated WR. In such a case, an updation of WR near to the end of audit shall be further obtained to ensure subsequent events are also covered in the WR obtained. Okay, so you will take another WR, updated WR. Now, there was a question in the exam. Imagine we are auditing for the year 25-26. Around 10 September 25, Mr. A, B, C, D were the management. Now, on the same day, let us assume E, F, G, H have come as a management. Now, there's a question. You as an auditor, you will take WR from A, B, C, D or E, F, G, H. Today, if you want to take WR, we are in on July month, okay. From whom you will take WR? So, this is basically old management, this is new management. You will take from whom? Old or new? Sir, I will take from new. Very good. Because old to have left the company. Now my question arises to you champions is, the new management would be responsible to give WR for the period covering entire year or just part of the year? For the entire year or for the part of the year? The new management would be responsible for the entire year or part of the year? No, the new management would be very good, Hari Krishnan. He will be responsible for the entire year. Boss, old wala to has left the company and gone now. They have joined somewhere else. So they are responsible for that company transactions, not for this company transaction. No, understood, Manish? So you will take you will take from the new management, and that people would be responsible for the entire year. Manish, clear? Okay. So this also came in MCQ. So it says, if there's a change in the management during the period, then the present management, that is EFGH in our example, is still responsible for giving WR for the complete period cover under audit. Okay. Then it is a representation letter which is addressed to the auditor. Achha, if the law or regulation, this is not law, this is law. If the law or regulation requires management to make public statements about its responsibility, then they are not required to give WR separately. So if management has taken a press conference, okay, and informed to the public, okay, we are responsible for preparing FS and we have done our responsibility and we have given all the information, all the access to the auditor. If they are saying publicly, can you go and fight with the management? Oh, uncle, you have to give me WR. AB sir have taught us, you have to give WR. No, because they have already given a public statement, that means they have taken the responsibility. So if they have taken a public if they have given a statement publicly, no separate WR required. Okay. Then WRs are audit evidence. It says WRs are necessary information that the auditor requires in connection with the audit of entity FS. Accordingly, similarly to responses to inquiries, WRs are audit evidence. WRs are audit evidence, but they are not SI. What will you say? WRs are audit evidence, but they are not SI. Although WR provide necessarily audit evidence, they do not provide SI on their own about any of the matters which they deal with. WR is an important source of audit evidence. If the management modifies or does not provide the requested WR, it may alert the auditor to the possibility that some issue is there, some significant issues may exist. Further, a request for the written WR rather than the oral in many cases may prompt the management to consider such matter more seriously, more rigorously, thereby enhancing the quality of representation. WRs are written, right? So obviously when you are writing, you obviously will check 1,000 things and then only write and sign. So it will become more quality wise. 8. What is the audit procedure if the requested WR is not provided or the auditor has doubt about the reliability of WR? Now see, there are two statements. One is doubt about the reliability, other one is WR is not provided. If the auditor has concern about dice, if the auditor has concern about dice, sir, what is dice? Diligence, integrity, competence, ethical value. Diligence, integrity, competence, ethical value. Then the auditor shall determine the effect on the reliability of representations obtained and audit evidence in general. So if I have a doubt about management, like for example, management is like Vijay Mallya, okay, completely dishonest. So I have a doubt about him. So if I have a doubt about him, obviously I have a doubt on WR also. I have a doubt on audit evidence also. Okay. WR not provided. If the management does not provide WR or one or more requested WR, then the auditor shall do what? DRT. What will you say? DRT. What is D? Discuss the matter with the management. Re-evaluate the integrity of the management. T say take appropriate action including consideration of modification of opinion. So you will modify the opinion as per SS 705. So this is very generic answer. But in the exam, if it comes in MCQ, sir, I went to the management, I have a doubt regarding the their integrity, their dice, diligence, integrity, competence, ethical value. I have a doubt. Means whatever WR they have given is false, is untrue. Whatever means, sir, whatever. Main WR also wrong, other WR also wrong. Sir, main is also wrong. So if main is wrong, guys, as an auditor, which opinion you should give? Tell me. If main WR is wrong as an auditor, which opinion you should give? Which opinion you should give? No, wrong. Everybody is wrong here. Disclaimer. In the entire SA 580, there is no other word. Disclaimer is a correct word. It has come in the MCQ. The auditor shall disclaim the opinion as per 705. That is do disclaimer of opinion. Now you will say, sir, why disclaimer? Why? See, understand. Main is wrong. Main is wrong. That means management is not acknowledging its primary responsibility. If management is not acknowledging its primary responsibility, why the hell I should go and do the work? When I cannot do the work, what I do? Scooby-Dooby, do. Disclaimer of opinion. What do we do? Disclaimer of opinion. We give disclaimer of opinion. Works? Start reading part B, SA 580. Done? So we have completed SA 260 and we have completed SA 580. Okay. Now we are moving on to part C. It says SA 265, communicating deficiencies in internal control to TCWG and management. Communicating deficiencies in internal control to TCWG and management. Communicating deficiencies in internal control. Okay. So 260 is your pure communication. 265 is communicating deficiencies in ICS to TCWG and management. This is specifically on deficiency in ICS. Now, first question, sir, what is the objective of the auditor? The objective of the auditor is to communicate to TCWG and management the deficiencies in the ICS, which in the auditor ka professional judgment are of sufficient importance to merit the attention of management and TCWG. Like such deficiencies which will, wherein the management TCWG ka attention will go. It is called as what? Significant deficiency. It is called as what? Significant deficiency. Now, what is the deficiency or what is the significant deficiency? This also came in the exam. Now, I have a CCTV. I have CCTV, but CCTV is not working. You tell me, is it a deficiency? I have a CCTV, but that CCTV is not working. Is it a deficiency in internal control system, guys? Yeah. I don't have CCTV only. That is also a deficiency. I don't have CCTV, that is also a deficiency. Sir, what is a deficiency? A control is designed in such a way that it is unable to prevent, detect, correct misstatement. Unable to prevent, detect, correct misstatement. Unable to prevent, detect, correct misstatement. Or a control necessary to prevent, detect or correct misstatement is missing. It is not there only, or it is there but it is not working. What it is called as? It is called as deficiency. 2 mark answer. Sir, what is significant deficiency? A deficiency or combination of deficiency in internal control system which is of sufficient importance to merit the attention of TCWG. To merit the attention of TCWG, wherein their attention will go, it is called what? Significant deficiency. Now imagine if at your house a maid is coming. If she has stolen 10 rupees. 10 rupees. Will you ever come to know about the 10 rupees that she has stolen? Example, it is. I mean, maids will not do it. Example, tell me. Will you ever come to know? No. But imagine if she has stolen like full bundle of like 500 rupee ka note, like full 50,000 rupees, and your parents gave you and it has been lost. Will your attention go at such amount? Will you focus on that amount now? Yes or no? So your attention has gone. That deficiency is called as significant deficiency. That definition is called as what? Significant deficiency. Next one. How will the auditor communicate? What it says, how will the auditor communicate significant deficiencies in ICS to TCWG? How will the auditor communicate significant deficiency in ICS to TCWG? So the auditor shall communicate in writing significant deficiency in ICS to TCWG on timely basis. So significant deficiency to TCWG. Significant deficiency to TCWG on timely basis. Then the auditor shall communicate to the management at an appropriate level of responsibility on timely basis. The first point was to TCWG. Second point is for management. I hope you understand the difference. Management is the director, above level CEO, CFO is basically a TCWG. What will you communicate? I will communicate significant deficiency. If I want to communicate that the auditor intends to communicate with TCWG, ideally significant should go to TCWG. But if I want to communicate to first management and then to TCWG, allowed. Acha, what I will communicate else with the management? Other deficiencies. Other deficiencies ICS that have not been communicated to the management by other parties, which in the auditor professional judgment is of such importance to merit the attention of TCWG. So to management I will communicate other deficiency and significant if I want to communicate. But TCWG I will just communicate significant deficiency. Then the auditor shall include in the written communication significant deficiency. What he will write? A description of the deficiency and the explanation of the potential effect. Description of the deficiency and effects. Like for example, there was a small shopkeeper. From there, one chocolate was going. So I would say, sir, out of 100 chocolates, let us assume 60 chocolates have gone, and 60 chocolate mein iska into 10 rupees, sir, 600 rupees ka loss is there. Sir, 60 chocolates have gone. That is description of the deficiency. 600 rupees ka you have suffered a loss. It is a potential effect. Achha, he will further explain that. The purpose of the audit was for the auditor to express an opinion on the FS. My responsibility is to give opinion on FS. My responsibility is not to check internal control system. No, 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 no. But when I was doing audit, I came across your internal control system. So I am evaluating the internal control system not for you, for my purpose. What is my purpose? To give opinion. See, the audit included consideration of internal control relevant to the preparation of FS in order to design audit procedure that are appropriate in the circumstances. But not for purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of internal control. I am not giving any opinion on the internal control. I am not giving any opinion on the internal control. I am not giving any opinion on the internal control. See, the matters being reported are limited to those deficiencies that the auditor has identified during the audit and that auditor has concluded are of sufficient importance to merit being reported to TCWG. As per me, sir, toffees, chocolates have been stolen. So there may be somebody must be stealing sugar. Somebody must be stealing rice. I don't know. I have not checked. I am talking only about those deficiencies which I have found as important. Okay. So question number 3, repetitive, very important. How will you communicate? 4. Example of indicators of significant deficiencies in internal control. These are examples of indicators. Okay. So we have made a code called MAMDI, M. Management's inability to oversee the preparation of FS. They can't prepare the FS only. So obviously there would be deficiency. Absence of risk assessment process. There is no process only. Obviously there would be deficiency. Misstatements detected by the auditor ka procedures. Misstatement detected by the auditor ka procedures. D. Disclosure of MMS as a prior period item, which is showing the current period ka P&L. I. Ineffective control environment, ineffective RAP, ineffective responses to identified significant risk. So these are the examples of indicators of significant deficiency in ICA. These are the examples of indicators of significant deficiency. Now, question 5. So 4 and 5 you have to mug it up. It's a direct theory answer. Directly they will ask. Sir, what are the examples of matter that the auditor may consider in determining whether a deficiency or combination of deficiency is significant or not? How would you judge it is a significant or not? Okay. So it's FILS V. If you can remember the code FILS V F. Sir, financial statement amounts exposed to deficiency. Financial statement amounts exposed to deficiency, like for example, cash, inventory. These are the two hot items where there are always chances of deficiency. Importance of controls to the financial reporting process. If there are controls, then I can say, if he is detecting the deficiency, it will become significant. Likelihood of the deficiency relating to the MMS material misstatement in the FS in the future. For example, petty cash mein there's a problem. It will not impact my FS in future. But if there's a problem in debtor, if there's a problem in loan amount, if there's a problem in cash, it will affect. So the subjectivity and the complexity of determining the estimated amount, such as fair value accounting estimate, subjectivity and the complexity of amount, depreciation, provision for depreciation, provision for bad debts. Obviously, there would be deficiencies. The susceptibility to loss or fraud of the related asset or liability. I told you cash. The cash ka we say in Hindi we say fitrat. I know what you say in Tamil. The nature of the item is such that it will definitely have a misstatement. Like the way the item is always placed. Like cash, no, obviously there are chances. Stock, obviously there are chances. Then we. The volume of the activity that has occurred or could in the account balance or class of transaction exposed to deficiency or deficiencies. 10% का misstatement, not a problem. 60% का misstatement, big problem. Okay. So question 4 and 5 is a direct answer. You have to mark it up. Okay. Read essay 265. This is specifically communicating deficiencies in internal control to TCWG and management. Read. Done? Any doubt on guys SA 265? Any doubt? Now, let's do one more essay. It's a very small essay. The part D will also get over. Then we're left with only two standards. So that I'll complete it tomorrow. Okay, and tomorrow also we start with a new chapter. It says essay 450. Oops, sorry. Essay 450. Evaluation of misstatements identified during audit. Evaluation of misstatements. Understand the meaning evaluation of misstatements. Sir, misstatement basically means something is there in the P&L balance sheet and it is wrongly stated. It is misstated. Something is wrong there in the balance sheet P&L and it is wrongly stated. It is called misstatement. Sir, what is the objective of the auditor as per SA 450? So the objective is to evaluate the effect of identified misstatement in the audit and the effect of uncorrected misstatement, if any, on the FS. First, you will identify and you will try to correct it. If it is not corrected, it is called what? Uncorrected. So this is the objective. Note. Sir, the auditor shall accumulate the misstatements identified during audit other than those which are clearly trivial. Trivial basically means negligent. Like small misstatement, like 3 rupees ka difference, 10 rupees ka difference, you will ignore that. The auditor shall determine whether the overall audit strategy and the audit plan needs to be revised if the identified misstatements and the circumstance of their occurrence would be material and whether the aggregate of the misstatements accumulated during the audit approaches materiality as per SA 320. So first what will you see? Ki, sir, whether the misstatements and the circumstance in which they have occurred are material, and when you do accumulation of all the misstatements, whether it is material as per SA 320. So the first page is only reading wala part. Main content is question number 2 and 3 which have come, both have come in the exam. Sir, if you have found misstatement, what is the procedure? What is the procedure to be performed by the auditor if he identifies misstatement? What it says, you will communicate to the management and request them to correct it. Sir, I have found a misstatement in debtor creditor. Sir, can we just correct it? Management says, yeah, I am correcting it. If the management corrects, what will you do? The auditor should perform additional procedure to determine whether misstatements remain. The auditor should perform additional procedure to determine whether misstatement remains. Sir, management refuses. What if the management refuses? Management says, oh, we will not correct it. We will not correct it. Understand the reason for not making the correction. What will you say? Understand the reason for not making the correction. Check whether it is material or not. Check whether it is material or not. If it is material, management says we are not correcting it and it is material, you will communicate to the next level. What is the next level? TCWG. If it is material, communicate the uncorrected misstatement, because it is not corrected, uncorrected misstatement and its effect on his opinion to TCWG with a request, uncle, please correct it. With a request that uncorrected misstatement should be corrected. Those big people also not corrected. If they are not correcting it, so you will ask them why you are not correcting it. They are saying that, sir, it is not important for us. No, it is not important. What will you do? Obtain a WR, written representation from the management of TCWG with respect to their believing that the effect of uncorrected misstatement is immaterial. They are saying it is immaterial now. Okay, sir, we trust you. Give me in writing. When I say give me in writing, it is called what? WR. Then, if the auditor believes that the impact of the misstatements is material, even after taking WR, you are thinking that okay, it is material. What you can do? You can modify the opinion as per 705 or withdraw if possible. Modify the opinion as per 705, withdraw if possible. Very important, very repetitive answer. What is the procedure for when the auditor identifies misstatement? What is the procedure when the auditor identifies misstatement? Very important. Okay. Then, sir, what is the requirement of documentation as per 450? Documentation as per 450. Sir, the auditor shall document the following. What? The amount below which the misstatements are clearly trivial. Sir, below 100 rupee ka difference is there, I will not check. So you will document 100 rupee. All misstatements accumulated during the audit, whether they have been corrected. Misstatements which are corrected, documented. Third, the auditor's conclusion as to whether the uncorrected misstatements are material, whether individually or in aggregate, and the basis for that conclusion. See, in simple words, everything you will document. First one, the amount below which the misstatements are clearly traveled. Document that. Misstatements you have identified and which is corrected. Document that. Misstatement which you have identified and it is not corrected. Not corrected means uncorrected. Document that also. Corrected misstatement, uncorrected misstatement, trivial misstatements. Everything you will document. Then there's a TYU 4, page 7.28. Only 3 questions are there, out of which, question number 2nd and 3rd is important. First was only a generic to understand the standard, but yeah, question 2 and question 3 of essay 450, very important. Evaluation of misstatements identified during audit. So this will be your homework for the day. You will be reading this part. So we have completed out of 6 standards. Part E is there, and I think part F, yeah, part E and part F, 2 only parts are there. Okay, now, so I was saying we have completed 4 standards today. We have completed essay 260 communication with TCWG. We did essay 265 communicating deficiency in internal control to TCWG. We did 580 written representation, and we did 450 evaluation of misstatements identified during audit. Evaluation of misstatements identified during audit. This 4 standards we have completed, guys. Have you understood? Can you answer question number 13 for me? We just did. I want everybody in the class who's there, please answer this. This is May 26th exam question. CA Vivek requested the management to furnish a written representation. The time I see written representation, 580. Relating to the valuation of trade receivables. Management failed to provide the same. I asked them WR, they are not giving me WR. In the given situation, which of the following actions should be taken by the auditor? Referring to SA 580, which should be taken? Re-evaluate the integrity of the management and assess the impact of non-availability of WR on the reliability of the audit evidence as a whole. Take appropriate action, including the possible effect of the opinion in the auditor's report as per 705, having regard to the requirement of disclaimer. We did this. Treat the absence of the WR as a disagreement with the management and issue a qualified opinion. D. Discuss the matter with the management. Which of the following actions should not be taken? Choose. Choose. See, if you remember my code DRT, discuss the matter with the management, reevaluate the integrity of the management, reevaluate the integrity of the management. T said take appropriate action, DRT. And I told you in 580, opinion is always disclaimer. Whatever the question comes, it is just a constant disclaimer. That said qualified opinion. So that is wrong. C. 13 is C. It's correct. Understood the question? So remember the notes thoroughly. If you mug up your notes, I'm telling you, boss, MCQ descriptive, it is in your hand. Trust the notes, trust the teacher, trust the process. You will definitely clear. Please read this question and tell me whether we have done it in the notes or not. 1C it is. Did we do this? Guys, did we do this? It should be provided for the whole year and not from the notes. If I tell you 580 में, you move on to essay 580 and same question. Question number 6 in the notes. Explain the provision regarding the date, the period for the and the form of WR. The entire answer you have to write. And I gave the examples also A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H wala. Same question. Trust the notes I'm telling you. Mug it up thoroughly. Just solve the past paper. You will get the answer. ठीक है? Then okay, this question came as a new question. So in the notes you can note it down that you have to refer question 5C from May 26 suggested. It is there in CA final notes ideally. It is not there in inter because it was not their part in the model. Then they have added. Now there's a question. So it says I'm ignoring the story. I don't want to read the story also. This is a trick. 3/4 of the question is story. With reference to essay 260, communication with those charged with governance, explain the matter that should be included in communication regarding what? Auditor का independence to TCWG in case of listed companies. So this is a question from CA final का content, but they have asked in the exam. So it's a separate question. It is there in CA final notes. It was there in CA final. This is with regards to independence. Essay 260. One second. Huh? This question. This was a question. This is CFA notes. How as an auditor you will communicate the matter justifying independence to TCWG? Same question. In case of listed company, the auditor shall communicate with TCWG as a statement that the engagement team and others in the firm or network firm has complied with the ethical requirements regarding independence and all relationships and matters between firms, network firms and entity which may have a bearing on independence and related safeguards have been applied to eliminate those threats or to reduce them an acceptable level. And this should also include what? The total fees charged for audit and non-audit services provided by the firm to the entity and the components controlled by the entity. This was the answer. If you see the suggested, you will get this answer only. If somebody wants to take a screenshot, this is May 26 ka suggested, May 26 question number 5C. So you can take the screenshot. Essay 260 came and essay 580 came. Imagine. Two questions. So basically I'm saying there are two questions for sure on completion review. It could be 5-5, it could be 5-4, it could be 4-4. Right now it came for 4-4. Basically 8 marks. 8 marks. Understood? I'm telling you, please study from the notes thoroughly, solve the past papers, you will get very good marks. And then I'll see you in CA final, wherein I'll be giving you SPOM, Set A, Set C, Set D and CA final audit. Okay? Chalo. Bye guys. Tomorrow we meet. We complete essay 570, 560. Same time it is 9 to 10:30. And we start with a new chapter also tomorrow. Okay? Chalo. Bye guys. I hope you have understood the content. Bye. Okay. Hi guys, good morning. Welcome to the class. And yesterday we had done 4 standards of the chapter completion review. Can somebody tell me the number of written representation essay? What is the number of written representation essay? Essay 580. If I have a doubt regarding the diligence, integrity, competence, ethical value of the management, if I have a doubt regarding the dice of the management, I will give dash opinion. I will give dash opinion. I will give disclaimer of opinion. Very good, very good. Okay. Communication in communicating deficiencies. So you communicate to TCW which deficiencies? Which deficiency? Sorry. As an auditor, you communicate which deficiencies to your TCWG? Significant deficiencies. And other deficiencies are communicated to the management. If you want to communicate significant to the management, you can do it. But significant is generally going to TCWG only. Okay. Then communication with those charged with governance का ऐसे number. Communication with those charged with governance का essay number, guys. Can you tell me the essay number for communication with those charged with governance? $620, no, 450. Sorry, 260. My mistake. 260. Communication with those charged governance is 260, and evaluation of misstatements identified during audit is, that is 450. That is 450. 260 and 450. TCWG is 450, and evaluation of misstatements identified during audit is 450. Okay. Now, so we did 4 standards. We are supposed to start with essay 570, going concern. Essay 570, going concern. So if you saw last attempt, they had asked 260, they had asked 260 and 580. So that's very much clear. 580 will not come in the exam. Now the higher probability is on essay 570 and 560. So out of this, one will be there for sure in the upcoming exam. You need to decide. I mean, it is on the ICA which one they will put. Okay. Sir, essay 570, going concern. Sir, going concern is one of the fundamental accounting assumptions. What will you say? Going concern is one of the fundamental accounting assumptions. What does it mean? It means a company will continue its operation for a foreseeable future. Now, what is a foreseeable future? It's basically a period of 12 months. What is a foreseeable future? Is a period of 12 months. Okay. Like today on 31st March, a company should see, okay, my next 1 year is very good, very good. We will be following the, we will be running business in the next upcoming 12 months. It may or it may not happen, agreed. But yeah, it should be little realistic. Yeah, we will be doing the business. If the management has assessed going concern assumption covering less than 12 months, then the auditor should request the management to extend the period for at least 12 months. If the management has assessed going concern assumption covering less than 12 months, then the auditor should request the management to extend the period for at least 12 months. So you have to cover for at least 12 months. In evaluating management assessment, the auditor should consider whether management has considered all the information of which auditor is aware. So to evaluate, on reading this much, you tell me, to evaluate GC, it is whose duty? Like to evaluate GC, it is whose duty? Whose duty it is? Management. R, as an auditor, there is no duty to evaluate GC. What is our duty? To check, to assess that management ka evaluation is correct or not. Management is evaluating GC. That evaluation of the management is correct or not, that is our duty. Okay. What are the objectives of SA 570? The next question says, what are the objectives of SA 570? Now see, to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the appropriateness of management use of GC assumption. To obtain about the appropriateness of management use of GC assumption, whether the GC assumption is correct or not, we need to obtain to conclude based on the audit evidence whether a MUC exists. What is MUC? MUC means material uncertainty exists that may cast a doubt on entity's ability to continue as going concern. This line is very much important. That cast a doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. You have to write it repetitively. That cast a doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. To conclude on based on the evidence obtained whether a MUC exists and that casts a doubt on entity's ability to continue as going concern. Now, what is MUC? MUC means what? Material uncertainty. So, what does this mean? Now, on 31st March, when company is saying, Achha, next 12 months is amazing for us, we will be doing business. Okay. Now, the client was in the manufacturing of, let us assume, plastic bags, plastic bottles, plastic bag. Now, Tamil Nadu government has passed an order stating that in the month of October, we will put a ban on the plastic, like plastic bags, we will put a ban. Now, this order, government is saying every year. So, it is important because why? Because the plastic is banned, the client will suffer a huge loss, the business will stop. But is it certain? No, sir. They are saying October we may propose this. So, it is uncertain. So, it is a material uncertainty. If it gets realizes, if it gets mature, then what will happen? It will affect the company ka going concern. But if it does not, it will not affect. So, whether a material uncertainty exists that cast a doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. Third, to report as per SA 570. What is third? To report as per SA 570. Sir, what are the responsibilities? What will you say? What are the responsibilities for management and auditor for GC assumption? What are the responsibilities for the management and auditor for GC assumption? So, management ka responsibility, auditor ka responsibility. It is the management ka responsibility to assess what? Entity's ability to continue as going concern. What I told you, it is management ka responsibility to assess entity ka ability to continue as going concern, even if FRF do not include an explicit requirement to do so. Even if FRF do not include an explicit requirement to do so, even though FRF it is not written, you have to follow the GC. You have to assess GC. Auditor ka duty, same as question 1.1 and 2. Same as question 1, same as question 1.1 and point 2. Point 1 and point 2. Okay, same it is. Third, the auditor ka assessment cannot be viewed as a guarantee for entity's ability to continue as going concern. See, as an auditor, even if say management has assessed GC, we obtained SI, we also assessed GC, still you are not a saint, you are not God, that you will say, sir, you to sir, I am telling you, sir, you will follow your business, sir, amazing, sir. No, it cannot be viewed as a guarantee for the entity's ability to continue as going concern. You must have heard about a company called as Dream11. Have you heard, guys, this company, Dream11? Boys must have heard it. Dream11, guys. Have you heard? Yeah. So Dream11 was doing very amazing business. Okay. So 31st March ko they look up to the business. Oh wow, we have a very good business. IPL is coming every day. People who do not know, Dream11 is a betting company. It's a betting app, not a direct betting app. It's a sports betting app basically. You put money, you bet it out, and then you make money and you earn out of it. Okay. Now what happened? A lot of Indians were getting addicted to it. Okay, all the young Indians like Gen Zs were getting addicted to it. People were leaving their job, putting all hard-earned money in that company, Dream11. Okay. Now, what government did? Government came up with a law that all those betting companies, okay, and all those startups who are doing this similar kind of business, they have to stop because it is now prohibited in India. So government came up with a law which changed everything. So 31st March ko company said, "Arey, we have a very good business, IPL is coming, so we will make good money." But in the meantime, what happened? Government came in between. Even if the order has said that, okay, sir, you are following GC, we are not Babas, we are not saint, we are not God. We cannot give a guarantee that the company will be doing business forever. Okay. Now, this question difficult to ask as a descriptive. I mean, the entire answers, all the three content. They may ask one of it as a 4-mark answer or MCQ. They may ask you in MCQ. It says, what are the events or conditions? What are the events or condition that cast doubt about entity's ability to continuous going concern? About entity's ability to continuous going concern. The code here is FOO. FOO. What it is? It is FOO. Financial operating others. Financial operating others. Financial factors are those factors that is because of money, finance. Operating is related to business. Other is other than this, others. Okay? Now, for example, non-compliance of laws or other statutory requirements, that is other. Pending legal or regulatory cases, that is others. Change in law, what I gave for Dream 11, change in law or regulation or government policy. Uninsured or underinsured catastrophe when they occur. For example, flood, earthquake when they come. So it is neither a flood, it's not a financial factor nor an other factor. Okay, not an operating factor, it's another factor. Sir, what is operating? Loss of KMP without replacement. KMP has gone. What is KMP? Key managerial person. He has left. It's a going concern getting affected. But he has been replaced. So new KMP came. So no, not a factor. Not a factor. The line is loss of KMP without replacement. Number 2. Legal difficulties. How will you run the business? GC getting affected. Loss of a major market share. Emergence of a competitor. Shortage of important raw material supplies. Shortage of supplies. It is an operating factor. What is financial factor? Negative operating cash flow. Negative operating cash flow. You must have done this in FM. Net liability. My liability is more. Adverse key financial ratio. What it is? Adverse key financial ratios. Then substantial operating losses. Substantial operating losses. Inability to pay creditors on the due date. It's a financial factor. Change from credit to cash on delivery transaction with suppliers. They are not giving credit only cash on delivery. GC getting affected. Arrears or discontinuance of dividend. Again, it is a financial factor. So they can ask us to identify which is financial, which is operating, which is others. Or they will give the example. Okay, find out which one is going in where. Or they will give financial factors and 4 examples. 4 means 3 will be from financial, 1 would be for operating. Odd man out. Anything they can do it. Important answer. Next, it says explain risk assessment and the procedure for evaluating going concern. Explain risk assessment and the procedure for evaluating going concern. Now it says the auditor shall consider whether there are events or conditions that is casting a doubt on the entity capability to continue going concern, like MUC exists or not. In doing so, he will determine whether management has performed any preliminary assessment of the entity's ability to continue going concern. Whether management has assessed GC or not. See, this line is coming again and again. Entity's ability to continue as going concern. Very repetitive. If such assessment is performed, he shall discuss the same with the management and determine whether management has identified any MUC. What is MUC? Any events or condition that is casting a same line doubt on entity's ability to continue as going concern. If management has not assessed, not done the assessment, he shall discuss with the management what? The basis for the intended use, of the GC in the FS. So this is a procedure. And he should remain alert throughout the audit. You will be alert. Okay. Normal answer. Question number 5. TYU 3 and question number 3 from the module is on question number 5. So this is important. Sir, what is an audit procedure? Sorry. What are the audit procedures when a MUC is identified? Remember my example. My client was manufacturing plastic bottles, plastic bags, and all plastic things. Tamil Nadu government came up with a ban. Now there's an MUC. It may or it may not happen. The ban did not came today. They said from the October it will be applicable. Okay. Now what is the procedure? Same as question 4.1. Same as question 4.1. The previous question. Same as question 4.1. The auditor shall consider whether there are any events or conditions that is casting a doubt on the entity's ability to continue going concern. Okay. Evaluate the management ka plan for future auctions and determine whether the plans are feasible. Like for example, management is saying, sir, future may, if plastic is getting banned, na sir, so I asked them, sir, what will you do? Sir, when plastic is getting banned, we are moving on to paper industry now. We'll make paper ka tissue paper, paper ka bags, paper ka glass, paper ka plates, paper ka all things paper. Okay. Sir, how much revenue you are planning? Sir, we are planning around 1000 crores, sir, 1000 crores. Your existing business, mate, is 500 crores. New product, new business, you're saying 1000 crores. Okay, okay. Evaluate whether the entity has prepared the cash flow forecast and evaluate the reliability of underlying data and the assumption used to prepare the forecast. Then, consider whether there are any additional facts or information have become available since the date management made the assessment. Fact you have come to know. And request WR regarding the plans and feasibility of the plan. Management, whatever you are saying, I trust you. You give me in writing. You give me in writing. When they give me in writing, it is called as WR. Then, what are the example? What are the example of audit procedure when events or conditions have been identified that is casting a doubt on entities ability to continue going concern? This is example of audit procedure. So this you have to do it from the model. It came in, I think, May 25 or Jan 25 exam question. Any 4 to 5 points on page number 7.20 module. Important answer. This is important. Example of audit procedure. So whatever is the hint, I have boxed it. Okay, it is a box part. Then explain the reporting requirements. What will you say? Explain the reporting requirements as per SA 570. Now understand this. Sir, GC is appropriate. GC is not appropriate. Or GC is not assessed only. Now when I say GC is appropriate, means going concern is getting followed. But there is a material uncertainty which is disclosed. MUC is there and it is disclosed. MUC is there which is disclosed. MUC means sir, October mein government will ban the plastic industry and they have disclosed in the FS. Management has disclosed in the FS. Now you tell me guys, is it a problem of the management? Is it a wrong thing on the part of management? MUC is there and it is disclosed. Having MUC, is it wrong on the part of the management? Yes or no? Tell me. Sir, going concern though is followed. MUC is there, sir. Material uncertainty is not problem of the company. Anything can happen, right? But they have disclosed it, right? They have disclosed. So what will you write? You will give unmodified opinion. You will write unmodified opinion and you will add Murg para. What will you do? You will add Murg para. Sir, Murg means material uncertainty relating to going concern. What will you say? Material uncertainty relating to going concern para, Murg para. If you remember audit report when we did title, addressee, opinion, basis, going concern. That going concern basically Murg para. Okay? Sir, going concern is appropriate. MUC is there, but they have not disclosed it. Oh shit. MUC was there, they were supposed to disclose it, they have not disclosed it. They have not disclosed it. So they have done wrong. If they have done wrong, guys, if they have done wrong, you will write which opinion? You will write either qualified or adverse opinion. Which opinion, guys? Qualified or adverse opinion. Sir, GC only is not appropriate. Shit, man. GC is only not appropriate. Your fundamental accounting assumption is wrong. Boss, your fundamental accounting assumption is wrong. So is it a small thing or a big thing? So it's a very, very, very big thing. Which opinion you will write? You will write adverse. Which opinion you will write? You will write adverse. Sir, they have not GC assessed only. Boss, if you have not assessed GC, the author should consider implication on the report. When I say the author should consider implication on the report means you will give which opinion? Do. When management has not done anything, why the hell I should do? I will do. When I cannot do, what you do. Understood? This would be there in the exam as MCQ. Okay. Then same we have written from the module. Refer question 3, page 7.56, TYU 3, 7.23, ISM, ICM. Okay. So 570 is a very lengthy answer, very important. They have not asked for, obviously there are chances that it will come in the exam. Start reading. Let me know if there's any point you don't understand. Okay. Slowly, I'll scroll. Essay 570, first point is going concerns a fundamental accounting assumption. Start reading from here. Are you through with SA 570, guys? Any doubt on SA 570 going concern? Any doubt, guys? Clear? Now, let's move on to SA 560, subsequent event. Okay. Now, for this, let me just draw a diagram for you. Have they drawn? Yeah. See, you need to understand this diagram. Everything is based on this diagram. Now see, 19 to 20 is my financial year. Okay. 1st April 19 to 31st March 20 is my financial year. Okay. Now, twenty-fifth March, sorry, 25th March, no, 25th August. The date she has written wrong. This is 25th August. This is 5th September. Okay. 25th August, 5th September. What it says. Now, any event happening after balance sheet date but before audit report date. Any event happening after balance sheet date but before audit report date means during this phase. If any event has happened during this phase, that in English is called as what? Subsequent event. What it is called as subsequent event. Subsequent event, subsequent event. Any event happening after balance sheet date but before audit report date. Any event happening after balance sheet date but before audit report date. After balance sheet date but before audit report date. During this phase, it is called as subsequent event. Like for example, fixed asset ka discovery, contingent liability getting matured. Any such event is called as what? Subsequent event. Now there is worst probability that auditor came to know. So let's take an example. That event happened on 10th May 20. So 10th May कोई event has happened. Two possibilities. Auditor may come to know on 10th May or auditor may not come to know on 10th May. Sir, auditor did not came to know on 10th May. But he came to know when? After 10th May till 25th August. That is still audit report date. Or till FS issue date. FS issue means company has published that FS in public domain. Company has published this FS in public domain means they have given to the shareholder. So event happened on 10th May, but auditor either came to know on 10th May or between 10th May to 25th August or on 25th August or after 25th August, but till FS issue date. Till which date, guys? Till FS issue date. This we will call as type A event. Which event? Type A event. See, subsequent event, situation A you can see, not type A event, situation A. Event happened when? After balance sheet but before audit report. Event has happened after balance sheet but after audit report date. As an auditor, we came to know on which date? Sir, either on 10th May or after 10th May or till 25th August or on 25th August or after 25th August till FS issue date. Till which date, guys? Till FS issue date. It is called as A situation. It is called as A situation. Or I came to know on after FS have issued. Like after FS have gone in the market. It is called as B situation. What it is called? B situation. Okay. Have you understood this content? Because see, everything is based on this. Then I will start the further part. Any doubt on this right now? One more time? Okay. Now see. Any event, what is the definition of subsequent event? Any event happening after balance sheet date, but before audit report date. Event should happen here. Contingent liability. It got matured on 10th May 2020. Event has happened. Now we as an auditor, we may come to know either on 10th May or 15th May. So balance sheet, that is 31st March, my friend. Balance sheet in India, balance sheet it is always 31st. This is 31st March. Srivatsan, understood now? Oh shit. Trilo. Yeah. The question was here. So even happening after balance sheet date or after balance sheet date but before audit report date. So event happened during this phase. Okay. We as an auditor may come to know either on 10th May, 10th June, 10th July, 10th August, 20 August, 24 August, 25th August. That is still my audit report date. Or I gave the audit report to the management 28th August, 29 August, 30 August, 31 August, 1 August, 4 August, 5th August, 5th September, 3rd September, 4th September, 5th September. Why is you are saying 5th September? Sir, 5th September is my FS issue date. Market mein FS are getting issued. So if I came to know after the event happened till FS issue date, till which date? Till FS issue date. It is called as situation A. What it is called as situation A. Or I came to know when, sir, when FS have been issued in the market. When FS have been issued in the market, that is B situation. What it is? It is B situation. Now, what is the audit procedure? So, I am just first doing this question. Sir, what are the audit procedure if the auditor identifies subsequent event? Sir, facts came to know by the auditor when? Before FS is issued, after FS is issued. I hope now it is clear. Before FS is issued, A wala situation. After FS is issued, B wala situation. Sir, before FS are issued, what it will say before FS are issued? Sir, generally no obligation. What will you say? Generally no obligation to perform procedure after audit report. Sir, generally no obligation to perform any procedure after audit report. No obligation. Here also after FS are issued, same as A1. Generally no obligation. In both the scenario, no obligation, no obligation. But however, facts are such that had it been known to the auditor on the date of audit report, it may have affected his audit report. He should discuss with the management and TCWG the matter, the treatment in the FS and whether the need to amend FS. The matter, the treatment in the FS or whether the need to amend the FS. Same thing here also. Same as A2. After FS are issued, same as A2. However, if the auditor had known on the date of audit report, it may have affected his audit report. So he should discuss with the management TCWG the matter, the treatment and the need to amend the FS. Okay? Now, most important part, the B wala situation ka, if management and TCWG amends the FS, what will you do? You will perform new procedure, provide new report. Perform new procedure, provide new report. Amend the audit report to include an additional date restricted to the amendment. So we'll put one more date that I am signing on this date. It is called as what? Dual dating. Or you will send new or amended audit report including an EOM para. EOM, sir, emphasis of matter para, that he subsequently covered only amended matter in the FS which is already disclosed by the management in FS. So if management is amending, you will perform new procedure, provide new report. Okay, via this way or via this way. My question is, why would you add EOM para? I have taught you EOM in audit report chapter. Can somebody tell me why EOM? Why EOM? Any logic? Wrong, Srivatsan. Wrong. Anybody else? EOM may, if something is related to FS, if something has been disclosed in the FS, and it is fundamental to the user, you will put in which para? EOM para. Which para, guys? EOM para. Correct. if something is related to FS, see, if the management is amending the FS, obviously it will come in the FS. Management has must have disclosed this in the FS. So where will you write? You will write in EOM para. Where? EOM para. Sir, if the management does not amend the FS, okay, management is not amending the FS and the audit report is not given to the entity. The report is with us only. The report is with us only, with us only. What will you do? If it is not given to the entity, what we should do? We should modify the opinion. Can someone write in the chat which is the SA number for modification? Which is the SA number? Very good, Manish, very good, Srivatsan. Sir, modify the opinion as per SA 705. Modify the opinion as per 705. Correct. If the management does not amend the FS and if the audit report is given to the entity, notify to the TCWG not to issue to third parties. Sir, please don't issue it to third party. Still they have issued to third parties. The report is wrong, it is faulty, it is false. You will take action to prevent reliance. What will you do? You will take action to prevent reliance. Okay? Now, sir, what if FS are issued? Sir, if FS are issued means FS have been given, audit report have been given. So we will tell to the management, sir, please do one thing. You bring the FS back, you bring the audit report back, and we will give you the new report. Sir, if the management and TCWG informs about the situation to everyone who is in receipt of previously issued FS and amends the FS, they are ready. So what will you do? You will give new report. They are saying, no, array auditor, are you mad? Are you mad, auditor? First, we have sent the FS and audit report. So it was an expense to us, courier charges. Now you are telling us to bring that back, the FS and the audit report. Okay. And you are saying that, acha, then again we will send. So 3 times courier charges we will have to bear. What we should do? Sir, take action to prevent reliance. What will you do? Take action to prevent reliance on the audit report. Means you will give public notice. What will you do? You will give public notice. Okay. So this is a procedure when you identify a subsequent event. Now, sir, what is subsequent event? Events occurring after balance sheet but before audit report date is called as subsequent event. It's called as what? Subsequent event. 1 second now. One second, guys. My laptop is showing low battery. 1 second. I'm just showing the video once. Yeah. Now it says, sir, what are the objectives of essay 560? So the objectives are what? To obtain psi about subsequent events and check whether those are properly reflected in the FS. Number 2, respond appropriately to the facts that became known to the auditor after the date of auditor's report. So these are the 2 objectives of essay 560. Now 2 more questions. Sir, what are the procedure to be performed by the auditor for subsequent event? What procedure will perform? Sir, perform procedure to obtain psi that all events which require adjustments or disclosure has been identified. In accounts, your accounts teacher must have taught you something called as adjusting event and non-adjusting event. Can somebody give me an example of adjusting and non-adjusting event? Anybody? Adjusting and non-adjusting. Anybody? Fire merger is what? Adjusting? Non-adjusting. You disclose it via note. Adjusting is basically when the conditions are existing on the balance sheet date. Like for example, debtor. Debtor was adjusting on 31st March. We'll try to create a provision. So when we try to create a provision for debtor, what are we doing? We are doing adjustments. So if the conditions are existing on balance sheet date 31st March, what will you do? You will do adjust. Basically, you will create a provision. If conditions are not existing on balance sheet date, what will you do? You will give a disclosure, that is via notes, contingent liability. Okay, fire merger, that is non-adjusting. So you will perform procedure to obtain psi. Okay, you will perform procedure to obtain psi that all events which require adjustments or disclosure have been identified. My question is, to identify subsequent event, it is whose duty? To identify subsequent event, it is guys whose duty? Management ka duty. Always remember it is management ka duty. Okay, we just have to obtain psi whether they have identified subsequent event or not. Now, for the purpose of determining the nature, timing of procedures, the auditor may, what he should do? Obtain the understanding of procedures applied by the management. Obtain the understanding of the procedures applied by the management for identification of significant event, that is subsequent event. Inquire with the management as to the occurrence of subsequent event which may affect the FS. Inquire with the management as to the occurrence of subsequent events which may affect the FS. Read the minutes of the meeting that is held after the balance sheet date. Study the interim financial statements if any. Study the interim financial statements if any. If the auditor identifies any event which requires an adjustment or disclosure, he should ensure the appropriate treatment in the FS. He will not do the adjustment, he will not do the disclosure. He should ask the management to do it. Then, fourth, obtain a WR from the management that all known events have been appropriately adjusted or disclosed as the case may be. Obtain a WR from the management that all known events have been appropriately adjusted or disclosed as the case may be. Clear? Now, what are the specific inquiries to be made by the management for subsequent event? Now, this question number 4, specifically talks on what? Specific inquiry for subsequent event. So you can mark it out if you have this hard copy of notes. Specific inquiry for subsequent event. That means you are asking, sir, whether any new commitments or borrowings or guarantees have been entered into. So whether you have taken any loan, sir. See, loan got sanctioned on 28th March, but the disbursement came in April. 28th March, loan was sanctioned, but the money came in the month of April. So after balance sheet date, but before audit report date, it's a subsequent event, correct? So imagine I'm saying financial year 25-26, loan got sanctioned here. Loan got sanctioned here. And this is 26-27. Now, loan got disbursed. Sanction means bank has given the sanction and the money came on, let us assume, 10th April. Loan got sanctioned on 28th March 26. Money came on 10th April 26. Now my question to you champions is, you as an auditor, you will ask the management to disclose that loan in the balance sheet of 25-26 or 26-27. Ideally, it should come in which balance sheet? It should come in which balance sheet, guys? 25-26 or 26-27? Tell me. It should be a part of 25-26. It should be part of what? 25-26. Correct. So now you are saying it should be part of 25-26. So now you tell me, is it adjusting event or non-adjusting? Adjusting, because you are putting in 25-26, correct? Adjusting. So same thing, all the logic, with the same logic, all the pointers will come now. So whether any new commitments, or borrowings or guarantees have been entered into. Whether any sales or acquisition means purchase of assets have occurred or planned. Like you have made the purchase in the month of March, but the delivery came in April. You have sold the asset in the month of March, but the delivery happened in the April. Whether there has been any increase in the capital or issuance of debt instrument. Whether there have been any increase in the capital or issuance of debt instrument, bonds, debentures, all those. Whether any assets have been appropriated by the government or destroyed. Whether any there have been any developments regarding contingencies. Whether any unusual accounting adjustments have been made. Whether any events have occurred that are relevant to the measurement of estimates or provisions made in the FS. So these are 7 points which you need to mark it up. These are the examples of the procedures. What inquiry basically, specific inquiries for subsequent event. Understood? 5 question, 3, 4, 5 important. Ideally 3 and 4 is very important. This have come a lot of time in the exam. 3 and 4. Okay? Read. Done, guys? Any doubt on SA 560? Any doubt on SA 560, guys? Okay. So we have completed one more chapter. Now, if you see the number of marks, what we have covered, 10, 11, 21, 21, and this is for 7, 28, 28 plus 7 is 35, 35 plus 7 is 42. So approximately 42 is May 24. Okay. I would say here if it's 40 to 50 marks. Chapter number 3, chapter number 4, chapter number 11, chapter number 8, chapter number 7 and 8. These 5 chapters will constitute around 40 to 50 marks of your syllabus. So we have comfortably covered it. So now understand, I am teaching you right now, not a new chapter we are starting, we'll start the chapter in the next session. Okay, I'm just teaching you how to present the answer in the exam. Now if you see this, now like this question came in the exam yesterday, if you remember, we have discussed this. Okay, it was examine the above situation and explain with reference to essay 580 the appropriate date of the WR and the period that should be covered by such representation. Now always remember the 3/4 of the question is story. Is story, kassa, kuppai, waste. What you are supposed to write you will get in the last 1/4. Now how do you frame your answer? Now this was question number 1C. I'll write question 1C. Leave 2 finger space and write as per SA 580 written representation. Put the in box. Put the name in the box, or you can underline also if there's a long name. Okay. Then you define what is WR. Written representations are the statements made by the management given to the auditor. They are audit evidence and they are not cite. So you will just write the first definition. This is your number 1. Leave one line below this, number 2. The question was very much specific on the date of the WR and the period that should be covered by such representation. So whatever the theory we have written in the notes I had shown you yesterday, so you will write the same point. The date of the WR should be as near as practicable to, but not before the date of audit report. Then point number 3, the WR should cover for all the periods and all the FS which is there in the report. If there's a change in the management, the new management will be liable to give the entire audit the WR for the entire period. Then during the course of audit, the auditor may take WR. However, in such a case, an updated WR would be required towards the end of the period to cover any subsequent event. So you wrote the entire theory. Okay. Now point number 3, point number 4, point number 5, whatever you have written. The first, this all is what your theory ka part. Theory. Then point number 6. In the above case. In the above case, the auditor requested the WR from the management regarding responsibilities, okay, and the other matters. However, the management only said that they will give only for the period from which they have assumed the office and not for the earlier days. So from here till here, I'll copy in the question. Copy the question. So this is basically question. Point number 7. In the contention of management stating that they will be liable to give only for the part period is incorrect. They are liable to give the WR for all the FS and all the period as per SA 580-WR written representation. Okay, so ideally your answer should be broken to 3 parts. My part A is basically my theory part, part B is my question ka part, and part C is my conclusion. So when you're writing theory part, there also you will mark this in a box. When you're concluding the answer, there also you will again write SA 580 written representation, put this in a box. So what happened, as a teacher you look up to this, this is there, so teacher will give you marks. The difference in a student getting 39 or 59 or 69, okay, is the presentation. Lot of students don't write essay name and number. They're like, sir, leave it now, who will remember? But trust me, writing the right essay number, writing the right essay name and the number will give you marks. It carries approximately 1 to 2 marks in every answer. Writing the right name and number. Understood? So all the answers should be written like this, except which are direct question. This is a case-based question. Case-based question ka framing would be, first you write the theory part, then the question, and then the conclusion. If you want to take a screenshot of it, you can take a screenshot. So the first part is basically the theory, second part is the question, and the third part is conclusion. Done? Theory, question, conclusion. Now, when you're writing the exam, have you understood the presentation, how to present the answer, guys? We have almost completed 50% of our syllabus. Understood, right? Okay. Now, when you're attempting the paper, I would request you at 1:45 p.m. when you get the paper. Okay. Now, MCQs also they are giving, descriptive also they are giving at 1:45 only. Okay. Take the MCQ ka paper, put it in your drawer, shelf, bench, whatever, desk, whatever you have it, chair, table, what it is, put it down. First, do descriptive. Do question 6, question 5, question 4, question 3. Choose something from here. First attempt this. If you want to write question 6 ka B first, then 6 ka A, then 6 ka C, allowed. Internal option changing, allowed. Okay. Then you attempt question number 1. Generally 1 and 2 2 is tough. 1 to you have to attempt because it's compulsory. 2 is generally tough. So I generally say to people, okay, if you can avoid, you can avoid. But always when you're reading also, now read reverse. Don't read question number 1. No. 145 ko don't read 1 because it's going to be the tough, lengthy. What will happen? It will hamper your confidence. It will affect your confidence. And C exams are all about confidence. Okay? Now, finish the paper till 4 p.m. The descriptive part. If you aim for 4, you will finish till 4:15 p.m. If you aim till 4, you will finish till 4:15 p.m. and the last 45 minutes you give it to MCQ. Now you remove MCQ or question paper 15 question into 2 marks into 3 minutes, 30 marks I am attempting, 45 minutes I am attempting. Last 45 minutes only for MCQ. Last 45 minutes only for MCQ. This should be your ideal pattern. If you follow this, trust me, you will for sure clear. Maximum people fail because what happens in the exam day, there's a lot of pressure. Okay, you are already under pressure. You are fumbling, you are forgetting the content, blank out. All those things will happen because it's a highly pressure wala exam. But if you follow this strategy, paper comes, don't look up to question 1, move on to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, read those questions which is good for you. I mean, 2 maybe also be good for you. Read that, plan out which I will write, what I write. Then you read, okay, around 233, 330. Okay, start doing question number 1. Complete till 4. When you aim for 4, 4:15 the paper will get completed. And the last 15 minutes, what will you do? You will just do the MCQ. Last 45 minutes, you will just do the MCQ. Understood? This should be your strategy. Okay? Sure. So we stop the session here today. We meet, I think I have just messaged to the team that we'll be meeting on Monday. So tomorrow there's no class, and by next week I'll finish off the syllabus. So Monday and Tuesday I message them to have it in the morning, and Thursday and I think Friday. 2 days it will be in afternoon because I have some obligation in the morning. And the next week your syllabus gets over, your classes gets over. Okay. So we have completed, guys, more close to 50% syllabus. I hope you have understood this and you will clear in your exam. Cool. Chalo, we meet on Monday, same time, 9 o'clock. Bye. Bye. Take care. Thank you, guys. Study well. Bye. So, welcome back to our powerful session of today's class, guys. Good morning, everybody. And we have a lot of people joining today. So, welcome to the class, everybody. Hi, Alina. Hi, Blesson. Hi, Darshini. Google. We have Muthuvalan. Hi, Nisha. Rohinia. Sahana. So, a lot of new people have joined today. Great, guys. So, let me just quickly give an update to you. We have already completed 5 chapters. We have completed risk assessment wala chapter, we have completed audit evidence, we have completed audit report, then we have completed completion and review, and we have also completed one more chapter. I forgot the name. Ethics. I said ethics, right? Yeah. So audit report, ethics, risk assessment, audit evidence, and completion review, wherein we have done the questions also. So today what we're going to start is we're going to start with audit strategy, audit planning, and audit program. Again, the weightage of this chapter would be approximately, this is 4 to 6 marks weightage. Okay. I have shared this with the team also, they'll be sharing it. Your foundation student. So how come they have added you here? This is intermediate class, my friend. I think by mistakenly they have sent you this link. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. You can leave because this is not foundation class. And all the best for your foundation exams. Okay, so I have shared these notes in the group and I have shared this with the team also. Now see, so it's a very easy, very simple chapter. 99% will get over here only. So we'll have around 3 standards here to finish it up. Shall we start, guys? The chapter name is Audit Strategy, Audit Planning, and Audit Program. Shall we start? Are you guys ready? Okay. Now see, my first question is what is audit planning? What are its advantages and what are the advantages of audit planning? So planning का essay number is essay 300. ठीक है? Now always remember there are three alphabets. You need to remember SPP. What will you say? SPP. Just remember this point. SPP. Strategy, plan, program. Strategy, plan, program. First strategy will come, then plan will come, then program will come. First strategy will come, then plan will come, and then program will come. SPP. Always remember, because there are a lot of MCQs on this. Okay, sir, what comes first? So always first strategy comes, then plan comes, and then programs comes. So first we are learning what is planning. Sir, as per SA 300, planning of audit of FS, it deals with the auditor's responsibility to plan and audit of financial statement. See, planning is very much important when you are studying. You must have also planned like 10 days I will finish off my accounts, 8 days I will finish off my FM, 6 days I will finish off my audit, SM 2 days. Yeah. So why? Sir, because you need to appear for the exam. Planning is very much important. Same way auditor, when you are going for audit, you will plan, catch up 15 days I will finish off this client audit. Because as an individual, I can audit maximum 20 companies. Maximum 20 companies. So if I have 20 companies, so I need to get the work done by all the 20 companies. Correct? So we need to do the proper planning. So what are the advantages? SN number is 300. Sir, to devote appropriate attention to important areas of audit. Like for example, company like Tanishq, TBZ, Tribu Vandas Bhimji or Malabar Gold. So they are into the jewelry business. So I need to put more time towards their inventory valuation, inventory physical verification. Correct? So because it is an important area for that particular client. To identify and resolve potential problems on timely basis. Now, if there is some dispute regarding tax payment, some dispute regarding GST payment, I need to speak to them so I can identify and resolve those problems. Then to conduct the audit in an effective and efficient manner. To conduct the audit in an effective and efficient manner. Fifth, planning helps in selecting the engagement team members with appropriate levels of capabilities and competence. Now, for example, Manish is very good in bank reconciliation. Okay. For example, Kartikeya is very good in, let us assume, in purchase and sales. So I will appoint that dedicated person, that competent person, that capable person. So that helps in planning. Like when you're studying, sir, my this chapter is weak. For example, my audit report chapter is weak. So I will give more days towards audit report chapter. Correct? Sir, I'm very good with confident. I'm very much confident with completion and review. There I can finish in like 1 day. So it helps. How you have decided this? Because of the planning. It facilitates the direction and the supervision of the engagement team members. Who is doing work, what work they are doing, when are they doing, everything can be done via planning. Coordinating the work done by the experts. Therefore, it helps to coordinate the work done by the experts. Therefore, planning ensures that the audit risk is reduced to an acceptable low level. Audit risk is reduced to an acceptable low level. This is question number 1. Explain audit planning, advantages of audit planning. Okay. Now, sir, planning is not a discrete phase. When I say planning is not a discrete phase, it basically means planning is not just a one-time activity. It is a continuous ongoing activity. So it says planning is not a discrete phase of audit, but rather a continual and iterative. The word is wrong here. Spelling is wrong. Iterative. Iterative means basically ongoing process. Now you tell me, when you decided that I will finish off my syllabus in like 10 days of audit, when you started studying, can you change the plan? Rather than finishing in 10 days, you want to finish in like 12 days or maybe like 8 days, whatever it is. Can you change the plan? My question is that. Yes or no? Yeah, definitely you can change it. Right? So planning is not strict, it is flexible. Like for example, when you were studying, so you planned like 11 chapters, 11 days. But what happened on one day? There was a power cut, or some emergency happened at home, or you were not well, okay, or there was no electricity. What will you do? You will extend your days, correct? So what you did? You changed your plan. So planning is not a one-time process. It is an ongoing. It's a continuous process. It's a continuous process. Now understand point number 2. They may test you this on MCQ. When does your planning starts? So my planning begins when shortly after completion of the previous audit engagement, and continues until the completion of current audit engagement. So they will be testing you lot of times on planning. This after, continue, before, they will put it in MCQ. Now how to think? I was auditing Reliance. I went and I completed Reliance co audit. Now my next client is TCS, Tata Consultancy Services. Now the question is, when will I start planning for TCS? Logically, sir, when you give audit report of Reliance. So I have given report of Reliance. So after Reliance audit got completed, and during that phase I will start the planning. Till when I will plan? Sir, when I am doing TCS co audit, till TCS co audit is completed, I will be doing planning, because I just told you that planning is not a one-time process. It's a continuous, it's an ongoing process. Now how to think in the exam in case if you forget? Now my question is, you are appearing for group 2, let us assume, okay, only group 2. You gave costing paper. When will you start studying audit? Please write in the chat. Everybody please write in the chat. When will you start studying for audit? Very good. Evening of costing exam. So I will start studying audit evening of costing exam, that night, the next day morning, afternoon, evening. Okay. Then on the exam day ka morning, and I will remember audit ka concept till when? I will remember audit ka concept till when? I will remember audit concept till 5 p.m. till audit exam completes. Very good, Srivatsan. Same thing. I will start studying after costing paper. I will start studying after costing paper till, and it will continue till the completion of my audit paper. Understood? Same in planning, in audit. So when does the planning starts? After completion of the previous audit engagement, and it will continue till the current audit engagement. After, before, continue, they will place lot of emphasis and they will make tough MCQs. I hope now the concept is clear. Now, planning also includes consideration of timing of certain activities and procedure that needs to be completed prior to the performance of further audit procedures, like client checking of integrity, competence, FRF checking, law checking. This is basically when prior to the start of the audit. Okay. So question 1 and 2 were about planning. Question number 3. Hot favorite answer of institute. Very important, very repetitive. Why planning is needed prior to identification and assessment of risk of material misstatement. Prior to the identification of prior to the identification and the assessment of risk of material misstatement. The code here is Le Ram. Le Ram. For understanding of legal and regulatory framework applicable to the entity. Which laws are applicable? E. Involvement of expert. Do we need expert? Like for example, to value the building, to value the painting, do we need expert? Legal and regulatory framework, involvement of expert. R. Performance of risk assessment procedures. A. Analytical procedure to be applied as risk assessment procedures. M. Determination of materiality. So the code is what? Le Ram. Le Ram. Okay. Note. Engagement partner. Engagement partner means the person who is going for audit of that particular client from our office. Like imagine I am the partner, Manish is the partner, Srivatsan is a partner. Okay. So we all three will not go to audit Reliance. I am sending Srivatsan. I am handling some other client. Manish is handling some other client. Okay. We all three are the partners of one firm only. Okay. So Srivatsan is going to audit Reliance. So Srivatsan becomes what? Engagement partner. Like the captain from our team who's going and doing audit there. Okay. And he will be taking like articles, he will be taking BCom graduates, he will be taking MCom graduates and other CAs. Those all other people are called as what? Engagement team. Those all other people are called as what? Engagement team. So engagement partner and other key members of engagement team shall be involved in planning the audit. The auditor may decide to discuss the elements of planning with the entity management to facilitate the conduct of audit engagement. So on reading point number 2, you tell me whatever you have planned. Okay, like 15 days you will complete the audit. 15 days ka break away, like 5 days, 3 days, 2 days, whatever you have planned. Should you share this planning with the management? Yes or no? An MCQ came, our MCQ came long back. Should the auditor share the planning with the management? Yes or no? Write in the chat. See bro, there cannot be anything something else partly. Either yes or either no. Yes. Why? What is the logic? What is the logic? What is the logic? Very good. Facilitation of performance of audit. Now, for example, you decided that Monday ko 4 p.m. I will go and visit the factory to do physical verification. You went at the factory gate. Watchman was there. You were entering the premises. Watchman asked you, "Who are you?" "Sir, we are auditors." "Yeah, yeah." "Chartered accountant." "Yeah, yeah." "AB sir student." "Yeah, yeah." "Live at home batch." "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah." "First time." "Yeah, yeah." Watchman is saying, "Who?" "So, we have come for the physical verification of the assets. So, please let us in." "Where it is written? Who gave you permission?" We have thought in our mind that it is our planning. Maybe sir has thought you can revise the planning also." Bro, you need a permission. Ideally, nobody else can visit the factory, right? Either the company ka people will go and people who are authorized by the company. So you need to inform to the company that boss, you have thought that Monday ko we'll be visiting the factory. But generally what happened in that area, Monday ko the factory is closed. Right? So you have thought, you have planned that you will be going on Monday. You need to communicate that to the management now. Understood? So to facilitate the conduct of audit engagement. Very good. Now, explain the relationship between what? The audit strategy and audit plan. Explain the relationship between audit strategy and audit plan. So audit strategy determines the scope, the timing and the direction of audit. And we say this as STD. STD. Audit strategy. S strategy. STD. Remember this in MCQ because they will give in the MCQ also. Strategy STD of audit. Strategy STD of audit. Scope, timing and direction of audit. Audit plan describes how strategy is going to be implemented. Audit plan describes how strategy is going to be implemented. Now, audit plan is more detailed than overall strategy. So, out of strategy and out of plan, which one is bigger? Out of strategy and plan, which one is bigger? Darshan, Divyashri, please answer. Out of strategy and plan, which one is bigger, my friend? Sir, plan is bigger. Strategy is small. How you will implement that strategy, how you will perform that strategy, that is basically the part of your audit plan. Part of your audit plan. Then, once the overall strategy is established, an audit plan can be developed to address the various issues identified in the overall audit strategy. The establishment of overall audit strategy and detailed audit plan are not necessarily discrete or sequential process, but are closely interrelated, since the change in one may result in change in another. See, strategy and plan both are interconnected. Okay, if one gets changed, the another one gets automatically changed. Okay, now one more question. Responsibility for strategy and plan. Who decides the strategy and plan? Management or auditor? Tell me. Management or auditor? Auditor. This also came in the exam. It is the auditor who is responsible for establishing the overall audit strategy and audit plan. The auditor shall update and change the strategy and plan as necessary during the course of audit. If something gets changed, you can revise it, and when you can revise, obviously that is during the audit. So strategy and plan is not done at the start of the audit or at the end of the audit. It is done during the audit. It is done during the audit. Then, next answer. Sir, what are the factors to be considered? What are the factors to be considered for the direction and the supervision of engagement team members? Darshan, no. This is an intermediate class of a subject called as audit in group 2. There's a mistake, by mistake they have shared the link for foundation student. This is not for accounts class. Okay. By mistakenly they have sent today. You can leave the session, no issues. Okay. All the best for your foundation. I'll meet you in intermediate. Just leave this link. The team is sending the revised link to your group for the accounts. Okay. All the best. Now, it says, what are the factors to be considered for the direction and supervision of engagement team members? Yeah, Srivatsan, what's the doubt? Srivatsan, I'm waiting. What's the doubt, my friend? They did a blunder today. I have told them, I messaged them, they are rectifying it. I saw that message. They have sent the same message to me also. Anyways, let's continue. Sir, what are the factors? What are the factors to be considered for the direction and supervision of the engagement team members? Sir, I should send 3 people, I should send 5 people, I should send 2 people. So first factor is capabilities and competence of individual team members performing the audit. How competent they are. Oh, These people, yeah. Okay. Technology, yeah. It has pros also, it has cons also. Hmm. It says the capabilities and competence of the individual team members performing the work. Like for example, I'm saying a BCom graduate is there and a CA article is there. Okay, or maybe a CA finalist article is there. Now you tell me we have to send somebody to Reliance Audit. Should we send the BCom graduate guy or the CA finalist? Sir, CA finalist, correct? CA finalist, no? Obviously. So capabilities and competence of the engagement team members. A. Areas of audit. Now there is somebody who, for example, I have a BCom guy, same example, okay? And again, we have a finalist article who will be going and doing Malabar Gold ka audit. Obviously, I will be sending CA finalist because it's a high area of audit, okay? Capabilities, competence of individual team members and which areas of audit are risk of material misstatement. Risk of, if it's a high risk area, competent person will go. Size and complexity of the entity. A company who's in trading business, buying and selling, and a company who's in manufacturing business. You tell me, we will require more people, more team members. Where? Manufacturing or trading? Manufacturing, right? Because in manufacturing there are a lot of aspects. So the code here is cars. What is the code, guys? Cars. Sir, C is complexity and the size of the entity. A, assess risk of, no, A is areas of audit. A is areas of audit. R, risk of material misstatement. S, acha, no, this is correct. C is capability, I said reverse. Capabilities and competence of the individual team members. A is areas of audit. R is risk of material misstatement. And S is size and complexity. Size and complexity of the entity. Cars. 4 points, 4 mark ka answer. Lot of time they have asked this. Lot of time. Then, an auditor of the company fails to document the audit strategy and audit plan. Explain the consequences of such failure. This was Jan 26 या September 25 का exam question. An auditor of a company fails to document the audit strategy and audit plan. Boss, documentation is mandatory. You have to document, you have to keep in your records. Explain the consequences of such failure. So what it says? Sir, the auditor shall document the overall audit strategy, the audit plan and the changes in strategy and plan. Overall audit strategy, audit plan and the changes in strategy and plan. The documentation of the above is a record of key discussions. The documentation of the above is a record of key decisions considered necessary for proper planning, the audit and communicating significant matters to the engagement team. So when you document, obviously the team can be guided properly, the proper instructions can be given to the team. Like for example, 20 to 25 July, okay, Manish will be going and doing the bank reconciliation. Okay, so I have documented it. So even if I'm not available, okay, so somebody can just see that plan and just inform to Manish, Acha, Manish, you have to go from 20 to 25 and complete the work. It serves as a record of the planned nature, timing and extent of risk assessment procedure and further audit procedure. So it serves as a record of the planned nature, time and extent of RAP and further audit procedures. It also serves as a record of proper planning of audit procedures that are reviewed and approved prior to that performance. It also serves as a record of the proper planning of audit procedures that can be reviewed and approved prior to that performance. So you can check it if there's a mistake, if you require more days, so you can do that, right? You can change it. It is a record of significant change in the audit strategy and plan. So whenever you have changed, okay, so I made like 5 days, maybe we'll do purchase and sales. But when I went to the client, please, my article said, okay, sir, 5 days will not get over. We require 7 days. So in my plan, I will change 7 days, I will write, and accordingly, I will revise the plan. So everything is documented there. Na? Therefore, by not documenting the strategy and plan, the auditor has not performed his duty correctly. 6 points. Okay, so whenever you're writing an answer, properly leave one line after every point. Okay, and write the answer in point form. Please write the answer in point form. Cool. So with this, we have finished our planning wala part, audit planning wala part. Okay, there are three concepts: strategy, plan and program. We have completed plan, then we will do program. So 7 questions are there. I'm here only, I'm scrolling slowly. Start reading for this part. If there is any pointer you're not getting, please ask me. Okay, read. And any doubt, guys? Any doubt? Okay. So we have completed the planning ka part. Now we are moving on to audit program. This is the content of audit program. So as per SA 200, overall objectives of an independent auditor, documentation is one of the principle of the auditor. Your principle ka spelling is wrong. It has to be basically PRINCIPLE, principle of the auditor. As per SA 230, audit documentation, program is a list of the examination, the verification steps to be applied in audit. It is basically a timetable, who will do what work when. That is basically called as what? Audit program. It is a detailed plan of applying the audit procedure for accomplishing audit objectives. My audit objective is to give opinion. To get opinion, I will perform some procedure. So it is a detailed plan for applying the audit procedure for accomplishing the audit objective. It contains a test of task to be carried out by the assistants. Who will do what work when. That is basically your audit program. It's a timetable. Okay, that is defined audit program. Next question. Sir, for preparing the audit program, what points should be kept in mind by the principal or the auditor while preparing the audit program? What points should be kept in mind? So this also came in the exam, important answer. Stay within the scope and the limitation of the assignment. Stay within the scope basically means you have been told to audit the financial statement, that's it. You don't use your brain and do more extra things. Then determine whether evidence is available or not. Apply only those steps and procedures which are useful in accomplishing the specific purpose. Like if you want the physical verification of asset, so you will go and visit the factory, but you will not check those internal controls of the factory. You are least bothered. You are only bothered about the stock ka amount and whether stock is there or not. That's it. Okay. Consider all the possibilities of error. The next point says consider all the possibility of error and coordinate the procedures to be applied. Sorry. This is also an exam question. What are the advantages of audit program? It specifies the procedure to be checked during audit. These are the advantages. It is important to provide a total perspective by the work to be performed. Like detail में I will say कि 10 days में purchase, 5 days में sales, 3 days में bank reco, 2 days में physical verification. The assistants by putting their signature accept their responsibility. So when you go to audit and you will be signing the papers, putting your signatures and submitting to the office. So whatever work you have done, you are responsible for that work. The principal can control the work of assistant. Who has done what mistake, he can find out. Then selection of assistant under a proper program can help the audit proceed systematically. So whoever is expert in that particular area, I will be sending it via that program. It serves as a guide for the future audits to be carried out in succeeding years. So next year when we have to plan, so you don't have to use your brain. We have a program, what we have done in the last year, you will just follow that similar pattern. So these are the advantages of audit program. Then audit program serves also as an evidence in case of charge of negligence being brought against the auditor. So if imagine SEBI is saying or RBI is saying, Acha, CA firm, you have not done the audit properly. So we will show the program. Sir, see, we have prepared the program. We have done this, like my article have given 10 days for purchases, 8 days for sales, 5 days for bank record, 2 days for physical verification. We have written properly in program. You can see this. So it serves as an evidence. Sir, what are the disadvantages? The work may become more mechanical. Now imagine if I have sent Manish only for bank reco. So Manish has become expert in bank reco. So for all the clients, I'll be sending Manish for bank reco only. So it will become more mechanical. Inflexible assistance may take shelter behind the program. Now, not inflexible. This is not inflexible, should be like assistants who are not doing proper work. Okay, imagine I have sent Srivatsan for sales verification. He do not know how to do the vouching of sales verification because he has always done physical verification. So if he is not doing his work properly, I will not come to know on day one. I will come to, like, imagine we have planned for 10 days. I will come to know on the 10th day as a boss कि अच्छा my article was not proper. So my 10 days got wasted here. Then the program often tends to become more rigid and inflexible. Ineligible assistant. It will be ineligible assistants. Then hard and fast audit program may kill the initiative of the efficient and enterprising assistants. Now, for example, if I have told you that Manish, please complete the bank reconciliation in 5 days. Now Manish has a proper pressure that it's a 5 days I have to do bank reconciliation. Now imagine the client is very big, 5 days it will not happen. But I have told him no, you have to finish it in 5 days and you have to move on to the next client then. So what he will do? He will skip few things, right? Because the boss has given him this limited time limit. So it kills the initiative of the efficient and enterprising assistant. Now imagine if he have got some query there, or maybe he have found out some fraud. He will not discuss with him because he knows that boss has given me pressure, boss has given me time and I have to finish there. So these are the disadvantages of the audit program. Now how to overcome this disadvantage? This has come in the exam. All these disadvantages may be eliminated by supervising the works carried out by the assistant. So you supervise the work. Auditor should have a receptive attitude as regards the assistant. So receptive means basically I should listen to my articles. What are they trying to say? Okay, I should not shout on them. Assistant should be encouraged to observe the matters objectively and bring significant matters to the notice of the principal. So if you have found out some mistakes, some fraud, you should go and speak to your principal. These are the 3 ways where you can overcome the disadvantage. Then the next answer says draft a sample audit program. They have never asked in the exam to draft, but see, it is given in the model. You don't be surprised if it comes in the exam. How do you draft? So first you will write name of the entity, the financial year, prepared by, reviewed by, approved by. 3 things. Para, prepared by, reviewed by, approved by. What are the contents? First, serial number, procedures, extent of checking, basis of sample, done by. This they can test in MCQ. What is not a content of audit program? Serial number is there, what is the procedure is there, extent of checking is there, basis of sample is there, and who has done it. Now you can write any 3-4 procedures of your choice. Okay, any 3-4 procedure, and then there's a line here. This is like basically this, like this. Columns you have to draw. Okay. Now, sir, vouch the sales invoice from the sales register. You can write purchase also, whatever your choice is. It is an example. Trace this invoice in the books of accounts. Verify few invoices with e-way bill generated and e-way bill on the e-way bill portal. Check the sales invoice with the stock register. So this is an example of how to draft an audit program. Then, how audit program is designed to provide audit evidence. This was again Jan 26 ka exam question. How audit program is designed to provide audit evidence. Audit evidence is defined as an information issued by the auditor, information used by the auditor in arriving at the conclusions on which he bases his opinion. So whatever conclusions I have arrived, okay, I have to frame an opinion. So audit evidence is defined as the information used by the auditor. Evidence is the basis for formulation of opinion, and the audit program is designed to provide for that by presenting the procedures and techniques. Now, auditor picks up evidence from varieties of sources, like for example, documentary evidence he will check. He will do some physical examination. He will check some statement confirmation with third party. He will also verify some minutes book, arithmetical calculation by the auditor, and any subsequent records. So he will obtain the evidence from this. Now, this they had asked in exam specifically. So for cash in hand, what is the best evidence? Sir, for cash in hand, the best evidence is count. If you count the cash, that's the best evidence. For investment in bank, what is the best evidence? Banker certificate is the best evidence, like confirmation from bank. So this was for 1 mark, this was for 1 mark. No extra thing you have to write. Only one word. For cash in hand, the best evidence is count. For investment bank, best evidence is banker certificate. Therefore, the auditor should place appropriate weight on each piece of evidence and coordinate and accordingly prescribe the priority of verification. So this was the answer on audit program. So many questions are there. Okay, planning we have completed program. Okay, now you have to read program. Program is written in basically essay 200 is the documentation says one of the principle, but program is written in essay 230. Essay 230 talks about your audit documentation. Okay, read. Done? Any doubt guys till now on strategy? Sorry, on planning and program. Now we're gonna move on to our strategy ka part. Okay. Now it says, what are the elements of planning? I think we'll finish off this chapter, then I'll leave you. It says there are two activities. One is preliminary engagement activities, other one is planning activities. So preliminary engagement basically means before you start the work, what things you will check. Okay, we call this as AKU. Oh no, sorry, we call it as KUA. Something like this. It was acceptance and continuance of client relationship, compliance with ethical requirements, and understanding the terms of engagement. AKU only. Acceptance and continuance of client relationships, compliance with ethical requirements, including independence, UC, understanding the terms of engagement. You're establishing the overall audit strategy, developing an audit plan. Planning activities will include two things: establishing the strategy and developing the plan. Planning ka part we have already completed. Now first we are doing preliminary engagement activities. Here it is ACU, A. First point is A. Sir, there are two questions. What are the factors you need to be considered by the auditor for accepting and continuing client relationship? Or what are the examples that may cause the firm to withdraw from the engagement? So what are the factors? First one, sir, integrity of the client. What is the factor, guys? Integrity of the client. If the client is not good, sir, not honest, like Vijay Malia, okay, we will not accept the engagement. Engagement team members competent to perform the audit engagement and has necessary capabilities. Now, my team has no idea about GST. Okay, we have not worked. So we will not accept the client who has GST ka work. Compliance with relevant ethical requirements. For example, I should be independent there. My wife should have no stake. My family member should have no stake, no indebtedness. Significant matters that have arisen during the current or the previous audit engagement. During the current or the previous audit engagement. So these are the four factors. A. So now we are learning this AKU. AKU mein A we have done. C is compliance with ethical requirements. How will an engagement partner form a conclusion on compliance with independence requirement? That's basically ethical requirement. The auditor should obtain information from the firm to identify and evaluate any circumstance or relationship that is creating a threat to the independence. Now you tell me, if I'm the partner of the firm, if I own one share, can I audit the client? Can I accept the engagement? Tell me. If I'm holding one share, you must have done this in your law paper. If AB is holding one share in the company, can he accept the engagement? No. But if my wife is holding some shares, I'm not told how much shares, some shares she is holding, can I accept the engagement? If my wife is holding some shares, can I accept the engagement? Yes, sir. So there you have to see face value. There you have to see face value. Face value how much? It should be up to 1 lakh. Face value should be up to 1 lakh. Then you can, okay, then you can accept. So you should obtain relevant information to identify and evaluate any circumstance or relationship that is creating a threat to the independence. Evaluate the information on identified breaches, if any, of the firm's independence policy and procedure to determine whether they are creating any threat to an independence. Now imagine, Arshad was my article. Arshad bought the share. Or imagine Arshad's father is the CEO of the company or the director of the company. He is in my engagement team. Should I accept it? So you can accept. But can you take Arshad with you? No, sir. You cannot take Arshad with you. Why? Because he is creating a threat to the independence. He is creating a threat to the independence. Okay? Then take appropriate action. Take appropriate action to eliminate such threat or reduce them to an acceptable level. Okay? Like imagine if my wife has bought more shares, more than 1 lakh. So what I should say to my wife, ma'am, please sell the shares, keep the shares to up to 1 lakh rupees. So what I am doing, I am reducing them to an acceptable level. Acha, if Harshad's parents or Harshad's brother is a director in the company, so what I will do, I will not take Harshad with me for the audit engagement. So I am trying to eliminate the threat. So either you eliminate the threat or reduce them to an acceptable level. Okay. But sir, elimination is also not happening. Reduction is also not happening. What should we do? Sir, if considered appropriate, you should withdraw from the engagement. If permitted by law or regulation, you should withdraw. You should withdraw from the engagement. U. Akku ka U. Why understanding the terms of engagement is important? Why understanding the terms of engagement is important? So it is in the interest of both the entity and the auditor. It is in the interest of both the entity and the auditor. The auditor sends the engagement letter before commencement of audit to avoid misunderstanding with respect to audit. Then it ensures that there is no confusion with the client regarding the terms of the engagement. That is basically understanding the terms of engagement. ACU, co, ACU, co. Clear? Then sir, what are the factors to be considered by the auditor in establishing overall audit strategy? Overall audit strategy. The code here is FUNDRE. Overall audit strategy, FUNDRE. Sir, consider the factors in which in the auditor's professional judgment are significant directing the engagement team efforts. Like articles are available, not available, first year article, second year article, okay, BCom people, CAs do I have, okay, factors. Then U. The auditor should update and change the overall audit strategy and the audit plan as necessary during the course of audit. So you need to update the strategy and the plan as and when the audit progresses. N. Ascertain the NT of the resources to perform the engagement, nature, time and extent of the resources. Resources means your team members basically. R. Ascertain the reporting objectives of the engagement to plan the timing of audit and the nature of the communication required. Like if it's a listed company, you have to give quarter reports also, 4 reports plus 1 annual report. But if it's just a public company, or unless a public company or private company, just 1 report, reporting objectives. Caro, you have to give Caro applicable, not applicable. That is reporting objective. E. Identify the characteristics of engagement that defines the scope. FUNDRE. Identify the characteristics of the engagement that defines the scope. The code is FUNDRE. Now, in the module, what they have added, like when these notes were made at that time, FUNDRE ka extension was not given, like the detailed answer of FUNDRE. In the module, when you do strategy ka wala part, you will find this FUNDRE wala answer. Factors may they have given 4-5 factors. Then nature, time and extent may they have given 3-4 factors. Reporting may 4-5 they have given, and characteristics may they have given. Okay, so if you have this notes, write the refer module. Okay, refer module detail answer. So specifically they can also ask in the exam. That was added later on in the module. Then, so the auditor of T Hand Fab Limited, it's a company, is worried as to the management of key resources to be employed to conduct audit. How the audit strategy would be helpful to the auditor for management of resources. Sir, overall audit strategy sets the scope, timing and direction STD of the audit and guides the development of audit plan. It helps the auditor in following matters: the resources to deploy for specific audit areas such as experienced team members for high risk areas like inventory valuation of Tanishkar will send experienced team members. The amount of resources, number of people to allocate for specific audit areas, for example, number of team members assigned for inventory counting. Who will go, how many will go, who will go, how many will go, when they will go, during the interim stage or at the cutoff date. Cutoff date basically means balance sheet date, when they will go, who will go, how many will go, when they will go, and how such resources are managed, directed and supervised, such as the team briefing and debriefing meetings are expected to be held. How do you train your articles? So strategy, say you are managing the resources. So if there is a question on managing the resources, this is the answer. Then, how as an auditor you will develop the audit plan? Once the strategy is established, the audit plans can be developed to address the various matters identified in overall audit strategy. Understanding the client ka business is an important principle for developing an audit plan. Now, SA 300 states the auditor should develop an audit plan that should include the description of NTE of RAP, NTE of FAP, OAP. For the first time when you are doing, it is called as RAP. If you are not happy, you go and do the procedure. It is called as FAP, further audit procedure. If one way is stop, you want to go for alternate way, it is called as OAP, other audit procedures, other audit procedure. So if there's an MCQ, remember, when they talk about procedures, RAP, FAP, OAP, it is a part of audit plan. RAP, FAP, OAP, RAP, FAP, OAP, it is a part of audit plan. When they talk about STD, scope, timing, direction of audit, scope, timing, direction of audit, it is audit strategy. STD is strategy ka part, RAP, FAP, OAP is a part of plan ka part. Okay. Then, discuss how preliminary engagement activities as a part of planning assist the auditor. So, preliminary was AKU wala part. So, preliminary engagement activities assist the auditor in identifying and evaluating the events or circumstances that may affect auditor's ability to perform and plan the audit engagement. It helps the auditor for AKU. A. acceptance and continuance of client relationship. C, compliance with ethical requirements including independence. U, understanding the terms of engagement. Over. So refer test your knowledge questions 1 to 5, page 2.14, 2.15, 2.25, module study material. These questions you have to do. Finish. This many questions you have to do. So total में there are 21 questions plus 4 or 5 points from that fund ray wala descriptive wala part. Have you understood this chapter, guys? Can you answer question 2B for me? Can you tell me, did we do this? Did we do this? We did, right? I told you it came in the exam. Disadvantage and how this disadvantage can be minimized. Always ignore the story. Concentrate what are they asking. See, paper is direct. The only thing you should know what to be written. Can you tell me the SN number for audit documentation? Very good, 230. Can you answer this for me? It will look little difficult. Discuss the examples of the factors that may consider significant in directing the engagement team efforts while establishing the overall audit strategy. Examples of the factors that the auditor may consider significant in directing the engagement team efforts while establishing the overall audit strategy. What are the factors to be considered for direction and the supervision of engagement team members? Question number 6. CARS. Capabilities and competence, areas of audit, risk of material misstatement, size and complexity of the entity. CARS. Okay, hold on. So 2 questions, we have done both. Can you answer this for me? Suggest the audit team members of element to match the app combination from the following situation. Compliance with ethical requirement including independent. This is the part of what? Detailed plan of applying what process, what? Determination of materiality, consideration number of location and branches for audit. What it is? Now first talk about compliance with ethical. I just taught you compliance with ethical requirement. This is part of what? A wala part is a part of what? Two. Preliminary. Very good. This is a part of 2. So A is 2. So this gets cancelled. This gets cancelled. Correct? Now use your brain. 4. I mean, Arshad, I did not understand what you are trying to say. Audit plan, acha. Detailed plan of applying audit procedure is audit plan. So B is 4. So you are saying this one. I mean, you are saying D. 1 का answer. One answer is B. Detailed plan of applying audit procedure. Detailed plan, how it can be planned? See this definition. This is audit program का answer. Audit program का answer. It is a detailed plan of applying the audit procedure. It is a detailed plan of applying the audit procedure. So this is audit program. So this is basically my audit program. So B is 1. B is 1 is this one. C is 4. Materiality will determine in planning and D will be part of the audit strategy. B answer. Understood? So 4 mark answer, 5 mark answer was there. 4 mark ka one more answer was a 9. 9 plus 2, 11. 11 mark answers. Understood how to think? I am telling you, follow the notes thoroughly. Just solve past papers. You will understand what question, what answer you are supposed to write. Now are you getting confidence? We have completed one more chapter, guys. 50%, more than 50% of the syllabus is over now. Have you understood, guys? Okay. So, good morning, guys. Welcome to our class. We are welcome to our powerful session of a new chapter which is called as Audit of Items of Financial Statements. Now, the weightage of this chapter has increased. Now, if you see in the module, they have given a very lengthy content of this chapter. Okay. Now, I'll teach you a cheat code how to remember the answers. So there are 3 concepts here which will be repetitive. One is the audit procedures, the other one is basically about the assertions, and the other one is about the schedule 3 ka requirement. Out of this 3, 4, 12 marks it will come, and 2 to 4 marks it will come in your MCQ. Now if you see the analysis of this chapter, now see, audit of items of FS 18 marks. This is just descriptive, okay? September 24, 15 marks. That's basically 4 questions are coming for sure. Jan 25, 10 mark, 2 questions came. May 25, 3 questions came. September 25, again 2 questions came. Then Jan 26, again it came like 4 questions. 3 questions, 14 marks, okay? 5 plus 5 plus 4. May 26 also I think 3 questions. Now, if I see the analysis of it, September 24, if you can see September 24 here, September 24, 4 mark. Jan 25, 4 marks. May 25, 10 marks. May 25, 10 marks, 5 questions on MCQ. Then September 25, 4 marks. Jan 26, 6 marks. May 26 also I think 4 or 6 marks. So every time it is coming in the exam, bare minimum 10 marks in the descriptive, 4 to 6 marks in your MCQ ka paper. So it's like close to 16 and 18 marks of the weightage of the chapter. The chapter is lengthy. I'll be teaching you via my cheat codes. At least out of, it comes for like 18, 10 to 11 you can easily get it. 10 to 11. Okay. Now it says, what do you mean by the word vouching? What do you mean by the word verification? So vouching is basically, what do we say? Vouching is basically examination of transaction. Verification is examination of balances. Examination of transactions, examination of balances. Here we check P&L items, here we check balance sheet items. Here we check P&L items, here we check balance sheet items. Then it is done by checking documentary evidence. Here it is done by checking documentary evidence and physical verification at regular intervals. Checking documentary evidence and physical verification at regular intervals. It is done throughout the year. It is done towards the end of the year. It is done throughout the year. It is done throughout the year. It is done by junior staff, articles, interns. It is done by senior staff or the auditor himself. It is done by the senior staff or the auditor himself. So this is a distinguish basically between vouching and verification. Okay. Now, how to vouch? Now it says how to vouch is basically refer audit of different entity income and expenses. Now I am writing a code here. You can take a notebook and you also write. Okay. We say what will you check? You will check the voucher. Like dot dot dot. Check the serial number. Check the date. Check the amount. Oh, occurred over current period of time. You under competent authority. C. Capital or expenditure. Sorry, capital or revenue, expenditure or receipts has been recorded in BUA. You can take the screenshot of it or you can note it down. So it is common answer, like if there's a P&L item. If there is a P&L item, so they will say what is the audit procedure to verify that particular P&L item. Now let's take an example of salary. Salary. So I will say the auditor should check the following. He should verify the vouchers like, अभी salary के लिए can somebody write in the chat what are the vouchers for salary, guys? Can you write in the chat salary के लिए vouchers? Voucher basically means something like document. A document you have to check. So please think salary के लिए what could be the document? Manish, Arshad, Kritika, can you answer? Employee का list, what else? Any other document? See, when you are making the payment, payroll register, very good. Payment के लिए you will see bank statement. So the auditor should, so you have to think, like you have to play smart. Either you mug it from the module or you use your common sense. So it says the auditor should check the vouchers like payroll register, bank statement, etc. Attendance register. Check the serial number, date and amount. Okay. Now, if it talks about, for example, rent expense. The question says rent expense. So can somebody tell me what will be the voucher for rent expense? What will be the voucher for rent expense? Anybody? Rental agreement, correct. You will check the rental agreement, rent receipts when you are making the payment, bank statement. So bank statement is a common point. So you have to be little smart. Use a voucher which you know it. Okay. Okay. One more. Let's do one income ka part. Dividend received. Can you tell me what will be the dividend received ka voucher? Dividend received ka voucher. Anybody? Please write in the chat. Dividend received ka voucher. Share certificate, bank statement, demat account. How many shares you have, that will be reflected only in the demat account. The auditor should check the vouchers like bank statement, share certificate, demat ledger. Okay. Also check the serial number, date and amount. Understood how to use it? See, I am teaching you a common answer. It's a structure. You need to put it in the question. Use the question, think about it, and then write the answer. Oh, he should verify whether the transaction, whatever the transaction, like for example, dividend received, has occurred over the current period of time. Rent expenses has occurred over the current period of time. So you just have to put the question here besides this word, occur over the current period of time. You, under competent authority, like any payment, this will not come for income side. Any question on payment comes like rent expenses, electricity expenses, telephone expenses, any any expenses. Check it is approved under competent authority. Check proper distinguish is made between capital or revenue, expenditure or receipt. Proper distinguish is made between capital or revenue, expenditure. If the question is on expenditure, it will get over here. If the question is on receipts, check proper distinguish made between capital or revenue, receipts. H. Check it has been recorded in books of accounts. What will you say? Check it has been recorded in books of accounts. Guys, the code is vouch. V voucher O over the period occurred over the period of time. U under competent authority. C capital revenue expenditure receipts. H has been recorded in BUA. Has been recorded in BUA. Clear? Vouch. Plus, you can write more points also. We have done in audit report chapter as per 143.1, the auditor should check whether the transaction is genuine and not bogus. As per again 143.1, the auditor should check personal expenses are not charged to P&L account. As per 143.1, the auditor should check whether there are any frauds. If yes, he should qualify. If yes, he should qualify the audit report. Then only for income, if there's a question on income, he should verify the provision of AS9. AS9 is revenue recognition. If there's a question on borrowing cost, the auditor should check the provision of AS16 borrowing cost. So these are the extra pointers you can write. So VOUCH 5 points. From here, if you even if you write like 2 points, 7 points you are writing for a 4-mark answer. 7 points. Guys, any doubt on vouch? I mean on the penal side? Then now verify. If there's a balance sheet item like asset side, liability side, okay. So the code here is verify. So V is what? You have to check the valuation. You can note it down if you want, or you can take a screenshot. Valuation as per AS. So generally for every item of asset side, you have a AS. So and so AS. E. Existence. How do you check existence? By physical verification. Right. Asset is the right of the company by checking what? Documentary evidence. I. Is there any charge on the assets? If yes, it should be disclosed. Also register with ROC. F. Schedule 3 followed, and Y say yo. Check for frauds. What is the code, guys? Verify. Valuation, existence, rights, is in charge. Schedule 3 followed. Schedule 3 followed. Y say yo. Check for frauds. Check for frauds. V say valuation, E say existence, R say right, I say, is there any charge? F say schedule 3 followed by say you check for frauds. Now, for example, there's a question on furniture fixtures. Can somebody tell me in the chat what is the AS for furniture fixtures? Anybody? AS number for furniture fixtures. Very good, Arshad. AS 10 PP, correct. So what will you write? So the so I'll write for the fixtures for furniture fixtures, the auditor should check the following. Number one, he should check the valuation of furniture and fixture. So you'll use a question. He should check the valuation of furniture fixture is as per AS 10. That is PPE, property, plant and equipment. In case if you do not know the AS, just write relevant AS. Relevant AS. Okay. E. E is existence. The auditor should check the existence of furniture fixtures by conducting physical verification. R. The auditor should check the whether the furniture fixture is the right of the entity by checking documentary evidence. Now, can you give an example? What could be a documentary evidence for furniture fixtures? What could be documentary evidence for furniture fixtures? Very good. Like purchase invoice, and when you have made a payment, bank statement. When you have made a payment, it is called bank statement, correct? Bank statement. I. Check, is there any charge on the furniture fixtures? If yes, it should be disclosed with ROC and also should be registered with ROC. I mean, it should be disclosed and also registered with ROC. F. Check schedule 3 requirements are followed for furniture fixtures. Then last point, the auditor should check for frauds. Over. Any item you would put me, tell me, any item of your choice. Can somebody write? I'll make a common answer for you. Any item you want to check. Please message in the chat any item what do you want to check. Any balance sheet item, guys? Datas, okay. Datas. So the auditor should check. So for example, the questions on datas. Okay. So for datas, the auditor should check the following. Number one, the auditor should check the valuation of datas is as per relevant AS. So there is no AS. So the auditor should check the valuation of datas. Simple. The auditor should check the valuation of datas. E. Existence. So you can't do physical verification of the datas. So the auditor should check whether the datas are existing by obtaining confirmation from the datas. By obtaining confirmation from the datas. R. The auditor should check whether the datas are the actual right of the entity by checking documentary evidence like. Now for data, I will have sales invoice, datas ledger, bank statement. That is sales ledger, bank statement, datas invoice. Okay. Sales invoice, datas ledger and bank statement. I. Check, is there in charge on the datas? If yes, it should be disclosed, also register with ROC. So we pledge the datas basically. F. The auditor should check whether schedule 3 requirements are followed for datas. And last point, the auditor should check for fraud letters. Over. See, rather than writing nonsense shit, at least if you write this pointers, you will get at least 1 or 2 mark. See, there are so many items in the module. If you see, there are like 110 pages approximately the chapter is. It's your call. Either you do it from the module or you do it with a common answer. Only one question will come. That is very sure. It could be any item of ICA ka choice. Any item. Have you understood this? Any doubt till now, guys? Any doubt? No? Great. Take it. Now I have an item. For example, if there's a question on taxes, like provision for tax, taxes paid, GST will like all the tax. Now you tell me, it will be an item of, what will you write here? Tax. P&L item या balance sheet item या vouch या verify या both. What will you write? Tell me, what will you write? P&L item? Okay. So if I start, like for example, these are taxes. So the auditor should check the vouchers like the challan. For tax it is challan, right? And the bank statement. Oh, check whether the taxes or provision for taxes relates to current period time. Whatever the question is, you will put our code. You, the auditor should check whether the taxes ka payment is approved under some competent authority. C, the auditor should check whether proper distinguish. No, it is not capital nor revenue. Leave. The auditor should check it has been recorded in books of accounts. Okay. Then the auditor should check for taxes. Can somebody tell me what is the AS? For direct tax, what is the AS? AS 22, very good, AS 22. So if I want to write, if there's a GST ka question, so the auditor should check the provisions of GST and ITC. Okay, if there's a question on income tax, the auditor should check the provision of AS 22. He should check whether TDS is deducted, deposited. It's an income. If it's an income question, whether TDS is reflected in 26 AS. There's a form. Okay, if it's a expense wala taxes, like taxes paid, so the auditor should check whether TDS is deposited timely. Okay, to the income tax department. That's it. Over. If there's a question GST, he should verify from GST portal. So you have to use your brain to get the answer. Understood? How to frame the answers, guys? It's a very easy chapter. The problem is like the teachers make it very complicated. Very complicated. If you use your brain, you can easily get the answer. Have you got the cheat code now? Shia. Okay. Now, the next answer says distinguish between reserves and provision. Distinguish between reserves and provision. Now, reserves. Reserves are appropriation of profit. Provision is charge against profits. It's a charge against profit. It is a part of shareholders' funds. It is a part of current liabilities. Shareholders' funds, current liabilities. Then, here, you will create reserve only when there is a profit. Provision has to be created whenever there's a profit or loss. Either of it, you have to create the provisions. Example is provision for doubtful debts, provision for taxes, provision for depreciation. Here, general reserve, securities premium, CRR, etc. you can write. Okay, so reserves are optional, provision is mandatory. Clear? Next, examples of capital expenditure. What is the question? Example of capital expenditure. What is the question? Example of capital expenditure. They are not asking you definition of capital expenditure. They are not asking you definition of expenses. They are asking you examples of capital expenditure. So examples of capital expenditure are, for example, material and wages. So you have to write the heading and then explain. It is a capital expenditure when expended on the construction of a building or a erection of machinery. It is a capital expenditure when expended on the construction of a building or erection of machinery. Legal expenses. It is a capital expenditure when incurred in connection with the purchase of land or building. Freight. It is a capital expenditure when incurred in respect of purchase of plant and machinery. Transport charges. Repair. Major repairs which increases the productivity is a capital expenditure. Wages. Wages paid on installation costs incurred in the plant and machinery is a capital expenditure. Then interest paid for qualification period, that is before the asset is constructed, is a capital expenditure. So this is basically your accounts ka part. 6 items are there. See, I have written heading, explained, left one line, heading, explained, left one line. Okay, it says examples of capital expenditure. Then utilization of securities premium account. Now this is lock part. Utilization of securities premium account. So it says as per section 52. As per section 52. Section 52 of Companies Act 2013. Securities premium can be used only for 5 purposes. This can come in MCQ, it can come in descriptive also. The code is RP is Bindas Banda. What will you say? RP is Bindas Banda. R say redemption of preference shares and debentures. B say writing of preliminary expenses. It is writing of preliminary expenses. I writing of share and debenture issue expenses. Share and debenture issue expenses. B say bonus. B say buyback. B say bonus. B say buyback. So securities premium can be used only for 5 purposes. Redemption of preference shares and debentures. Writing of preliminary expenses. I say writing of share and debenture issue expenses. B say bonus of shares, and B say buyback of shares. That can be used only for this 5 purposes. If it is used for any other purposes, the company has contravened section 52. So they can ask you a direct question, explain the utilization of securities premium account. So you have to write this answer. They can ask you in 2 mark MCQ. They will give 3 purpose from here, 1 something else. Sec prime cannot be used for, like that they can ask. Okay. Then 53, prohibition on issue of shares at discount. It says section number 53, Companies Act section 53 of Companies Act 2013. If a company issues shares at discount, it shall be void. It shall be void. Guys, company issue shares at discount? I mean, it is allowed or not allowed? Company issuing shares at discount, guys, allowed or not allowed? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. No, Manish, reach cannot be made at discount. No, not allowed, not allowed, not allowed. So if a company issues shares at discount, it shall be void, not allowed. If you have issued shares at discount, it is a contravention of section 53 and there will be penalty. How much is the penalty, sir? So rupees 5 lakhs, or amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less, So you have to refund the amount plus along with 15% interest. So it is 5 lakhs or amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less, and plus you have to refund the amount along with 15% interest. These are the 3 kinds of penalty. 5 lakhs or amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less, plus you have to refund the amount along with 15% interest. Now, Arshad has already told those exceptions. So exceptions are 2. One is sweat equity shares. The first one is what? Sweat equity shares. So sweat equity shares can be issued at discount. What will you say? Sweat equity shares can be issued at discount. Sweat equity is issued to whom? Existing shareholders or public? Sweat equity is issued to whom, guys? It is issued to employees. So company may issue first one is sweat equity share, which is given to employees. The second one is company may issue shares at discount to its creditors, when the debt is converted into shares, that is equity, as per the statutory resolution plan or a debt restructuring scheme, as per the guidelines of RBI. So company may issue sweat equity shares at discount to its creditors when the debt is converted into equity, as per the statutory resolution plans or a debt restructuring scheme, as per the guidelines of RBI. So these are the 2 exceptions. Now sweat equity shares. Sweat equity share ka section number is 54. Some companies may issue sweat equity shares at discount or for consideration as cash to their employees or discount for their value additions, intellectual property, technical know-how, etc. So it is given to employee. It is given at discount. Remember, it is given to employees including directors at discount. So what are the conditions? The code is sweat. S. Shares should be of same class already issued. Shares should be of same class already issued. When? Anytime. It can be issued anytime. E. Employee and director ka details like number of shares, current market price, consideration if any, and the class should be disclosed in the resolution. Employee and director का details like number of shares, consideration, current market price if any, and class should be disclosed in the resolution. A. It should be authorized by SR. A. It should be authorized by special resolution by shareholders. T. Terms and condition. If it's a listed company, you have to comply with SEBI regulations. If it's an unlisted company, you have to comply with CG rules. The code is SWET. Same class, when, anytime. E. Employer का details should be mentioned in the resolution. A. Authorized by SR. T. Terms and conditions. ठीक है. Listed company SEBI का, unlisted का CG का rules you have to comply. Sir, what is the amendment here? It's a old amendment, not a new amendment. It says the company may issue sweat equity shares for maximum 15% of the paid up equity share capital in a year or worth rupees 5 crores, whichever is higher. If you talk about the number of shares, it is 15%. If you talk about the value, it should be 5 crores. Like the number of shares into face value, it should be 5 crores, whichever is higher. That much ka they can issue per year. Subject to maximum 25% of the paid up capital anytime. Subject to maximum 25% paid up capital anytime means basically in the lifetime of the company can issue maximum 25% of the paid up capital to its employee. Like for example, I am saying year 1, they have issued, let us assume 12%. So assuming 12% of 5 crore, whichever is higher, so I am saying 12% is higher. So they have issued, correct? Now they come to year 2. My question is, can they issue 8%? Assuming 8% of 5 crore, which is higher, 8% is the higher. Tell me. So I'm not comparing with the value right now. I'm just saying percentage wise. I'm saying this is higher. Can they issue 8%? Can they issue 8%, guys? Yes. So maximum is 15 na. Okay. Now we move on to year 3. They want to issue 7%. Assuming 7% of 5 crore, which is higher, 7% is the higher. Can they issue year 3 में 7%? Year 1 में they have issued 12. Year 2 में they have already issued 8. Year 3 में they want to issue 7%. Tell me, can they issue? No, sir. Why? Only 5%. Correct. Sir, 12 and 8 already issued, 20 is gone. This can't be. See, 7 you can't issue, sir. You can issue only 5%. Understood? So, per year ka limit is how much? 15% or worth of rupees 5 crore, whichever is higher. 15% in terms of number of shares or worth of 5 crore rupees ka share, then you convert them into number of shares. You compare both number of shares, whichever is higher. That much you can issue. In terms of lifetime, it is 25%. Lifetime, it is 25%. Then, however, a startup company may issue sweat equity shares. Maximum 15% of its paid up capital up to 10 years from the date of incorporation. Up to 10 years from the date of incorporation. So, if you're a startup company, you can issue maximum 50%, but that to up to 10 years. Sweat equity shares must be logged in for a period of for a minimum period of 3 years from the date of allotment. So, you can't sell the shares. Employee, you can't sell the share. It will be in a lock-in period for minimum 3 years. Okay. Then, section number is 68, that is called as buyback of shares. Why paid up? No. The condition is same. Here also paid up share capital, paid up equity only. Paid up share capital basically means paid up equity only. Paid up equity only. So they have given a benefit. See, the logic for the benefit of startup is like startup mein what happens? They don't earn profits in the initial years, right? So employee will be leaving. Now without employee, the company cannot do the business. So the company will be offering them sweat equity. The above condition says you can offer only no preference, only equity. When you talk about sweat equity, it's always equity, no preference. No. It's equity only. Okay. Now buyback. Buyback is section number 68. Buyback is section number 68 of Companies Act. Sir, buyback basically means you are buying the equity shares. So that means you have to give money to them, shareholder. So money will come from where? Sir, money will come from free reserves. Money will come from free reserves, securities premium, proceeds of fresh issue. Money will come from free reserve, secures premium, proceeds of fresh issue. Sir, a company can buy back maximum 25% of its fully paid up equity share capital. Maximum 25% of its fully paid up equity share capital. It should be authorized by AUA. It should be authorized by AUA. Then, special resolution is required for buyback. However, if the buyback is up to 10%, if the buyback is up to 10% of paid up capital reserves, then only BR is required. That means if the buyback is from till 10%, from 0 to 10, only BR required. More than 10 till 25, SR. More than 25, not allowed. More than 25, not allowed. 0 to 10 is BR. More than 10 to 25 is SR. More than 25 it is not allowed because maximum is 25%. So the entire buyback should be completed within 12 months of the resolution. The entire buyback should be completed within 12 months of the resolution. Which resolution? Either SR or either BR. SR will be till 25, 10 to 25. BR will be 0 to 10 के लिए. अच्छा, the company cannot issue same class of shares for the next 6 months. Like if you have done 10 rupees ka buyback, you can't issue same 10 rupees ka shares again. Company shall physically destroy such shares within 7 days of completion of buyback. That means you have to physically destroy the shares. If the shares are in demat form, you have to delete, okay, delete. After buyback, the debt equity ratio should be 2:1. You must have done in your accounts paper, debt equity ratio should be 2:1 post buyback. Okay. Then, sir, bonus shares. Bonus shares ka section number is guys 63. Bonus shares is section 63. It says it should be authorized by AUA. Now, bonus ke liye which resolution is required? MCQ. OR is required. Rest everywhere what we have studied it is SR. Only bonus mein it is OR. Only bonus mein it is OR. Rest everywhere it is SR. Bonus mein it is OR. अच्छा, bonus shares are given to employees या public? Guys, bonus shares are given to whom? Employees या public? Existing shareholder, correct. It is given to existing shareholder. Sweat equity given to employee. Bonus given to existing shareholders. Okay. Now, to give bonus share, we require money. Money will come from bonus shares can be issued out of securities premium, free reserves, and CRR. Then, bonus shares cannot be issued in the if the company has default in payment of loan, public deposit, statutory dues to employees. Bonus shares can be issued. Bonus shares can be issued only to existing members of the company. Bonus shares can be issued only to existing members of the company. Then, it must be fully paid up. If it is partly paid up, it will be converted into fully paid up. Bonus shares cannot be issued in lieu of dividend. In lieu means instead of dividend. In lieu basically means instead of dividend. Over. So these are 5 answers on lockup, but you will find out of this 5, 1 at least. So I would request you to please read from question number 6 from securities premium wala. Okay. Start reading once. Okay. Done, guys? Any doubt till now? ठीक है. Now, next one is other income. Explain other income. It says any form of income which is earned by the entity which is not linked to entity ka core business, okay, is called as what? Other income. Like if I'm selling this pencil, so that is my core income. But if I'm earning interest from on the investment, it is called as what? Other income. Now this could be interest income, dividend, gross gain or loss on the sale of investments. Interest income. Interest income is earned on FD. What will you say? Interest income is earned on FD. It is recognized on the time proportion basis, taking into account the amount outstanding at the applicable interest rate. Interest income on FD, it is recognized on time proportion basis, taking into account the amount outstanding at the applicable interest rate. Now, what does this mean? Time proportion basis. So today, if I do an FD, let us assume we are in July. So from July to March, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March. So I will get what? I'll get 9 months ka interest. If the interest rate is, let us assume 10% per annum. So it is 1 lakh ka FD you have done. So 1 lakh into 10% into 9 divided by 12. It is called time proportion basis. Dividend. Dividend is recognized in PNL only when the entity's right to receive dividend is established. Now the question is, when will the entity ka right to receive will be established? When will the entity ka right to receive dividend is established? When it will be? Sir, it will be only when the company declares it. See, when the company has declared, like imagine my entity has invested in Reliance Industries. When will I receive dividend? When Reliance Industries will declare it. So my right to receive dividend is established. Then number two, it is probable that economic benefits associated with the dividend will flow to the entity. Economic benefit associated with the dividend will flow to the entity. Means what, sir? Like dividend, say you money is there, right? So money will come to the entity. And third, the amount of dividend can be measured reliably. The amount of dividend can be measured reliably basically means, can you calculate dividend? I mean, exact amount of dividend. If I have 1000 shares, they have declared 10 rupees as a dividend. Can you calculate the exact amount of dividend, guys? Can you calculate the exact amount of dividend? Yes. Yeah, my iPad. Hold on. It's got deactivated. Hold on, 1 minute. Sorry. Hmm. Not working, guys. Sorry. Now see. So dividend is recognized in P&L only when the entity has a right to receive. Dividend is established when they will declare. It is probable that the economic benefits associated with the dividend will flow to the entity, and the amount of dividend can be measured reliably. So dividend will be recognized as your income. The next one is gain or loss on the sale of investment, profit or loss on the sale of investment. Now, when do you have profit or loss on the mutual funds? It is recognized as a difference between the redemption price and the carrying value of investment. The redemption price between the difference between the redemption price and the carrying value of investment. So this is called as other income. In MCQ they can ask, or in descriptive they can ask. Then distinguish between provisions and contingent liability. Sir, provision, it is a liability. It is a liability which can be measured by using a substantial degree of estimation. It is a liability which can be measured by using a substantial degree of estimation. Like for example, 100 rupees, 1 lakh rupees ka debtors is there. If I want to create a provision, maximum it will be how much? 1 lakh rupees. So it is a liability which can be measured by using a substantial degree of estimation. It is recognized when the entity has a present obligation as a result of past event. We have sold the goods, we have got debtors. It's a past event. It is probable that it is probable that the flow of the resources will be required to settle the obligation. Money will go, then only the obligation would be settled. Then a reliable estimate can be made with the amount of obligation. So I can't say how much will be my exact debtors, but yeah, I know maximum is 1 lakh. It could be 80,000 also, it could be 8,000 also. If the above conditions are not satisfied, then no provision is required. If the above conditions are not satisfied, then no provisions are required. Understood? So can you read and just tell me, is it and condition or condition? To check provisions, is it and condition or condition? Tell me, is it and condition, guys, or condition? Entity is a present obligation. It is probable that the outflow will be required, and it is a reliable estimate can be made out of the amount. This is and. If all three are satisfied, then only you will recognize as a provision. If the above conditions are not satisfied, no provision is required. Then example: provision for litigation, provision for warranties, provision for contingent liabilities, provision for bad debts, provision for depreciation. Contingent liability. Now, what is a contingent liability? It is a possible obligation. It says it is a possible obligation that arises from the past event and whose existence will be confirmed only by the occurrence or non-occurrence of an uncertain future events, not wholly within the control of the entity. So, it may or it may not happen. It may or it may not happen. Then, it is a present obligation that arises from the past events, but it is not recognized because it is not probable that the outflow will be required to settle the obligation like contingent liability. It may or it may not happen. The amount of obligation cannot be measured sufficient with reliability. Like you can't say now how much will be the amount. So these are the conditions for contingent liability. So distinguishing in provisions and contingent liability. Then the next answers are your assertions. First, understand what are your assertions. Assertions are basically your assumptions that the management is saying and which we will follow. Like for example, the client has given you balance sheet. In the balance sheet में they have written, let us assume computer. ठीक है, the amount of computer is 50 lakh, 50 lakh. Okay, computer is 50 lakh. Now you tell me, if computer is there of 50 lakhs, can you assume that the computer will be owned by the entity? Yes or no? Can you assume that the computer would be owned by the entity? Yes. Boss, that is the only reason they have put it in the balance sheet. You can't put your neighbor ka computer in your balance sheet na. So what? Ownership. Rights is the assertion. Right is my assertion. The computer is of 50 lakhs. Can we assume that the value is 50 lakh rupees? Can we assume that the value of computer is 50 lakhs? Yes, obviously we'll go and check. We will do audit there. Obviously we will verify. But sitting at my office today, can I assume? Yes, because it is there in the balance sheet. Valuation is my assertion. There's a loan of, let us assume, 30 lakh rupees. That loan has been taken by the entity. Can we assume that? I have not verified. I'll be going tomorrow and checking, doing audit there. I'll be doing my procedures there. But today, can I assume that 30 lakh ka loan is going on? Yes. Obligation is my assertions. So basically, it's like management. What are they saying? It is called as auditor ka assertions. So the assertion would be like completeness. Complete means all transactions are recorded. We will assume accuracy. When they are putting in the balance sheet, in the P&L, they are putting an accurate amount. Sir, occurrence. All the transactions have occurred pertaining to the entity, like debit, credit, whatever it is occurring and it is related to the entity. Then classification. Okay, classification basically means items are properly classified in capital and revenue. Valuation, amount is correctly valued. See, accuracy comes in P&L item, valuation comes in balance sheet items. Existence, it comes only in balance sheet items. Existence. Rights and obligations. Rights and obligations comes in balance sheet items and notes. This is basically TABD. Transactions, account balances, disclosure, which I have told you. Transaction basically means your P&L. Account balances basically means balance sheet. Disclosure basically means what? Notes to item. So these are your certain assertions. Okay. Now, so this question, what I'm teaching you right now, has come in the exam, and it's a pattern. They are asking one question or one MCQ in assertion for sure. Okay. Now, this is like 5 questions. This question came twice. One came for 5 marks. One time it came for 4 marks. Same question. And you were just supposed to write only one word. Year-end inventory verification. Sir, as an auditor, I will go and do year-end ka inventory verification. What I will get? I'm checking which assertion? So you are checking existence. Which assertion? Existence. Sir, depreciation has been properly charged on all the assets. Depreciation has been charged on all the assets. What are you checking here? Valuation assertion. Which assertion, guys? Valuation assertion. Then, the title deeds of the lands disclosed in the balance sheet are held in the name of company. Guys, title deed. Title means basically ownership. So, rights and obligation is my assertion. Rights and obligation is my assertion. All the liabilities are properly recorded. All the liabilities have come into the accounts in the FS. Completeness. If it is a P&L item, it will be accuracy. At right amount, it is accuracy. P&L item, you will say accuracy. Balance sheet item, you will say valuation. If they are talking about amount, P&L item, you will say it is a accuracy, and balance sheet item, you will say it is a valuation. Then, related party transactions are shown properly. Related party transactions are shown properly. Which assertion, guys? Disclosures. Which assertions? Disclosure. Understood? Now see, so that is one way of the question which is coming on the assertion. The other way is like this. What are the obvious assertions for the following items appearing in the balance sheet? Now imagine if in the P&L you saw one item called as traveling expenses 20,000 rupees. What will your heart say on looking up to traveling expenses? Like whatever your heart says is your answer. Can you write in the chat? On looking up to traveling, what will your heart says? Tell me, what will your heart says? So, no, whether it is incurred or not will be like audit procedure. Audit we will be going and doing tomorrow. So I will say, sir, traveling expenses has incurred for the current year. Boss, if it is in the P&L, it is not for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. It is for the entire year. So traveling expenses has incurred for the entire year. Agreed? Now see. Expenditure has been actually incurred for the purpose of traveling. See, when you say whether it is incurred or not, Arshad, it will be looking like audit. Audit will be going and doing tomorrow. Today we are at our office. We are seeing the P&L balance sheet. I saw the item. So what will my heart say? Sir, traveling expense they have incurred. Acha, it is taken for the during the year under consideration. Total amount is 20,000 rupees. And it will be what? It will be a revenue expenses. It will be what? It is a revenue expenses. Done. Now, look up to trade receivables and tell me. What will your heart says? Tell me. What will your heart say? Trade receivable for the year is very good. What is the amount? Arshad, again you are going for audit. I am not talking about audit. I am not talking about audit. Whether any payment is received during the year, no, it's an audit procedure. Liability asset. Liability asset. It constitutes an assets of the entity. What will you say? It constitutes an asset of the company. So this includes all the sales transactions occurred during the year. This have been recorded properly and occurred during the year. Then this constitutes assets of the entity. They have been shown at a proper value, that is after providing provision for bad and doubtful debts. That's it. So either they can ask you this pattern or they can ask you this other wala pattern. Identify the assertions. 90% they will ask you this one. Identify the assertions. Okay. Have you understood till now this chapter? We have completed around 80-85% of this chapter. Any doubt till now, guys? No? Okay. Now, other part of the question, chapter is Schedule 3 ka requirements. Now, Schedule 3, guys, is very, very, very important. One question on Schedule 3 for sure you will find in the exam for sure. Okay. There's no doubt that they will not ask. Now, the confidence on Schedule 3 will come only if you have done your accounts very well. In the module they have given, you don't have to use your brain. You don't have to think anything. You just have to copy paste Schedule 3 ka requirement. Okay? So few items I am telling you important, you can note it down. If you have the notes, you can mark important. I'll tell you which is generally repetitive. Like for example, reserves and surplus. So how do you present reserves and surplus? So my main heading is what? My main heading is equity and liabilities. After equity and liabilities, I will write what? Shareholders funds. After shareholders fund, I will write what? Reserves and surplus. Then I will write all the reserves. Capital reserves here are SP, then debenture redemption reserve, reval reserve, share options, outstanding account, other reserves and surplus. And this you will put it in a box. It is a presentation. And you have to write X, 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 X. Okay. So this is a presentation requirement of reserves and surplus. Any additions and deductions, since the last balance sheet should be shown under each of the specified heads. This is a 3 mark ka 4 mark answer. How would you present reserves and surplus? Then shares held by promoter. How do you present shares held by promoter? This came for 4 marks. Shares held by the promoter at the year end, percentage of change during the year, it will come this side, serial number, promoter ka name, number of shares and percentage of total shares. This box if you make, it is a 4 mark answer. This has came in I think May 24, September 24. Then long term borrowing, short term borrowing. So I have written from the module, see it's basically copy pasted. Long term borrowing, short term borrowings, refer page 5.32, refer page 5.32 till point 2 till point 2. So long term borrowing, short term borrowing. So this you will do it from the module. How do you present in any tangible assets? So I will write the main heading as asset. After asset it comes as non-current assets. After non-current asset PP and intangible. Then I'll give the main heading as PP. Then I'll write all PP type of asset. Assets under lease should be specified under each class of asset. Writing this, put this in a box. 4 mark answer. Asset, non-current assets, PP and intangible, PP and then 4-5 types of asset, and then asset under lease should be classified separately. Then trade receivable, hot favorite item. Trade receivables and trade payables, both are hot favorite of ICI. Trade receivables and trade payables. Okay. So trade receivables, refer page 5.44, 1, 2, 3. Very, very, very repetitive. Cash and cash equivalents. Assets, current assets, cash and cash equivalents, balance with bank, checks, draft on hand, cash on hand, others. Only this much. Earmarked balances with the bank should be separately disclosed. Earmarked balances should be separately disclosed. Inventories, hot favorite, important. Again, main heading assets, then current assets, then inventories. Inventory shall be classified as raw material WIP FG, stock in trade, stores and spares, loose tools and others. Goods in transit should be disclosed under relevant subhead of inventories. Goods in transit should be disclosed under relevant subhead of the inventories. Then mode of valuation should be stated. Mode of valuation means like FIFO, LIFO. Okay. Then few more items are there. Intangibles, again it's on page number 5.70 module. Trade payable, I told you important, page number 5.78 module. Long term, short term advances, page number 5.83. Contingent liabilities and commitments, 5.88. So all these 12 items are very important, repetitive in the exam. Okay. So this you have to do it directly from the model. There is a box made, you just mug it up and copy paste. No using your brain, no logic, nothing. It is schedule 3 ka requirement. There is no sum also, there is no illustration also, there is no calculation, just copy paste the format. Then refer 3 amendments to amendment, page number 5.90, 5.113. Hold on. Now see, page number 5.903 amendments. It has come repetitively in the exam. What are the schedule 3 requirements for details of Benami property? So what will you see? The company shall disclose the following. What you have to write? Details of such property including the year of acquisition. What is the amount? So details of property, amount, details of beneficiary. If property is in the books, I reference to the items in the balance sheet. If property is not in the books, the fact should be stated with reason. Then F, whether there are any proceedings against the company under this law. Nature of proceedings, status of the same, and company's view on the same. This A to G you have to write, then only you will get 4 marks. Details of Benami property. Don't skip this at any point of time. Page number is 5.90 ISM. Now, relationship with struck off companies. Now, this box you have to make. So, they will say give schedule 3 requirements as for relationship with struck off companies. So, the company shall disclose the following: the name of the company, the nature of the transaction, balance outstanding, relationship with the struck off company. Keep this as blank, keep this as blank, keep this as blank. Investment in securities, receivable, payable, shares held by the struck off company and others. This box you have to make. Don't fill the blocks, keep the box blank only. Then only you will get 3 to 4 marks. Okay, this is second amendment. Third amendment. Sir, what are the ratios to be disclosed as per schedule 3? So you can write any 6, 7 of your choice. Current ratio, debt equity ratio, debt service coverage ratio, return on equity, inventory turnover, trade receivable, trade payable turnover ratio, net profit ratio, GP ratio, ROC, ROI, ROC, ROI. Okay, any 6, 7 you can mark, whatever is your choice. Then the company shall explain the items included in the numerator and denominator. Like for example, I am saying trade receivable turnover ratio. So above numerator will be trade receivable, denominator would be turnover. So the company has to explain. You will write just a theory in the exam. The company shall explain the items included in numerator and denominator for computing above ratios. Further, if there is any change in ratio by more than 25%, MCQ, more than 25% compared to the previous year, they have to give the explanation. So if the last year ka ratio versus this year ka ratio, there's a change of more than 25%, you have to give the disclosure. You have to give the disclosure. Okay? This is 3 amendments. Then page number 113 by 2 more amendments are there. Page number is 5.113. 5.113. CSR. Repetitive. What will you disclose? Amount required to be spent, amount actually spent. Amount required to be spent, amount actually spent. Then shortfall at the year end. So last year ka shortfall. The reason for shortfall. Nature of CSR activities. Details of related party transaction and whether provision is made in regards to liability. A to H. Amount to be spent, amount actually spent, shortfall, last year ka shortfall, reason for shortfall, what CSR during, like nature of CSR activity, details of related party transactions and whether provision is made. This disclosures you have to give. This is the 4th amendment. 5th amendment. Details of cryptocurrency or virtual currency. Sir, following should be disclosed. Profit or loss on the transaction involving cryptocurrency or virtual currency. The amount of currency held as on the reporting date. Any deposits or advance from any person for the purpose of trading or investing in cryptocurrency or virtual currency. Sir, any profit or loss, amount of currency held on the reporting date, any deposit or advance from any person for the purpose of trading or investing in cryptocurrency. This is called as disclosures. So whatever you have to study from the module, guys, I have mapped it in the notes. So refer 3 amendments 5.90, refer 2 amendments 5.113. Don't skip schedule 3 under any circumstance. It will be there in the paper. Chapter is over. Now imagine we were at 113 page number. I mean, like it's like close to 120 pages approx chapter, and we have done via shortcut. See, just solve model questions, just solve past paper ka questions. Don't skip this chapter. It's around 18 marks. Around 18 marks from May 24 till the current attempt. Solve all the questions of this chapter. Have you understood how to study this chapter? Now see, this question came in exam. Can you answer this question for me? It says, which of the following details are required to be disclosed in the FS of Triveni Manufacturing Company? So it's a 2 mark ka MCQ. Struck off wala. Name of the struck off company, nature of the transactions, balance outstanding, total amount purchased from MNO trading during the year, relationship with struck off company, the date on which MNO was struck off by the ROC. So there are 6 items you have to choose. What 4 items will come? If you remember that box, what we did right now, choose an answer. Choose. Name of the struck off company, nature of the transaction is there, balance outstanding, relationship. These 4 points are there. Name of this company, nature of the transaction, balance outstanding, relationship. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. D. D. D is the right answer. Understood? See, nothing comes from the outside. The problem is the people don't study the module ka part. Please do the schedule 3 very thorough. 2 mark ka answer. Now see this question. You are appointed, it says you are appointed as an auditor of JK Apparels Limited, a public company. The company entered into an arrangement during the 25-26 with its promoter, Mr. K, who was a son director in JK Apparel. Under this arrangement, the company acquired an immovable property owned by the promoter. As a consideration for the purchase, the company allotted 2% of equity share capital to the promoter instead of making in payment in cash. The title deed of the property has been truly transferred and held in the name of the company. This it's saying 2 questions. Discuss the reporting requirements of auditor under CARO. Now first answer this CARO wala. Anybody can answer CARO. Which clause will come? Which clause will come? Which clause will come? Anybody? (192) section, that is clause number 10 is fraud, 11 10 is IPO, FPO, 11 is fraud, 12 is Nidhi company, 13 related party, 14 15. Clause number 15. And what are they asking? Discuss the disclosure requirement of shareholdings of promoter under Schedule 3, Part 1 of Companies Act. Shareholding of promoters. Shareholding of promoters, shareholding of promoters, shareholding by promoters, shareholding by promoters. Same question. Trust the notes, trust the ICI, you will clear. Okay. 4 mark ka answer. B. 5 mark ka answer. While auditing the FS of Moon Limited for the year ended 31st March, the auditor was verifying disclosure relating to trade payables and other liabilities. During the course of audit, it was noticed that the company has certain outstanding balance payable to MSME. The auditor decided to ensure that the disclosure required under Schedule 3 of Companies Act in respect of such enterprise have been appropriately made in the notes to account. State the disclosure that the auditor should verify in respect of MSME while auditing what? Trade payables. So what is the question they have asked here? They have specifically asked a question on trade payables. So if you see my notes here, trade payables 5.78 module, 5.78 module. Trade payables. This box. MSME others, displayed MSME, displayed others, less than 1 year, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, more than 3, total. Everything is written in the notes. This box you were supposed to make, and then this points also other current liabilities till year. So they have given a lot of data. You can write any till year unpaid dividends you can write. So it was trade payables and other current liabilities. Over. So 5 plus 4, 9 plus 2, 11 marks. 11 plus 1, 5. 11 plus 5, 16. You need to answer this. What answer you will write? ZX Technologies are listed company software development decide to reward certain employees and directors for the contribution towards development of proprietary technology and process improvements. Second, the company decided to issue shares to selected employees at a concessional rate in consideration for the technical know-how. Identify and briefly explain the type of shares the company is planning to issue. Can you tell me which shares they will issue to employees at a concessional price? Very good, Srivatsan. Sweat equity share. Very good. State the condition that the auditor should verify to be compared for valuation for such issue. So my code was sweat, if you remember. Section was 53 of company 52, 53, 54. Section was 54 of Companies Act. Sweat. Sir, same class already should. When? Anytime. E. Employer card details should be mentioned there. A. Authorized by SRT. Terms and conditions. If it's a listed company, SEBI. If it is unlisted company, CGCA rules. Done. Done. And there was again 2 mark का MCQ. This was an assertion wala point. Question number 14. So 11 plus 5, 16 plus 2, 18. 18 marks. I am telling you, it is short in the paper. Have you got confidence on this chapter, guys? It's a very important chapter. You can't skip it. Have you got confidence now? Great. Okay. So now we'll be having 2 balance classes. Okay. We'll be meeting on Thursday and Saturday. I have messaged to the team. Thursday it is 2 to 4. Saturday also 2 to 4. Okay. Last 2 lectures wherein we'll finish our balance chapters. So Thursday is 2 to 4 and Saturday also 2 to 4. And Saturday would be your last class. Okay. So guys, keep on studying. If you have any doubt, you can connect with me over Instagram, Telegram, and talk to me. And make sure you clear in this attempt. I want to see you in CA final where I'll be teaching you set A, set B, set C, set D, and CA final audit. Okay. Chalo. Bye guys. We meet on Thursday and Saturday. Thursday and Saturday. Okay. Chalo. Bye. Take care. Enjoy and aim for a rank or 70 plus, whichever is earlier. Okay, so hi guys, good afternoon, welcome to the class, and we are just left with 2 sessions. So today we try to do 2 chapters. I think we have already completed 7 chapters. Let me just show you what all we have completed. So we have done audit strategy, we have done risk assessment, we have done audit evidence, we have done audit of items of FS. 4 chapters this we have completed. Then we have completed audit report chapter, ethics and terms of engagement, and completion and review. Correct? Please check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As per my calculation, we have done 7 chapters. Correct? Someone just confirm that. Yeah. So today target is bank audit and first chapter, nature and scope of work, because it's very small. Then on Saturday we have our last class, which where we do different entities and documentation. Okay. Then the entire syllabus gets over. So right now we are doing bank audit. Bank audit. So bank audit generally comes for approximately 4 marks, and you can see 2 to 4 marks in MCQ. May 25 also it came for 4 marks. Jan 25 also 0. Okay. September 24 7 marks, 2 questions came. September 24 में 7 marks, and if you see May 24 it was 4 marks. One question you can assume, or question on bank audit. Okay. Now see. So it says, so explain the types of bank. The few questions are very random. I mean, there will be no question in the exam on this. For example, types of bank is one is commercial bank, like for example HDFC Access, which works for profit. Cooperative bank, Tamil Nadu Cooperative Bank, Gujarat Cooperative Bank. Then development bank like SIDBI and IDB, they try to develop the society communities. Regional Rural Bank, Tripura Gramin Bank, Punjab Gramin Bank. Then we have payment bank, which is basically Airtel Payment Bank. Then we have small finance bank, that is Equitas Small Finance Bank. These are the different types of bank in India. Now, the next question is explain the function of RBI. Now, for a bank, the apex authority is always the RBI. So, what will the RBI do? The function of the banking industry in India is regulated by RBI. It is always regulated by RBI. And RBI is responsible for three things. One, development and supervision of banks and NBFC, determining the controlling with the determining control the CG, the monetary policy and credit policy. Who will decide? RBI will decide. Regulate the activities of commercial and other banks. Now, what are the functions? What are the functions of RBI? Sir, currency they will issue. Regulation of currency issue they will do. Like for example, those specified bank notes, 500 and 1000 rupees notes were closed na, in 2016. Acting as a banker to central government and state government, acting as a banker to commercial other types of bank. So for us, let us assume my account is in HDFC Bank. So for me, the banker is HDFC. But for HDFC, who's the banker? RBI. For HDFC, who's the banker? RBI is the banker. Then next, sir, what are the regulatory framework? What are the regulatory framework applicable to bank? So what things are applicable to bank? What laws are applicable to bank? Guys, regulatory framework basically means the law. Banking Regulation Act 1949, Companies Act 2013 is applicable, IT Act 2000 is applicable, Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, State Bank of India Act 1955, Regional Rural Bank 1976, and SARFAESI. SARFAESI ka year is 2002. These are the 7. I mean, more other laws are also applicable, but you remember this 7 different acts. Banking Regulation Act, Companies Act, IT Act, Money Laundering Act, and then SBI Act, Regional Rural Bank Act, and then SARFAESI. SARFAESI ka year is 2002. Then question number 4. It says, what are the types of report? What are the types of report to be issued by the statutory and statutory central auditors in addition to the main report? So as an auditor, obviously you will give an audit report, main audit report, plus you have to give different other reports also. What other reports you will give, sir? First one, report on internal financial controls. Report on internal financial control. Then LFAR. What is LFAR? Long form audit report. It will come in the next question. Then report on compliance with statutory liquidity ratio. SLR, you must have heard this in your foundation economics. SLR, CRR, all those. Then report on the treasury operations of the bank. Report on serious irregularities of the bank. These are extra additional reports which the auditor has to give. Then report on asset classification. Provision is made as per RBI guidelines. Report on instance of adverse credit deposit ratio. So credit means loan, deposit means FD. Credit deposit ratio in the rural bank. Imagine FDs in the bank is just 100 rupees, but they have given loan of 1000 rupees. So FD ke against the loan is more. This is adverse ratio. Okay, so question 1 to 4 it will not come in the exam. Waste. Upai. The next answer says, sir, what are the peculiarities involved in a bank? Like why bank audit is so important? Why it is given so much weightage? Sir, because of huge volume and complexity of the transaction. Like in a bank, you can deposit money, withdraw money, credit card, insurance, gold loan, home loan, ODCC, locker ka facility. Bank gives so many types of different work bank does. Bank does, okay. Plus, so many people ka bank account is there. So many people have different requirements are there. Like I am going for deposit, you are going for withdrawal. Somebody is going for checkbook, somebody is going for NEFT, RTGS. So many things are there. While geographical spread of bank network, book network, bank network. Like HDFC Bank is in Mumbai also, it is in Tamil Nadu also. Tamil Nadu it is in Chennai also, it is in Coimbatore, Erode also. Everywhere it is. Chennai maybe it will be in T Nagar, it will be in Annasalai. A lot of different places it will be there. Then extensive use of technology. Like if I transfer money right now to Divyasri, in like 2 seconds or maybe like 5 seconds, she will receive the money in her bank account immediately. So they are depending on technology. Then strict vigilance by the banking regulator. Can somebody tell me strict vigilance by the banking regulator for a bank? Who's the regulator? Guys, for a bank, who's the regulator? Can somebody tell me? Strict vigilance by the banking regulator. My question is, who's the regulator? RBI. Very good. So for compliance of RBI guidelines, we have to do audit. Question number 6. Explain the form. Explain the form. Content of FS for a banking company and about the order of banking company. So how do you prepare FS of a banking company? FS means financial statement. Guys, please answer in the chat. Is Schedule 3 applicable to a banking company? Companies Act का Schedule 3. No. No, Companies Act it is not applicable. But what is applicable? Every banking company is required to prepare balance sheet and P&L as per again Schedule 3 only. But this Schedule 3 is of which Act? Banking Regulation Act 1949. Which Act, guys? Banking Regulation Act 1949. Form A talks about balance sheet. Form B talks about P&L. Form A is applicable for balance sheet. Form B is applicable to P&L. It should be audited by a chartered accountant holding certificate of practice issued by our godfather, my Bab, ICA. ICA. Then, appointment of auditor. Appointment of auditor. For a banking company, who will appoint? Sir, members will appoint. At AGM of shareholders. So, banking company members. Remember this is MCQ. Banking company members. Banking company. Company means members only. Nationalized bank. Not it is nationalized bank. By concerned bank through the board. By concerned bank through the board. Like for example, we talk about SBI, so SBI will appoint through its board of directors. Then regional rural bank. The next one is what? Regional rural bank. Who will appoint? By concerned bank. Concerned bank. Same it is. Here it is through board. Here it is CG. Regional rural bank is small bank. So here you require CG approval. Both the case में concerned bank, but in nationalized bank who is appointing? Board is appointing. Here regional bank who's giving the approval? CG is giving the approval. In either of the case, you require RBI approval. I mean, in all three, the arrow is wrong here. In all the three cases, you require what? RBI approval because the godfather for a bank is RBI. Remuneration. Sir, banking company, who will decide? Members at the general meeting. Or in a manner decided at the general meeting. Who will decide, sir? Members will decide. In case of a nationalized bank or SBI, who will decide? RBI in consultation with CG. RBI will decide in consultation with CG. Now, the power of the auditor is same as that of company auditor. That is to access books, demand information and explanation. Okay, whatever start auditor ka rights are there in the normal company, same rights are there for banking company auditor. The contents of audit report of SBI National Bank along with the RBI, this is an answer, contents of audit report. It says along with the RBI, the report should also be, along with the RBI, the report should also be submitted to central government. So along with the RBI, you have to submit the report to central government also. What all it will include? Following are the contents of report. It says in the whether in his opinion the FS is giving what? True and fair view. FS is giving what? True and fair view, and he had received all information and explanation. True and fair view. Number 2, whether or not the transactions are made within the powers of the bank. Whether it is made within the powers of bank or not. Whether the details received from branches are adequate for his purpose. Whether the details received from branches are adequate for his purpose, and any other matter which he consider necessary to be brought to the notice of central government. And format of audit report will be as per SA 700, and CARO is not applicable. Sir, why? If you remember, we have done CARO is not applicable to BIFs. B is a banking company. So in the exam, they can ask you one question on contents of audit report of a banking company. It's a descriptive question. Contents of audit report by a banking company. Understood? So with this, we have done the basics. Okay, basics of a banking company. So I'm giving you 5 to 7 minutes time. Okay, I'll be scrolling. If you have got the PDF from the PDF, or in case if you have not got the PDF, you read from the screen 1 to 6 and let me know once it is done. I'll be scrolling slowly. I'm here only. Okay, read 1 to 6. Done? Any doubt till question 1 to 6, guys? Any doubt in 1 to 6? Okay. Hello. Any doubt till now? Okay. Now question number 7. So from here, more little difficult concept will start. It says explain long form audit report. Besides audit report, the order for public sector bank, private sector bank, foreign bank, like all the banks, okay, and their branches required to submit LFAR. That is long form audit report to RBI in a format specified by RBI. So it's an additional report. Like for a normal company, we have CARO. For a banking company, we have LFAR. LFAR we say long form audit report. It is to be submitted by 30th June every year. This is your MCQ, 30th June every year. Now, for timely submission, it requires proper planning for the completion of of LFAR. It's like a CARO report, basically additional reporting requirements. Now, LAFA does not require executive summary to be given. However, the auditor may give the same for bringing out the key observation from the whole document. So this is also an MCQ. Executive summary is not mandatory. If auditor wants to voluntarily give executive summary, he can give, but it is not mandatory. Then, how will you conduct the audit of a bank? So this is an audit procedure. The auditor shall consider initial consideration like declaration of indebtedness. Like as an auditor, you can't be indebted to a company, right? Up to 5 lakhs it is allowed, beyond 5 lakhs you are not allowed. Decide the terms of the engagement, establish the engagement team, who will go, what work they will do. You should identify and assess the wrong risk of material misstatement. Understand the bank, its environment and its internal control system and risk management process. Understand the bank, its environment, its internal control system and risk management process. Then you should establish overall audit strategy audit plan. Check the materiality. You should check the materiality and consider going concern concept. You should assess specific risk and responses to such risk. Basically, full audit syllabus, strategy, plan, materiality, going concern, specific risk, response to such risk. Full audit ka concept you have to write here. And you should follow the norms of Basel 3 framework. So it's a framework of RBI. You should follow the Basel 3 framework. Now, in one attempt, they have asked what are the initial considerations. Like on this point number 1, they have made a descriptive question. So, what are the initial considerations to be made by the stat auditor? So it says he should give declaration of indebtedness, that he is not indebted to the entity. He is not indebted. Audit firm should not take any other internal assignments in the same bank during the same year if they are the stat auditors of that bank. If I am the stat auditor of a bank, okay, and bank is saying, "Achha sir, do one thing, you do internal audit for me." Not allowed. So you do accounting for me. Not allowed. You can't do any work. You can't do any other internal assignment because you are the stat auditor of that bank. You should do proper planning as per 300, and you should understand the terms of engagement as per 210. You should do proper planning as per SA. This is 300. 300. Planning is 300. And you should understand the terms of engagement as per 210. He should communicate with the previous auditor and obtain no objection certificate. This year you are appointed, but previously somebody else was there, and now you have been appointed, so you have to take NOC from the previous auditor. He should perform procedure for opening balance as per 510. Understand the bank as per 315. So all essay ka reference we are writing. We are not studying anything new. Okay. So question number 8 and 9 may say 9 is important. What are the initial considerations to be made by the stat auditor? Initial consideration. 10th. What are this is components? What are components of risk management process in a bank? Components of risk management process. First, so you involve TCW. Like big people, if they are involved, obviously, so the system would be very good and everybody would be following. Like if a headmaster is saying to the class teacher, and then class teacher is saying to the students, obviously the instruction will be more followed, right? But if just students are deciding something, so some of them will not follow. So if it is coming from the top, like top to bottom approach, okay, then instruction will be clearly followed. The TCWG should approve the risk management process and policies. This policy should be with the bank's objective and strategies. Number 2, identification, measurement and monitoring of risk.
First, you identify risk, you measure the risk, and you monitor the risk, how well it is affecting, your financial statements. The risk which impact the achievement of bank goal should be identified, measured, monitored against a pre-approved limit and criteria. Third, control activities. A bank should have appropriate controls to mitigate the risk. For example, if you have seen fire alarm, fire is a fire alarm. In Chroma, in retail, electronic retail store, Saravana store also, if you lift up some electronic, then some alarm rings. That's what this is, control activities. Monitor, CCTVs. Risk management controls, methods, assumptions should be regularly assessed and updated. And last one, reliable information system. That's required reliable information system that provide a adequate financial operational compliance information on timely and consistent basis. So we should have a proper MIS. Sir, MIS means management information system, giving right information to the right person at the right time and at the right place. Okay. These are the components of risk management process. Now, question number 11 says explain drawing power and sanction limit. Explain drawing power and sanction limit. Explain drawing power and sanction limit. Now, so if you're a businessman, you will take working capital ODCC. So what happens here is you don't take a money. Bank just open a limit. Basically, money is not transferred to your account. It is a limit. What happens if imagine they have said 1 crore rupees. So 1 crore is sanction. 1 crore is sanction. That's the maximum amount. Now that 1 crore may, there will be something called drawing power. So out of 1 crore, how much you can withdraw? It is called as drawing power. Drawing power. That depends upon your stock and debtors. So imagine the bank is saying, Acha, EB Limited, do one thing. We are giving a sanction of 1 crore rupees for the entire year. So at the most, you can use maximum 1 crore. But whether to use 1 crore or 80 lakhs or 780 will depend upon your stock and debtors. Okay. So drawing power is an important concept for CC facility, cash credit. It is a limit up to which a firm or a company can withdraw from the working capital limit sanction. Sir, what is sanction limit? Sanction limit is the total exposure that a bank can take on a particular client for facilities like CC, overdraft, export packaging credit. This is a maximum limit. It is calculated as per the guidelines formulated by the board of the respective bank and agreed by the stat auditor. So it will calculate as per the guidelines. Then the stock audit, if you are giving stock to the bank as a security, it should be conducted by the bank for all the accounts whoever funded exposure more than 5 crores. So if you have taken more than 5 crore ka loan, so you are liable for stock audit. The bank should conduct the stock audit of those customers. If you have taken just 4 crore ka loan, not applicable. It is more than 5 crores. Sir, how do you calculate? Following are the steps for calculating DP. Very important, 90% this will be there in the exam for sure. This did not come in the previous and the for sure it will be there in the exam. Sir, first will you calculate stock? So first you take stock at realizable value XX, less you will do unpaid stock, less sundry creditors, acceptance less you will do what? Unpaid stocks, which is basically sundry creditors, acceptance, LCs, etc. You minus. Then what will you minus? After minusing this, you will get something as paid for stock. Then you will minus margin. Margin may, this is a 25%. This is not a formula, it is an example. In the question they give you 30%, 40%. You get stock ka figure. So banker logic is like if you have made a stock, boss, okay. We will not give you an entire stock. We will give you on stock which you have sold. Correct? So stock may first you minus unpaid stock, unsold stock. Sundry creditors, why that? Because obviously there would be some creditors whose money would be outstanding. We will not give to the on that amount. You minus. Plus on that stock you'll have a lot of margin also. You minus that. After doing full time pass, whatever you get stock. Imagine this is coming up to 100 rupees. Debtors. Sir, first you take total debtors. Minus what? Minus ineligible debtors. Sir, ineligible debtors basically means your bad debts. You get eligible debtors. Minus what you do? You do minus margin. You minus the margin. You want the margin minus, you get debtors. Imagine 40 rupees. So 100 plus 40 is your total drawing power. Total drawing power. Now you tell me, this is my DP in my example. My sanction limit should be 140, less than 140 or more than 140. My sanction limit should be less than 140, more than 140, exact 140. Sanction limit. Sanction limit. No, guys, wrong. Sanction limit is the maximum. My sanction has to be more. Either it would be 140 or more than 140. Sanction limit is the max amount. In a year, I am sanctioning you 160 rupees. How much you can use, it will be depending upon your stock and data. Stock and data has to get changed. Okay, this has to be less. Imagine if I calculate in an exam, okay, my sanction limit is 160. Sanction is 160. That's the max amount. I hope Arshad and Srivatsan, you are clear now. Okay, 160 is my sanction limit. Now, as per the calculation of data and stock, we have good amount of data with good amount of stock. The amount came up to 175. My DP ka calculation came up to 175. So loss is how much you can withdraw. Guys, my calculation mein 175 is coming. How much I can withdraw? So I can withdraw not 175. I can not withdraw 175. I can withdraw maximum 160. Arshad, why are you minusing? Arey boss, my sanction means bank is giving me approval in a year. I am giving you 160 rupees. But 160 I will not give you immediately. You come up with your data and stock statement. In a previous quarter, what was your stock and data? Achha, it is 140, take 140. 120, take 120. 160, take 160 from me. But imagine if it comes up to 175. You can't use 175 because my sanction is what? 160 only. So I can use how much? Full 160. We'll do a calculation on this. We'll do an illustration, okay? Sanction limit depend upon your credit score, your goodwill, your CIBIL score, all those things. The bank is giving you sanction. How much you are taking the money, it will depend upon the stock and data. That is called drawing power. Okay. Do one thing. You read 4, 5, 6. No. 7, 8, 9, 10. We do an illustration, then you will get confidence. Okay. Read 7, 8, 9, 10. Read. It was on mute. You could hear it because we were on Zoom, but in recording, people please adjust it. It's very difficult for me to record. You just have to read. I will explain again in short. Okay, you first read it. Okay. Now I am explaining. People who are watching me in recorded, see all this is very easy. This definition, I think only this part was mute. Okay, so this part is easy. This is easy. This is easy. This is easy. Okay, the main security is called as primary security, and the additional security is called as collateral security. Okay, now I'm repeating again the NPA provision because it is very important. How do you check NPA? Three conditions are there. If interest, if either interest or principal or both is outstanding for how many days? More than 90 days, it is NPA. Or the bill is overdue for more than 90 days, it is NPA. In case of ODCC, you don't check 90 days. You just say whether it has become out of order. Whether it has become out of order. Now, what do you mean the term overdue? Amount due to the bank under any credit facility is overdue if it is not paid on the due date fixed by the bank. The date was 13 September. I have not paid on 13 September. I paid on 14 September. So my account will not become NP. It will just be termed as overdue because I have delayed by 1 day. Even 1 day ka delay is called as overdue. What is out of order? Out of order means an OD or CC shall be treated as out of order if it is outstanding, if it outstanding balance remains continuously in excess of sanction limit or DP. My sanction limit was 160, my DP was 140. Due to relation with the bank gave me, imagine they exceeded my sanction limit, they gave me 170, or they exceeded my DP ka limit 145 because of the relation, and I have not repaid them back. It is outstanding. So my account becomes out of order and eventually NPA. You don't have to check 90 days. Number two, the outstanding balance was well within the limits, but there are no credits. Imagine 140 ka limit was there, 160 is sanction, 140 is DP. I have used 120. I have used 120, but there are no credits. There are no credits. I have used, I mean, my account has been debited. So I have used the money, but there are no credits in that 120 rupees. There is no credit. For how many days? For 90 days. So what will be termed as, my account will be called as out of order. And if it is out of order, eventually it is NPA. If it is out of order, it is NPA. Third, sir, there are credits, but imagine 120 ka interest cost is, interest cost is, let us say, 10 rupees. But only 7 rupees I have received. So credit was there, but it was not enough to cover the interest cost. There are credits, but they are not enough to cover the interest cost. So what will be? It will be termed as out of order. And if it is out of order, it will become what? NPA. It will become at NPA. NPA. Okay. Now, classification of advances as per the RBI prudential norms. Either you call them as standard loans or NPA loans. So standard means standard regular standard SMA. SMA means special mention account. Standard regular special mention account. This also came in MCQ. So NPA may we check substandard, doubtful and loss. Substandard, doubtful and loss. Doubtful may D1, D2, D3. So what is SMA? SMA is 0, SMA 1, SMA 2. You don't say 1, 2, 3. It is SMA 0, 1, 2. I have taken a loan, I am paying on time. My loan would be called as standard regular in the books of bank. Imagine Srivatsan had taken a loan and he delayed for like 2 days. He delayed for 2 days. So if you are delayed for 2 days, his loan account will be marked as what? SMA 0, because the account is showing stress signal, not single, it is signal, stress signal. Array boss, he has not paid the money, not paid the money, not paid the money. SMA 0. Imagine if he has not paid the money for 31 to 60. So this will be basically 1 to 30 days. So if you have not paid for one, so one may become overdue. So what will bank do? Bank will mark Srivatsan ka loan as SMA 0. In which category? SMA 0. Now if imagine he has not paid for 40 days, his loan would be called what? SMA 1. SMA 1. Acha, if it has not paid for 70 days, this is what 61 to 90, 70 days, SMA 2. Because after 90 days, his account will be termed as what? NPA. His account will be termed as NPA. So what it says? SMA 0, 1, 2. 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90. 1 to 30, you have to start with 1. 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90. 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90. In case of NPA loans, NPA. Substandard doubtful loss. This will come later on, okay? Now, categories of NPA. First, you put him in substandard set. Standard, substandard, doubtful loss. If he was in NPA category for less than or equal to 12 months, if he was in NPA category for less than or equal to 12 months, you will categorize him as what? Substandard asset. Once again, when did he become NPA? Sir, 90 days like outstanding, more than 90 days, he is NPA. He was kept on 91st day, he became NPA. 1 month pass, 2 month pass, 7 month pass, 10 month pass. Okay, 31st March came in between. So for bank, loan given to Srivatsan is an asset, but it is not standard asset. He will be called as which asset? Substandard asset. Substandard asset. So the loan given to Srivatsan would be called as what? Substandard asset. Obviously, there's a risk. Bank needs to create provision, 15% provision. How much percent provision? 15%. Now, bank has put him in substandard category, and in substandard category, he stayed for more than 12 months. He stayed for more than 12 months. Sir, how many months? More than 12 months. So bank will put him in which category? Doubtful category. Bank will put him in which category? Doubtful. So the premium category is standard. After that, substandard. After that, doubtful. After that, loss. No default, no risk, standard category. Sir, you have not paid the money. Sir, you have not paid the money more than 90 days. You are called as NPA. And immediately bank will put you in substandard category. You will be staying there for how many days? 12 months. 12 months have passed. Still you have not paid. Bank will put you in doubtful category. Now for provision, how much provision? Sir, if it contains unsecured part, 100%, 100%, 100%. All the three categories, 100%. For secured, it will be depending. You are in doubtful category. Boss, you are in doubtful category for how many years? You are in doubtful category for 0 to 1, 1 to 3, more than 3. What will you say? 0 to 1, 1 to 3, more than 3. How much is the percentage of provision? 25, 40, 100. 25, 40, 100. What will you say? 25, 40, 100. Sir, loss. Where loss has been identified by the auditor, 100% provision. 3 years have passed, he is not paying money, bank will create what? 100% provision. What will bank do? 100% provision. Okay. This A wala diagram, B wala diagram, very, very, very important for MCQ. They are testing on this only. It should be clear. Then, classification of NPA. It says availability of security or net worth should not be considered for treating as an advance as NPA. Logic is very simple. You have good wealth, like Dhirubhai Ambani, not Dhirubhai Ambani, Anil Ambani, good amount of wealth, but he defaulted on loan, outstanding for more than 90 days, his loan account will become as NPA. Even though you have lot of wealth, it doesn't matter. Even though you have security, it doesn't matter. Outstanding for more than 90 days, NPA. Asset classification will be borrower wise and not facility wise. It will be as per borrower and not facility. Means I have taken home loan, I have taken personal loan, and I have taken vehicle loan also. All three from HDFC Bank. Okay. This I have paid on time. This I have paid on time. I have defaulted on home loan. This is account number 001. This is account number 002. This is account number 003. Okay. Now you tell me. My name is Abhishek Bansal. So AB will be called as NPA, or AB ka home loan would be called as NPA. That's account number 2. Or AB ka all three loans would be called as NPA. Home loan would be called as NPA. All three loans would be called as NPA. Please tell me in the chat. This also came in MCQ. More than 90 days have passed, I have not paid home loan. So home loan would be NPA, or all three would be NPA. Boss, all three. If one loan is defaulted, so all other three will also be called as NPA. It says asset classification is termed as borrower wise and not facility wise. If you have defaulted in one loan, all the other loan will also be termed as what? NPA. I hope Arshad it is clear to you. Okay. Then accounts regularized near balance sheet date. Now what does this mean? So Arshad, what he was doing, he was taking a loan, defaulting it more than 90 days. 28th March को 28 March repaying. Again, next year took the loan, defaulted 27 March को repaid. Again, took the loan, defaulted, 29th March को repaid. So what was happening on 31st March? 31st March को, if you see from the bank ka perspective, Arshad took a loan, defaulted, but the default is paid. Bank gave money, bank has got the money. So ideally, Arshad cut loan will not be termed as NPA because on balance sheet date there is no outstanding. But if he has been doing this regularly, purposefully, then it will be termed as NPA. It says if an account is classified as NPA and later on amount is received before balance sheet date, it will not be termed as NPA. But if indicates inherent weakness, on the basis of data available, the account be termed as NPA. If continuously is doing like from past 7-8 years, it will be termed as NPA. Then very important guys. Advances guaranteed by the government. If central government has guaranteed my advance, for example, AB Limited went to HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank said, okay, sir, we will give you loan only if Modi ji is guaranteeing. I went to Modi ji. Modi ji, I want money. Modi ji says, I also want money. I said, Modi ji, I have gone to bank. Bank is giving money. You just give guarantee. Central government is giving guarantee on behalf of AB Limited to HDFC Bank. Okay. On behalf of AB Limited to HDFC Bank. I defaulted. Bank gave me two kinds of money. Bank was supposed to receive two kinds of money. One, principal. Other one is interest. Interest goes in, it is basically income. Principal is basically the asset. So for the purpose of income recognition, if central government has given guaranteed, AB loan would be termed as NPA. If same example, state government has given guarantee for the purpose of interest income, AB ka loan would be called as NPA. But for the purpose of asset classification, if Modi ji has given the guarantee, guys, Modi ji has given guarantee, sir, it will be still be standard asset. What it will be? Standard asset. Boss, HDFC Bank, you can't call AB Limited ka that loan ka part, the principal ka part as NPA. No, it is a standard asset. But if state government has given guarantee, it will be called as NPA. What, sir? Boss, simply if it is outstanding for more than 90 days, what we have learned? NPA. For the purpose of income recognition, NPA. For the purpose of income recognition, here also NPA. For the purpose of asset classification, NPA. Only the exception is in case of central government giving guarantee for the purpose of asset classification, it is not NPA, it is a standard asset. Now, if it is a standard asset, bank will go to Modi ji. Modi ji, you told if AB does not pay, Modi ji will pay. Correct? You have given guarantee. Now, please give me the money. HDFC Bank went to central government. Central government says, oh, HDFC Bank, you made a boo boo. We are not paying. So when bank invoked the guarantee, central government has revoked the guarantee or cancelled the guarantee or repudiated the guarantee. Now, if central government has cancelled the guarantee, now you tell me, now will HDFC Bank call AB ka that principal amount, that asset classification as NPA? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, now it will be NPA. So if guarantee is revoked or repudiated, then it will be treated as NPA. Okay. Then accounts where there is erosion in the value of the security or frauds committed by the borrower. Generally, what is the process? More than 90 days, then it is NPA. Correct? Simple rule. But if what happened if fraud has been done? What says if it is not appropriate to follow stages of asset classification like NPA, then substandard, then doubtful, and then loss, right? So what you are saying, if it has fraud has happened there, it says straight away classified as doubtful or loss as appropriate. Means if the realizable value is less than 50%, a bank has given you gave bank to a collateral, a security. Now you have done fraud. The realizable value is less than 50%. And it will not be termed as NPA and then substandard. It will directly be called as what? Doubtful. Less than 50% directly doubtful. If the value of the security has become less than 10%, you gave a house but that house was declared illegal. So bank cannot sell. If they are selling, they're just getting 8% of the value. If it is less than 10%, directly bank will call that loan as loss asset. Either you write it off or you provision should be created. Either you write it off or the provision should be created by the bank. Remember, less than 50, doubtful. Less than 10, straight away loss. Don't follow that hierarchy. NPA, substandard, doubtful, loss. No hierarchy. Straight away doubtful and loss. Then advances against term deposits, NSCs, KVPs. NSC is National Saving Certificate, KVP is Kisan Vikas Patra, IVP is Indira Gandhi Vikas Patra. All these are government Vikas Patra basically. All these are government guaranteed securities. Even though you have defaulted, it will not be termed as NPA. Advances against above need not be considered as NPA, even though 90 days criteria is there. Okay, so that 90 days criteria will not be applicable here. Provided adequate margin is available. Adequate margin means, sir, your principal and interest should be secured by that KVP or any security certificate. So even though you have taken a loan on NSC, KVPs, 90 days have passed. What was my normal rule? More than 90 days, NPA. But in this case, 90 days would not be applicable provided adequate margin is available. This is the word called as adequate margin. Margin is available. So basically, the principal amount plus interest amount both should cover that, should be covered by those deposits. Agriculture advances affected by natural calamities, flood, earthquake, tsunami. So RBI has given a criteria. What it says? Bank may decide their own relief measures, like they may convert the short-term loan into long-term, or they may reschedule the repayment period and sanction fresh short-term loans. So for example, if you had taken a loan, you are a farmer, and imagine there was a drought or an earthquake or a tsunami or a flood, and your crops got destroyed because of a natural calamity. You have taken a loan. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, 3 months passed, 90 days have passed. So ideally after 90 days, it will be NPA. Law says no. In case of agriculture advances affected by natural calamities, bank will say, do one thing. We are converting a short-term money, short-term loan into long-term. Or do one thing. Just pay principal right now, pay interest later on. Or vice versa. Just pay interest right now, pay principal later on. So these are the new terms. You have to follow these new terms. If these new terms are contravened, like if these new terms mean you have defaulted for 90 days, then it will be termed as NPA. In such cases, NPA classification could be governed by the rescheduled terms, like the new loans. Okay. Advances to staff. Now, what does advances to staff means? HDFC Bank giving money to its own staff. As a banker, it will be included in advances portfolio. As an employer, it will be included in the head of other assets. As a banker means you are taking a home loan. As an employer, imagine they are giving like a shadi loan, marriage loan. So it is given to all the employees. So if it is employer-employee relationship, it will be part of other assets. Other assets. If it is as a banker, it is a part of advances portfolio. Now, in case of a housing loan or any similar advances which is granted to staff member, like means HDFC Bank giving to its own staff, where the interest is payable after recovery of principal. Interest is payable when? After recovery of principal. After recovery of principal. Means you have to first pay only principal. When are you paying interest? After your principal is paid. Now imagine if you remember the definition of NPA. Either interest not paid or principal not paid for more than 90 days. The account becomes NPA. In this case, HDFC Bank gave loan to, let us assume, Divya Sri, okay, as a home loan, and she was supposed to just pay principal right now, interest after repayment of the principal. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, 3 months passed, 90 days passed. She have just paid the principal. She has not paid the interest. Will Divya Sri ka loan be termed as NPA? Yes or no? Yes or no? Will Divya Sri ka loan be termed as NPA? Tell me. No. Why? She has not done default. Are boss, the terms say you just have to pay principal now. When will you pay interest? After recovery of principal now. So if she is just paying principal, interest she is not paying because she is not supposed to pay. When is she supposed to pay? After recovery of principal. Now imagine principal is paid and now she is liable to pay interest. 1 month pass, 2 month pass, 3 month pass. She has not repaid the interest. Now it will be termed as NPA. Or she was just supposed to pay principal. 1 month pass, 2 month pass, 3 month pass. She has not paid the principal. Then it will be termed as NPA. Then it will be termed as NPA. Okay. Such loan will be termed as NPA only if there is a default in repayment of installment of principal or interest on respective due dates. Respective due date, I hope you understand this. Then, agricultural advances for long duration crops, short duration crops. For long duration crops means a crop season where it is more than 1 year, like mango, it takes more than 1 year. Short duration crop like paddy, rice, for less than or equal to 1 year. It will be termed as NPA. See, what is my normal rule? Default for more than 90 days, NPA. But for crop season, for agricultural crops, it will be NPA only if either the principal or the interest or both is outstanding for one crop season. You don't check 90 days, one crop season. What is one crop season? More than 1 year. It could be 17 months, 18 months, 13 months, 14 months. Here, it will be NPA if the principal or interest remains overdue for two crop season. What is two crop season? Like rice paddy, 3 to 4 months it gets you can make rice and paddy within 3 to 4 months. So one crop season not paid, another crop season 3 to 4 months not paid. If you have not paid for two crop season, then it will be termed as NPA. Long duration crops, short duration crops, more than 1 year, less than or equal to 1 year. Okay. Advances under consortium. Now imagine Gautam Adani wanted 1,000 crore ka loan. So HDFC is a leader. HDFC gave 400 crores. Bank of Baroda gave 300 crores. PNB gave, let us assume, 150 crores. 850. Now let us assume Axis gave 100 crores, 950. And UTI gave 50 crores. This is called as a consortium. What it is called as consortium of loan. Now, who's the leader? The bank which gives highest money is called as a leader. HDFC is a leader of that group, leader of that consortium. Now, Gautam Adani repaid HDFC ka money, BOB ka money, PNB ka money, UTI ka money. He did not repay Axis ka money. The question is, will Axis Bank term Gautam Adani ka loan as NPA? Tell me. Will Axis Bank term Gautam Adani ka loan as NPA? Yes or no? Yes. Axis Bank has not got the money, NPA. Now imagine what did Gautam did? Gautam gave money to HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank was supposed to part the money, means give the money to other banks. Gautam has repaid entire 1,000 crore to HDFC, and HDFC has not given to the other bank. The question, but HDFC have got the entire 1,000 crores, but HDFC have not given to BOB, PNB, Axis, and UTI. They have not given it. Will Gautam ka loan be termed as NPA in the books of BOB, PNB, Axis, UTI? Tell me. Yes or no? Yes. Always you have to see your own. If you have not got the money, it is NPA. It means loan given by two or more banks to the borrower for forming a consortium. Consortium means a group. Bank with the higher share, in our example HDFC, will lead the consortium. He is a leader. Consortium advances should be based on the record of recovery of the respective individual member bank. They gave the money, they did not got NPA. Then, if the remittances by the borrower are not pooled with one bank, or the bank receiving remittance is not sharing the same with the other member bank, HDFC is not sharing with other member bank, then the account shall be treated as and not service in the books of other member banks and therefore will be termed as NPA. So Gautam Adani ka loan will be NPA. The banks participating in consortium need to arrange their respective share from the lead bank in order to ensure proper asset classification, or it will be termed as NPA. So was other banks, you have given money, you should get the money. Okay. Refer TYU 2 and 3, which is basically on those NPA only. Have you understood those NPA ka terms, guys? Have you understood? Any doubt on NPA ka terms? Any doubt? Okay. Now, these are 3-4 direct questions. Okay, 3-4 questions. This you do it on your own. I'll tell you one answer, very important. Audit procedure. This is basically question number 19 and 20. This is basically how would you verify interest income, and this is how would you verify expenses. This is basically audit procedure 19 and 20. These are important. Out of these two, one can come in the exam. So 16 to 20 you do it on your own. I've explained you almost every concept of the bank audit. Okay, let's just do May 26 question so that you get confidence. Oh, descriptive did not came. Please answer this. No, see. MCQ they had asked. XYZ Bank, a scheduled commercial bank, is preparing its FS for the year ended so and so. During the financial, the bank undertook various lending and investment, blah blah blah. This full story. In respect of its lending portfolio, the bank accounted for interest income amounting to 1.07 on the advances secured by term deposits, national savings, and blah blah blah. Even though the amounts had not been received on the balance sheet date, so they have given loan against NSC and national savings certificate and all those things. Okay, it is always secure. We just did that concept. Okay, even though the amount have not received on the balance sheet, cannot termed as NPA. Now, the bank purchased month bills and under total of discount of 2.5 crores. Since half the bill period extended beyond 31st March, part of the discount is related to subsequent accounting period. Additional rediscounting charges are 0.5 crore were netted off against the discount income. This transaction require examination to determine whether income has been recognized as per the guidelines of RBI. This is a separate story. Then, XYZ Bank is a co-lender in a consortium agreement where several banks jointly advance a term loan of 150 crore. We just did the concept to a corporate borrower, Adani. ABC Bank act as a lead bank and is responsible for collecting and distributing borrower remittances among the consortium members. At the year end, it was observed that XYZ Bank had not received its share repayment from the lead bank, although the borrower had been remitting payment to the lead bank. So lead bank money had got, but XYZ had not received. The auditor must evaluate the correct asset classification and income recognition. Okay. Now, in addition, the bank monitors loan portfolio as per RBI prudential norms. What are they saying? The bank monitors loan portfolio as per RBI prudential norms. Borrower A 20 days, borrower B 30 days, borrower C 85 days. The bank follows SMA, special mention accounts. You remember that? SMA 0, 1, 2. It was 1 to 30. I told you, remember one number. 31 to 60, then 61 to 90. Okay. This is so very easy. In a consortium lending arrangement where ABC Bank is the lead bank, how the bank should classify its portion of the loan? Classify as standard since the borrower has remitted the payment. One second. No? How does XYZ should classify? XYZ should classify, okay? Classify standard since the borrower has made the payment to lead bank. Classify as standard because overall consortium exposure is being serviced. Like he has repaid the money. Here, classify as NPA until XYZ receives the share of repayment. Recognize interest income on accrual basis. Tell me. In the question, XYZ has not got the money, lead bank has got the money. What will you term as? Term. Tell me. Others? Fifth guy is C. Fifth guy is C. Now, based on the RBI guidelines, SMA, how should the borrowers be classified? How borrower should be classified? If you see, borrower A is what? Sir, 20 days. It will go in SMA 0. Borrower C is 85 days. 85 days it will go in 2. Very important, borrower B. Borrower B is guys 30 days. 30 days. It will go where? 30 days. SMA 0 or SMA 1? It will go where? SMA 0 or SMA 1? SMA 0. So it is basically 0, 0, 2. Correct? 0, 0, 2. 0, 0, 2. 0, 0, 2. Maximum people in this attempt they mark this one. They thought sir 0, 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, sir 0, 1, 2. Be very clear. 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90. Everything is important. Everything. Okay. Sixth answer is A. Sixth answer is A. A. Now, XYZ Bank recognized interest on advances secured by term deposits, NSC life insurance policy, and on discount on purchase bill while rediscounting charges were netted off against the discount income. So it was a different concept. This is an accounting treatment from Banking Act. So it says interest on secured advances may be recognized on accrual basis where adequate margin exists. Correct? Interest on advances should be recognized on accrual basis where adequate margin exists. However, on bill purchase, or only the portion of discount up to 31st March should be recognized, and rediscounting charges should not be netted off from the discount earned. Should not be netted off from the discount earned. The seventh guy is B. This was the right answer. Again, it will not be coming back again in the exam, but yeah, this is an accounting treatment. 6 mark came in MCQ in the previous attempt. Have you understood, guys? Banking. One important line, if it is NPA, what happens, sir? Generally in India, we follow accrual basis. But if an account becomes NPA, we don't follow accrual basis, we follow receipt basis. And if you have created the income, if you have booked the income on accrual, you will reverse it. Or you create a provision. Either you reverse it or you create the provision. So in case of NPA, you don't recognize on accrual basis, you follow on cash basis, receipt basis. Clear, guys? Have you understood this? Cool. So we meet on Saturday. That will be a last class. I'll try to do maximum content, whatever it is. Okay. On Saturday we're gonna meet. Cool. So finish off your bank audit, and on Saturday we meet. Let's see whatever we can do. Saturday again 2 hours class, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Okay. Chalo. Bye guys. Same thing. 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday last class. Bye. Hi guys. What's up? Am I audible, visible? Can somebody confirm? Check, check, check. Hello. Hello. Please check. Hi guys. Good afternoon. Am I audible, visible? Okay. Great. Sure, let's start. So we have completed the bank audit chapter in the previous session. So we try to do some more chapters today. Let's start with first audit documentation, because audit documentation is very easy and very scoring. We are first doing audit documentation. It's a very small chapter. We'll get over in like half an hour, 45 minutes. Okay. I'm sharing this in the Telegram. Plus, I have also forwarded to the team, so you can take it from there. Okay. So audit documentation, you can't skip it. It has been coming every time in the every attempt. Okay, audit documentation chapter. Let's start. Okay. Now, audit documentation. So if you remember, we have done some standards. Let's quickly try to recall the standard numbers. Can you tell me what is 570, guys? Standard number 570. Anybody 570 standard number? Please write in the chat standard number 570. Going concern. Correct. 580 was written representation. 580 was written representation. 560 was subsequent event. Okay. Now, in this chapter also there is one standard number. So the standard number is basically your SA 230. What it is? It is SA 230. It says what is audit documentation? What is audit documentation? And audit documentation means, so you have to say this PEC, PEC. Yeah, we say PEC, PEC, PEC. Just remember this one. It can come in MCQ also. It can come in descriptive also. PEC. So what is PEC? So audit documentation will include. Sir, audit documentation will include what all? Sir, records of audit procedure performed, relevant audit evidence obtained, conclusion the auditor has reached. PEC, P, procedure, E, evidence, C, conclusion. Sometimes it is also called as what? Working papers, or it is also called as work papers. It is called as working papers, or it is also called as work papers. Now, PEC, records of procedure performed, evidence obtained, and conclusion reached. It is also called working papers or work papers. Now, sir, what is the objective of the auditor for SA 230? Sir, a sufficient and appropriate record of the basis for the auditor's report, because my main objective is to give opinion via report. So report might need to collect some documents. So it is sufficient and appropriate record of the basis for the auditor's report, and evidence that the audit was planned and performed as per SA. Evidence that the audit was planned and performed as per SA. So you have planned and performed the audit. So uska documentation should be kept. Important answer. What are the advantages, purpose of documentation? Sir, it assists the engagement team to plan and perform the audit. Now we have prepared a timetable basically, right? Okay. Okay. 3 days. Let us assume Arshad will go and do bank reconciliation. Hari Krishnan will go for, let us assume, to check purchase and sales. Kritika will go for, let us assume, for physical verification of assets. Sri Vatsal will do, let us assume, salary ka checking. So if there is a proper documentation kept, I know who is going, what they are doing, how they are doing. They'll come back to office, submit the documents. It assists the engagement team to plan and perform the audit. It assists the engagement team to direct and supervise the audit work. So who is expert in what area, I can direct that via audit documentation. It enables the engagement team to be accountable for its work. So for example, Arshad went for bank reconciliation. For 5 days, he will do bank reco. He'll come back to office. Now when he come back to office, he has to sign those papers and give it to the office. Now in future, if there's some problem in bank reconciliation, as a boss, I will catch hold Arshad. So here it helps the engagement team to be accountable. It helps in retain the records of the importance for future audit. If next year we are the auditors only, next year we're gonna do the same company audit. So what we have done in past, this will help us. Okay. It enables to conduct quality control reviews as per SQC1. So SQC1 we have done in that chapter, ethics wala chapter mein. It helps to conduct what? Quality control review. It enables the conduct of external inspection as per legal, regulatory, and other requirements. If income tax people are asking, sir, how have you done the audit? So this is the documents. This is the timetable. Arshad went for bank reconciliation, this went for purchase, this went for sales. So proper record is there. So in case of any legal and regulatory requirements, it helps us to serve as an external inspection. So these are the advantages of audit documentation. Sir, what are the examples of audit documentation? What are the examples of audit documentation? The code is class C. What is the code, guys? Class C. C. Checklist. One more C. Correspondences including email concerning significant matters. So checklist, correspondences. L. Letter of confirmation and representation. A. Analysis. S. Summaries of significant matters. A, one more was audit programs. A was audit programs. I. Issue memoranda. What it is? Issue memoranda. So these are the examples of audit documentation. Now what basically this is important, has come in the exam. In the MCQ they will give 4 options. 3 will be from class C, 1 would be something else, and they will ask us to find out which is not the audit documentation. The code here is class C. Checklist, correspondences including email concerning significant matters. L. Letter of confirmation and representation. A. Audit programs. One more A. Analysis. S. Summary of significant matter. I. Issue memoranda. Issue memoranda. Then, what factors of on which what are the factors on which the form and the content of documentation will depend upon? Sir, what are the factors on which the form and content of audit documentation will depend upon? The code here is CARS-me. CARS-me. Now you tell me, if the company has internal control system, if the company has internal control system, documentation would be more or less? If the company has internal control system, the documentation will be more or less? Tell me. The documentation would be less. No, less now, Srivatsan, because you will rely on system. You will generate system reports. Your documents would be less there. Acha. AB Limited Reliance Industries. AB Limited Reliance Industries. The documents would be more where? Documents would be more where? Reliance, my friend, Reliance. Size. Reliance, big company. Very big company. Even though system is there, but documents as compared to AB Limited will be more, no? Okay. Now the question is, on what factors the audit documentation depends? The code is CARS-me. C. Complexity and the size of the entity. What it is? Yeah, even electronic will be included. Yes, yes, everything would be included. Complexity and size of the entity. A. Audit procedure performed. Nature of audit procedure performed. R. Risk of material misstatement. ROM. Risk of material misstatement. Now you tell me, Tanishq ka inventory we are doing and Tupperware ka inventory we are doing. Tupperware, Tanishq is a jewelry store. Tupperware is plastic industry, like bottle, tiffin box, all those. You tell me, documentation will be more where? Tanishq, correct. Because it's a high risky item, high risky item. Then S. Significance of the evidence obtained. M. Audit methodology and the tools used. E. The nature and extent of exceptions identified. So here it is audit methodology and the tools used. Here it is exceptions identified. So the guys, the code is CARS-me. Complexity and the size of the entity, nature of the audit procedure performed. R. Risk of material misstatement. S. Significance of the audit evidence obtained. M. Methodology and the tools used. E. Nature and extent of exceptions identified. CARS-me. Hot favorite, important answer. Explain audit file. So what will you say? Audit file can be defined as one or more folders or other storage media. So Shivatsan, the doubt you were asking sits here. In physical or in electronic form, containing the records that complete audit documentation for specific engagement. So audit file will contain what? Both physical and electronic form. It can be in physical and electronic form, which will contain the documents for specific engagement. Now, explain the relationship between audit file and audit documentation. Between audit file and audit documentation. So first we'll write audit file ka definition, which is given in question number 6. This pointers you will write here. Then you will write audit documentation ka definition, which is given in question number 1. This one. Then the auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in an audit file and complete the administrative process of assembling the final audit file. So you will collect all the papers, put it in the file. Okay, you will collect, it is called administrative process. And assemble, that means you will put everything in a file on a timely basis. But it is on timely basis. When? After the data of auditors report. On timely basis after the data of auditors report. Now what is assembly? It's given here. Question number 8. Very important answer this also. See, my question is, when will you collect audit documentation? When will you collect audit documentation? After the date of audit report or before the date of audit report? After the audit or before the audit? I will collect the document during the audit. Arey boss, what is the use of after audit? Collecting. You will collect from the management when? During the audit. You will put it in a file and you will assemble the file. That means you will arrange the file. That will happen when? After the date of audit report. So documentation is collected during the audit. It is assembled after the audit. So sir, after the audit means like after 2-3 years also I can do, na? No, they have given a time limit. Time limit is of 60 days. How many days guys? 60 days. As per SQC1, the auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in an audit file and complete the administrative process of assembling the audit file on timely basis after the date of auditor's report, but within 60 days. Within 60 days, but within 60 days. So always remember the question is on collection of documentation during the audit, assembling the final audit file after 60 days. Then changes can be made to audit documentation during the final assembly process if they are of administrative in nature. So if you want to make changes in the assembling, you can do it when you're finalizing everything. For example, deleting or discarding superseded documentation. So like for example, I have collected April to June ka bank statement. And I have also collected April to March ka bank statement. So I have an April to June ka bank statement ka copy. I have April to March ka bhi bank statement. So April to March, April, May, June will also be there, right? So this what I will do, I will throw it away. So I'm deleting or discarding the superseded documentation. Sorting, collating and cross-referencing working papers. If I have a sales ledger, like sales bills are there, correspondingly I will check data, correspondingly I will check stock statement. I'll staple those together. Purchase is there, I will staple GST ka receipts transfer ka receipt together. Then signing off and completion checklist relevant to the file assembly process. Signing off, like for example, if my work I have prepared like collect, purchase, sales, bank statement, query sheet, all this I have prepared a checklist. Now all the checklist ka work is done. I will sign it off and throw it away because I am done. Documenting audit evidence with the auditor, which the auditor has obtained, and discuss with the engagement team before auditor's report date. So whatever you have collected the documents, okay, and you have discussed with the engagement team. Now you have given a conclusion, right? You have given opinion. So that document that working, imagine depreciation of working is there. You don't require depreciation of working, you can throw it away. So these are the four points where you can throw it away. This also came in exam in MCQ also and descriptive also. Retention. Sir, when will the audit documentation should be retained? So audit documentation should be retained for 7 years from the date of signing auditor's report or group auditor's report. Audit documentation should be retained for 7 years from the date of signing report or group auditor's report, whichever is later. Then ownership of audit documentation. Sir, as per SQC1, audit documentation is the property of the auditor. It is the property of the auditor. He can show some working papers or all working papers at his own discretion. He can show some working papers or all working papers at his own discretion. The statutory auditor or the principal auditor, the main auditor cannot ask the working paper from small people. Who are small people? Internal auditor, branch auditor, subsidiary auditor. Okay. Yeah, subsidiary auditor. Exception, regulators like for example IT department, SEBI, MC, they can ask. Stat auditor, you can't ask working paper from internal auditor. If internal auditor wants to voluntarily show the working paper, he can show, but you can't ask only. Main auditor, principal auditor, you can't ask subsidiary auditor say working papers. If they want to show, they can show. Working papers are the property of the auditor. Understood? So this is one part of the content, question number 1 to 9, which is a little easy, logical. Then we are just left with 10, 11, 12. Okay. So first you read 1 to 9. So everything is sorted in your mind. If there's any doubt, you can drop in your chat, in the chat box. Okay. And slowly, slowly I'll scroll this. Okay. I'm sitting here only. Start reading from question number 1 to 9. Okay. Any doubt till here, guys? Till question 129. Any doubt? So we have around 2 people more. Any doubt? Cool. So let's do the 3 answers, 10, 11, 12. Then the chapter gets over. Very small, simple chapter. So it says completion memorandum or audit documentation summary. What it is? Completion memorandum or audit documentation summary. So it's basically an index. So if you have collected like thousands of documents from a client, obviously you'll be scrolling the file again and again. So it's better you prepare an index. It says the auditor may retain a part of the audit documentation, a summary, also known as completion memorandum, that will describe what significant matters arise identified during the audit and how they were addressed. Significant matters identified during the audit and how they were addressed. Such summary facilitates the effective and efficient review and inspection of audit documentation or one specially for large and complex audit. The audit becomes much easy. The preparation of such summary may also assist the auditor consideration of significant matters. All important matters he will note down so that in future or in the continuation of the audit it will be easy for him. It's a 3 marker, 4 marker answer. Explain completion memorandum or explain audit documentation. Then 11. Example of documentation of significant matters and significant professional judgment. Now what are they asking? Give the examples of documents of significant matter or significant professional judgment. So when you're reading the question, please be very clear what are they asking. If they are asking significant matters, so you will write RCF wala answer. There's 3 points. If they're asking documents of significant judgment, that's the next answer. Both have come in the exam. Once they have asked significant matter, once they have asked judgment wala answer, once they have asked both. So what are significant matters ka documents? RCF are results of the audit process indicating that the FS could be materially misstated. If FS are misstated, whatever the reason is, put your documentation. Or a need to raise the auditor's previous assessment of ROM and auditor's responses to those risks. A need to revise, not raise, it is revise. A need to revise the auditor assessment of ROM and the responses to those risks. C. Circumstances that causes the auditor significant difficulty in applying audit procedure. You could not go for a branch visit. You could not go to somewhere to do the audit. Why? Some protest was going on. Okay. What is the proof? The documentation. Protest ka photo, protest ka date, some order of the government. For example, Bombay mein there's huge flood right now. So you can't, like Gujarat mein there's a huge flood. Okay. So you can't go and do the audit. So put the documents of it in the file. F. Finding that could result in modification to the audit opinion. You are modifying the opinion, means you are giving qualified as disclaimer. Why? What's the reason? Documented. So this is significant matters. What are significant matters? RCF. RCF. Significant matters. Judgment. A rationale for the auditor's conclusion when a requirement provides that the auditor shall consider certain information on factors. Rationale for auditor's conclusion when a requirement provides that the auditor shall consider certain information or factors. Like imagine GST. Now GST may I have to check entire CGST, SGST, IGST, credits, everything. Why? It is written in GST law. GST is important. It is applied on sales. I have to verify that. So the reason, rationale, basically the reason, justification. Basis for the auditor's conclusion on the reasonableness of the areas of subjective judgments. Example, reasonableness of significant accounting estimate. Management has made a provision of bad debts like 30%. So it's management ka judgment. On that judgment, we are putting our judgment. I'm saying 20%. Why? How? What is the basis? Documented. Document the basis. Basis for auditor's conclusion about the authenticity of the documentation. I have asked them, Acha, this property is on your name company? They say yes. Give me that agreement. So agreement ka copy obviously will document it. So basis for conclusion about the authenticity of the documentation. You will document it. It's a significant judgment. Then this also came in exam. I think it was Jan 26, yeah, September 25 per question. If the auditors has no connection with the audit, why documentation is so important to him? That means when you're going for the first time to do audit, why documentation plays a very important role. It says if the auditor has no previous connection with the audit, he should prepare documentation to understand what NT of the procedure, results of the procedure of performed, audit evidence obtained, significant matters arising during the audit. This is RCF, sorry, PEC. Procedure performed, evidence obtained, conclusions, conclusion reason, PEC, first answer. Then, in documenting the NT of procedure, now we are learning one by one procedures. In documenting the NT of procedure, what you should do? Identify the characteristics of specific items, like stock में what will you document, property का ownership में what will you document, bank reconciliation में what will you document, who performed the audit work, the date of such work was completed. From my articles, who has completed the work, I will document that. On what date he has completed, I'll document that. Who reviewed the audit work performed and the extent of such review. My article ka work was reviewed by my partner or it was reviewed by me, I will document that. Auditor shall document the discussion of significant matter with management TCWG and others including KMP. What do you have to document? The matter, when and with whom the discussion took place. So if you spoke to TCWG something, what did you spoke, when did you spoke, and with whom do you spoke? So you have to document that also. Fourth, if the auditor has identified information which is inconsistent with the auditor's final conclusion, he should document how he addressed the inconsistency. Management has shown something else, you are saying something else, there's inconsistency, how you have resolved that, you will document that. So it is important. Question number 12 came in the exam. So there are two TYUs, 1, 2, and you have to refer case study page 6.12 ISA. That's it. Okay. So these are the 4 pointers. So 12 questions may say one question for sure you will find in the paper. Okay. Quickly just read 10, 11, 12. Then we will do exam ka question. Okay. Read 10, 11, 12. Read guys. Okay, there was a mistake. There was a mistake. Okay. Please read this part. This part in the last question. Okay. Arshad and Shivatsan, please read. Okay. By mistake, the meeting got closed. And guys, any doubt? Any doubt? Okay, hold on. Can you answer this question for me? And from the notes, can you tell me which answer you will write? 4 mark answer. Tell me which question number you will write. Examples of significant matters RCF. Superb, Arshad, superb. SA 230, question number 11 from our notes RCF. So day one, if you remember, I had told you, believe on the notes, trust the notes, mug up the notes, ratify the notes, rank the notes, ratify whatever you are doing, do it. Just have a identify the trick to identify the questions. If you get it, this is story, 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 story. Last 1/4 we will get the answer. Understood? Almost all the answers we have already completed. Almost all the answers. Cool. So this chapter is over. So one more chapter, SA 230, audit documentation is done. So minimum 4 marks plus 2 can take 2 mark MCQ, 6 mark ka chapter is there. Okay. It's 2:55 right now. Let's take a 5 minute small break, then we'll continue. Okay. Then I'll do one more chapter with you guys. Okay. We'll be doing the first chapter, nature strategy chapter, nature and landing, the first chapter of the nature of audit basically. Okay. Let's wait for 5 minutes. Let's take a small break. Hi guys, welcome back. Let's do the last chapter. We're doing nature, objective, and scope of audit. Welcome back, guys. Let's do nature, objective, and scope of audit. Nature, objective, and scope of audit. Okay, very small chapter again it is. So it's basically the basic chapter of audit. So whenever you're studying, you should do it towards the end. It says an audit is an independent examination of financial information of an entity, whether it's a profit oriented entity or it's not a profit oriented entity, means whether it's a section 8 wala company or a normal company, irrespective of the size or the legal form. When such an examination is conducted to express an opinion, the main job of the auditor is to express opinion. The main job is to express opinion. Sir, is audit mandatory, voluntary? Sir, audit as per Companies Act in India is mandatory. For which entity? Sir, for company it is mandatory. However, certain non-corporate entities may also require the audit of if the turnover crosses certain threshold as per Income Tax Act. In the audit, which still we are mentioning 1961. Okay, people appearing in future, me and send me, you will say Income Tax Act 2025 basically. Right now, old syllabus people, you will write 1961 only. So other individuals may also get it audit voluntarily because various advantages are flowing from the audit. So question 1 and 2 is waste. Sir, who appoints the auditor and to whom the report is submitted? In case of company, who appoints member in the AGM? In case of government company, CAG. In case of firm, partners. In case of firm, partners. Under tax laws, by the government authorities. By the government authorities. Company may members in AGM, government may CAG, firm may partners, and tax laws, various government authorities. So submission of report. The report is submitted to the persons making the appointment. The report is submitted to the person making the appointment. For example, company, it will be given to the members. In case of firm, it will be given to partners. Company may members, firm may partners. Very important answer. Question number 4. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is important. Sir, what are the advantages, the need and the benefits of audit? Advantages, need, benefit of the audit. Sir, it safeguards the financial interests of the stakeholders, bankers, creditors, prospective investors, etc. of the entity. If the accounts are audited, obviously it will protect the interest of everybody. It keeps a moral check on the employees from committing defalcation or embezzlement. It keeps a moral check on the employees from committing defalcation or embezzlement. It helps in settling the trade dispute. It helps in reduction of wastages and loss. It helps in settling the liability for taxes. It is useful for obtaining bank loan. The main advantage is bank loan. Now, if you see the presentation, I have written point form my answer. After every point, I have left one line. This is an actual presentation you will write in the answer in the exam. So write the pointers, leave one line and give the numbering to it. Okay. Question number 5. What are the objectives of audit? Very important. Sir, as per essay 200, overall objectives of the independent auditor. What will you say? Overall objectives of the independent auditor and conduct of audit as per standards on auditing and conduct of audit as per essay standards on auditing. Following are the objective. Very important to obtain reasonable assurance. What will you say? To obtain reasonable assurance when the FS are free from material misstatement due to fraud or error, and to express opinion whether the FS are prepared as per applicable FRF. So you will obtain reasonable assurance and express opinion. Obtain reasonable assurance and express opinion. To report on the FS and communicate as per essay. To report, you will prepare the report and communicate as per essays. Sir, audit has relationship with whom? Audit has relationship with everybody. This came in the exam. Audit has relationship with everybody. Accounts. So for this, the descriptive part is in the module. So I'm saying audit has relationship with everybody. Accounts, law, eco, behavioral science, stats and maths, data processing, financial management, production. So this attempt, I think 4 mark answer, 1 mark they had asked. So audit has relationship with everybody, all the subjects. Sir, why audit? Sorry, why accounts? Sir, audit, obviously the auditor will be doing the audit of accounts. He will be checking the compliance of laws. He will be checking both macros and micros. Uh, auditor has to face lot of meet different kinds of people who has different behavior. He has to deal with the people. Obviously, he will check the mathematics like depreciation calculation, provision for bad debts calculation. He will check the data which is processed by the entity internal control system. Of course, he will check ratios, compute the ratios, trend, cash flows, budgets, forecasts, and production data also. So one line me you are supposed to write the answer. But yeah, remember for the MCQ, audit has relationship with everybody. Now explain scope of audit. This came in the previous attempt. Scope of audit. Sir, it should cover all the aspects of the entity. Sir, audit of FS should include what? All the aspects of the entity relevant to the FS being audited. Number 2, reliability and the sufficiency of the financial information. Reliability and the sufficiency of financial information. The auditor should be satisfied that the information contained in the accounting records are sufficient and reliable to express opinion. Then, proper disclosure of the financial information. The auditor should decide whether the relevant information is properly disclosed in the FS and keep in mind the statutory requirement. Like Companies Act, how would you disclose? The auditor will always audit what? Historical financial information. Guys, historical means whatever has happened previously, whatever has happened, okay? Whichever occurred in the past time period, which has happened. Example, purchase and sales which are reflection of the FS of an entity. Purchase and sales have already happened. So I don't check prospective, I audit historical, means whatever has happened already we'll be checking that. Sir, what is not included in audit? This came in the exam. I mean, exclusions and inclusion. Inclusion was question number 7. This is exclusions. Sir, following are excluded from scope of audit. That means we will not do as an auditor. What all, sir? Responsibility of preparation, presentation of FS. This will not be included in audit. What? Preparation and presentation of FS. Ka responsibility. You tell me whose responsibility is to prepare and present the FS? Whose responsibility is to prepare and present the FS, guys? Can you tell me? Management. Management ka. So it's not our responsibility. Duties outside the scope of competence of auditor. I agree, I'm an auditor. I know a lot of subjects, costing, FM, law, audit, everything. I'm not GST expert. I will see GST with relevance to my audit scope. Sir, whether we can, client is asking me, sir, whether I can claim ITC of this item. I said, I do not know because it is outside the scope of my engagement, right? Sir, what is the valuation of this building, sir? This building ka valuation, it's outside my scope. Expertise in authentication of document. Sir, whether this is original copy or not original, how do I know? Investigation. We are not the auditor. We don't give absolute assurance. We do not give 100% assurance. We give reasonable assurance. These 4 things are excluded. Preparation, presentation of the FS, duties outside the scope of competence of auditor, then expertise in authentication of document and investigation. Important answer. Sir, what is engagement? Relationship between the auditor and the client. Relationship between the auditor and client is called as what? Engagement. Sir, engagement means an arrangement to do something. It means a formal agreement between the auditor and client. under which the auditor agrees to provide assurance services. So I will give you assurance services. This relationship is recorded on a paper. That paper in English is called as what? Letter of engagement. In India, stat audit of company is mandatory, which will be conducted by the stat auditor. A company audit is mandatory, which will be conducted by statutory auditor. Statutory auditor. Distinguish between audit and investigation. Audit and investigation. Sir, audit में you check BUA. Investigation में you check specific fraud. Specific fraud. It is done by CA plus UP. It is done by expert. It is conducted annual, can be done as per the requirements, quarterly, half yearly, annually. Evidence are persuasive. Persuasive means convincing. Here it is conclusive. We are concluding it. Here it is auditors appointed by members, investigators appointed by the authorities. It is a general examination of accounts. It is a critical and in-depth examination of the data, whatever you are investigating. This is still question number 10. Audit versus investigation, maybe in MCQ they can ask you. Okay. Now, so with this around 30-40% we have completed. So you'll read question 1 to 10 now. Okay. All this were very easy part. Okay. Start reading 1 to 10. Done? Now, question number 11 is little important. Inherent limitations of audit. This can come as a full descriptive answer or one item from here it will come. It says in audit, there are inherent limitations of an auditor, which says that the auditor can never obtain absolute assurance. We can never obtain absolute assurance. We can never obtain absolute assurance that the FS are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Whether due to fraud or error. Now, what are the inherent limitations? This is because of 5A. What is the code, guys? 5A. Nature of financial reporting. F is what? Nature of financial reporting. Like private company ka balance sheet we will make. The scope will be different, but the line items are same. When I go to a public company, the value would be high, but the presentation would be same. But if I go to a banking company ko audit, immediately after that, the format is different. After banking company, if I go to insurance company, the format is very much different. And plus, who prepares the FS? Management. So they will not, as per them, they will show a true good picture. But I know there are certain frauds. I can't detect the entire fraud. So it says preparation of the FS involves many judgments made by the management. These judgments involve subjective decisions or degree of uncertainty, like provisions. Now, therefore, auditor may not be able to obtain absolute assurance that financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Audit is always conducted on the premise that it is the primary responsibility of the management to prepare as per FRF. To prepare as per FRF. So first is financial reporting. Either they can ask you full fight, or they can ask you how nature of financial reporting is an inherent limitation. So you are supposed to write this answer. A. Nature of audit procedures. Now, I can do audit on sample basis. I can do audit on 100% check also, right? So the auditor carries out his work by obtaining evidence through performance of audit procedures. However, there are limitations on the ability of the auditor to obtain evidence. Like for example, he may do only some sample work. Now, management also not provide complete information as requested by the auditor, but in no way he can force the management to give the complete information. I can't force it. Giving it's good. You're not giving, I'll do on sample basis. The management may also consist of some dishonest and unscrupulous, means unfair people, and we should be involved in fraud. It may not be detected by the auditor. They have passed an entry for salary. They have shown me register also. They have made the payment also. I have a bank statement ka proof. But imagine they're paying the salary in by a bank and the person is giving them cash back. I mean, whatever 2 lakhs they have been transferred, 2 lakhs the cash is coming back to the company. As an auditor, I can never detect it. Okay. Management may also enter into some transaction to be revealed only on paper and in real and not in real. The auditor may not be able to detect it. Like bogus transactions, you will not be able to detect. So this is audit procedure. F. Nature of financial reporting. A. Nature of audit procedure. I. It is not in the nature of investigation. It is not in the nature of investigation. You can't do 100% check. The audit is not an official investigation. Therefore, the auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that the FS are free from material misstatement due to fraud or error. T. Timeliness of financial reporting. What will you say? Timeliness of financial reporting. Obtaining evidence because it is expensive in terms of time and money. It is practically not possible for an auditor to obtain audit evidence for each and every transaction. For each and every transaction. E. Future events. Future events or conditions may affect an entity's ability to continue as going concern, like loss by far and all. So as per SA 200, the auditor cannot reduce the audit risk to zero because there are inherent limitations, but he can reduce to an acceptable level. We can reduce the audit risk to an acceptable level. This we have discussed in ethics chapter also. Ethics chapter. Clear? Explain assurance engagement. Acha, let's quickly once again recall the code is fight a very important answer of nature of financial reporting, nature of audit procedure, not in nature of investigation, timeliness of reporting, future event, timeliness of reporting, future events. Sir, explain assurance engagement. So it means an engagement where practitioner expresses a conclusion. To enhance means increase the degree of confidence of the intended users other than responsible party about the outcome of evaluation of subject matter against the criteria. So practitioner means CA plus COP, he will give a conclusion. To enhance the degree of confidence of the intended user means basically stakeholders, investors. Other than responsible party basically means management. About the outcome of the evaluation of subject matter means FS. Against the criteria means FRF. So I am checking the financial statements. Is it presented as per FRF or not? Okay, who will give these details? The practitioner will sign the report. Sir, what are the elements of assurance engagement? So three party, PARI, practitioner responsible parties, intended user. PARI, 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 practitioner responsible party, intended users. So who is a practitioner? Practitioner is a person who provides assurance, and the term practitioner is broader than the auditor. So CA plus UP has to be there. So practitioner can do other engagements also, but auditor can do only audit. So word practitioner is a broader. Then audit is related to historical information where a practitioner may provide other not assurance not necessarily related to historical. You can give assurance on future also, but that is basically prospective. CMA data, projections you must have heard. So practitioner can sign a future projection report also. Like when a company takes loan, startup companies, when they go for investment, my projection like imagine Boat is saying, Aman Gupta is saying, we'll have like 1,000 crore rupees in the next year, 2,000 in the next to next year. Somebody has to vouch. So who will vouch? Auditor will not vouch. Practitioner will vouch. Who will sign that? Practitioner will sign. Responsible party. It is a party responsible for the preparation of subject matter. The responsible party means it is a party responsible for preparation of subject matter. Intended users. Who are the intended users? So these are the person for whom an assurance report is prepared. For whom the assurance report is prepared. Intended users. Subject matter. It refers to the information to be examined by the practitioner. Example, financial information that contains FS. Criteria, FRF. These are the benchmarks used to evaluate subject matter, law, standards, rules and regulations. You check FRF, Companies Act ka provisions, imagine gratuity ka provisions, Bonus Act ka provisions, GST ka provision. That is criteria. Sir, SAE. SAE. What is SAE? The practitioners, if he is performing the practitioner while performing an assurance engagement, the line is the practitioner while performing an assurance engagement has to obtain SAI. It is on the basis of that evidence or of the conclusions are arrived and the opinion is formed by the auditor. So this full page, again, it's important MCQ descriptive, full page. The definition of assurance engagement, PRI, practitioner, responsible party, intended users, criteria, subject matter, SAI. One marker definition they can ask. Now, sufficiency refers to quantity, appropriateness refers to quality. This we have done in audit evidence chapter also. So written assurance report. So what is written assurance report? A written assurance report is the outcome of assurance engagement. It is the outcome of assurance engagement. Then distinguish between reasonable assurance and limited assurance. Basically, it is distinguished between audit versus review. Audit versus review. Audit mein, what do we do? Sir, reasonable assurance means high level of assurance. Can somebody tell me which is the highest level of assurance? Reasonable assurance is giving high level. I am saying highest level of assurance. Very good. Investigation. Investigation is highest level. So investigation, below that we have audit. Audit may reasonable. Below that we have review. Review may what assurance? Review may be give less than audit. It performs elaborate and extensive procedure to obtain SAI. Audit may we do lot of procedures. It draws conclusions on the basis of the SAI. Example is audit. Example is audit. So this is the pointers of reasonable assurance, or these are the pointers of audit. So either they can ask audit versus review, or they can ask reasonable assurance versus limited assurance. Limited assurance engagement. Limited assurance engagement means provides lower level of assurance than reasonable assurance. So review mate is less assurance. It performs fewer procedure. There are more procedure. Yeah, fewer procedures. It involves in obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence to draw limited conclusion. There reasonable conclusion. Example is review. Example is review engagement. So audit versus review, reasonable versus limited. MCQs, descriptive. Question 14. Sir, explain engagement standard. What will you say? Explain engagement standards. So what do we follow? We follow SA, SRE, SAE, SRS. We follow four. What all, sir? SA, SRE, SAE, SRS. SA, SRE, SAE, SRS. Sir, SA is followed on audit of historical financial information. Audit of historical. SRE, review. SRE, review of historical. SA, audit. SRE, review of what? Historical. SAE, other than, it is an assurance engagement. It is an assurance engagement other than audit and review of historical. It is applied for assurance engagement other than audit and review of historical, other than A and B. D, it is applied for AUP. What is AUP? Agreed upon procedures. It is applied for AUP, agreed upon procedures, on compilation engagement of other related service engagement. Compilation means the one of the client is telling you to prepare FS, just prepare FS. Now you tell me, as a chartered accountant practice, as a CA plus COP guy, as a practitioner, can you help one client to prepare the FS? Can you assist the client? Yes or no? Yes. Whenever you are preparing the accounts for a client, you can't become the auditor of that client. For example, if I'm doing audit of TCS, I can't do accounting of TCS, but I can definitely do accounting of HDFC Bank as a chartered accountant, correct? So at that time also you have to follow some standards. Which standards are SRS? It is called compilation engagement. Okay. Again we do SA, audit of historical. SRE, review of historical. SAE, other than audit and review of historical. SRS में two things, AUP, compilation engagement. AUP, compilation engagement. AUP means, sir, agreed upon procedure. AUP means what? Agreed upon procedures. Now, the next four answer will be explanation of all these four. And standards on quality control. Standards on quality controls applied for all services. So these are the four main standards, and out of this four standards, the BAP, the father, the grandfather is SQC. SQC is applicable for all the engagements. Whether you do SA wala engagement, SRE, SAE, SRS, SQC is the father. Everywhere it is applicable. This came in Jan 26. Why standards are needed? What is the importance of standards? Sir, it helps in carrying out the audit against established benchmark at par with global practices. Like India ka audit report should be at par with US, UK ka audit report. It improves, it ensures audit quality. It improves the quality of financial reporting. FS are properly presented. Standards equip the professional accountant with professional knowledge and skills. And it provides a uniformity, as audit of FS is carved out by the following these standards. Is not carried out by the following these standards. So my audit report, Srivatsan audit report, Arshad audit report, it's more or less the same because we'll be following standards. Like when we are preparing the report, we'll follow SS 700. Of course, opinion would be different, but the structure would be same. These are the benefits. Then it mandatory duties of, it's a duty man professional accountant to follow standards in the engagement undertaken by them. It specifies the procedures in the standards is ineffective. If a specific procedure, if a specific, this is if a specific procedure in the standard is ineffective for a particular engagement, then the practitioner is required to document how alternative procedures achieve the purpose of the required procedure. If it is something vague, so you have to explain how via alternative mode you got the assurance. He is also required to document the reason for departure from standards. Such such professional sorry such documentation such such documentation cannot cannot absolve a professional accountant from complying with the applicable standards. Means you have to follow mandatorily, you have to follow. Okay, so this question came in exam, question number 15. Now 16, explain essay. What will write? Refer question 14a. Sir, essay is applied where? Audit of historical financial information. Where it is written? 14a. 14a. So every answer now when we are explaining, so you will use the content from here, like SRE, review of historical. Sir, SAE, other than audit and review of historical. SRS, compilation engagement AUP, and SQC for quality control for all the engagements. Sir, it covers, SA covers all the significant aspects of entity ka FS. It is used by independent auditor. So you can write any examples of SA. We have learned audit evidence, going concern, written representation, documentation we did today. You can write any example. SRE, same 14B. It provides lower assurance than that provided by the audit. It involves obtaining PSI. Then two example 2400, 2410. This name and this number you need to mug it up. 2400, 2410. In CFL you will learn all this in detail. Here we just have name and number. SAE, definition from 14C. Such type of assurance is not of historical. It is related to future events that has prospective financial information. I told you CMA report, projections, all those. It provides moderate level of assurance. Now what does moderate means here? Investigation absolute, then audit reasonable, then SAE ka this is moderate, then review. Review is the lowest one, review mein, like limited assurance, lowest one. In this, what does the practitioner do? So practitioner obtains, in this, the practitioner obtains sufficient appropriate evidence that the management assumption on which prospective financial information is based are not unreasonable and properly preserved. All material assumptions are adequately disclosed. So all assumptions are properly disclosed and the assumptions are not unreasonable. Number 3400, 3420. Name, examination of prospective financial information, assurance report and compilation of pro forma financial information included in prospectus. So name and number you need to mug it up. Last, SRS 14D. So do examples 4400, 4410. Engagement to perform AUP regarding financial information and compilation engagement. Done. Cool. And then you have to do question 1, 2 and page on page 139. Just go through once, then I'll give you a few tips for the exam. Read from here. 11 to 19. 10 minutes. Have you completed, guys? Done? Okay. So out of 11 chapters, I have finished your 10 chapters, one chapter audit of different entity, that you do it either on your own, or I will share the handwritten notes in the group, or you can do it from my past revisions. I have already uploaded chapter wise revision, so you can do it from there. Okay. But did you guys enjoyed all the revisions? I mean, out of 11, we have done 10 chapters ka revision. Plus, we have solved May 26 ka paper also. May 26 ka paper also. So I think now your confidence level have increased. I have proven to you that the notes are one of the best notes. Follow these notes thoroughly. At least I'm telling you, if you follow the notes thoroughly, bare minimum 50-55, so you will get it. If you do little hard work, you try solving other past paper question also, like January 26, September 25, May 25, last four attempts. Just solve last four attempt ka paper orally. Read the question like what we were doing in the class. Read the question. Okay. Think about the answer. Just go and read the answer. That's it. Yes, Shivatsan, you can shoot your doubt. Okay. Now few tips before I end up with the session. This is the last session. Okay. So from tomorrow you don't have to come live with me. Okay. When you're writing the paper, okay, 1:45 you'll get the paper. So don't see the question paper of MCQ. Put that question of paper of MCQ in the under the desk. At 2 o'clock, just think from 1:45 to 2, what question you will attempt first. Don't read question 1 ABC, that's the most toughest question. Jump to question number 6, where you will find easy questions. You will find questions on different entity, then items of FS, then audit documentation, all easy wala, okay. And just do those questions first. Question number 6, 4, 3, 5, 2. Decide what you want to do it, okay, at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Okay. So when you're planning 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., what will you do? You will first complete your descriptive. First complete your descriptive, whatever you want to do. Okay. Now after 4 p.m., when you aim for 4, by 4:15 it will get over. By 4:15, guys, it will get over. Last 45 minutes you keep for MCQ. 15 questions into 3 minutes. It will get over. Try to follow this strategy. Last 450, 455, whatever is pending, do it quickly. Don't leave any answer. Don't leave any answer. Shivatsan, you can ask me your doubt. Arshad, Shivatsan, I told you, this answer. I have told you the relationship is with everybody. This answer, yeah. Relationship is with everybody. For the descriptive, it is there in the module. So I told accounts, the auditor will do the audit of accounts only. One line. Law. The auditor has to check the compliance of laws as per. I mean, he will do the whether the accounts are complied with as per law. 1 second. I'll show you the answer. This it's on module page number 1.7. Module page number 1.7. Four C. No, you can say auditing and statistics and mathematics. Auditors expect to have knowledge of statistical sampling for meaningful conclusions and mathematics for verification of inventories. This is a theory. Now, in the case of Apex, large scale constructions are there to start checking help the auditor in selecting samples. You have to relate that. First theory, then relate it. Financial management. You write the theory from the module, then if you see the answer, since the finance department of the company is following aggressive working capital practices, the auditor requires understanding financial management concept, financial risk, ratios, etc. Data processing. You copy the theory from the module, then as a company heavily relies on automated data processing system, the auditor should understand the functioning of computerized accounting system, internal controls in EDP. So one line you are supposed to write from there also. Behavioral science. Knowledge of human behavior. This is the first line given in the module. In this case, pressure on site managers to achieve targets and frequent disputes with the management with the contractors may create conditions conducive to manipulation, bias, or frauds. Understanding behavioral aspects will help the auditor in assessing management attitude, identifying unusual conduct, and evaluating the possible of intentional misstatement. Now, in the upcoming exam, it will not be asked because it was already asked in May 26. Okay, so you can skip this. But remember, whenever there's a question, you first copy the theory from the module and then you have to use their brain to analyze it as per that particular situation. Understood, Srivatsan? So here I was talking about your timing. 2 to 4 May you will first complete your descriptive and last one 45 minutes you will complete your MCQ. Make sure you complete the paper. You don't skip anything. Okay, you should not skip anything. If you're writing 100 marks a paper, boss, for sure you are CA intermediate clear. For sure you are CA intermediate clear. Okay. Now I'll be meeting you in CA final for SPOM, Set A, Set C, Set D, and CA final audit. You can definitely buy the lectures from the academy. Lectures will be processed through my portal only. I mean from my academy, but you can buy it from the academy. They will give us the order and we will process the order. The books comes from my office from Mumbai. Okay. Now, in case if you want to speak to me anytime, if you want to connect with me, don't be shy. Make sure you clear all your doubts and you appear and you clear in the exam. Okay, and I want everybody who's watching me live recorded become chartered accountant as soon as possible. Okay, so you can connect with me via Instagram, Telegram, YouTube, wherever you want, you can connect with me. Okay, and one last thing before we wind up, which I always believe, uh, Arshad is saying, sir, AB stances, let me just figure out some RTPs and MTPs. One MTPs is still pending from my end. I'll analyze and see, audit report chapter will come for sure, audit evidence will come for sure, risk assessment will come for sure. Do this chapters very thoroughly. ABC I will upload prior to the exam. Okay. So, exams starting September. So after August 15, I'll be uploading that. Okay. Around 15th of August. Works? Now, what I've been believing since past is we live our life like others don't, just to live a life which others can't. It means we as a chartered accountant students, we have been struggling a lot. Lot means a lot. We are struggling for everything, studying so much just for 40 marks, which my non-CA engineering friend, BCom friend will not be doing it. So, for what? Just to live a life which others can't. If I come through foundation route at the age of 21, if I come through direct entry route at the age of 24, I become a chartered accountant. I am earning money 1 lakh rupees per month on my capacity, because not on the basis of somebody ka reference, only on my capacity. Why? Because I've studied a course wherein the results are just 8%. Just 8%. My parents, I mean, everybody of us come from a normal middle class family, right? So our parents are struggling a lot. They do not know. Maybe they do not know English. Maybe they do not know what is intermediate, what is passing, what is 40, what is 60, what is exemption. But they have put us in the best course on this earth. Do it for them. So whenever you're down, demotivated, turn behind, look behind, you will see that the two most beautiful people on this earth. That's your mom and dad. Do it for them. Okay. Will you do it, guys? Please message in the chat. Will you do it? Will you clear? Okay. Any assistance, any help you need, you can contact me either on Instagram or Telegram, or you can contact me over the phone. You can Google my number. You will get it. Office number, you will get it. So you can ask the team to connect with me. Okay. But make sure I get to see you in CA final, where I'll be teaching you CA final audit in depth. Okay. Chalo. Bye, guys. Take care. Thank you for being such an amazing audience and adjusting with me with regards to my time. Hope to see you soon in Chennai or in Coimbatore or road, wherever you find me. Okay, if you come to know that I have come to that city, please do come and meet. Okay, let's see on in the month of October with a positive result. Do inform me if the results are positive, or if in case it's negative also, we'll find out a way to clear it. Okay, bye. I have holded your hands. I will not leave till the time you become chartered accountant. Bye, guys. Do recommend to your friends also. Forward these videos to all your friends and in the entire parts of the country. Do share in other WhatsApp and Telegram group. Thank you, guys. Take care. God bless you.